The bus stop was teeming with people, all eyes fixed on the approaching bus. They stared at the doors like hungry infants waiting to be fed. The moment the doors opened, the crowd surged forward. In their eyes, the size of the doors defined the scope of their world. People poured into the narrow entrance like a tidal wave, bodies pressed together, shoulder to shoulder, heel to heel, flesh to flesh. Shouts, grunts, and curses filled the air. Chen Mo was also squeezed in the crowd, but his focus wasn't on the doors. He lowered his head, used his shoulder to press against the person ahead, and with practiced ease slipped his hand into the other's pocket, pulling out a wallet. Then Chen Mo repeated the trick, pulling a phone from a slim young woman's bag. After succeeding, he even copped a feel on her plump backside. That's right, Chen Mo was a thief. In less than a minute, he had snagged a phone and a wallet. Chen Mo silently slipped out of the crowd and stood to the side. As the bus slowly departed, he glimpsed through the window the owner of that plump rear, young but with a crooked face and a face full of freckles. Chen Mo shook his hand and muttered to himself, "Damn ugly." He retreated to a deserted spot to check his haul. The phone was an almost new Nokia 3210 worth maybe 70 or 80 bucks. The wallet was bulging, but when he opened it, there were only 326 yuan and 8 mao, an odd sum. All in all, around 400 yuan. Half would go to the gang boss, leaving him with just over 200. He was about to pocket 100 when a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, Chen Mo turned around to see Zhang Imin. Zhang Imin grinned, revealing yellowed teeth stained by smoke, and asked with a smile, "How's business?" Chen Mo quickly handed over the phone and all the money to Zhang Imin, saying, "Brother Min, it's a bother. Barely enough to treat you to a drink." As he spoke, Chen Mo stole a glance at Zhang Imin's expression. Zhang Imin was the gang leader's eyes, tasked with watching over underlings like him to prevent skimming. Though Zhang Imin always seemed cheerful, his eyes were sharp. If he spotted Chen Mo trying to pocket money earlier, Chen Mo would be in for trouble. At the very least, a pair of tight shoes, or perhaps even a gang punishment. Zhang Imin took the money, counted it, and stuffed it into his satchel. "One more job, then we pull out. Business is slow today all around." Chen Mo was 23 this year, a thief for 6 months. In that time, he had served under 2 gang leaders. The first one was arrested. The current one took over both the territory and the men. Rumor had it that the current boss was quite capable, known on the streets as Brother Gio. But Chen Mo had never met Brother Gio. He only knew from Zhang Imin that Brother Gio, though just over 30, was a big name in the thieving trade with about 40 or 50 men under him. And Brother Gio had connections in the police station. If any underling got caught, Brother Gio could make a mountain out of a molehill, or rather turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. A true heavyweight. But there was one flaw: he took too big a cut. Otherwise, Chen Mo wouldn't have to resort to such petty side deals. Back at the bus stop with Zhang Imin, Chen Mo first exchanged glances with a few accomplices, then began waiting for the next bus with unspoken understanding. Chen Mo's team consisted of 5 people specializing in pickpocketing at busy places like bus stations. They were the most common type of thief, the least skilled, colloquially called bag touchers, or in jargon, kanban. Many in the underworld looked down on kanban, considering it child's play. But even more despised were those who stole clothes drying on lines, called low-grade thieves or losers. The main tools for kanban were razor blades and tweezers. The only requirement: be bold and careful. Careful meant picking the right moment. Bold meant having the guts to use a blade if caught. In half a year on the job, Chen Mo had never had to use a blade. Usually, if caught, the 4 or 5 accomplices would surround and intimidate the victim until they dared not speak up. Of course, they never let it escalate to robbery, because theft was a civil offense while robbery was criminal. The nature changed. Another bus slowly pulled up. Chen Mo tugged his cap brim lower and quickly spotted his next target in the surging crowd: a slender girl with fair skin and a pleasant scent, wearing a white knee-length dress and carrying a small red handbag. That little handbag was Chen Mo's mark. The young girl, scowling, was squeezed in the crowd, looking left and right with disgust. Based on Chen Mo's experience, this kind of girl rarely took the bus. Frequent riders only looked straight ahead, never side to side. Girls with weak situational awareness were the easiest targets. Chen Mo quickly moved closer, noting that his partners had also followed. This increased the odds of success, but soon he frowned. Ma Lu was behind him, out of position. Normally, Ma Lu should be by his side, so that whichever one made the move, the other could provide cover. Just as Chen Mo hesitated, the opportunity struck. The girl's red handbag was pushed behind her, resting on her buttocks. Chen Mo stealthily extended his hand, ready to strike, when Ma Lu gave him an untimely shove from behind. Thievery required speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Opportunities were fleeting. Ma Lu's push ruined Chen Mo's rhythm. Chen Mo turned back and glared at him, thinking this guy wants to mess with my job. I'll deal with you later. Chen Mo hurried forward one step, unzipped the handbag, and from the corner of his eye spotted a phone and wallet. An Apple phone, a fat wallet, a big score. Chen Mo rejoiced inwardly and reached for the phone when suddenly he felt a sharp jab in his lower back. His feet tangled and he lost balance, lurching forward. Instinctively, Chen Mo flailed his arms to break the fall, but he heard a loud riot. Then he fell flat on the bus steps, his chin hitting the metal-edged teeth, nearly knocked out. Before the pain registered, a woman's scream pierced the air. Ah! In Chen Mo's hand was a piece of white silk. Before him were two smooth legs, and further up a round, plump bottom wrapped in panties with a big-mouthed monkey cartoon. At that moment, Chen Mo's head was spinning, his chin throbbing, as if it would fall off. Before he could comprehend what happened, a kick landed on his head. Then he was yanked up, and a barrage of slaps rained down, blackening his vision, the world spinning. Pervert! Scumbag! Through the haze, Chen Mo heard laughter and jeers. Then he saw the enraged face of the woman, her hand raised high. Smack! A slap landed across his face. As the saying goes, one sees thieves feasting, but not their suffering. It was clear Chen Mo had taken a brutal beating. His eyes saw stars, and his head swelled like a pig's. When he fully regained consciousness, he found himself in the police station. Chen Mo was no stranger to the police station, since becoming a thief. This was his 7th time inside. He was very familiar with the environment and procedures here. However, this was the first time he had been beaten so severely. He also felt a growing anxiety, uncertain whether he was brought in for theft, for harassment, or for both crimes combined. Chen Mo sat alone in the interrogation room, replaying the whole incident in his mind. The more he thought, the more he felt it was just his bad luck. He hadn't stolen anything, nor had he groped anyone, yet he ended up in the police station. More wrong than Dewey herself. The door of the interrogation room opened, and 2 police officers entered. Chen Mo recognized one of them, a man with the face and nose of Ma Dahua, surnamed Lu, named Lu Dongxing, who had interrogated Chen Mo every time he was brought in. Behind Lu Dongxing followed a female police officer. At first glance, Chen Mo thought she looked familiar. When he looked closer, his heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out. The female officer was none other than the girl whose skirt Chen Mo had pulled off. Chen Mo quickly lowered his head, thinking to himself, this time it's over. I actually pulled off a policewoman's skirt in public. He had a criminal record now, suspicion of indecent assault, and the target was a policewoman. He knew this was a recipe for disaster. Lu Dongsheng looked at Chen Mo with a meaningful glance. He almost laughed at today's incident, but with the new captain sitting beside him as a co-inquisitor, he suppressed it. He slapped the table and shouted, lift your head. Chen Mo quickly lifted his head and saw the female officer's gloomy face. Do you know why you were brought here? Lu Dongxing asked. Chen Mo was familiar with this police tactic of asking what they already knew. He held his aching jaw, which felt almost not his own, and said, I know. But I hadn't even made a move. It was an accident. Catch adultery in the act, catch thieves with the loot. Lu Dongxing knew his background well, so Chen Mo saw no need to hide why he was at the station. But he also understood that as long as he had no stolen goods on him, it was only attempted theft at most. A simple reprimand, not even a fine. At the same time, he knew clearly that today's matter would not end peacefully. He had pulled off a policewoman's skirt. He figured he'd either die, or at least be skinned alive. Kid, today you publicly molested a woman. Injustice. Shut up. The female officer shouted, her almond eyes wide open, slamming the table. It's a misunderstanding, Chen Mo continued to plead. Lu Dongsheng said with a half-smile, this is our newly appointed captain. The city has decided to crack down on robbery, snatching, and theft. Confess honestly where your den is. Chen Mo's heart skipped again. This is it. I've walked straight into the line of fire. A new official brings fresh broom, sweeps clean, and this broom is about to sweep right over my head. People in our line have no fixed abode. We strike and move on. When we go out to pickpockets, we're contacted by the higher-ups separately. I don't know where they live. Chen Mo knew clearly he could never reveal the den's location. Police deal with law, the underworld deals with code. The law might sentence him, but the code would cut off his fingers for betraying his brothers. The female officer glared fiercely at Chen Mo. Do you think that little trick of yours can fool us? Think it over. If you don't talk, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Take him away. Chen Mo was led to a temporary holding cell. He felt extremely bitter. He must have 8 generations of bad luck. How could this happen so coincidentally? At the same time, he secretly resented his father, who had already reported to the king of Hell Yin Wanya. He, a university graduate, was forced to be a damned thief. Through crying, making scenes, and threatening suicide, his father had forced him to become a thief. But why couldn't he live a couple more years, teach him more skills before dying? In less than a month, he closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and was gone. If it weren't for the solemn oath Chen Mo had sworn to carry on his father's trade, he would have quit long ago. The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt, convinced his entire life had been destroyed by his deceased father. Just as Chen Mo was sitting in the corner full of regret, he looked up and saw a shabby old man crouching in front of him. Chen Mo was quite familiar with this old man. Every time he was brought into the station, this old fellow was there, as if he lived here permanently. The old man looked at least in his 60s, short and scrawny, with a pointed chin, large nostrils, protruding ears, and a mouth full of yellow teeth. Except for his unusually bright eyes, everything else was repulsive, as ugly as can be. "Young man back again?" the old man asked knowingly. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and said in a bad temper, "Aren't you the same? How come I run into you every time I'm here?" "Fate. Did you get beaten for stealing?" Chen Mo lowered his head in silence, which was as good as admission. He certainly couldn't say it was for pulling off the police captain's skirt. In the tone of a veteran, the old man instructed Chen Mo, "If your skills aren't refined, getting beaten is normal. Stealing also requires talent, and you have to put your heart into it. Love your profession, treat it as a lifelong career, and only then can you become an outstanding leader in the trade." Chen Mo stared at the old man in astonishment. What he said was exactly the same as his deceased father. "Are you also a thief?" Chen Mo asked in surprise. The old man nodded ambiguously and said, "Young man, considering how fated we are, I can teach you a peerless skill." Chen Mo looked at the old man with contempt, thinking to himself, "I've been to the police station 7 times, but I've seen him 8. The extra time was in a dream." He had dreamed that when he was as old as the old man, he would still be caught and locked up. So when the old man said he would teach him a peerless skill, Chen Mo almost burst out laughing. If the old man really had such an extraordinary skill, he himself wouldn't be locked up so often. Seeing Chen Mo silent, the old man wasn't bothered and said, "You don't believe me? This is a unique trick. Once you learn it, I guarantee you'll benefit endlessly." Chen Mo glanced around the cell and saw a young man in the corner watching them with a smirk. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly, thinking that even others could tell the old man was a con artist, so of course he wouldn't be fooled. Still, he wanted to see what trick the old fellow was trying to pull. "Senior, then I'll gladly accept your offer," Chen Mo said. The old man was overjoyed. Good. But first I need to teach you the knowledge of stealing." Chen Mo had never heard of stealing being a discipline. In his eyes, stealing was simple, just moving things from another's pocket into his own. The old man's voice boomed like a bell, and his words flowed eloquently, leaving Chen Mo completely dumbfounded. The prisoner in the corner of the holding cell watched Chen Mo sitting cross-legged on the floor, talking to an empty wall, and occasionally laughing. He thought to himself, who is this idiot talking to? Could he have been beaten stupid when he came in? The old man spoke to Chen Mo with an air of gravity, his words flowing in an unbroken stream. He said that humans are born virtuous, yet they possess an innate inclination toward theft. Thus, theft is not inherently an act of evil. Chinese historical records are replete with compelling evidence to support this notion. For instance, tales such as the wise son and the suspicious neighbor covering one's ears to steal a bell and stealing a beam and replacing it with a pillar all illustrate the flourishing and enduring legacy of this noble profession. Those who practice the art of thievery revere their patron saint known as the gentleman on the beam, a title that reflects the ancient respect for this calling. Since every theft has its cause, as Buddhism teaches, the law of karma, an heir to this ancestral tradition must first cultivate a correct and objective understanding of theft. How many people can boldly declare they have never stolen? Can they all be deemed despicable? Once a thief, always a thief. The only difference lies in the magnitude of the theft. Chen Mo had been in the trade for 6 months and knew over 20 thieves, yet he had never heard anyone extol thievery with such grandeur. He could scarcely believe that such bizarre theories came from the lips of a decrepit old man. Chen Mo mused that it was a great loss to the academic world that this old fellow hadn't become a scholar or expert. "Old man, what's your name?" Chen Mo asked with keen interest. "My surname is Sure." This surname was rare, unknown to many, yet Chen Mo was intimately familiar with it, for the patron saint of thieves bore the same name. Shi Qian, one of the 108 heroes of Liangshan. "Uncle Sure, all this talk is useless. Just tell me your secret art." With nothing else to do in the cell, Chen Mo sought amusement. The old man chuckled, patting Chen Mo's shoulder, and said, "This secret art passed down from my ancestors is called the art of peering." Chen Mo stifled a laugh. This old codger could spin a tale. Art of peering, all fancy words. Why not just call it the art of stealing? It would be simpler and clearer. The old man continued, "The art of peering does not gaze upon objects, treasures, or gold, but upon time itself. Can time be stolen? Chen Mo asked with a laugh. The old man replied, peering is about seeing, not stealing. Master this art, and you can behold events that will unfold in the future. A supernatural ability to foresee the future. How absurd. Chen Mo didn't believe it, for if the old man truly possessed such power, he wouldn't end up in jail so often. To master the art of peering, the key is to maintain a mind free of distractions. The old man rambled on, spittle flying, while Chen Mo let the words go in one ear and out the other, treating it all as a fairy tale. Listening to the old man's boasts, Chen Mo felt his head spin, his jaw ache, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was already the next morning. Opening his eyes, he found himself alone in the holding cell, a welcome solitude. Over the next 3 days, Chen Mo was interrogated 3 times. They didn't press him about theft or harassment, but demanded the whereabouts and contacts of his gang. Chen Mo understood the stakes. Even if he knew, he dared not speak lest he face the gang's judgment and lose a limb or two. He also realized that from now on he would be under the police's watchful eye. Any misstep would bring severe punishment, especially from the beautiful squad leader, whose gaze seemed to want to devour him alive. Time passed quickly to the 4th day. In the afternoon, Chen Mo was summoned for another interrogation, this time alone with the beauty squad leader. The newly appointed female squad leader bore a rather masculine name, Li Mubai. The mere sight of Chen Mo made her seethe with rage. Li Mubai had assumed her post under the shadow of her father's reputation. Though she carried the mantle of a privileged official's daughter, she possessed a fierce ambition. On her first day, she resolved to make her mark and bring law and order to Baijiang City. Yet to her dismay, during her first undercover outing, a pickpocket had lifted her skirt in broad daylight. Though her colleagues remained silent, she knew the gossip had spread like wildfire. Now every time she entered the police station, she felt as if she were exposed naked before everyone's eyes, her dignity shattered and her shame unbearable. Thus this matter demanded the strictest action, pursued to the very end. Li Mubai fixed her gaze on Chen Mo until he lowered his head, then asked, have you made up your mind? Chen Mo whined, officer, you must believe me. I didn't mean to. I believe you. Chen Mo looked up, startled by Li Mubai's response. This wasn't the usual police tactic of intimidation, bluffing, and glaring. What did this beautiful squad leader want? Chen Mo felt uneasy and ventured, since you believe me, and I didn't steal anything, can I go now? Seeing the pathetic expression on this petty thief's face, Li Mubai felt a surge of disgust. She put down her pen and said, believing you is one thing, handling the case is another. Chen Mo grew nervous. What do you want then? Article 237 of the Criminal Code stipulates anyone who forcibly commits indecency or insults a woman through violence, coercion, or other means shall be sentenced to up to 5 years imprisonment or criminal detention. Committing such acts in a crowd or public place or under other egregious circumstances warrants more than 5 years. There were 5 of you at the station, weren't there? Chen Mo instantly grasped Li Mubai's intent. She was threatening him if he didn't cooperate, he'd face a life behind bars. As Chen Mo shifted uneasily, Li Mubai added, if you reveal where your accomplices are hiding, you can walk free now. I honestly don't know where they live. My contacts always reach out to me. That's fine. Chen Mo was puzzled, staring at her for an explanation. They'll let you go, but you'll work as my informant. Of course you can refuse. But you know the consequences. Betraying his own for freedom, such a choice. Chen Mo hesitated. Being an informant for the police, if exposed, could cost him more than a finger. It might cost him his life. He was a thief, and now he had to risk his life for this. Yet refusing meant a prison term of over 5 years. Sweat beaded on Chen Mo's forehead as he cursed inwardly. Damn Malu. If he hadn't pushed him, he wouldn't be in this mess. At the same time, he silently cursed Li Mubai. This woman was ruthless. Chen Mo felt as if a hand was choking him, and he said weakly, let me think about it. Fine. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes, neither long nor short. It could spark a whirlwind of thoughts or leave a mind utterly blank. Chen Mo fell into the latter category. He felt that his entire destiny would be decided in these 3 minutes, yet his mind refused to organize the pros and cons. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The clock on the wall ticked away, drawing closer to the 3-minute mark. Just then the interrogation room door opened. Lu Dongsheng entered, his face anxious, and hurried over to whisper in Li Mubai's ear. Chen Mo suddenly shuddered, then let out a long breath. He saw the door open again, and Lu Dongsheng walked in once more. Again? Why again? Lu Dongsheng had just entered once. How could he enter again? Yet there was only one Lu Dongsheng in the room. What was happening? Chen Mo couldn't comprehend. Lu Dongsheng whispered something to Li Mubai. She stood up abruptly, shot Chen Mo a venomous glare, and swiftly left the room with him. Chen Mo sat frozen in his chair staring at the door in astonishment. What had just happened? Why had he seen the same scene twice? Was he hallucinating? Chen Mo was stunned for over 10 seconds before snapping back to reality, instantly recalling that eccentric old man. He had said this ability could let him see events before they happened, which perfectly matched what had just occurred. Could all of this be real? At that moment, Chen Mo's mind was in turmoil, a mix of shock and elation. He was terrified that he had inexplicably acquired this power, perhaps possessed by some ghost or spirit, yet overjoyed that with this skill, he could foresee any mishap before stealing. No longer would he have to worry about being caught while thieving. But how could he activate this ability? Chen Mo quickly replayed the scene where the old man had imparted this skill to him. He couldn't help but regret deeply back then he had let the words go in one ear and out the other, paying no heed. All he remembered was the old man saying he must clear his mind of all thoughts. Could it be that by simply emptying his mind, he could foresee the future? That seemed easy enough. Just as Chen Mo was brimming with joy, Li Mubai pushed open the door and returned to the interrogation room. Seeing Chen Mo's cheerful expression and recalling Lu Dongsheng's report, Li Mubai felt a fresh wave of disgust toward him. These petty thieves were growing bolder by the day. Yesterday alone, the city had seen 4 burglaries, all linked to the same gang. Have you decided, Oi? Li Mubai asked coldly. I agree, Chen Mo replied without hesitation. With this newfound power, he felt invincible. What were Ninggu and the police? They were beneath his notice. Chen Mo's swift agreement surprised Li Mubai, given that just minutes ago, he had been utterly unwilling. Now in a sudden 360 turn, he had changed his mind. Are you sure? Of course. When can I leave? Chen Mo asked eagerly. Li Mubai stared at him for a full 3 minutes before saying, You can go tomorrow morning. But rest assured, only you and I will know about your role as an informant. Back in the holding cell, Chen Mo lay on the hard bed, his heart singing with joy. He tried to enter a state of no distracting thoughts to experience that superpower again. But his mind was flooded with thoughts of money, a house, a car, and beautiful women. He felt that once he got out, all his dreams would come rushing in and his future would be boundless. Chen Mo fell asleep smiling. In his dream, he lay on a mountain of gold, clutching a gold ingot in one hand and a diamond as big as a goose egg in the other, a heavy necklace of jewels around his neck. He rolled on the ground with laughter until he woke up. The next morning, Chen Mo walked out of the detention center. Standing at the gate, he took a deep breath and wanted to shout, I'm free. But before the word, I could leave his lips, his mouth filled with wind, fine dust, and sand grinding between his teeth. Chen Mo took out his phone and saved Li Mubai's number. When he tried to enter a name, he realized he didn't know Li Mubai's full name, only his surname. After a moment's thought, he typed, Big Mouth Monkey, and couldn't help but smile. Today marked the first day of Chen Mo's life as an informant. Then as he walked, Chen Mo dialed a number he knew by heart. After 3 rings, he hung up immediately. 2 minutes later, he received a text, 8 o'clock tonight, same place. The same place was Old by Barbecue, the gathering spot for Chen Mo's crew. Out of habit, Chen Mo deleted the message and hailed a taxi. He told the driver Belizwang. Belizwang was an urban village where Chen Mo rented a room. Chen Mo had been a thief for half a year. Though the money came fast, he hadn't saved any, mainly because he had been locked up 7 times in that period, and each time the mysterious Ninggu had bailed him out. Ninggu handled the bail, but Chen Mo had to pay for it himself. Over 7 rescues, it had cost him over 40,000 yuan, leaving him perpetually strapped for cash and forced to live in a shabby place in the urban village. Back at his residence, Chen Mo took out his key to unlock the door, but after fumbling for a while, he couldn't get it open. On closer inspection, the lock had been changed. At that moment, Chen Mo inopportunely recalled the landlady's warning: if he was a day late on rent, he'd have to find another place, and she had said that just last month. Chen Mo had spent 5 days in the detention center, making his rent 2 days overdue. The old landlady was true to her word. She had actually changed the lock. Chen Mo found the landlady, who said coldly, You're late with the rent every month. I have over 30 tenants here. If they all acted like you, would I ever rent out my rooms? I was away on a business trip for a few days. Ill pay now, Chen Mo said, quickly reaching into his pocket. The monthly rent was 260 yuan, but after searching, he only found 56. The landlady's face grew even colder. You'd better find somewhere else to stay. Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed, intending to plead for a few days' grace. But seeing her icy expression, he changed his mind. Now that he possessed such a great power, he could easily earn tens of thousands just by stepping out. From now on, he would live in hotels every day. The one good thing about being a thief was that everyone's money on the street was his for the taking as long as he had the skill. Chen Mo was brimming with confidence. With his ability to foresee the future, money was no issue. The landlady said, "I've packed up your belongings and left them behind the gate. Keep them. Sell them for scrap." Chen Mo walked out of the urban village with his head held high, strolling through the bustling streets. Amid the flowing traffic, he lit a cigarette and then entered the Wanda Mall. According to the gang rules set by Ningo, members were forbidden from pickpocketing on their own. If caught, they would face the gang's punishment. But with no money in his pocket, Chen Mo couldn't care less. Besides, he was eager to test his clairvoyance. It was the weekend and Wanda Plaza was packed. Chen Mo went to the clothing section and spotted a portly man in his 50s, his face ruddy, accompanied by a woman in her 20s. The woman cooed sweetly, making the fat man laugh heartily. Dressed in a floral shirt and jeans, he tucked his wallet in his back pocket after paying. It was a golden opportunity. A simple bump and the wallet would be his. But Chen Mo didn't act. Instead, he stood aside, trying to clear his mind and enter that mysterious realm. Yet soon he found that the more he tried to empty his thoughts, the more clutter flooded his mind. He closed his eyes, took deep breaths, and exhaled slowly, but all he saw was darkness. Chen Mo opened his eyes in disappointment, only to face an even greater letdown. The fat man and the stylish girl had vanished. All afternoon, Chen Mo stayed at Wanda Plaza, trying to find a way to activate his clairvoyance. He attempted every method he could think of, but in the end he realized that his efforts were like clenching his fist while taking a dump, all force in vain. Night had fallen, and it was an hour until 8 o'clock. Chen Mo couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. A single coin could stump even a hero. If he didn't act soon, he wouldn't even have a place to sleep tonight. Another chance arose. This time it was a middle-aged woman with a loose bag. After picking out clothes, she entered the fitting room, leaving her bag on the lounge sofa. Chen Mo glanced sideways, then walked over calmly and unhurriedly. Chen Mo left the Wanda Plaza dejectedly and took the bus to Lao Bai Barbecue. The neon lights outside the window stung his eyes. Meanwhile, he cursed inwardly. That damn monkey's call came neither early nor late, but precisely when he was about to make his move. What rotten luck! When he arrived at Lao Bai Barbecue, Chen Mo spotted Zhang Imin at once. Beside Zhang Imin sat Ma Lu and Monkey. Seeing Ma Lu, Chen Mo immediately recalled how he had framed him and caused his downfall. If not for Ma Lu, he wouldn't have torn off Monkey's skirt, wouldn't have been beaten up, wouldn't have been threatened into becoming an informant, and wouldn't be homeless like this now. All of this was Ma Liu's doing. "Brother, come sit down. We've been waiting for you," Zhang Imin called out, gesturing for Chen Mo to take a seat. Chen Mo sat down with a forced smile, first glaring at Ma Lu. Ma Lu pretended not to notice and took a sip of beer nonchalantly. "How did it go this time inside?" Zhang Imin asked. "What could happen? There was no evidence I stole anything, and that embarrassing incident wasn't intentional. The victim didn't press charges, so they let me out." Zhang Imin nodded and said, "How wise of Ninth Brother to not let you carry stolen goods. As long as you get rid of it immediately after a successful hit, even if you're caught without evidence, they can't do a thing." Ma Lu immediately chimed in, "That's right. Ninth Brother is an old hand. He's crossed more bridges than we've walked roads." As he spoke, Ma Lu pulled a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, respectfully lit one for Zhang Imin, then lit one for himself, and put the pack away. In Chen Mo's eyes, Ma Lu was a typical petty man, always carrying 2 packs of cigarettes of different prices in his pockets. He was adept at shifting with the wind, fawning, and double-dealing, as natural to him as taking off his pants. Zhang Imin nodded. "As long as everyone sticks with Ninth Brother, he won't treat us badly. He'll make sure we all live the high life." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, remembering the task Li Mubai had given him over the phone, and asked, "Min Ge, when can we meet Ninth Brother?" Ma Lu shot Chen Mo a glare. "I've been working for a year and still haven't seen Ninth Brother. How long have you been here?" Zhang Imin waved his hand. "Don't say that. If you perform well, Ninth Brother will see you. Look at Monkey. He's only been here less than 2 months and Ninth Brother already treated him to a meal. Isn't that right, Monkey?" Monkey grinned, which was taken as confirmation. Monkey was from the south, just over 20 years old, quiet, small in stature, but handsome. One could easily mistake him for a 16 or 17-year-old student. As for Monkey, Chen Mo and Ma Lu had never fully figured him out. When Zhang Imin led them out to pickpocket, Monkey would tag along, but he never committed any crimes. Earlier, Chen Mo thought Monkey was a newcomer still learning the ropes. But from what Zhang Imin said today, it was clearly not the case. Thievery was a sophisticated art with extremely detailed divisions of labor. Pickpocketing at stations was simple, with only 2 roles: theft and fencing. But for big jobs like burglary, the division was very fine. Scouting, technical work, theft, and fencing each had dedicated personnel operating like an assembly line. So Chen Mo guessed Monkey was involved in those big burglary jobs, but it was hard to say which specific role. Ma Lu asked, "Little brother, what's your gig?" Monkey just smiled without speaking and glanced at Zhang Imin. Zhang Aimin chuckled. Monkey is a locksmith, a technical job. No matter the lock, he can open it within 10 seconds. Chen Mo's mind raced. Mingu, are we switching trades for a big score? Zhang Aimin patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, praising smart. Ma Lu said sourly. Yeah, he's a college student, of course he's smart. But there's one thing I can't figure out, why would a university graduate become a thief? Could he have ulterior motives? Shut your stinking mouth. Say that again. Chen Mo slammed the table and stood up. But his demeanor clearly showed a lack of confidence. If his conscience were clear, Chen Mo would have smashed a bottle over Ma Liu's head. But now as an informant, he felt guilty. Ma Liu's insinuation hit a nerve. Oh, getting defensive. Feeling guilty. Chen Mo was indeed guilty and said furiously, if you hadn't set me up last time, would I have ended up in the station? I'm not letting this go today. Seeing they were about to come to blows, Zhang Aimin quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, we're all brothers. What's there to argue about? Ma Lu continued. I think this guy is a plant. He's been here 6 months and been to the station 8 times. Probably reporting to his superiors. Chen Mo broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He wished he could strangle Ma Lu on the spot. Some things are better left unsaid. If his identity as an informant was truly exposed, Chen Mo would be finished. Zhang Aimin told Ma Lu to shut up, then pulled Chen Mo back to his seat, saying, Don't mind him, Xiao Chun. Ma Liu's mouth is like a pair of old cotton pants, loose and foul. But if you keep this up, you'll have to find another path or change trades. Chen Mo's face burned, and he remained silent. Ma Lu, on the other hand, winked and grimaced at him. Zhang Aimin put his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder. Tell you what'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Tomorrow there's a big job. Monkey will handle the lock and you'll go inside. Seeing Ma Lu purse his lips to object, Zhang Aimin immediately raised his hand to stop him. If you mess this up, I won't be able to explain it to ninth brother. You'll have to find another way. Don't worry, Mingu. I won't let you down, Chen Mo vowed earnestly. When he first started, Chen Mo had pulled off 2 burglaries on his own, but later switched to pickpocketing because the risk was too high. But now Chen Mo had no way out. Li Mubai was waiting for results. If he got kicked out and lost his value, he'd probably be thrown back inside for 10 years or more. Looking at Ma Liu's smug grin, Chen Mo felt a profound sense of despair. He regretted ever taking this path. At the same time, his resentment towards his deceased father grew even stronger. They didn't break up until midnight. Finally, Zhang Aimin gave Chen Mo the address and told him to be there on time tomorrow. Chen Mo committed the address and time to memory before rushing out of Lao Bai Barbecue. He had also swiped a wallet from a neighboring table while pretending to use the restroom. If he hadn't done that, he'd be sleeping on the street tonight. Watching Chen Mo's receding figure, Ma Lu took out the soft Zhonghua, respectfully lit one for Zhang Aimin, and then offered one to Monkey. Monkey shook his head. Ma Lu put the cigarette back. Mingo, why didn't you send me on this first job? Zhang Aimin took a deep drag. Go get yourself killed. Ma Lu was taken aback, then grinned slyly and whispered, Mingo, you mean? Zhang Aimin raised an eyebrow at Ma Lu, then glanced at Monkey beside him. Ma Lu immediately understood. There was an outsider present, so he couldn't speak carelessly. Ma Lu slung his arm over Zhang Aimin's shoulder. Mingo, come on, brother's taking you for a spa. Chen Mo lay on the bed staring at the blazing sun outside the window, his stomach growling with hunger. He had been incredibly unlucky these past few days. The wallet he had casually lifted last night contained only 32 yuan. Counting his own money after deducting yesterday's bus fare and hotel expenses, he now had merely 24 yuan left, a pitiful sum. Chen Mo gazed at the 24 yuan in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Others became thieves, and so did he. How could the gap be so vast? With about 2 hours remaining until the time Zhang Aimin had specified, Chen Mo left the hotel, bought a Jianbing Guozi, and walked toward the direction of Daijing City. Daijing City was an upscale residential complex adjacent to the moat with property prices exceeding 20,000 yuan per square meter. Those who lived there were either wealthy or influential. Chen Mo first strolled around the complex's entrance, noticing that strangers had to register to enter. He then scaled the wall along the moat. Following the address Zhang Aimin had given him, Chen Mo arrived at the target building and pulled the security door. The security door was unlocked and swung open easily. Upon closer inspection, it was clear the lock had been tampered with. Chen Mo let out a long breath. It seemed the preliminary preparations had been thorough. He withdrew, found a secluded spot to sit, and smoked to pass the time while constantly scanning his surroundings. About half an hour later, his phone received a text message with empty content. This was the prearranged signal. An empty message meant to proceed, while a message with text indicated a change of plans and a quick escape. Chen Mo deleted the message and immediately entered the building. In the upscale complex, taking the elevator required a card for both ascending and descending, so Chen Mo had no choice but to take the stairs. Damn, the 16th floor. How could it be this high? Chen Mo grumbled inwardly as he climbed the stairs, panting heavily. When he reached the 6th floor, he heard footsteps coming from above. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, then he slowed his pace. Only when he saw Monkey descending from above wearing a peaked cap did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Monkey had already unlocked the door. Chen Mo and Monkey passed each other, pretending not to know one another, but Chen Mo keenly noticed Monkey blink at him 3 times. What did that mean? Was it a wish for his success? 5 minutes later, Chen Mo reached the 16th floor without a hitch. With 2 elevators and 3 units per floor, the target was the middle door. The door was ajar. He strode over, half-stepping into the room, and asked, "Anyone here?" For safety, Sake-1 must always test the waters before entering, to confirm once more if anyone was inside. If someone was present, he would quickly make an excuse to leave. Some might not understand why stealing had to be so complicated, why it required separate roles for reconnaissance, lockpicking, and entry. Could one person do it all? Of course, but experience showed that having specialists for each step offered greater efficiency and safety compared to working alone. It was more professional. Expertise had its niche, and even thieves were no exception. After confirming the room was empty, Chen Mo stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and rushed eagerly to the master bedroom. The bedside table, the wardrobe. He quickly ransacked all 3 bedrooms. The haul was substantial: 3 gold necklaces, 2 pairs of earrings, 3 diamond rings, and a thick stack of cash. He wasn't sure how much. Chen Mo packed his loot with smug satisfaction and began surveying the room. The walls were adorned with spray-painted patterns, the floor covered in a crimson carpet, and the sofa a deep purple. Everything exuded grandeur. Particularly striking was the money tree on the balcony, its trunk thicker than Chen Mo's waist, lush and towering nearly to the ceiling. Chen Mo stepped onto the balcony, eyeing the money tree with a trunk thicker than his own waist. He mused that such a massive money tree must be worth a fortune. Just then his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 police cars pulling up downstairs. In an instant, cold sweat drenched him. The police had arrived. Why hadn't anyone tipped him off? Recalling Monkey's 3 blinks as he descended the stairs, Chen Mo was struck by a grim premonition. Could it be that he had been sold out? Sold out was underworld slang, meaning his background had been leaked to the police by a fellow criminal. Chen Mo tossed aside the stolen goods, bolted for the door, and fled. The elevator had reached the 10th floor, likely carrying officers, so he charged down the stairs. After a few flights, he realized the police might also have stationed men on the stairs, possibly ascending even now. What to do? Panic seized Chen Mo. Call Zhang, No, that broke the rules. Never contact the handler when things went wrong, and Zhang, that smiling tiger, might have been the one to betray him. Call Big Mouth Monkey. Also a bad idea. If she learned he had been abandoned by the organization, she would see him as worthless. Then she'd settle old and new scores, and Chen Mo would be in for a rough time. A wave of unprecedented despair washed over Chen Mo. He had no escape above, no refuge below, nowhere to hide. Just then he heard footsteps from below, at least 5 or 6 people. Utterly defeated, Chen Mo sat down on the stairs. Since there was no way out, he might as well face it with composure. Whether he stuck his neck out or tucked it in, he'd still get caught, so he might as well choose a dignified posture and leave a tough impression. With that thought, Chen Mo calmed down. But then he heard a door open and close from the stairwell. He was now between the 13th and 14th floors, and the sound came from the 13th. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, Chen Mo dashed toward the 13th floor. A boy of 7 or 8 was pushing a bicycle toward the elevator, an elevator card hanging around his neck. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Mo heard voices from the stairwell. "Captain, is the tip reliable?" someone asked. "Absolutely. It's inside information. Well, nail him for sure. That guy's really unlucky." Then came the sound of laughter. Chen Mo darted ahead of the boy into the elevator and urged, "Get in quick." Startled by the man's swift movement, the boy froze outside, unsure whether to enter. Chen Mo grabbed the boy's arm and pulled him in. "Come on, get in." Terrified, the boy's eyes welled up, and he squirmed, screaming, "Mom! Mom!" Looking up, Chen Mo saw 4 or 5 officers in caps charging out of the stairwell. Suddenly, he jolted awake and realized he was still sitting on the stairway steps. Once was a fluke, twice was a pattern. Chen Mo instantly understood that without conscious awareness, he had entered his vision technique again. He had seen what was about to happen. Chen Mo sprang up from the steps and hurried toward the 13th floor. The hallway was empty, with both elevators stopped at the 16th floor. Just as he wondered why he hadn't seen the boy, a door to one of the apartments opened. The boy emerged, pushing his bicycle. The moment Chen Mo saw the boy, he immediately summoned 2 elevators. As one descended to the 13th floor, the boy arrived at the elevator lobby, pushing his bicycle. Chen Mo held the elevator doors open with his hand and smiled warmly at the boy. "You go first." The boy politely thanked him, and Chen Mo then helped guide the bicycle inside. He swiped his elevator card and pressed 1. Just as the doors began closing, voices echoed from the hallway. "Captain, how reliable is this intel?" "Absolutely reliable. This is confidential internal information. 1 arrest, 1 hit." The elevator door sealed shut, and the cabin began its descent. Watching the numbers flicker downward, Chen Mo felt, as the door slid open on the ground floor, that he had just survived a life-or-death trial. That door was not merely an elevator entrance. It was the threshold of his rebirth. Chen Mo did not rush out. Instead, he calmly assisted the boy in wheeling the bicycle clear of the elevator. This child, after all, was his unexpected benefactor. Stepping beyond the building's entrance, Chen Mo spotted 2 police cruisers immediately. 2 stout officers stood beside them, eyes sharp and fixed upon him. His heart leapt into his throat once more. "Uncle, thank you," the boy said courteously. Chen Mo nodded with a faint smile, while his eyes surreptitiously scanned the 2 officers. "Hey, stop right there," one officer shouted, pointing directly at Chen Mo. Only a fool would obey. Chen Mo instantly broke into a sprint, legs churning. Though the 2 officers were so portly their belts seemed ready to surrender, they dashed surprisingly fast, shouting into their radios for backup as they ran. Darting past several apartment blocks, Chen Mo soon reached the wall he'd scaled to enter the compound. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a swift grip of his hands, he vaulted upward in one fluid motion, then glanced back to see the 2 panting officers lagging behind, one even having lost a shoe. "Want to catch me? Lose some weight first." With a mocking grin, Chen Mo leapt down. His father had taught him long ago the highest art of escape is not speed, but concealment. So instead of bolting aimlessly like a headless fly, Chen Mo slipped out of the residential complex and plunged straight into the nearby wet market. He bought a bottle of mineral water and sat down to catch his breath. Before he'd even drawn his first steady breath, his phone rang. Unknown number. Unfamiliar. He hesitated, then answered. Holding the phone to his ear, Chen Mo remained silent, waiting for the caller to speak. On the other end, silence reigned as well. Neither party uttered a word. After 15 seconds, Chen Mo finally broke the stillness with a quiet cough. "Are you all right?" came a startled voice from the receiver. It was Ma Lu. "Do you actually hope something happens to me?" Chen Mo snapped, furious enough to drag Ma Lu through the phone screen. "Hey, who exactly are you? I know, you might not believe me. But first let me sincerely apologize. I was supposed to keep watch for you. Yet I got caught short, had to rush to the restroom, and before I knew it the police arrived." "Sorry, really sorry," Ma Lu declared unapologetically into the phone. Chen Mo froze. Could it be true? Had no one betrayed him? Had a neighbor simply noticed and called the authorities? Pondering Ma Lu's tone more carefully, Chen Mo sensed no guilt, only casual indifference. Ma Lu continued, "This was my mistake. I'm apologizing. There's a meeting tonight. If this comes up, you'll need to cover for me. After all, we've been partners for months. In our line of work, even the surest horse stumbles. Mistakes happen." The more Chen Mo listened, the more contemptible Ma Lu seemed. Repeatedly setting him up, and now when Ma Lu himself had failed, he expected Chen Mo to shield him. In that tone, not a trace of pleading, only cold, arrogant command. If Ma Lu had stood before him, then Chen Mo would have lunged forward and punched him senseless. That wretch was utterly despicable. "What kind of meeting is it tonight?" Chen Mo asked, suppressing his fury. "According to Xiao Mian, who brother Jiu will hold a meet and greet with us tonight, at 9. Xiao Mian, who should notify you shortly. You absolutely must cover for me tonight. Or else." Chen Mo cut the call abruptly. "Cover for you? Not a chance. Tonight I'll expose everything. Invoke the clan's discipline. At the very least, you'll earn yourself a lashing." At the thought of Ma Lu writhing on the ground under the whip's bite, Chen Mo felt a deep, dark satisfaction. Karma pure and cruel harm without gain. Yet a sudden shift in thought brought Li Mu Bai to mind. Chen Mo was now Li Mu Bai's informant, and Li Mu Bai sought to apprehend the master thief brother Jiu. Should he pass this lead along? His gaze fell upon the contact named Zue Ho on his phone screen. Hesitation gripped him. Then his phone startled him with a ring, a text message. It was from Zhang Imin, brief and precise. 9 p.m. No. 8. Guozi Hutong. Chen Mo deleted the message, clenched his jaw, and slipped into a secluded corner to dial Li Mu Bai's number. Promptly at 9, Chen Mo arrived at Guozi Hutong. Across from the alley's entrance stood a small convenience store, the ideal vantage point for surveillance, whether by police or thieves alike. Yet Chen Mo knew with certainty that no police informants were stationed inside that store, not because he doubted their competence, but because he understood that those in his world possessed far deeper networks and far greater penetration into everyday life than any law enforcement agency. Otherwise, how could Brother Gio have operated freely on the streets for over a decade, unscathed, untouchable? No. 8. Guozi Hutong was a secluded courtyard house. At its center stood a lush, broad-crowned parasol tree, its deep green leaves rustling loudly in the night breeze. The courtyard was modest, 3 main rooms, 2 side chambers. Light glowed behind the curtains of the central room. At the entrance, someone collected mobile phones. Chen Mo feigned tying his shoelace and discreetly concealed his device inside his sock before entering. The air inside hung thick and acrid. A long table occupied the center, flanked by a sparse scattering of people. Chen Mo did not spot Zhang Aimin. Only Ma Lu and Ho Zi sat among them. This was Chen Mo's first time attending such a gathering, and with his covert mission weighing heavily upon him, tension coiled tightly in his chest. Ma Lu immediately beckoned him over and cleared a seat. Though revulsion churned within him, Chen Mo recognized no one else in the room, and so walked straight toward Ma Lu. Listen closely. Remember what I told you today? No sooner had Chen Mo settled into his chair than Ma Lu draped an arm across his shoulders and whispered. Chen Mo returned a tight, hollow smile. Then with practiced subtlety retrieved his phone and slipped it into his trouser pocket. He thought, soon I'll expose you. Once the clan enforces its discipline, I'll signal to Zeho to move in. With that he glanced sidelong at Ho Zi. Ho Zi idly rolled a coin across the knuckles of 4 fingers, fluid, effortless, hypnotic. More figures trickled in until the table was fully occupied, over 20 men all told. Yet the room remained eerily silent. Few spoke, even acquaintances exchanged only fleeting glances. Chen Mo surmised these men were likely newcomers too, like him. Their stiff postures and anxious expressions resembled defendants awaiting interrogation. 3 minutes later, footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and Zhang Aimin strode in, flanked by 4 towering bodyguards. Chen Mo's mind reeled. Could Zhang Aimin truly be the legendary Brother Gio? Chen Mo assumed Zhang Aimin was 9th brother because of a gang rule known as the 3 no-asks. Among comrades, one could not inquire about real names. They used nicknames, and even if they had names, they had to be false. Nor could they ask about family situations or past deeds. Whoever violated the 3 no-asks rule would face a severe beating for minor infractions or have a finger severed for major ones. This led to a situation where most people had no idea who the boss was, even if they sat right across from him. Thus, when Chen Mo saw Zhang Aimin entering surrounded by a crowd, his first thought was that Zhang Aimin might be the legendary 9th brother. Zhang Aimin walked straight to the head seat, but did not sit down. He cupped his hands and said, today's meeting I will preside over temporarily. Among the brothers present, some know me and some don't, but it doesn't matter, because I'm here on behalf of 9th brother. Ma Lu recalled inviting Zhang Aimin for a spa treatment yesterday and winked at him, but Zhang Aimin seemed oblivious. After scanning the room, Zhang Aimin continued, the reason I called everyone here is mainly to reiterate the gang rules. Some brothers have violated the code. What should be done to those who break the rules? Zhang Aimin's face still bore his trademark smile, but Chen Mo felt countless steel needles hidden within it. When their eyes met, Chen Mo felt as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. He felt that Zhang Aimin was referring to his work as an informant. If this were exposed, he wouldn't make it through the night. The underworld despised turncoats the most. The room fell into dead silence. The younger members kept their heads down, staring at the table before them. Zhang Aimin was satisfied with the effect, pacing behind them with his hands clasped behind his back. With every step he took, Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. You're called Big Eyes, right? Zhang Aimin stopped and placed a hand on someone's shoulder. Big Eyes lived up to his name, with a pair of bulging frog-like eyes. Boss 2 haven't broken any rules, Big Eyes stammered. Zhang Aimin let out an "oh" and asked, where were you on the night of the 8th? Sweat beaded on Big Eyes' forehead, and he stammered incoherently. Can't remember. Fine, let me help you. On the night of the 8th, you went alone to the Wanli Mall, worked solo, and succeeded 3 times, didn't you? Big Eyes trembled like a leaf. Zhang Aimin, still smiling, said, brother, if you don't follow the rules, you have to accept punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 burly men behind Zhang Aimin rushed forward, yanked the frail Big Eyes from his chair, threw him to the ground, and rained down punches and kicks. The beating lasted 3 or 4 minutes. Big Eyes' wails turned into moans, then into faint grunts, until he lay motionless with blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Only then did the 4 men stop. Everyone was too terrified to even breathe, each mentally calculating if they too had violated any gang rules. Zhang Aimin continued walking, saying solo jobs are a minor matter. Among us, there's even someone who betrays his own and secretly contacts the cops. What should be done with such a person? Chen Mo's heart pounded so violently it felt like it might leap out of his mouth. He slipped his hand into his pocket and felt his phone. With just one press of the dial button, Li Mubai would receive Chen Mo's signal and take immediate action. With a loud smack, Zhang Aimin slapped both hands onto Chen Mo's and Ma Liu's shoulders. Chen Mo jolted with fright, nearly falling off his chair. Isn't a traitor who secretly works with the cops utterly despicable? Zhang Aimin asked. Yes, Chen Mo forced himself to stay calm, his palms drenched in sweat. Ma Liu, what do you think? Zhang Aimin turned to ask. Brother, such a man should be drowned in the river, torn limb from limb. Ma Liu declared with righteous indignation. Chen Mo's legs trembled, and his back felt as if countless steel needles were piercing him. We don't go around taking lives, Zhang Aimin said, patting Chen Mo's shoulder. But while the death penalty is off the table, the punishment must still be severe. Bring out the tool. Fermin approached and slammed a sharp dagger onto the table with a loud thud. The blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness. Ma Liu jumped up as if injected with adrenaline, smacking the table in excitement. Brother Min, I've always said this guy was in cahoots with the cops. He might even be a police academy graduate who came here undercover from the start. Such a man cannot be kept. Cold sweat poured from Chen Mo. Stammering, he said, Brother Min, I didn't. Before he could finish, Zhang Aimin had already pulled out the dagger and swung it down swiftly. Thud! The dagger struck the table. Blood splattered across Chen Mo's face. In that instant, all strength seemed to drain from his body. The room fell into a silence so profound that even breathing was inaudible. This stillness lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, and then Ma Liu let out a blood-curdling scream. Ma Liu's hand, which had been resting on the table, now had only 4 fingers. Blood spurted across the table, forming a trail half a meter long. Everyone in the room was horrified. Ma Liu stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the same Zhang Aimin he had treated to a spa last night had just severed one of his fingers in the blink of an eye. He clutched his injured hand, groaning as several strong hands pinned him down, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Zhang Aimin's plump face twisted into a ferocious scowl. Ma Liu, he snarled. Was it you who tipped off the cops when they cornered Chen Mo today? Ma Liu clutched his severed finger and gritted his teeth. Brother Min, wasn't today's incident your... Zhang Aimin punched him in the stomach, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Was it you who tipped them off? Speak. Yes, it was me. Ma Liu's face was pale, and his speech came in broken fragments. The scene before him stunned Chen Mo, filling him with a sense of relief that he had narrowly escaped death. Zhang Aimin placed a hand on Chen Mo's shoulder and said, Chen Mo, Ma Liu sold you out. Are you satisfied with this punishment? Yes, satisfied. Chen Mo nodded repeatedly. He never imagined that the usually affable Zhang Aimin could turn so ruthless. He absolutely could not continue as an informant, nor could he remain a thief. He might lose his life at any moment. Zhang Aimin tossed the dagger onto the table and resumed his smiling face, but that smile was now even more chilling. Zhang Aimin gestured dismissively. Take him away. Soon Ma Liu was dragged out of the room. Zhang Aimin continued, a nation has its laws, and a gang has its rules. Today I enforce the code on behalf of Ninth Brother. You've all seen it, and I hope you'll take it as a warning. But I still advise the brothers present not to think about running away. Once you're on this boat, it's not a matter of getting on or off as you please. If anyone wants to jump ship, I guarantee their fate will be miserable, utterly miserable. Every word Zhang Aimin spoke pierced Chen Mo's heart like a knife. Truly, one wrong step leads to another. Father, oh father, why did you force me down this path of no return? Clap, clap, clap. Just then a man seated around the long table began to applaud. He said with a smile, excellent. How vivid. Zhang Aimin immediately approached, bowing and scraping. Ninth Brother, please say a few words to the brothers. All eyes immediately turned to the legendary Ninth Brother, with Chen Mo scrutinizing him the most closely. Ninth Brother appeared to be only in his early 30s, of medium build with a square-shaped face that looked utterly ordinary, the kind of person easily overlooked in a crowd. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a glint of cunning in his small eyes. But what was more striking was that Ninth Brother's right hand was missing its little finger. Ninth Brother had only 9 fingers. Chen Mo's hand slipped back into his pocket, feeling for his phone. The earlier scene had terrified him out of his wits, and he swore he would never be a thief again. But as Zhang Aimin said, boarding this ship was not a choice, and neither was leaving it. Going straight was not that simple. Even if he quit, stealing the police station would forever hold an indelible black mark against him. So Chen Mo placed all his hopes on Li Mubai. Only if Li Mubai captured ninth brother could he fully escape the den of thieves. Ninth brother walked unhurriedly to the head of the room, and Zhang Aimin immediately brought him a chair. Seating himself, ninth brother surveyed the assembled underlings, and said, "I mean, well done." That was a very vivid lesson. Chen Mo stole a glance, and saw ninth brother looking back at him. He quickly lowered his head. Chen Mo clutched his phone in his hand, but did not dial out. He wanted to wait a little longer to see if this ninth brother was the real one. Li Mubai had specifically instructed him to confirm ninth brother's identity before signaling. Honored by the respect from those in the underworld, they call me ninth brother. Do you know why everyone calls me ninth brother? Ninth brother raised his right hand for all to see. I have 9 fingers. Why only 9? Because I too once broke the rules. That was my punishment. And because I broke them, I understand the importance of the rules. As the chief of thieves daring to reveal his own dark past to teach a lesson, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel admiration. Just for that courage alone, ninth brother was truly a formidable figure. But admiration aside, there was no turning back. Chen Mo pressed the dial button on his phone in his pocket. Ninth brother continued, "What I mean said today was very right, and what he did was very good. The rules are everyone's livelihood and everyone's life. Since you brothers follow me to make a living, I must be responsible for you. I cannot let those who break the rules ruin everyone's rice bowl. Don't you agree?" "Yes, yes," came the sparse replies. "But on the other hand, there must be rewards for merit. Today one of our brothers showed great wit. Trapped in a building by a dozen police officers, yet he still escaped. Now let's have this brother tell everyone how he managed to get away, shall we?" For a moment Chen Mo felt at a loss. Everything was happening too suddenly, like a dream. "Chen Mo, stand up and tell the brothers Zhang I mean," prompted the dazed Chen Mo. Chen Mo's mind was in a whirl. He stood up, awkwardly feeling all eyes on him. His usually glib tongue now stumbled. What could he say? What was there to say? That he had a supernatural ability, saw events in the near future, and exploited a time gap to narrowly escape. Who would believe that? There's nothing to tell. Really nothing to tell, Chen Mo said, not daring to look at ninth brother, his hands fidgeting nervously. "Brother, don't be modest. Speak up. Are the brothers scarier than the police?" Ninth brother's voice boomed. Chen Mo's heart pounded. He thought, damn, right, they're scarier than the police. At least the police don't cut off fingers. Why isn't Big Mouth Monkey here yet? If this went on, he was bound to be exposed. Chen Mo looked up, took a deep breath, and said, "Ninth brother, actually. Police." A shout came from outside. In an instant the room erupted into chaos. Tables and chairs clattered everywhere. Everyone calmed down. Ninth brother stood up abruptly and shouted. A man stumbled in through the door, gasping, "Ninth brother, the police are outside." "Run." "How many?" "I don't know, a lot," the man panted. Ninth brother made a quick decision, scatter. More than 20 people rushed for the door. Chen Mo stood still, noticing that ninth brother also hadn't moved. In times of crisis, who would care about the boss? Survival came first. Within a minute, only ninth brother and Chen Mo remained in the room. Chen Mo didn't run because he was the informant waiting for Li Mubai. But why wasn't ninth brother running? Was he going to surrender? Chen Mo couldn't understand. Since ninth brother wasn't fleeing, Chen Mo had to run himself, lest Li Mubai's arrival expose his identity. Even if ninth brother got caught, his underlings would never forgive him. These people were vicious and capable of anything. Chen Mo turned to bolt, but ninth brother called out to him. "Brother, don't go out." Chen Mo froze in his tracks. Ninth brother strode to the door, glanced outside. The yard was empty, but the alley was in an uproar of shouts. "Come give me a hand." Ninth brother hurried to the wardrobe. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Ninth brother was indeed a seasoned veteran. He even had a hidden escape route prepared. "Come on, don't just stand there." Ninth brother was already pushing the wardrobe. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo walked over. The wardrobe was made of solid wood, likely from the Republican era, and extremely heavy. Once the wardrobe was moved aside, a hole about a meter square was revealed. It was pitch black, and he had no idea where it led. Chen Mo hesitated, torn between stopping ninth brother or following him. "Get in, do you want to get caught?" Ninth brother urged. Chen Mo snapped out of it, gritted his teeth, and crawled in after ninth brother. Inside was a dark tunnel. After crouching for over 10 meters, ninth brother pushed open a door in the dark. Outside was a small alley where the sounds of noisy shouts were clearly audible. Following ninth brother, they ran deeper into the alley. This area was a maze of interconnected lanes, and soon Chen Mo was lost, though the clamor seemed to grow fainter. Chen Mo was anxious. If he couldn't get ninth brother arrested today, Big Mouth Monkey would surely not let him off lightly, and he would only sink deeper into this path. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Damn it. At that moment, the phone in Chen Mo's pocket vibrated untimely. Startled, he reached into his pocket, but as he touched the phone, ninth brother leading the way suddenly stopped. You're carrying a phone. Ninth brother's voice was dark enough to drip with malice. Ninth brother, let me explain, it's not what you think. Chen Mo stammered, his eyes darting around for an escape route. Ninth brother advanced step by step, quickly cornering Chen Mo. Freeze. A sharp female voice came from the darkness. Chen Mo's heart leaped with joy. Big Mouth Monkey had arrived. This arrest operation was under the full authority of Li Mubai. A series of burglaries had recently occurred across the city, all linked to Ninth brother, so she was determined to succeed in this mission. Upon receiving Chen Mo's call, she immediately issued the order to surround and capture. The police officers who had been lying in ambush at various intersections struck simultaneously, with unstoppable force storming into Compound No. 8 in less than 2 minutes. Yet even so, Ninth brother managed to escape. Thus Li Mubai led her team in pursuit through the secret passage. To expand the search scope, she had no choice but to disperse her forces. Her perseverance paid off, and she finally caught up with him. Li Mubai pointed her pistol at the man Chen Mo called Ninth brother and shouted, "Freeze! Hands up!" Having apprehended the gang leader in such a short time, Li Mubai was satisfied with Chen Mo's performance. She beckoned him over with a wave. Chen Mo immediately understood and leaped over Ninth brother to rush to Li Mubai's side. Ninth brother obediently raised his hands, but his eyes darted around slyly, seeking an opportunity to escape. Li Mubai took out handcuffs and tossed them to Chen Mo, saying, "Go cuff him." Though filled with reluctance, Chen Mo caught the handcuffs and walked over to Ninth brother, saying apologetically, "Sorry, Ninth brother." Ninth brother merely snorted coldly, saying nothing, yet it made Chen Mo shudder. He thought to himself that even though Ninth brother was caught today, once released, he would never let him off. After cuffing Ninth brother's hands behind his back, Chen Mo quickly stepped aside. Li Mubai approached, and only after confirming the handcuffs were secure did she holster her pistol. But at that moment, Chen Mo saw a blade slip out from Ninth brother's mouth, and couldn't help shouting, "Watch out." Almost simultaneously, Ninth brother, who had been facing away from Li Mubai, suddenly turned around. Startled, Li Mubai saw a sharp, cold glint flash from his mouth under the dim streetlight. She instinctively released her grip on him and stepped back. Seizing the moment, Ninth brother kicked out, striking Li Mubai squarely in the stomach. The pain caused her to lose her balance, and she immediately fell to the ground. Having been trained as an armed police officer, Li Mubai possessed exceptional reflexes and agility. As she fell, she drew her pistol, but to her surprise, Ninth brother was even faster, stepping forward to kick the gun out of her hand. The pistol clattered into the darkness. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, within 2 or 3 seconds, or even less. Fighting through the sharp pain in her abdomen, Li Mubai scrambled to her feet, but keenly felt a slight draft on her chest. Looking down, she was instantly overcome with shame and fury. The front of her police uniform had been slashed, though fortunately her skin was unharmed. Instead of pressing his attack, Ninth brother spat the blade to the ground and sneered, "A little girl like you thinks she can catch me? You're far too green." Chen Mo watched with growing anxiety, knowing that if Ninth brother escaped, he would be forced to flee for the rest of his life. Li Mubai charged forward again, and Chen Mo grabbed a wooden stick to join the fray. Now their only option was to subdue Ninth brother together. At the same time, Chen Mo saw Ninth brother's hands, still cuffed behind his back, twist slightly, and the shiny handcuffs clattered to the ground. Ninth brother's lockpicking skill was nothing short of masterful. In the next moment, he leaped back several steps and raised his hand, filling the air with a rich, cloying fragrance. Narcotic incense. Chen Mo immediately held his breath and covered his nose and mouth, but it was too late. Li Mubai collapsed before his eyes, and then darkness closed in as he lost consciousness. Chen Mo was jolted awake by a kick from Li Mubai. Opening his eyes, he found them both locked in a cluttered room. Through the window, he saw only an empty expanse with no buildings in sight, just a blue sky and faint drifting clouds. From this, he deduced they were in a very remote location. Their hands were cuffed together and secured to a heating pipe. "Anyone there?" Chen Mo shouted, but received no response for a long time. Looking up, he saw Li Mubai's pale, sweat-beaded face and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," Li Mubai replied weakly, appearing extremely frail. "Are you injured?" Chen Mo scanned her for wounds, but found none. However, his eyes eventually lingered on her chest. Her police uniform had a slash revealing a hint of red underwear. "I'm not hurt, I just have low blood sugar." Unaware of Chen Mo's gaze, she continued, "Can you pick locks?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Mo said no. "Useless thief." Li Mubai shot him a glare, then turned to rummage through a pile of junk for something to open the handcuffs. As she turned, the slash in her uniform widened slightly, giving the sharp-eyed Chen Mo an eyeful. vivid red against fair skin. Li Mubai found a piece of wire in the clutter and turned back, catching Chen Mo's evasive eyes. Her police instincts immediately told her why. Enjoying the view. The words slipped out before she realized how inappropriate it was to say such a thing to a petty thief. She should have slapped him instead. What? What view? Chen Mo played dumb under her murderous glare. Keep staring, and it'll gouge your eyes out. Li Mubai warned. Chen Mo quickly turned away, not daring to look at her again. Li Mubai inserted the wire into the lock and fiddled with it for a long time with no result. Meanwhile, aside from drenching sweats, she felt waves of chills. She tossed the wire to Chen Mo and said weakly, "You try." Chen Mo turned back, and as he reached for the wire, he inadvertently touched Li Mubai's burning hand. Her face was even paler than before. "Are you okay?" He reached out to feel her forehead. It was scorching hot. She had a fever. Li Mubai wanted to slap his hand away, but she couldn't muster the strength. It felt as if all her energy had been drained. "You have a fever," Chen Mo said nervously. Li Mubai leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. "Anyone there? Anyone?" Chen Mo shouted again, and when no one answered, he frantically tried to pick the lock with the wire. Though a thief, Chen Mo had never learned lockpicking. No matter how hard he tried, the handcuffs remained firmly locked. Looking at the fading Li Mubai, Chen Mo felt an unprecedented panic. Just as he was at a loss, he heard the screech of brakes outside. Then came the sound of approaching footsteps. At least 2 people from the sound of it. "Help! Help!" Chen Mo shouted at the top of his lungs. The door swung open, revealing a tall and a short young man, their faces etched with malice, unmistakably indicating they were not of the virtuous sort. "Damn it, what are you screaming for? Believe me, you'll tear out your damn lungs," the tall one snarled. "She has low blood sugar and a raging fever. Save her, or she'll die. Her dying would save us the trouble. She's a police officer. Would you really kill a cop?" Chen Mo roared. Since time immemorial, those who commit crimes have always harbored a certain trepidation upon learning their target is an official. True to form, these two, upon discovering Li Mubai was a police officer, found themselves uncertain. During the family arbitration, ninth brother had expounded upon the rules of the underworld, leading Chen Mo to believe the man had principles. It was only natural for the police to arrest thieves, but thieves sought wealth, not lives. There was no need to be burdened with a murder, especially that of a cop. Thus, Chen Mo added, brother's ninth brother surely wouldn't want a murder charge on his hands. "Why don't you give him a call?" The shorter youth saw Li Mubai was unconscious, stepped forward and touched her forehead. "She's really burning up. She won't actually die, will she? How about you call ninth brother? You call him. I'm not getting involved in this bad luck." The two exchanged a look, then left the room. Moments later, Chen Mo heard the sound of a phone call. It was the shorter one who called. "Ninth brother, that female cop has fainted. She might not make it." He said only that, then fell silent. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Chen Mo heard the 2 young men talking. "What did ninth brother say?" the tall one asked. "Ninth brother said we should clear out too. Let them fend for themselves." "Huh. Is ninth brother planning to skip town?" "Probably. I heard a lot of noise in the background, like he was at the train station. He also said he left some money for us to split among the brothers and to tell everyone to lie low for a while." "How much?" "That much." The tall youth's voice shot up, then dropped to a whisper. "Shunzi, what do you think about this?" Chen Mo strained his ears, but the rest of the conversation was lost to him. "Is that a good idea?" the shorter youth asked, his voice filled with doubt. "Shoo, keep your damn voice down." Another stretch of silence followed. Over 10 minutes later, the door was opened. The 2 youths returned, their expressions a stark contrast. The tall one wore a lecherous grin, clearly up to no good, while the shorter one seemed tense, as if worried about something. Chen Mo's heart was in his throat. "What are you planning?" The tall youth approached him with a sinister smile, crouched down, and grabbed one of his legs. Startled, Chen Mo shouted, "What are you doing?" "Relax, I don't want your leg. Straighten it out, and let me see how far you can stretch it." Puzzled, Chen Mo complied, extending his leg slightly. The tall youth stood up, measured a satisfactory length, then pulled out a key and tossed it to the ground. "Kid, I'm leaving the key here. It's up to you whether you can reach it." What did that mean? The sudden change left Chen Mo bewildered. The tall youth continued, "Ninth brother originally wanted us to take you out. But you know how it is in our line of work. We're after money, not lives. Ninth brother is skipping town to Shanghai. We don't want to be stuck with a murder rap either, so we're going our own way. You work hard, pick the lock yourself. We're out of here." Piecing together the fragments of conversation head overheard with the tall youth's words, Chen Mo instantly understood what was happening. It was every man for himself. These two had been tempted by the money and intended to embezzle the severance pay ninth brother had left while deliberately revealing his destination. Chen Mo had thought himself lacking in moral fiber, but he never imagined these two were even more treacherous. Their skill at stabbing someone in the back was both vicious and precise. Once they were gone, Chen Mo immediately stretched his leg towards the key on the floor. But even with his body stretched to its limit, his toes were still a good 20 centimeters short. By now, Li Mabai's face was deathly pale, and her breathing seemed to have grown faint. Chen Mo picked up the wire he'd been using to pick the lock. It was over 30 centimeters long. A flash of inspiration struck. He took off his shoes and socks, bent a small hook at one end of the wire, and used his toes to manipulate it, trying to snag the key. He successfully hooked the key, unlocked the handcuffs, and gently shook Li Mubai. "Officer Li, how are you? Wake up." Li Mubai slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the handcuffs were off, she tried to speak, but had no strength left. Chen Mo felt her forehead again. It was still burning hot. "Officer Li, I'm going to get help. You have to hold on." Chen Mo strode towards the door, then stopped and turned back. He took off his shirt and covered Li Mubai with it. After a moment's thought, he reached into her pocket and pulled out a wallet containing cash, a bank card, and an ID card. The ID card read Li Mubai, female, Han, ethnicity, born September 19XX. Looking at the information, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh with envy. She was only 2 years older than him, yet she was already a captain in the police force, while he was nothing but a petty thief. He pocketed the cash from the wallet, placed the wallet back in Li Mabai's pocket, and hurriedly left the room. Outside was a village slated for demolition, a landscape of rubble and ruins. Chen Mo burst out of the wreckage onto a wide road, utterly deserted. The blazing sun beat down, making the ground feel as if it were on fire, waves of heat shimmering in the air. Chen Mo sprinted as if his feet were on fire towards a distant newsstand. The newspapers on display were coated in dust, a testament to its dismal business. It would probably close down soon. An old man was lying back inside, snoring. Chen Mo grabbed the public phone and dialed 120, first reporting someone gravely ill and requesting an ambulance. After hanging up, he immediately dialed 110, reporting that an officer surnamed Li had been taken hostage by criminals and was in critical condition, urging them to send help immediately. The dispatcher, upon hearing that a police officer was in danger, naturally took it very seriously. They asked for the address and then for Chen Mo's name. Chen Mo, unwilling to reveal his identity, quickly hung up. Having made both calls, the old man at the newsstand was still asleep. Chen Mo pulled out some money and tossed it onto the old man. Only after throwing it did he realize it was a 20-yuan note. Spotting cigarettes for sale at the counter, he grabbed a pack of Huangalu and hurried back. Chen Mo didn't return to the room where Li Mubai was being held. Instead, he waited at the intersection for the rescue vehicles. After chain-smoking 3 cigarettes, a wailing ambulance finally appeared in his line of sight. Chen Mo led the ambulance to the house where Li Mubai was being held. He watched the nurses and doctors carry a stretcher inside, then slipped away unnoticed. He had no desire to set foot in a police station again, not in this lifetime. On the third day's newspaper, Chen Mo spotted a news report. The headline was "Striking Burglary Gang Commits Hundreds of Crimes Finally Wiped Out." The headline sent an involuntary shiver down Chen Mo's spine. The report filled an entire page, stating that after over 10 days of investigation and deployment, the public security authorities had successfully dismantled a burglary-focused thief gang, arresting over 40 suspects and seizing a large number of tools and stolen goods. During interrogation, the suspects confessed to their crimes without reservation. Among them, the gang leader, nicknamed Nine, had fled, and a nationwide wanted notice was issued offering a reward of over 10,000 yuan for providing complete identity information or other valuable leads, with a photo of Nine attached at the end. This news kept Chen Mo holed up in his hotel room for 3 days before he dared to go out. He no longer wanted to be a thief, but as he watched the 500 yuan he had borrowed from Li Mubai dwindle, he realized he knew nothing else besides stealing. It truly echoed his father's words, "Once a thief, always a thief." After much deliberation, Chen Mo ultimately found that stealing was his only path. One must not stop planting crops just because of the mole crickets chirping, or one cannot stop eating for fear of being caught. Yet how to steal left Chen Mo perplexed. His skills were crude, and capture was only a matter of time. Finally, Chen Mo pinned his hopes on his supernatural ability, the peering art. If the peering art was a lock, what key would unlock it? Chen Mo still hadn't figured it out. Lying in bed, he pondered that his 2 sudden entries into the peering art felt like divine strokes of genius, leaving no trace to follow. That old codger's talk of a mind free of distractions. Did it mean meditating like a monk in a temple? Chen Mo tried several times to clear his mind, but it only backfired, breeding a host of wandering thoughts. Lost in thought, Chen Mo still couldn't grasp the key to entering the peering art. He reached for a cigarette on the nightstand, only to find the pack empty. How infuriating. Chen Mo sighed, got up, and went outside the hotel to buy cigarettes. Right outside was a tobacco shop. With a surge of resolve, Chen Mo asked for a pack of soft china. Not because he was reckless, but because he wanted to be harsh on himself. Only by pushing himself to the brink could he unlock his potential. Chen Mo's brink was to spend all his money and be utterly penniless. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, casually tossed the cigarettes to Chen Mo. After paying, Chen Mo was about to leave when the shopkeeper called him back. "Brother, got any large bills? Help me make change." Frowning, Chen Mo replied curtly, "No." It wasn't that Chen Mo lacked large bills. Even if he had, he wouldn't exchange them. It was a trap. In the underworld, all sorts of swindles exist. Small bills for large is one such scam. Hand over 100 yuan note, and the change you get back might be short by tens of yuan, or worse, you might receive counterfeit money. Leaving the tobacco shop, Chen Mo felt like wandering. He lit a cigarette and took a drag, only to be choked into a coughing fit. The taste was harsh, like smoking a bundle of dry grass. He quickly pulled out another cigarette from the pack. The tobacco was coarse and loose with a moldy gray hue. Chen Mo threw the cigarette to the ground. When luck is bad, even drinking cold water gets stuck in your teeth. He had deliberately bought a good brand, and it turned out to be fake. Cursing under his breath, Chen Mo headed back to the tobacco shop. Just as he was about to step inside, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Monkey. "What are you doing here?" Chen Mo asked, tense. After all, he had ratted out 9. If 9 had leaked the news before fleeing, the brothers who hadn't been caught would surely seek revenge. "Let's talk somewhere else," Monkey said in a low voice. Seeing no signs of trouble around, Chen Mo cautiously followed Monkey. Following Monkey to a small restaurant on the side street, Chen Mo sat down and asked carefully, 9. 9 has fled. And Zhang, I mean. He's inside. Did 9 leave any message before he left? No. Heard he left in a hurry. A wave of relief washed over Chen Mo. He quickly called the owner to order food. He hadn't eaten since last night, and now it was nearly noon, so 3 meals would merge into one. 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 4 bottles of iced beer. Chen Mo asked, "What are your plans from now on?" Monkey sighed. "Haven't decided yet. Switch trades. I don't know anything besides lockpicking. I have to stick with this line," Monkey said helplessly. Chen Mo recalled how Monkey had blinked at him 3 times on the stairs during the house burglary. He poured Monkey a glass of beer first, then said, "Brother, there's something I want to ask you." "What is it?" "Last time I was trapped upstairs by a snitch. Did you know about it beforehand?" Monkey smiled. "Yeah, I overheard Ma Lu talking about it. I need to thank you. If you hadn't blinked at me 3 times, giving me time to prepare, I would have been caught. You were sharp enough yourself. Afterward, I told Brother Min about Ma Lu ratting you out, which is why Ma Liu's finger got chopped off that day." Raising his glass to clink with Monkey, Chen Mo downed it in one gulp and said angrily that bastard had it coming. Serves him right. Soon the 4 beers were finished. Chen Mo ordered another 4 and said, "Monkey, look, we're both without a crew now. Going solo is too risky. Why don't we team up? From now on, you handle reconnaissance, and lockpicking, you'll leave the dangerous break-ins to me." Seeing Monkey hesitate, Chen Mo added, "I've got a big job lined up that needs your talent." "What job?" Monkey's small eyes instantly lit up, the kind of gleam that only appears in the eyes of someone driven to desperation by poverty. Chen Mo slapped the fake cigarettes he had bought onto the table and said, "This. Cigarettes." Monkey looked baffled. "Specifically fake cigarettes." Seeing Monkey still puzzled, Chen Mo leaned in and whispered his plan. Monkey's face shifted from confusion to clarity, then filled with doubt, as he asked, "Will this work?" "Absolutely," Chen Mo said with conviction. Chen Mo conceived this audacious plan, stealing counterfeit cigarettes, immediately after learning that Brother Gio had fled without leaving a word. Vendors of fake cigarettes dared not stock large quantities in their shops. They only restocked after selling out. By staking out the store, someone was bound to deliver counterfeit cigarettes right to its doorstep. Next, they would tail the delivery person to locate the warehouse where the counterfeit cigarettes were stored, gather intelligence on its layout and security, and then strike under cover of night when silence reigned. Though the plan sounded straightforward, its execution posed considerable difficulty. The greatest challenge being that Chen Mo had never attempted anything like it before. This was truly his first foray into such affairs. Yet Chen Mo had resolved it. If his skills were still unrefined, he must dare to envision boldly and act decisively. Otherwise, he would remain forever a petty thief destined for insignificance. After a hearty meal, Chen Mo insisted on paying the bill himself. Even though his pockets were utterly empty, he knew appearances mattered and dignity demanded he uphold them. Back at the hotel, Chen Mo laid out the detailed operational plan to Hosey. Surveillance and lockpicking were Hosey's specialties, so naturally those tasks fell to him. Chen Mo meanwhile volunteered to handle sales coordination and vehicle procurement. After presenting the plan, Hosey still voiced concern the method seems viable. But are just the two of us enough? Hosey, the fewer who know, the safer it is. Consider this, it's a high-stakes operation and we have no backing. If word leaks, those counterfeit cigarette dealers won't spare us. Though both counterfeit trafficking and petty theft belong to society's lowest rungs, the former is far more ruthless than the latter. These men risked their lives for profit, and anyone daring to sabotage their livelihood would face cold steel entering and crimson steel exiting. Still, I can't shake my unease, Hosey admitted candidly. Rest easy. Once we succeed, they'll never dare report it to the authorities. Chen Mo continued persuading him we'll split the proceeds evenly. With that money, we won't need to worry about food or shelter for an entire year. Just imagine, how much will that be? He painted Hosey a dazzling vision of wealth. Men die for wealth, birds perish for grain, a truth as old as time. Enchanted by Chen Mo's radiant portrait of prosperity, Hosey, youthful and slender as a high school student, finally agreed. For the next few days, Hosey staked out the liquor and cigarette shop near their hotel, while Chen Mo probed the black market wholesale prices of counterfeit cigarettes. Within 3 days, he had mapped the entire pricing landscape with remarkable precision. For instance, counterfeit soft-pack Zhonghua cigarettes wholesaled at roughly 180 yuan per carton. 50 cartons made one case, totaling 9,000 yuan. Counterfeit Nanjing or premium Huanghula cigarettes commanded over 10,000 yuan per case. Pulling off 20 or more cases would indeed make them rich beyond measure. The very thought thrilled Chen Mo. He understood well that greater profits entailed greater peril. So for safety's sake, he refrained from securing buyers in advance, choosing instead to wait until the goods were secured. Caution sails ships through millennia, especially when navigating unfamiliar trades where prudence must be doubled then redoubled. On the 5th day, Hosey finally pinpointed the counterfeit cigarette warehouse, a small courtyard on the city's outskirts guarded day and night by 2 men, who habitually left each evening for drinks, granting a narrow 2-hour window. That night, Chen Mo and Hosey pooled their funds to rent a Jinbei minibus and headed toward the suburbs. Flickering neon lights cast shifting shadows across Chen Mo's face, rendering his features eerily insubstantial. Hosey, tense and breathless, whispered, "Brother Mo, will everything go smoothly?" Chen Mo too felt the tremor of anxiety, but he knew fear must never show. "Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Leave it all to me." Once outside the city limits, he pulled over, removed the license plate, and resumed driving. The minibus left the asphalt road and rattled along a bumpy, dusty gravel track, raising thick plumes of earth. Ahead, a cluster of lights glimmered in the distance. It was a bustling barbecue stall. According to Hosey's reconnaissance, the 2 warehouse guards visited it daily to grill skewers and down pitchers of draft beer. Only 2 tables were occupied at the stall, yet several groups were already en route. Within minutes, it would overflow with patrons. Rounding a junction and proceeding another 2 or 3 minutes, the counterfeit cigarette warehouse finally came into view. The road here was narrow and unpaved, flanked on both sides by rental warehouses, common in suburban fringes of every Chinese city. Built hastily on leased farmland, these simple structures proved far more lucrative than farming itself. Renting them out yielded tens of thousands annually. The minibus rolled past the warehouse gate, tightly shut, its faint light visible through the crack beneath. Chen Mo parked 30 meters away off the roadside. Around 8 o'clock, darkness enveloped the land, moonlit and star-scattered, punctuated only by the occasional distant bark of a dog. Chen Mo and Hosey stared intently at the gate through the rearview mirror, hearts pounding, awaiting the moment it would swing open. "Are you absolutely certain there's no dog inside the compound?" Chen Mo asked, still uneasy. "None at all. I swear it," Hosey replied. "Once they're gone, I'll park the van at the gate. You'll jump out and pick the lock, then I'll drive straight in." Hosey responded with a firm, nasal hum of assent. With a loud clang, the gate swung open, and a man emerged. "Hurry up. We'll lose our spot if we're late," he called out loudly. Okay, came the reply from within. "You're treating tonight. Don't pull that same old trick of forgetting your wallet again," the man outside retorted. "Don't worry. I've never let you down yet." Another man stepped out, and the 2 laughed together as they locked the gate behind them. Lighting cigarettes, they ambled off down the road, gradually dissolving into the velvet night. The walk from the warehouse gate to the next junction took precisely 7 minutes. Timing it perfectly, Chen Mo started the engine and eased the van toward the compound. Sweeping the road with the headlights empty, he signaled Hosey, who leapt out and sprinted toward the gate. Its padlock was a standard pentumbler type, bulky but simplistic with only 5 pins. To Hosey, it posed no challenge whatsoever. He'd even tested it during reconnaissance. 2 hooked steel wires slipped into the keyhole, and with a single crisp click after 5 seconds the mechanism surrendered. The lock opened. Watching Hosey unlock it so effortlessly, Chen Mo recalled Brother Gio disengaging handcuffs, reaching into his belt, flicking his wrist, and releasing the restraint with magician's grace. Chen Mo mused, inwardly mastering lockpicking was now essential. Skill was never superfluous. Each new art acquired meant another lifeline in perilous times. As Hosey swung the gate wide, Chen Mo reversed the minibus into the compound. A single overhead light bathed the yard in pale glow, illuminating piles of clutter strewn haphazardly across the ground. Parking directly before the warehouse door, Chen Mo found its lock already undone by Hosey. "You take watch at the gate," he murmured softly as he stepped out of the van. Hosey nodded and dashed toward the entrance, carefully closing and relatching the gate behind him. Standing before the warehouse door, Chen Mo drew a slow, steadying breath, switched on his flashlight, and pushed the door inward. The warehouse was neatly stacked with cartons of cigarettes, Zhonghua, Furongwang, Nanjing. A dozen varieties of prestigious brands, though the majority were still the cheaper mass-market ones. However, these were not Chen Mo's target. Each carton held 50 packs and 5 cartons made a case. Chen Mo focused only on the expensive ones, loading them into the van. He hoisted the heavy cases, feeling as if he were carrying not cigarettes, but money itself. A single case was worth 50,000 yuan. He was beside himself with excitement, lamenting only that the van he had driven today was too small. After more than 10 minutes, he had filled the van to the brim with nearly 300,000 yuan worth of cigarettes. Closing the van door, Chen Mo immediately jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. Monkey had already opened the large gate upon hearing the sound. Everything went with astonishing smoothness, exactly as they had envisioned. The van hit the road, cruising unhurriedly over the bumpy, uneven surface. Monkey's palms were slick with sweat, and his legs trembled incessantly. He had only been responsible for reconnaissance and lockpicking before. This was his first direct involvement in a theft. Although they had safely left the crime scene, he still felt a lingering dread. He was both exhilarated and terrified, with a tinge of accomplishment, a true mix of emotions. Chen Mo glanced at Monkey and said, "How about it? Simple, isn't it? When can we turn these goods into cash?" Monkey asked. "Not yet. These people's sales channels cover the entire city. The moment we try to sell well, attract their attention. Let's lie low for a few days and see," Chen Mo said with careful deliberation. Chen Mo spoke with thoughtful caution. Soon the van arrived at the barbecue stall. As they passed by, both of them couldn't help but glance over. Amidst the swirling smoke and clamor, the diners were entirely absorbed in eating, drinking, and boasting, paying no heed to the passing van. The van did not head into the city, but kept circling the outskirts. Half an hour later, it stopped outside an abandoned factory. This was the warehouse Chen Mo had found over the past few days, a rent-free one. The factory had once processed wooden doors, but had been deserted for a long time. The large iron gate was rusted, the yard overgrown with weeds, and the chirping of insects rose from every corner. Under the faint light of the stars and moon, 2 audacious thieves carried the valuable counterfeit cigarettes case by case into a room draped with cobwebs. Years later, whenever Chen Mo recalled this day, he would be filled with boundless emotion, for it was from this moment that he truly embarked on an extraordinary path. After hiding their spoils, Chen Mo and Monkey returned to the hotel in the dead of night. Both were too excited to fall asleep, tossing and turning on the bed. "Brother Mo, what will you do once you get the money?" Monkey asked in a low voice. The title Brother Mo pleased Chen Mo greatly. No one had ever called him that before. Zhang, that smirking fox, called him Xiao Chun, and Ma Lu, that bastard, didn't even bother with his surname, just calling him Hey You. Of course, the first thing is to have a big feast. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Mo's stomach chimed in with a growl of agreement. Staring at the pitch-black ceiling, Monkey said, "If I had this money, I'd first pay off my family's debts." "Your family owes money." 126,700 yuan. "Why such an odd amount?" Chen Mo asked curiously. "It's from my father's surgery. My mother saves up and pays it off bit by bit." Chen Mo wanted to ask what illness Monkey's father had, but quickly abandoned the thought. Although they had pulled off a big heist together, they weren't yet at the point of baring their souls. Instead of sharing in Monkey's misfortune, it was better to revel together in a bright future. "Don't worry. Once this batch of goods is moved, you'll have the money to clear your debts. We'll pull off a few more jobs, and then we'll have cars, houses, cash, and women, everything. So when can we get the money? Don't rush. With gold in hand, you'll never lack a buyer." Chen Mo spoke lightly, but in his heart he knew this gold was scorching hot. It might even burn his own feet. Those who could swallow such a large quantity of goods at once were as rare as phoenix feathers. In the entire city, there might not be two such buyers. Selling in small scattered lots would easily expose their identities. This matter required careful long-term planning. The two slept until the afternoon of the next day. After a quick wash, Chen Mo and Monkey first returned the van, then headed to their usual haunt, Old Bay's barbecue, to celebrate the previous day's haul. As night fell, Old Bay's barbecue was as bustling as ever. Chen Mo frequently refilled Monkey's glass. After several rounds of drinks, Monkey let out a sigh. Last time we were here, there were 4 of us. I never thought it would end up with just the 2 of us, Monkey lamented. This is a new beginning. Working with them led nowhere. Actually, Zhang Imin was pretty good to me, Monkey said. Chen Mo had intended to criticize Zhang Imin, but hearing Monkey speak of the past with fondness, he swallowed the words and said, all good things must come to an end. Do you think ninth brother will come back? Monkey asked. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He took a gulp of wine and said, ninth brother is a man of great ability. Once the heat dies down, he'll surely return. Though he said this, Chen Mo was thinking, I hope he never comes back. If he does, he'll have to run. Chen Mo had not told the police about ninth brother fleeing to Shanghai. He felt no need to kick a man when he was down or to pursue total annihilation. It would weigh on his conscience. Moreover, when Chen Mo's father was alive, he often taught him not to be too ruthless in dealing with others, especially for those who made a living on the streets. Today you fall, tomorrow you rise again. Today you're on top of the world, tomorrow you might end up in jail or be taken out. So one must learn to forgive and forget, for life is unpredictable and changes fast. Go to hell. A table 4 tables away from Chen Mo and Monkey was overturned, and someone had their head split open by a bottle. The seated diners all craned their necks to watch. 4 men were beating a single diner, raining down fists and heavy boots on him. The onlookers wore expressions of eager amusement, while the owner of Old Bay's barbecue jumped about in panic, too afraid to intervene for fear of bringing disaster upon himself. Chen Mo also squeezed into the crowd to watch. The man on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, was being beaten, mercilessly rolling around in utter misery. The scene involuntarily reminded Chen Mo of the beating he had suffered at the bus station. Though he hadn't been able to see how pathetic he looked, then he imagined it must have been similar to this man, who was now crying for his mother. Suddenly Chen Mo felt the beaten man looked familiar. His wailing pleas for mercy also sounded familiar. Ah, the one being beaten is Ma Lu. Monkey grabbed Chen Mo's arm and exclaimed in a low voice. Chen Mo snapped to attention. Taking a closer look, he realized that the person beaten to a pulp was indeed Ma Lu. Enemies truly cross paths often. As he watched his adversary being brutally beaten, Chen Mo felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Ma Lu curled up, clutching his head and wailing, but soon fell silent. Emma, let's save Ma Lu. They'll beat him to death at this rate, Monkey said, tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve with a worried expression. Seeing the fierce stance of the 4 men, anyone who stepped in would only invite trouble. Thus Chen Mo could only say helplessly, let's just forget it. Recalling Ma Liu's previous misdeeds, Chen Mo felt an urge to join in and stomp on him as well. Risking his neck to save an enemy was nothing but a fool's errand. Seeing Chen Mo's indifference, Monkey suddenly mustered immense courage and shouted, stop. The scene instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on Monkey's frail frame. Taking 2 steps forward, Monkey continued, I said stop. The 4 men were taken aback for a moment, then all turned their gazes toward Monkey. Monkey's sudden intervention startled Chen Mo as well. Those 4 men were broad-shouldered and burly, with bulging muscles and tattoos covering their arms and necks, clearly not to be trifled with. In contrast, Monkey's slender frame looked like it could be knocked down with just 2 punches. Chen Mo quickly tugged at Monkey's arms, signaling him not to meddle, but Monkey ignored the gesture, showing no sign of fear. Who is he to you? A bald, burly man asked with a squint. I am his friend, Monkey replied. Friend? He actually claims to be this guy's friend. The bald man laughed, and the other 3 joined in with unrestrained guffaws. Your friend stole something from me. Since you're his friend, what do you think should be done? The bald man said as he strode toward Monkey. Chen Mo sensed trouble brewing. Quietly stepping back, he grabbed a beer bottle and hid it behind his back. The bald man stopped in front of Monkey, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said with ill intent, your friend just swiped 3,000 yuan from us. If you can come up with 10,000, well, call it even, and you can take him with you. If you can't, then I'm afraid you're not leaving either. Street thugs always look for trouble, and Ma Lu had been reckless enough to target these men. Caught red-handed, he was bound to suffer severe consequences. Monkey pulled out his wallet and said, I only have 1,000 here. Will that do? The bald man took the wallet, then pressed his scarred face almost against Monkey's nose, sneering. 1,000. Do you take us for beggars? If I'm not mistaken, you two are thieves yourselves. 10,000 isn't much for you. I suggest you play smart, or well, not only beat you up, but also hand you over to the cops. You believe me." The bald man's voice wasn't loud, but Chen Mo caught every word. People earn money in their own way. Chen Mo wasn't surprised by such blatant extortion from thugs, but he felt a pang of regret for Monkey's 1,000 yuan. It was all they had. Though Chen Mo inwardly blamed Monkey for stirring up trouble, his hand tightened around the beer bottle. He knew that once these ruffians got a grip on you, they'd never let go. The more you yielded, the more domineering they became, capable of crushing you completely. Thus, pleading softly was far less effective than a swift blow with the bottle. Though Chen Mo wasn't skilled in thievery, he had a knack for fighting. Since childhood, Chen Mo had been a troublemaker and a ringleader. In 3rd grade, he picked fights with 6th graders. In 5th grade, he brawled with middle schoolers. Back then, he even earned the nickname Cannon King. It wasn't that Chen Mo was exceptionally strong, but rather that he fought dirty. Often one cannon shot would knock his opponent flat, intimidating the rest into submission. Sometimes Chen Mo thought that if he had joined the underworld, he'd have been far more successful than as a thief. But he couldn't defy his father who had raised him, and so he ended up a pickpocket. 1,000 yuan was all Monkey had, and he couldn't come up with more. In desperation, Monkey did the one thing he shouldn't have. Monkey pulled out his phone, saying he would call the police. The bald man snatched the phone away and smashed it hard onto the ground, shattering the poor Samsung device into pieces. "Kid, you've got a death wish." Before the bald man could finish, he sensed a shadow dart out from behind the small figure before him, and a bottle came crashing down on his head. Smack! The bottle struck the bald man's massive head with such clean precision and fierce force that any seasoned brawler would recognize it as the work of someone who had fought many times. And the one who had cracked the bald man's skull was none other than Chen Mo. Shards of the shattered beer bottle flew in all directions, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Yet the bald man made no sound, his iron-like body standing utterly still. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. This man was a tough nut. Quickly, he thrust his hand forward, pressing the jagged half-bottle against the bald man's throat. The bald man's 3 accomplices rushed forward, but froze when they saw the bottle at his neck, afraid to make a move. "Kid, do you have a death wish? Do you know who we are? Put the bottle down, or you'll never leave here." Chen Mo remained unmoved by their threats. He kicked the petrified Monkey and said, "Snap out of it. Bring Ma Lu over." Then, addressing the thugs, he warned, "Don't move, or he'll bleed him." Monkey snapped back to reality and hurried over to help the fallen Ma Lu to his feet. The saying, "No matter how skilled in martial arts, one fears a kitchen knife," held true. The sudden blow from the bottle left the bald man seeing stars. Only his sturdy build and the pride of being the boss kept him from collapsing to the ground. Yet the bald man didn't yield verbally. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Kid, I don't believe you'll actually stab me." "Try moving then," Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo pressed the half-bottle forward, the sharp glass immediately drawing a trail of blood on the bald man's thick neck. All right, you're ruthless. You win." The bald man quickly relented, seeing Chen Mo was serious. The reckless fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the desperate. Chen Mo understood this principle well. It was a lesson he had learned through countless fights. As Ma Lu, supported by Monkey, passed by Chen Mo, his emotions were a tangled mess. He cast a complicated glance at Chen Mo. "Take him away first," Chen Mo said to Monkey. Monkey was awestruck by the commanding aura radiating from Chen Mo. Though he didn't want to leave Chen Mo alone to face the situation, he firmly believed that Chen Mo would manage just fine. Seeing Monkey and Ma Lu disappear around the street corner, Chen Mo took Monkey's wallet from the bald man's hand and said, "Sorry for the trouble, brother. You beat our man, and I gave you a bottle. Let's call it even. Kid, you've got some nerve. If you're not satisfied, come find me on Changle Street," Chen Mo said with a smile. Changle Street was Baijiang City's red light district, a notorious haunt for thugs. By telling them to find him there, Chen Mo was bluffing. In a fight, one must not only intimidate the opponent, but also project a formidable background. The bald man nodded and forced out through clenched teeth, "Fine, you've got guts." Chen Mo tossed the bottle to the ground and said calmly, "Then I'll be on my way." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away. Chen Mo maintained a composed, unyielding stride, but inside his heart was racing. He feared the men might chase after him, and what tortured him most was that he couldn't look back. Doing so would betray his fear, prompting them to give chase. As Chen Mo walked away at a leisurely pace, the 3 men gathered around the bald man, reluctant to let him go. "Boss, are we really letting him walk?" The bald man, feeling his legs go weak, touched his neck and said, "There will be other days. In this underworld, we're bound to cross paths again." Chen Mo finally reached the street corner and turned onto another road before letting out a long sigh of relief. Then he quickened his pace. Both sides of the road were lined with old residential compounds devoid even of streetlights. Chen Mo trudged forward with his head down, quickening his pace. Before long, two figures emerged from the roadside shadows. "Brother Mo, are you alright?" It was Monkey's voice. Monkey and Ma Lu hurried over, scrutinizing Chen Mo from head to toe. Their eyes held not only tension, but also a trace of awe. In Monkey's eyes, the scene where Chen Mo had single-handedly subdued four men was both gripping and terrifying. Ma Liu's gaze toward Chen Mo was also complex. He never imagined Chen Mo could be so ferocious, nor did he expect Chen Mo would save him. Chen Mo relished their expressions, feigning ease as he said, "It was nothing. In this line of work, it's all about being ruthless." "Thanks," Ma Lu said awkwardly. Chen Mo felt a strong urge to mock Ma Lu for the sheer pleasure of it, but he realized that since he had already played the Good Samaritan, there was no need to turn villain. If he taunted Ma Lu, it would surely foster resentment, a deal not worth making. Letting him feel indebted wasn't a bad idea either. "We were brothers once, so there's no need for thanks." Though Ma Lu saw no sincerity on Chen Mo's face, the words still warmed his heart. He said, "Since you helped me, I'll help you too. Monkey told me you've got a batch of counterfeit cigarettes. If you trust me, I can move them for you." Chen Mo frowned at Monkey. His mouth was far too loose, spilling everything. Oblivious to Chen Mo's displeasure, Monkey chimed in, "Brother Mo, Ma Lu says he has connections. Let him help us sell them." Chen Mo eyed Ma Lu with suspicion. Both of them had previously worked as enforcers, and fencing stolen goods was handled by specialized contacts. Logically, Ma Lu shouldn't have such channels. Sharp-minded Ma Lu immediately caught the doubt in Chen Mo's eyes and quickly explained, "When I worked for Brother Jiu, I often drank with Zhang Aimin and went on a few deliveries with him. If this incident hadn't happened, I would have been transferred to that line of work." Chen Mo lit a cigarette. His biggest worry now was disposing of the goods. The stash, worth over 300,000, was a ticking time bomb, if not sold quickly, capable of shattering him utterly. But caution was paramount. Ma Liu's words alone weren't enough to earn his trust. Ma Lu added, "There's actually a misunderstanding between us. The reason I kept targeting you was all on Zhang Aimin's orders. And when the cops cornered you, he told me to tip them off." Chen Mo let out a scornful laugh. "You're quick to wash your hands clean. If Zhang Aimin was behind everything, why did he chop off your finger? I know you don't believe me, but it's the truth. As for why that old bastard suddenly turned on me, I have no idea. Brother Mo, I believe Brother Lu. When I told Brother Min about Lu tipping off the cops, he scolded me, told me to mind my own business and not make things up. Thinking back, he must have known about the tip-off then." Chen Mo could dismiss Ma Liu's words, but Monkey's account demanded consideration. If what Monkey said was true, Zhang Aimin was likely the mastermind. Even if Zhang Aimin didn't believe Monkey, he should have at least texted Chen Mo a warning. Instead, he rebuked Monkey for meddling, which left much to ponder. "You really have a way?" Chen Mo asked. "Yes. They'll have it sold within 3 days, Ma Lu guaranteed." "Then try. If it works, you'll get your cut." No one acts without profit. Chen Mo knew this well. Without some promise, he couldn't trust someone like Ma Lu. Seeing Chen Mo agree, Ma Lu was overjoyed. Ever since Zhang Aimin had inexplicably cut off his finger, he had become a pariah. Like Chen Mo, he couldn't understand why he had become the scapegoat after following orders to set Chen Mo up. Now that someone finally believed in his innocence, Ma Lu felt both grateful and eager for the reward. If the 300,000 worth of goods sold, how much would Chen Mo give him as a commission? He looked forward to it. "Where are you staying?" Chen Mo asked. Snapping out of his reverie, Ma Lu replied awkwardly, "I don't have a place." "Then come with us," Chen Mo said. "Yeah, Brother Lu, from now on we work together and get rich together." Chen Mo glanced at Monkey, feeling conflicted about this small, clean-featured man who called everyone brother. He even thought someone with Monkey's disposition shouldn't be a thief, a lowly trade. Hearts were unpredictable, and being too kind could make one a pawn with the worst possible end. Ma Lu was about to agree eagerly, but seeing Chen Mo silent, he said, "Let's wait until the goods are sold. They'll contact the buyer tomorrow." Satisfied that Ma Lu wasn't the type to take an inch after being given a mile, Chen Mo asked, "Do you need to see a doctor?" "No, this little injury is nothing." Ma Lu didn't want to go to the hospital. He had hardly any money left, which was why he had risked robbing those thugs tonight. "Then let's head back to the hotel," Chen Mo said. The hotel room had only 2 beds, one for Chen Mo and one for Ma Lu and Monkey to share. Lying in bed, Chen Mo listened to Ma Liu's occasional hisses of pain and tossed, and turned unable to sleep. His mind was a jumble. Why had Zhang Aimin tried to harm him only to change his mind? Would the 300,000 worth of counterfeit cigarettes sell smoothly? He even wondered if once he had money he should repay the 500 yuan he had borrowed from Li Mubai, and if so, how. Amid this chaotic meditation, Chen Mo finally drifted off to sleep. He dreamed of a slender woman clad only in underwear. Her back was to him, her face unseen, but she had a beautiful derriere. Ugly backsides varied in their ugliness, but a pretty one was always the same. Yet this particular backside was unforgettable, for on the tight underwear was printed a big-mouthed monkey. Chuckling, Chen Mo reached out to touch it, only to feel a pockmarked surface and a damp hole. The derriere twitched and pulled away in surprise, jolting Chen Mo awake to Monkey's astonished face. "Brother Mo, you're awake." Chen Mo sat up quickly and noticed Ma Lu was gone. "Where's Ma Lu?" "He went out early to contact the buyer." "What sweet dream were you having?" "You were smiling while touching my face." Chen Mo cleared his throat and said, "I dreamed I was touching money." He wiped his hand on the blanket and asked, "Did you tell Ma Lu where we stashed the goods?" "No," Monkey replied firmly. Ma Lu had been gone for an entire day. His phone was out of service due to unpaid bills, and after Chen Mo topped it up, the line was still switched off. This left Chen Mo deeply unsettled, and even Hosey grew anxious, repeatedly asking if something had happened to Ma Lu. An accident would have been a relief. Chen Mo's greatest fear was that Ma Lu had betrayed them. The men who sold counterfeit cigarettes were surely hunting for them like madmen. If news leaked, those men would stop at nothing to confront them. Chen Mo bitterly regretted entrusting this task to Ma Lu. For safety's sake, he and Hosey dared not stay in the hotel. Instead, they hid in a small restaurant across the street. It wasn't until past 8 in the evening that they saw Ma Lu rush into the hotel in a fluster. Chen Mo and Hosey waited another half hour in the eatery, ensuring Ma Lu hadn't brought anyone along before returning to the hotel with relief. Ma Lu was munching on a bag of instant noodles. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Hosey, he beamed with joy and said, "Everything's settled. We can ship the goods the day after tomorrow." "What about the price?" Chen Mo asked. "The buyer is from another province. If we deliver, they'll pay 80% of the market price. If they pick it up, only 60%. Since your phone was off and I couldn't reach you, I took the liberty of agreeing to deliver. There's too much risk in transport. If something goes wrong on the road, we'd lose everything." Ma Lu spoke while watching Chen Mo's expression, uncertain of his approval for acting without permission. Yet one had to admit Ma Lu had thought it through thoroughly. In their line of work, safety was paramount. These counterfeit cigarettes were costly and stolen locally. Selling them locally would attract too much attention, and delivering them personally was even riskier. They might be caught on the road, or worse, fall prey to a double-cross in unfamiliar territory. Seeing Ma Lu handle matters so meticulously, Chen Mo couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Ma Lu was not only shrewd, but also well-connected, managing to find a buyer from another province. "All right, let's do it your way," Chen Mo decided on the spot. Ma Lu's anxiety eased, though a nagging doubt lingered. Why did he feel an inexplicable fear of Chen Mo? Was it merely because of the formidable strength Chen Mo had displayed the night before at Lao Bei's barbecue? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Compared to the complexities troubling Ma Lu and Chen Mo, Hosey was far simpler. His only thought was to unload the goods quickly and pocket the money. "Brother Lu, you're amazing. I'm starting to look up to you," Hosey exclaimed, his excitement barely contained, as if he wanted to shower Ma Lu with kisses. On the day of the delivery, Chen Mo, Ma Lu, and Hosey first scouted the location. They had Hosey hide at the intersection to keep watch for any emergencies, while Chen Mo and Ma Lu went to the factory to await the buyers. 3 burly men arrived, their bulging waistlines clearly concealing weapons. They merely shook hands with Ma Lu, dispensed with pleasantries, and demanded to inspect the goods. Chen Mo led the 3 men through the inspection. After tallying and verifying, the total value came to over 1800 yuan. The buyer made a phone call to transfer the funds on the spot. Loading payment and receipt, all were settled in under 20 minutes. The entire process was far less thrilling than Chen Mo had imagined, almost mundane. It wasn't until he received the bank notification of the payment that his heart gave a violent jolt. This was his first pot of gold. Just yesterday he had been dead broke, and now having over 100,000 in hand, it all felt like a dream. "Brother, if you have more deals like this, remember to call us. We handle anything. Cars, jewelry, anything valuable." Ma Lu smiled and replied, "No problem. Send my regards to Brother Jean." As the pickup truck sped away, Ma Lu let out a long sigh of relief. The deal was done. Chen Mo clapped Ma Lu on the shoulder and said, "Lu, let's work together from now on." "Sure," Ma Lu agreed without hesitation, adding, "Tonight we need to celebrate properly." Back at the hotel, Chen Mo's first order of business was to divide the money. He knew that at their current level of camaraderie, words were meaningless. Only cash mattered. Hard currency in hand spoke louder than any promises. As he allocated the shares, watching Hosey and Ma Liu's eager expressions, Chen Mo felt an intangible aura of leadership settling over him. As previously agreed, Chen Mo and Hosey were to split the money equally. With Ma Liu now in the mix, they had to set aside an extra portion. Chen Mo could decide Ma Liu's share on his own, but he still asked, "Hosey, what do you think we should give Liu?" Before Hosey could speak, Ma Liu interjected, "You call the shots." With that single sentence, Ma Liu affirmed Chen Mo's position among the three. Chen Mo felt gratified and announced, "This is our first pot of gold, but it won't be the last. Out of 1800 Hosey, and I get 700 each, and Liu gets 400. What do you think?" This division pleased both Hosey and Ma Liu. Hosey had feared a three-way equal split, while Ma Liu had expected only a few thousand for his follow-up services. Getting 400 was a pleasant surprise, and he felt his flattering words had been well worth it. Each of them had a bank card, so the transfers were done via phone. Ma Liu clutched his phone as if it were 400 yuan in cash, exclaiming excitedly, "Tonight dinner's on me. Let's party, drink till we drop." "Absolutely," Chen Mo replied. At 9 in the evening, the three self-proclaimed thieves, stumbling drunk, wandered into a dazzling, chaotic disco. They frequented such places often, but tonight their spirits soared. Girls with alluring figures and scant clothing caught their eyes, bare thighs and arms everywhere they looked. On stage, a voluptuous, seductive woman belted out an incomprehensible, thunderous foreign song. Her ample chest heaved wildly, making Ma Liu drool. What the hell is she singing? But damn, it's exciting. Ma Liu shouted, not forgetting to wink at a nearby hot girl. The girl played along, sidling up to him. "Handsome, buy me a drink." Sure, drink up." Sitting on a swivel chair, Chen Mo began scanning the room for targets. Coming to a place like this without picking up a girl would be a total waste. But after searching for a while, he couldn't find a suitable prey. Turning around, he saw that even Hosey, who looked like a high schooler, had two pretty girls beside him. A wave of helplessness washed over Chen Mo. He downed his glass of red wine in one gulp and headed for the restroom. Staggering heavily, Chen Mo was jostled by someone and lost his balance, smacking his head against a pillar. Had he not clung to it, he would have fallen flat. He was about to curse when he looked up and found himself at the restroom entrance. Blinking hard to distinguish the men's from the women's, he was about to enter when a girl in a red miniskirt emerged from the men's room. Chen Mo froze, shook his head vigorously, and glanced around, only to realize he was still in the noisy main hall. Rubbing his aching head, Chen Mo wondered, what's going on? Am I drunk? I must be. He hurried toward the restroom, pushed open the men's door, and found a girl in a red miniskirt standing before him. Then both the girl and Chen Mo let out a simultaneous gasp. "Ah." Chen Mo immediately sobered up. He had indeed entered the wrong restroom, as there were no urinals inside. Only after the girl shouted, "Pervert," did he retreat from the restroom. He looked up at the sign on the restroom door only to find it was the men's room. He hadn't made a mistake. The girl in the red short skirt emerged from the restroom, pointing at Chen Mo with a furious expression. "Pervert, don't you look at the sign before going in." "I'm not a pervert." By now Chen Mo was mostly sober. He pointed at the sign on the restroom door and said, "See, I went into the right one." The girl turned to look and was stunned. The sign indeed indicated it was the men's room. Could she have entered the wrong place? But the setup inside was unmistakably correct. Just as Chen Mo and the girl stood staring at each other in confusion, unrestrained laughter erupted from the restroom across the hallway, and three young men with roguish grins emerged. Chen Mo immediately understood what had happened. It was those three playing a prank. If not for the fact that he doubted he could take them in a fight, he would have gone over and slapped them across the face. The three young men ignored the displeased looks from Chen Mo and the girl, laughing loudly as they disappeared into the flickering neon lights. After relieving himself with a long, satisfying stream, Chen Mo couldn't help but touch his head. He had witnessed two identical situations again. Had he once more entered a state of clairvoyance? How had he entered it? By crashing into a pillar. Out of habit, Chen Mo gave a little shake, accidentally splattering a few drops of urine on his foot. He quickly stamped his foot, muttering about bad luck. When he returned to the main hall, a four-piece band had taken the stage in the disco. The lead singer was a burly, rough-looking man with a head disproportionately large for his body. He howled on stage with a voice as strained as if he were constipated, his shoulder-length hair flailing in all directions along with his oversized head to the rhythmic beat of the music. Chen Mo couldn't help but sweat for him, fearing that at any moment that massive head might be flung off his thin neck and disappear into the crowd. Chen Mo sat down on a swivel chair, scanning the room for Ma Liu and Monkey. Amidst the dancers, however, he spotted the girl in the red short skirt he had encountered at the restroom door. The girl moved with no discernible pattern, swaying to the music's rhythm, yet it looked remarkably fluid. Nice figure, straight legs, long hair. That was the impression she left on Chen Mo at that moment. But even with such a vague impression, Chen Mo was already drawn to her. After finishing her dance, the girl sat down to rest. Shamelessly, Chen Mo approached her and said, "How about I buy you a drink?" The girl was accustomed to such unoriginal pickup lines, but she didn't refuse. Without even looking up, she replied, "Sure. What would you like?" "Anything's fine." The girl flipped her hair and fanned herself with her hand. A glass of vodka on the rocks was placed before her. Chen Mo said, "My name's Chen Mo. We met earlier." The girl lifted her head and glanced at Chen Mo. Many had tried to hit on her, but this was the first time someone had introduced themselves outright. She looked at the man before her, dressed almost shabbily, plain-looking, with nothing remarkable except for a certain sparkle in his eyes. Recalling the restroom incident, she found it somewhat amusing. "I'm called Beauty. Thanks for the drink." As the girl sized him up, Chen Mo took her in as well. In a word, she was exquisite, so exquisite it was breathtaking. Her brows, her nose, her lips, everything about her was beautiful, no matter how you looked at it. "Sorry about earlier. I hope I didn't scare you. It wasn't your fault. Come on, let's have a drink." The girl raised her glass. The girl taking the initiative to drink with him caught Chen Mo off guard, leaving him flattered. He hurriedly lifted his glass, but she had already downed hers in one go. Chen Mo knew that beautiful girls were never easy to win over. He finished his drink and signaled the waiter for a refill. The girl gazed at the crowd swaying in the dance hall, her curvaceous body moving subtly to the music. "Are you here alone?" Chen Mo asked, trying to make conversation. "Yes. Did you just go through a breakup, eh?" The girl turned to look at him again. "How did you know?" "People usually come to places like this in groups. If someone comes alone, they're either here to vent their sorrows or to pick someone up." Chen Mo had initially wanted to say hook up, but found it crude and opted for a more subtle term. Still, he felt this exquisite girl wasn't that type. She hadn't so much as given him a proper look the entire time. The girl frowned slightly and said disdainfully, pretending to be clever, "Full of yourself." Chen Mo didn't catch those 8 words clearly, but it didn't matter. In places like discos and bars, what you said when hitting on a girl wasn't important. What mattered was whether you could actually pick her up. "Want to go for a walk?" the girl asked loudly. "Sure." Chen Mo couldn't have been more eager for such an invitation. Women who had just been through a breakup were the easiest to forget their past with someone new, even seeking revenge on their ex. That was when they were most vulnerable to being taken advantage of. Chen Mo was overjoyed, thinking his luck wasn't just turning around in his career, but also in romance. After just a few casual lines, this beauty was inviting him out for a walk. What did a walk imply? It went without saying. With a little more effort, a walk could turn into a hug, and a hug could lead to. Just thinking about it was delightful. Believing he had stumbled upon a stroke of romantic luck, Chen Mo cheerfully followed the girl out. At the disco entrance, she walked straight into the elevator. The disco was located beneath a hotel. What did it mean that the girl was heading upward? Was she planning to get a room directly? Chen Mo never believed in pies falling from the sky, but now it seemed a toad was about to taste swan meat, and his heart was dancing with joy. Chen Mo followed her into the elevator and deliberately asked, "Where are you taking me?" Without lifting her head, the girl pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended, Chen Mo's heart pounded faster. When it stopped, his heart was in his throat. Outside the elevator were guest rooms, the floor covered in exquisite carpet that felt soft underfoot, making Chen Mo feel as if he were walking on clouds. He eagerly anticipated what was about to happen, even debating whether to make a move directly upon entering the room or to take a shower first. He decided on making a move right away. What if she changed her mind and the cooked duck flew away? Just as Chen Mo's mind was racing with fantasies, the girl climbed the stairs instead and led him up to the hotel rooftop. The city sprawled beneath them in the night, vibrant yet serene. Chen Mo looked at the girl in astonishment, then warily scanned his surroundings. After confirming no one was hiding, his heart began to race again. He hadn't expected such a refined girl to have such a bold and wild side. It was truly astonishing. "My name is Xia Kuang. Xia for summer, Kuang for open space. Chen Mo. Chen for eerie, asked Mo for silence." Chen Mo felt the atmosphere was like two warriors meeting on a narrow path, exchanging names before engaging in battle. Xia Kuang nodded and continued walking forward, with Chen Mo quickly following. When he saw her climb onto the rooftop's meter-high parapet, his heart clenched. Xia Kuang turned to Chen Mo and said, "Tagore once said youth is without experience and willful." Chen Mo found nothing more absurd than this cliché. He also admired Tagore, but hearing those words from Xia Kuang, who was standing on the parapet, sent a shiver down his spine. Was this girl dumped by her boyfriend and contemplating suicide? What are you doing? Chen Mo wanted to rush forward, but feared she might jump. Xia Kuang turned her face toward the vast night, slowly spreading her arms as if about to take flight. Miss, please talk things out. Don't do anything rash. Chen Mo had thought he was in for a romantic encounter only to stumble upon a suicide attempt. If she jumped before his eyes, he would be haunted by nightmares for the rest of his life. Even in death, she had to drag an audience along. Women's hearts were so unfathomable. Chen Mo had merely sought a little advantage, but instead of catching a fox, he had only stirred up trouble. Tagore also said, let life be beautiful like summer flowers and death like autumn leaves. Chen Mo's scalp tingled as he quickly retorted, Tagore also said, a living dog is better than a dead lion. Miss, come down now, or he'll jump with you. As he spoke, Chen Mo edged forward slowly. Xia Kuang was taken aback by his words. Did Tagore really say that, she asked. Chen Mo had no idea who said it. All he knew was that he must prevent Xia Kuang from jumping. He couldn't bear to be a witness to death. Seizing her moment of distraction, he lunged forward, grabbing her thigh and yanking her off the parapet. Xia Kuang screamed as they both tumbled to the ground. Chen Mo was badly bruised, but refused to let go, enduring her nearly savage struggles and curses. Let go. Let go now. No. Chen Mo replied, firmly tightening his grip on her thighs. You pervert. I'm saving you. If you want to die, don't do it in front of me. Chen Mo finally confessed. Nonsense. Who's dying? Let go or he'll scream. Chen Mo lifted his face from her buttocks, bewildered. You weren't trying to kill yourself? Why would I kill myself? Xia Kuang panted. Aren't you heartbroken over a breakup? Who said I was dumped? A woman as beautiful as I am is the one doing the dumping. Take your filthy hands off me. Her words made Chen Mo realize his hands had strayed too high. He quickly released her and scrambled to his feet, but immediately blocked her path to prevent her from climbing back onto the parapet. Xia Kuang sat up on the ground, rubbing her sore knee. Chen Mo caught a glimpse of her skirt and couldn't tear his eyes away. Do you know what would happen if you jumped? He asked. You'd go splat like a watermelon, shattered into pieces, your guts spilling out. If your head hit first, it'd be worse. It'd get rammed into your chest. A pretty girl like you would end up faceless. How terrifying is that? Tagore also said love is the other name for understanding. So never throw your life away for someone who doesn't understand you. Xia Kuang looked up and immediately noticed his wandering eyes. She stood up hastily. I told you I wasn't trying to kill myself. Then why were you standing up there playing eagle spreading its wings? Were you trying to fly? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. It's performance art. Chen Mo was dumbfounded. He had heard of performance art, but in his narrow understanding it involved obscenity, gore, or violence, naked women piled up, or fake bloody deaths. Was luring a stranger to a rooftop in the dead of night and pretending to jump considered art? Chen Mo couldn't grasp it, so he concluded that this delicate jade-like girl must be mentally unstable. He felt a pang of pity, but what frustrated him more was that his earlier fantasies of a hookup had evaporated. Xia Kuang was used to his bewildered expression, so she didn't bother explaining her art. In her eyes, explaining art to those who didn't understand was like casting pearls before swine. And this man was undoubtedly a pig, a stud pig at that. However, his quote of Tagore's love is the other name for understanding did earn a measure of respect. Idiot, want to go down for a few more drinks? My treat, Xia Kuang said. Chen Mo laughed, bitterly feeling like a complete fool. He had earnestly talked someone out of suicide only to discover it was performance art, like the Tang monk painstakingly retrieving scriptures only to find everyone had converted to Christianity. Wasn't that idiotic? Fine, Chen Mo replied helplessly. A thief never returns empty-handed. Since he hadn't stolen a kiss, he might as well get a couple of free drinks. It wouldn't do to make a losing deal. The exquisitely beautiful Xia Kuang and the dejected Chen Mo returned to the disco. After a couple of drinks, Chen Mo's spirits revived, and his restless body began to sway to the rhythm. Want to dance? Chen Mo shouted over the music. Xia Kuang saw his lustful intentions returning and wanted to refuse, but for some reason she agreed. Sure. They plunged into the dance floor, mingling with the frenzied crowd. After a song, their bodies found release, panting, sweating, lighthearted and carefree. Two strangers having shared an absurd rooftop incident grew closer. It was the most exhilarating night of Chen Mo's life. Only when the disco closed did he remember he hadn't seen Ma Lu or Monkey all evening. His phone showed 3 missed calls from Ma Lu from 2 hours ago. Chen Mo called back as he stood by the roadside. A woman's languid voice answered, then Ma Lu said, "You didn't pick up. Go on home." "What about Monkey?" "He's with me. Don't worry about us." "Is Monkey also?" Before Chen Mo could finish, Ma Lu hung up hastily. Chen Mo stared at his phone, torn between laughter and tears. Ma Lu with his silver tongue picking up a girl was understandable, but even Monkey, who looked like a high schooler, had found his way into a woman's arms. Thinking about his own failed night, he felt a pang of inadequacy. As he stood there lost in thought, a red sports car pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal Xia Kuang's face. "Still here? Where are you headed?" Chen Mo circled the car in amazement before exclaiming, "Is this yours?" For someone so young and beautiful to drive such a car, she was either a rich heiress or a mistress kept by a wealthy man. Obviously. Going home. Want a ride? Chen Mo was only too eager. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Aren't you afraid I'll rob you or take advantage of you in the dead of night?" "You?" Xia Kuang sneered dismissively. Chen Mo got in, his eyes fixed on her smooth thighs. "I'm not a good guy," he admitted. "If you try anything, I'll cut it off, believe me." Chen Mo felt a chill in his crotch. This girl was a real virago. With money in hand, Chen Mo moved from a 60 per night and into a spacious 3-bedroom, 12-room apartment. Each of the three had their own room with a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan, and life was carefree and comfortable. Ever since Ma Lu and Monkey had visited the disco, they became infatuated with the place, frequenting it every few days and sometimes not returning home all night. But Chen Mo rarely went. As the backbone of the trio, he couldn't afford to be corrupted by pleasure. Since returning from the bar, Chen Mo had been troubled by the sensation of being watched. Unable to confide in anyone, he could only ponder the process of each occurrence alone, which inevitably led him to think of the exquisitely unbelievable Xia Kuang, a woman he couldn't tell if she was a rich heiress or a mistress. For Chen Mo, that night was both a failure and an unforgettable memory. He even went out of his way to look up information on performance art. The pioneer of performance art was a French artist whose representative work was free fall, spreading one's arms and plummeting from a great height. Was Xia Kuang trying to imitate a free fall? Chen Mo thought it likely, yet he couldn't be sure because he couldn't fathom why Xia Kuang had dragged him along that day. There was no air cushion below. If she really fell, she would surely be crushed into a meat patty. Besides pondering the surveillance, and Xia Kuang, Chen Mo was also plotting his next job. A monk who doesn't chant sutras or eat vegetarian is neglecting his duty, and a thief is no exception. Having tasted success on his first attempt, he now wanted to pull off a bigger heist. That day, Chen Mo was dragged to a bar by two lust-blinded fools. A bar was different from a disco. Simply put, it had a slightly more cultured atmosphere. Ma Lu nudged Chen Mo's arm and said, "The girls in the bar are much higher quality than those in the disco. Look at that one." Following Ma Liu's pointing finger, Chen Mo indeed saw a woman of ethereal beauty, but she was already taken. Beside her sat an elderly man with graying hair slicked back in a pompadour. As Chen Mo looked over, the man also turned his head to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Chen Mo couldn't help but shiver, a sense of unease washing over him. Money makes everything better. When are we pulling another job? We're almost out of cash. Ma Lu took a gulp of his drink. Chen Mo averted his gaze and said, "Well, strike when the time is right. From now on, we can't keep doing those pickpocketing gigs on buses. Actually, we could hire others for that. Low risk, high volume. Just send people out and collect the money from home." Chen Mo was new to the trade and only knew the surface of things. "Explain," he said. Ma Lu perked up immediately. "We can buy a few underlings to do the work." "Buy underlings?" "Yeah, there are people who specialize in trafficking these guys. They go to labor camps, prisons, shelters, find jobs for those just released with no food, then sell them to folks who need hands for dirty work. Each one isn't expensive, just a few hundred yuan." "You know a lot," Chen Mo praised. "That old bastard Zhang told me. I even bought someone from him once. I still have the boss number. I can contact him if needed." Chen Mo pondered for a moment. "He'll think about it." A flicker of disappointment crossed Ma Liu's face, but he quickly masked it with a nonchalant expression. "All right, it's your call. I'm just suggesting." "Oh, the dance music's starting. I'm gonna go shake a leg." Watching Ma Lu blend into the crowd, Monkey was about to follow, but Chen Mo grabbed him. "Has Lu Zi said anything to you lately?" "About what?" "Business matters." Monkey thought for a moment. "No, but he's been spending a lot lately. He even borrowed 10,000 from me." Chen Mo wanted to warn Monkey to stay away from Lu Zi, but the words died in his throat. Instead, he asked, "Have you sent money home?" "I sent back 50,000. Chen Mo released Monkey's arm. "Spend wisely. Settle things at home first." Monkey nodded and quickly joined the dancing crowd. Chen Mo couldn't help but shake his head. The saying one takes on the color of one's company was true. If Monkey kept hanging around Ma Lu, trouble was inevitable. Turning around, Chen Mo found someone beside him. A closer look revealed it was the man with the pompadour who had locked eyes with him earlier. Beside him stood the ethereal beauty, also gazing at Chen Mo with an intriguing expression. Chen Mo immediately knew they were here for him. The pompadour set down his glass and began with a sigh. Young friend, you bear an extraordinary countenance. What did you say? Chen Mo pretended not to hear. Care to sit together? The pompadour offered. Nothing comes for free. Either a thief or a schemer, Chen Mo thought, but he was curious about their game. Sure, he said. As he spoke, Chen Mo glanced at the girl beside him. She shot him a look of disgust, a cold, aloof one. The pompadour glanced at the girl, who immediately took the hint and went to the bar to book a private room. Chen Mo followed the man casually into the room. As the door closed, silence fell. The pompadour sat on the sofa and patted the seat beside him. What's your name, young friend? Chen Mo. Chen from the left ear, radical Mo, for silence, Chen Mo said as he sat down involuntarily, recalling his introduction with Xia Kuang. And you? Chen Mo asked. Ouyang Wanli. I noticed your unique features, young friend. Meeting is fate, so I thought I'd have a word with you. He spoke with an air of sincerity. Outside the room, the dim lighting and fleeting moments had prevented Chen Mo from seeing him clearly. Now sitting close, he carefully studied this enigmatic Ouyang Wanli. Ouyang Wanli appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, well-preserved, with not a single wrinkle on his face. His hands were fair, slender, and long, so much so that without looking at his face one might mistake them for a woman's. Chen Mo didn't know palmistry, but he remembered his late father saying that such hands, masculine yet feminine, were a sign of nobility. If they were soft as silk, it indicated wealth and status. Indeed, the man's hands bore a striking resemblance to his father's. But Chen Mo didn't believe it. His father had been a thief his whole life, poor and destitute, dying a sudden death in old age. You red faces. Chen Mo feigned surprise, though inwardly he was on guard. Among the various trades, thievery was low, but even lower were swindlers. Chen Mo's exaggerated surprise made the girl beside him frown. His acting was too clumsy. Ouyang Wanli, however, was unperturbed and continued calmly, I know a little. Then tell me what you see. A noble person has thin hair. Yours is sparse and fine, favoring scholarly success. Your beard is thick and coarse, indicating great ambition. Your forehead is flawless, your brows arched and thick. Chen Mo's head spun at Ouyang Wanli's half-literary, half-colloquial speech. Still, as a college graduate, he managed to grasp the gist. It all boiled down to one word: good, 3 words: very good. Just as Chen Mo forced himself to play the devout listener, Ouyang Wanli suddenly shifted tone. But Chen Mo's heart leaped with glee. The fox's tail is finally showing, damn it. But is a terrifying word, one that can make a person bleed 3 pints of blood the moment it slips from the tongue. In other words, whatever precedes, but, is mere empty rhetoric. Only what follows reveals the speaker's true intent. Chen Mo did not bleed. Instead, he felt as though he were watching a clumsy free performance, the hallmark trick of a con artist. But what? He feigned nervousness. Each of your facial features viewed in isolation is flawless, yet together they form an unharmonious whole. For the face is composed of 3 vertical divisions, the upper, middle, and lower courts, and their imbalance foretells 3 great tribulations in your life. Should you survive all 3, prosperity and serenity shall grace your later years. Which 3 tribulations? The tribulation of love, the tribulation of benevolence, and the tribulation of righteousness, Ouyang Wanli replied tersely. The Chinese language is profound. 6 characters may sound simple, yet their subtle implications could fill volumes. Chen Mo had no desire to dissect their meaning. He only wished to see what trick the man would pull next. Then how may they be averted? Tell me your birth date and time. I shall also examine your palm. Chen Mo recited his Batzi truthfully and extended his right hand to Ouyang Wanli. As Ouyang Wanli took Chen Mo's hand, a fleeting thought crossed Chen Mo's mind: how soft his hands are. Ouyang Wanli stared unblinkingly at Chen Mo's palm, his expression shifting like storm clouds across a twilight sky. Had Chen Mo not already assumed him a fraud, he surely would have been unnerved by that mercurial countenance. Just then a piercing scream tore through the silence outside the private booth. Though the booth was heavily soundproofed, the cry rang with startling clarity, so much so that every occupant inside heard it distinctly. Ouyang Wanli's hand trembled involuntarily. Chen Mo instantly snatched his hand back. He recognized the voice. Malu. Chen Mo sprang up from the sofa and bolted out of the booth, leaving behind only the old man and the young woman. The girl gazed at Ouyang Wanli in bewilderment. She could not fathom why he, a man who rarely deigned to speak to strangers, had initiated conversation with an unremarkable-looking youth. Nor could she understand why his hand had trembled at that sudden scream. In her eyes, Ouyang Wanli was a man tempered by tempests. No mere shriek could unsettle him. After a long hesitation, she finally asked, Ifu, who exactly was that Chen Mo? Ouyang wanly raised a hand to silence her, his face impassive. Xiaoya, if you ever cross paths with him again, keep your distance. Book a flight back to Guangdong tonight. We leave immediately. The bar's music had ceased. A crowd had formed a tight circle. The source of Ma Lu's anguished cries was unmistakably at its center. Pushing his way through, Chen Mo immediately spotted Ma Lu curled on the floor groaning in pain, while Hosey stood frozen, his arms wrenched backward by two men. The scene spoke for itself. Ma Lu had been beaten, again. Yet Chen Mo did not rush forward brandishing a broken bottle. His usual reckless bravado was absent. He'd drunk little that night, and more importantly 8 or 9 men now loomed over Ma Lu. Charging in blindly would be like walking straight into a tiger's den. He would wait and watch. A young man in his early 20s clad in pink kicked Ma Lu's side and sneered, "Blind fool. You dare lay hands on my woman. Have you grown tired of living? Lu Xiao, please stand up for me." A shapely young woman coiled herself against the youth's shoulder, her expression tearful, but her allure unmistakable. A middle-aged man in a manager's uniform hovered nearby, bowing deeply. "Lu Xiao, perhaps we might let this pass. Just a warning would suffice." A sharp slap echoed. Lu Xiao struck the manager across the face. "Mind your own business. Get lost." The manager clutched his cheek and retreated silently. "Drag this dog upright," Lu Xiao commanded. His companions seized Ma Lu and hauled him to his feet. Chen Mo saw that Ma Lu bore no visible wounds, yet his right middle finger bent grotesquely backward at a 90-degree angle. Clutching it with his left hand, Ma Lu's face contorted in agony. Lu Daguang draped an arm around his beauty and stepped forward, slapping Ma Lu's cheeks with a mocking rhythm. "Kid, I'm in a good mood today. Kneel, bow 3 times, and call me grandfather, and I'll let you go." "Brother, I swear I never touched your girlfriend. I just bumped into her by accident." Ma Lu pleaded, his face crumpled in despair. One of Lu Xiao's underlings rapped Ma Lu's skull with his knuckles. Still denying it. "Want me to snap another finger?" Ma Lu cursed the man's ancestors to the 9th generation, tears welling helplessly. "Brother, I'm truly innocent. It's a terrible misunderstanding." Lu Xiao squeezed the beauty's shoulder and chuckled. "He says he's innocent. Is that true?" She swayed her slender waist and giggled. "Lu Xiao, if anyone's mistaken, it's you. I did exactly as you instructed." He playfully smacked her backside. "Little vixen, you've got no restraint. Tonight I'll teach that mouth of yours some manners." Then he turned back to Ma Lu. "Kid, you're unlucky to meet me, but I'll give you one last chance. Pay me 100,000 yuan, and this ends here." At those words, everyone understood it was a setup. Ma Lu couldn't produce 10,000 yuan, let alone 100,000. Sobbing, he begged, "Brother, please show mercy. Spare me." Chen Mo quietly slipped from the crowd, searching for something usable. But this was a bar, not an armory. Only bottles lay at hand. Could a single bottle fend off 8 or 9 men? With such skill, Chen Mo wouldn't be a petty thief. He'd be a bodyguard. Just as he stood helpless, Lu Dashai's raucous, cruel laughter echoed from within. Chen Mo hurriedly pushed back in and saw Ma Lu kneeling, striking his forehead against the floor. No sooner had Ma Lu finished bowing than Lu Dashai planted his foot squarely on Ma Lu's shoulder. "Just bowing isn't enough, kid. You haven't called me grandfather yet." That remark ignited fresh snickers from the onlookers. Chen Mo thought to himself, Ma Lu truly has no pride left, but I could never do such a thing. It was sheer humiliation. Ma Lu froze, his face darkening further, yet he forced the words out. Then the seductive girl nestled in Lu Dashai's arms, purred, "Don't forget me. I'm your grandmother." All eyes fell upon Ma Lu, some with pity, others with anticipation or schadenfreude, but most with cold disdain. This time the little man hesitated not. He complied with her demand. Lu Dashai didn't laugh. Instead, he on board. "Boring. Utterly boring. Let's go." His cronies scattered after him toward the bar's exit. Hosey rushed to lift Ma Lu, but Chen Mo held back, slipping out unseen behind Lu Dashai's entourage. Watching Lu Dashai's car roar away in arrogant triumph, Chen Mo turned, only to see Hosey supporting Ma Lu emerging from the bar. "Mo go." Lu Zi got beaten and forced to kowtow and call someone grandfather. Hosey, ever impulsive, poured out his grievances the moment he spotted Chen Mo, like Lu Sanjia, pouring her sorrows before a righteous magistrate. Ma Lu flushed crimson with shame, while Chen Mo wore a mask of genuine shock and outrage, his acting flawless, worthy of an Oscar. Chen Mo had to feign ignorance. If these two misfortunes learned, he'd watch from the crowd, without lifting a finger. His reputation as their elder brother would collapse utterly. "Where are they? Where did they go?" Chen Mo blustered. "Gone." "Then let's take Lu Zi to the hospital first." Ma Lu's face was no longer cowed. It burned now with raw fury. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a driver's license from his pocket and thrust it into Hosey's hands. Hosey, dig up everything on this man. I'll kill him myself. Chen Mo steadied Ma Lu with a hand on his arm and gave him a look heavy with quiet admiration. Unnoticed amid the chaos, Ma Lu had lifted Lu Dashay's ID. Chen Mo silently marveled at his comrade's resilience in crisis and his ruthless pragmatism. It suited Chen Mo perfectly. A deal had just walked in, and his next target was none other than the arrogant Lu Xiu. Chen Mo felt a twinge of guilt as he looked at Ma Lu's bandaged middle finger. Neither Monkey nor Ma Lu ever mentioned the humiliation Ma Lu had suffered, so Chen Mo was happy to pretend he didn't know. But Ma Lu shared the same thought as Chen Mo. They wanted to pull a job on Lu Xiu. However, their motives differed. Ma Lu sought revenge, while Chen Mo acted out of professional necessity. Monkey's reconnaissance feedback came swiftly. It took him only 2 days to get a rough picture. Lu Xiu was a child of an official, often frequenting entertainment venues with a group of wealthy playboys. Lu Xiu's identity as a privileged son confirmed Chen Mo's suspicions, as the group had left in an Audi with a license plate starting with O. Only government vehicles bore O plates. Given his arrogant and ostentatious behavior, the car was hardly a fake plate, and his designer attire also indicated his considerable wealth. Officials' salaries weren't that high, yet his son could squander so freely. The father's money surely came from dubious sources. Targeting such people was the safest bet. Like stealing counterfeit cigarettes, they wouldn't dare call the police. What's more, there was no guilt involved. This fit perfectly with Chen Mo's modus operandi. Ma Lu flicked a lighter and said stealing from scum like him is doing society a favor. Chen Mo naturally caught Ma Lu's underlying tone. It was his vengeful nature at work. Still, he had to offer a reminder: when necessary, no action should be driven by impulse. Chen Mo said this job must be handled with caution. We're after money, so safety comes first. Monkey, you're still on reconnaissance. Find out everything about this official's son's hideouts. Lu, you find 2 helpers. The 3 of us alone won't be enough this time. With tasks assigned, each person took on their responsibilities. In just 7 days, Monkey had thoroughly investigated Lu Xiu's background. Monkey said that Lu Guy has 2 places: a villa in the suburbs and a luxury apartment in the city center. I followed him for a few days. He changes girlfriends almost daily, always taking them back to the suburban villa. He visited the city center apartment once, but it was empty. No one lives there. Chen Mo nodded. Focus on the city center apartment. That's where we'll strike. Why not the villa? Monkey asked, puzzled. Ma Lu chuckled. You idiot, the villa is just his bed for sleeping with women. Looks grand, but won't hold any real valuables. The city center place is different. That's the real home. That's where the valuable stuff is kept. Monkey'll give you 3 more days. Get this done. Monkey nodded with a look of understanding. All right, no problem. Then don't just stand there, get to it. Ma Lu said impatiently. As Monkey left the house, Ma Lu sidled up to Chen Mo. I found the people. Do you want to meet them? No need. Where did you find them? From the place I told you about last time. Bought them 300 each. Are they reliable? Don't worry, I've got it handled. Absolutely no problem. Just as the 2 men immersed in their thieving careers were discussing their sordid schemes, the sound of a police siren drifted up from downstairs. The siren wasn't shrill, but it was enough to make the 2 guilty men leap from their chairs and dash to the balcony like startled monkeys to look down. Chen Mo immediately saw a police car parked below with 4 officers in caps already stepping out. Are we exposed? Ma Lu immediately thought of the counterfeit cigarette incident. Don't panic. Let's see first. Chen Mo's heart was also pounding as he fixed his gaze on the 2 officers below. When the officers entered their building, both men's hearts clenched. If not for being on the 6th floor, they would have unhesitatingly jumped from the balcony. Pressing their ears to the door, they listened to the sounds in the stairwell. After 3 or 4 minutes, there was a clatter of footsteps followed by knocking. Open up. Police. A deep male voice said. Soon a door opened, and someone asked, did you call the police? Officer, please help. Someone's trying to kill me. A woman sobbed. No, I was just joking around. We're a couple of flustered men tried to explain. Does anyone joke about murder? Listening to the exchange downstairs, Chen Mo and Ma Lu both breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out the couple downstairs had been fighting. The man slapped the woman, she bit him twice, he kicked her twice, she scratched his face, and eventually, he grabbed a kitchen knife, prompting the woman to call the police. Damn, a false alarm. Ma Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chen Mo felt the same. Police were always the bane of thieves, like a cat that doesn't eat mice, yet mice still dare not strut before it. The fear was innate, rising from the very marrow. But unlike Ma Lu, who wiped his sweat and cursed Chen Mo, calmly lit a cigarette. It's nothing. I once had 7 cops corner me in a building, and I still got away. Watching Chen Mo's unruffled demeanor, Ma Liu's face flushed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Though the tip-off that trapped Chen Mo in that building was orchestrated by that old bastard Zhang, it was Ma Liu who had called the police. Was Chen Mo hinting at something? Ma Liu had never figured out how Chen Mo escaped that building. Zhang said it was sheer luck, the only seemingly plausible explanation, but instinct told Ma Liu there was more to it. It was this vague, inexplicable intuition that kept Ma Liu from leaving Chen Mo. Better be careful. It might be a police smokescreen, Ma Liu warned. You stay here. He'll go check it out. Opening the door, Chen Mo first peered down the stairs. The apartment door was shut, and inside the woman's indignant shouts could be heard listing her man's many faults. Chen Mo walked down to the 5th floor landing, slowing his pace and straining his ears. After confirming it was just a mundane domestic dispute, he went downstairs. Downstairs, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered, eager for any excitement. When Chen Mo emerged, a few busybodies asked what had happened upstairs. Chen Mo gave a brief account, and the onlookers nodded in understanding, letting out a long "oh" as if enlightened. Yet their faces betrayed a hint of disappointment, as if they secretly wished for a major crime to unfold. Chen Mo had come downstairs mainly to prove his courage to Ma Liu. As his late father used to say in their line of work, if a man lacks guts, wealth will elude him, and if wealth eludes him, no one will follow him. After strolling around with perfect composure, Chen Mo felt he had amply demonstrated his nerve and daring to Ma Liu. But just as he was striding back into the building with his head held high, someone called out from behind. Chen Mo. Chen Mo froze, then turned around to see someone stepping out of the police car. He looked closely. It was Li Mubai. Ever since Li Mubai extricated herself from the peril of imprisonment, she regarded it as the greatest stain on her life, even more humiliating than having her skirt torn off in public. Even the glory of successfully dismantling the largest theft ring in the city's history could not compensate for it. To her, it was a disgrace. Unlike typical children of high-ranking officials, Li Mubai was a woman of ideals and ambition. During her 3 years at the police academy, she earned every honor and accolade. After joining the force, she became the bureau's key protégé. Through 2 years of relentless effort, her exceptional abilities earned her a promotion to captain, bypassing the usual procedures. Yet the very word bypassing inevitably linked her to her father's lofty position, rendering all her efforts futile. An operation she had deemed a sure success not only allowed the mastermind to escape, but nearly cost her life. Even more unbearable was the fact that her savior was a thief she utterly despised. This thief had become an inescapable nightmare for her. He had pulled off her skirt in public, betrayed his boss to save himself, and even stolen 500 yuan from her. The label of shamelessness had long been affixed to Chen Mo by the proud Li Mubai. Yet today fate brought them together again. As she spotted the loathsome figure strutting arrogantly through the crowd, a profound sense of humiliation surged within her. So she immediately stepped out of the police car and called out to this despicable nobody. The moment Chen Mo saw Li Mubai, he shuddered. His first instinct was to bolt on his long legs, but before he could take a step, he dismissed the thought. In his current guise as an ignorant bystander, he had stolen nothing and robbed no one. What was there to fear? Running would only betray his guilt. So instead of fleeing, he had to face her boldly. Captain Li, long time no see, Chen Mo greeted with a cheeky grin. Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback. This scum of society, upon seeing her, not only refrained from fleeing, but dared to speak to her. His unusual behavior left her momentarily at a loss. Chen Mo approached her, adopting the obsequious demeanor of the lowest social rung, his smile fawning. Had Li Mubai been a man, he would have unhesitatingly offered a cigarette and lit it for her with both hands. Officer Li, I've gone straight. Li Mubai had seen many such cunning faces and usually couldn't be bothered to glance at them. But today she stared at Chen Mo for over 10 seconds. In his eyes she detected not only brazen cunning, but something else. This scenario was not what Li Mubai had anticipated. Any news on Thief 9? Li Mubai asked abruptly. At the mention of 9, Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. I've washed my hands of it, he said. For someone who saved a life only to exploit the situation and steal 500 yuan, talk of reform was nothing short of a colossal joke. So Li Mubai ignored his excuses and pressed on. Contact me immediately if you hear anything. You should have my number. Chen Mo instinctively looked up and saw Ma Liu on his balcony. Ma Liu hadn't opened the window, his face nearly pressed against the glass. Chen Mo's voice dropped to a murmur, as if talking to himself. I should. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He could only hope Li Mubai hadn't heard. Officer Lee, if there's nothing else, I'll head upstairs. Seeing Lee Mabai's expression of indifference, Chen Mo turned and ascended the stairs. He felt her piercing gaze boring into his back, making him bristle with unease. He regretted coming downstairs to play the big shot only to encounter his most dreaded adversary. On his way up, Chen Mo ran into two officers, descending after mediating a dispute. One of them was Lu Dongxing, a familiar face. Chen Mo silently lamented his ill-fated day. The only two cops he knew had both crossed his path. Lu Dongxing also paused at the sight of Chen Mo, giving him an extra glance as he passed. Their eyes met, and Chen Mo flashed a grin. Lu Dongxing returned a nervous smile. Chen Mo didn't snap out of it until Lu Dongxing disappeared down the corridor. What did that smile mean? Intuition told him it was a warning. Then, for no reason, a dark joke came to mind. A madman somehow got hold of a pistol. In a dark alley, he encountered a young man. Without a word, he pinned him down, pressed the gun to his head, and asked, "What's 1 + 1?" Trembling, the young man answered 2. Then the madman shot him without hesitation and said coldly, "You know too much." Back in the room, Ma Lu noticed Chen Mo's distraction and asked cautiously, "You know that cop?" "Yeah, the woman from the bus stop." "And?" Ma Lu pressed. Sensing an underlying meaning, Chen Mo looked up to see Ma Liu's eager expression. "What do you mean?" he asked. "What else? Have you seen a cop with a big nose?" Chen Mo immediately thought of Lu Dongxing. "Yes, why? Move out now." "Why?" Chen Mo was baffled. "That guy's a plant." In underworld slang, a plant meant an undercover cop. But Ma Liu's plant had a different connotation. He meant a cop who took bribes. So when Ma Lu mentioned the plant, Chen Mo immediately thought of the all-powerful Nine. The fact that Nine could easily get his arrested underlings out of jail was likely with Lu Dongxing's help. For those scraping by in the lowest of trades, a cop willing to take bribes was akin to a merciful bodhisattva. But now Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine. If Lu Dongxing was Nine's inside man at the station, it was plausible that Nine's successful escape from Baijiang City was due to his covert assistance. Now that Lu Dongxing knew his whereabouts, if he told Nine, wouldn't Nine come knocking to kill him? The more Chen Mo thought, the colder he felt. But then a doubt struck him. "How do you know he's a plant?" he asked. "I've never seen his face, but Zhang Imin told me there was a plant called Elephant at the station with a particularly big nose. Last time when Zhang Imin had me call to set you up, it was to Elephant. So when I heard them talking in the hallway, it clicked, but I wasn't sure." Caution is the parent of safety. Convinced by Lu's detailed account, Chen Mo made a swift decision. "We're moving." For safety, the three of them didn't dare stay in the rental that night. For people like Chen Mo, retaliation was far more daunting than the police. They spent one night in a hotel and rented a new apartment the next day, this time living separately to avoid being caught all at once. No matter how cunning the fox, it is no match for the skilled hunter. Just as Chen Mo and his crew believed their cautious actions were flawless, every move they made was being watched by a pair of hidden eyes. Those eyes tracked their every action without fail. After the moving incident, Chen Mo realized that being a thief was far more complicated than he had imagined. To shine before others, one must endure hardship behind the scenes. For Chen Mo, this hardship was primarily psychological. Nevertheless, the audacious Chen Mo did not abandon his resolve to target Lu Xiu, the son of a high-ranking official. As the saying goes, one should not stop planting crops just because of the chirping of a katydid. On a drizzly morning, Chen Mo and Monkey scaled the wall and entered the residential compound where Lu Xiu's luxurious mansion was located. This was a European-style neighborhood in the city's prime location, a lavish enclave affordable only to the wealthy and powerful. Strangers entering such an upscale community had to register and be questioned by security guards, so the security measures here were relatively robust. However, no matter how good the security guards were, they earned only about 2,000 yuan a month. Driven by resentment towards the rich, most of these guards, earning a meager salary, viewed the wealthy residents as class enemies, secretly hoping for a return to the era of the Cultural Revolution or communism, where they could turn the tables and seize power, perhaps even implementing the Soviet-style communal sharing of property and wives. This was what Ma Lu had told Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo found it somewhat extreme, he agreed on one point: a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan was hardly enough to inspire these security brothers to dedicate their lives to their work. Chen Mo and Ma Lu followed the route provided by Monkey, confirmed it was correct, and then sat in the community's pavilion to smoke. Ma Lu pulled out a pack of 20 yuan gold diamond cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Chen Mo, and lit it for him with both hands. "Let me share some heartfelt words. I'm not overly ambitious, but I can't stand being looked down upon." Chen Mo exhaled a plume of smoke, glanced at another pack protruding from Ma Lu's pocket, a 5 yuan blue diamond. and grunted in acknowledgement that he was listening. Ma Lu lit his own cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew a perfect smoke ring. My full name is Ma de Mabayo with 6 horses in the characters, so after entering this trade, I got the nickname Ma Lu. Actually, I'm a college graduate like you. Would you believe me if I said I have a master's degree? Chen Mo nearly choked on his smoke. A bachelor's degree holder becoming a thief was already unfortunate enough, but Ma Lu claiming to be a master's graduate. He tried to find a hint of deception on Ma Lu's face, but failed. It's normal if you don't believe me. Sometimes I can't believe I'm a master's graduate myself. A master's doing such a lowly, despicable job as thievery. But you're a thief now. Exactly. Life is so unpredictable, it's fate playing tricks. After college, I landed a high-paying, high-status job. In 2 or 3 years, I could have afforded a house in Baizhang City. Back then, I had countless suitors. But no one is perfect. My weakness was women. A rotten egg attracts flies. It was my downfall. A female subordinate set me up, accusing me of selling company secrets. Not only did she take my position, but I also ended up in prison. After getting out, I was scammed again. A human trafficker sold me to Zhang Aimin for 500 yuan, and I became his underling. In this trade, as you know, once you're on the pirate ship, you can't get off. I tried to escape twice, but was caught both times, and they knocked out 2 of my teeth. Ma Lu tossed his finished cigarette, lit another, and pointed to 2 teeth that were suspiciously neat. These 2. Later, I came to terms with it. Isn't there a saying that in 360 professions, everyone can produce a master? With my high IQ brain, even if I couldn't steal the sky or the sun, I could surely steal a mountain of gold. But in the end, that old bastard Zhang Aimin screwed me over again. I still can't figure out why he did it. Chen Mo gave a bitter smile. This matter baffled him as much as Ma Lu, so he couldn't offer an answer to Ma Lu's questioning gaze. Now's your chance to leave the pirate ship. You don't have to keep being a thief like us. That's easy to say, but what about my criminal record? Are these 2 fingers of mine wasted for nothing? What I need now is an opportunity, a chance to soar to the skies. Ever since Thief 9 fell, our trade in Baizhang City has been in a vacuum. What Thief 9 could achieve, we can too. Listening to Ma Lu's ambitious words, Chen Mo stubbed out his cigarette, but on the ground. Stick with me, and that day won't be far off. Ma Lu strongly agreed with Chen Mo. I can see you're a bold and decisive person, someone who does great things. So I'm willing to serve you. As long as we have the chance, we can make a huge success. After speaking, Ma Lu looked at Chen Mo expectantly, hoping to hear something about Chen Mo's own story. But to his surprise, Chen Mo remained as silent as his name suggested. Ma Lu was disappointed. Chen Mo inhaled a breath of cool air, stood up, and said, "Let's go. Let's take another look around to see if there's anything we missed." Although Ma Lu's heartfelt words seemed sincere, Chen Mo still couldn't be sure how much was true and how much was false. But one thing he understood: both he and Ma Lu had their reasons for continuing as thieves, even if those reasons seemed foolish or even baffling to ordinary people. If it's not predetermined that nobles and generals are born superior, then no one is born to be a thief. After another circuit of the neighborhood, the 2 prepared to scale the wall and leave. But when they reached the spot where they had entered, they found a security guard standing at the base of the wall looking up. He kept stretching his arm to feel the top of the wall, as if measuring the strength needed to climb it. "Damn it, we've been discovered," Ma Lu said nervously. "Don't panic. Let's see what happens first," Chen Mo cautioned. They casually turned into the alley between 2 tall buildings, only to look up and see 4 security guards charging toward them with murderous intent. Seeing this, Ma Lu turned to run, but Chen Mo grabbed his arm. As Ma Lu's face filled with panic and confusion, the 4 guards rushed past them, without a word, heading straight for the guard at the wall. Without any shouting or challenges, they immediately launched into a brutal exchange of punches and kicks. Common sense dictated that fists were no match for 4 hands, and a lone hero couldn't beat a crowd. The outnumbered side would surely end up on the ground spitting teeth. But that wasn't the case. Chen Mo and Ma Lu watched in stunned disbelief as the 4 guards were repeatedly kicked flying. Then bravely and tirelessly they got up and charged again, only to be kicked flying once more. Chen Mo deeply admired the 4 security guards who repeatedly charged forward only to be kicked back. They seemed less like attackers and more like practice dummies for being kicked. This spectacular scene lasted a full 5 minutes before it ceased, leaving the 4 battered guards groaning on the ground, while the astonishingly agile guard merely wiped the sweat from his brow with nonchalance. "Zhao Kuo, just you wait. This isn't over." The fallen man losing the fight, but not his tongue ground out through clenched teeth. "What else do you want?" The man called Zhao Kuo asked with a frown. The other struggled to his feet and said, "To beat you until you can't stay here. Oh, then you'll need to practice more." Zhao Kuo shot him a contemptuous glance and turned to leave. Being disdained was even harder to bear than a sound thrashing. This adage fit the scorned guard perfectly. He pulled a knife from his belt and lunged at Zhao Kuo's back. This deranged act was clearly the result of blind rage. "Watch out!" Chen Mo shouted involuntarily. Bang! Zhao Kuo spun around and delivered another fierce heart-piercing kick, sending the man flying 4 or 5 meters through the air before he landed on his knees, his rear, and stuck up like an ostrich. Even a layman could see that the kick was not only swift and clean, but also packed with immense power. Zhao Kuo was a formidable brute. Having subdued his foe with a single kick, Zhao Kuo showed no intention of letting him off. His long, muscular legs carried him to the man in 2 strides. He yanked him up and rained down punches, battering his face into a bloody, unrecognizable mess, as if it had been shelled. This scene made the thief who had been standing by tremble with fear. "Brother, stop," Chen Mo advised out of concern. Zhao Kuo glanced at Chen Mo and finally lowered his furious fists. As he released his grip, the security guard, whose features had been brutally rearranged, collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle. Just then a crowd of security guards came rushing over from a distance, led by a hefty man. Looking at the 3 groaning on the ground, and the one unconscious, he pointed at Zhao Kuo and cursed, "Zhao Kuo, you bastard, are you trying to kill someone?" Zhao Kuo remained silent, merely wiping the blood from his fists on his clothes. His fearless demeanor and cold-blooded expression made Chen Mo feel that if he were a woman, he would surely fall for this man, who could captivate countless maidens' hearts in an instant. "I'm going to deal with you. You're fired." "Then I quit." The head guard was taken aback. "You've severely injured someone, and you think quitting is the end of it. What do you want then?" Zhao Kuo looked up and gave the head guard a cold stare. The head guard, chilled to the bone by that look, said, "You'll face a lawsuit, ill." Before he could finish, Zhao Kuo strode toward the wall, leaped up, and scaled it in one fluid motion, disappearing over the top in the blink of an eye. Lu Sun once said Zhuge Liang was so wise he seemed almost demonic. Chen Mo felt Zhao Kuo's agility was so swift it seemed almost feline. Finally, Chen Mo and Ma Lu watched as the 4 guards who had come to their doom were carried away by the crowd. Only then did the 2 snap back to reality from the thrilling display of the few overcoming the many. "What a beast," Ma Lu commented. Chen Mo nodded. He prided himself on being willing to strike from the shadows, but that only proved he dared to fight, not that he could fight. It was a strategy of surprise. Zhao Kuo, however, was a true fighter, daring, capable, decisive, and ruthless. With the guards gone, the scene returned to calm. Seeing no one around, Chen Mo said, "Let's get out of here." Helping Ma Lu over the wall, Chen Mo tried to mimic Zhao Kuo's swift, agile climbing technique. The result was clumsy, and he even bruised his knee. This led him to conclude that such a smooth and impressive wall-scaling skill came either from desperation or true ability. Zhao Kuo clearly belonged to the latter. Jumping down from the wall, they landed in a grove of cypress trees beside the Mianxin River that ran through the city. Just as Chen Mo stood up to leave quickly, a figure emerged from behind a lush cypress tree. A thief! Chen Mo and Ma Lu tensed up, only to see it was the fierce security guard Zhao Kuo. Before Chen Mo could speak, Ma Lu blurted out, "What do you want? Which house are you targeting?" Zhao Kuo asked again. Zhao Kuo's icy expression had been admirable from afar in the compound, but now that it was directed at them, it felt entirely different. It was like watching someone else get beaten, thrilling and satisfying. But when it was your turn to get hit, a million curses would race through your mind. "Friend, no hard feelings. We've just got a good hustle. More friends mean more paths. Do us a favor, and well, remember it." Good hustle was underworld slang for a profitable method. Chen Mo used the jargon to test if the man was from the underworld. In their world, cutting off someone's livelihood was like killing their parents, so those with principles usually avoided it. But Chen Mo couldn't quite figure Zhao Kuo out. His presence here, clearly waiting for them, meant he had known someone would come out. If Zhao Kuo was a vigilante seeking justice, Chen Mo would have to accept his fate and surrender, because with his and Ma Liu's skills, fighting Zhao Kuo would be a death wish. "Which house are you targeting?" Zhao Kuo ignored Chen Mo's words, stubbornly repeating the same question. "Brother, just say what you want. We know we're no match for you," Ma Lu asked. Zhao Kuo took off his cap, revealing a shaved head, and said, "I won't fight you. I just don't want us to step on each other's toes." A thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind. He was a fellow thief. He scrutinized Zhao Kuo. The man wasn't conventionally handsome, his features were sharp and chiseled, his overall silhouette cold and hard. Perhaps because of his earlier display of agility, he exuded a daunting aura like a fierce tiger, making it hard to meet his gaze for long. But no matter how Chen Mo looked, he couldn't see this man as a common burglar. He seemed more like a legendary cold-blooded assassin. Whether it was premeditated or spontaneous, since Zhao Kuo intended to steal, they were in the same trade. In the underworld, besides loyalty, one had to follow rules. In their line of work, it was first come, first served. If another crew had already claimed a target without crossing boundaries, the others couldn't snatch the job. Chen Mo was neither loyal nor principled. If he were, he wouldn't have become Li Mabai's informant and betrayed Zhejiao. But he knew he had to play by the rules now, or else this formidable man would beat him to a pulp. Since Zhao Kuo had been direct, Chen Mo decided to be straightforward. The Liu family. Zhao Kuo nodded. Then don't move. Chen Mo's heart sank. This deal was doomed. That's too easy for you. You can't just say don't move and expect us to obey. Do you know how long we've been tailing the Lius? Ma Lu, driven by both greed for Lu Xiyu's possessions and a desire for revenge, immediately lost his temper at Zhao Kuo's attempt to steal their job. What do you want then? Zhao Kuo asked. The same words again. This was the third time Chen Mo had heard this exact phrase from Zhao Kuo's lips. On the surface, it seemed like he was asking for the other's opinion, but the underlying implication might be that a single disagreement would lead to violence. Chen Mo caught on, and naturally Ma Lu, who was sharper than a monkey with fur, understood as well. I don't want anything, I just won't let you have your way. Ma Lu was a bit nervous, his speech becoming slightly faltering. Seeing Zhao Kuo's lips move without a word, Chen Mo immediately said, Friend, can we talk somewhere else? Three grown men talking in a small grove of trees was indeed a bit awkward. Zhao Kuo had no objection and followed Chen Mo to a rather upscale restaurant. It was noon. Chen Mo took a private room, sat down, and started ordering the most expensive dishes. He noticed that when Zhao Kuo entered the restaurant, he instinctively touched his pocket. From this gesture, Chen Mo concluded that Zhao Kuo didn't have much money on him and was someone who cared about face. He who accepts a favor becomes indebted. Since Zhao Kuo couldn't afford the meal, Chen Mo would pay. By extending this kindness, first it would make negotiations much smoother. The wine was fine, the dishes exquisite, but the banquet was far from pleasant. Chen Mo and Ma Lu were in sync, eating and drinking without bringing up the real matter. Zhao Kuo seemed taciturn too, not only staying silent, but also eating somewhat stiffly. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Ma Lu with keen perception passed around cigarettes. Zhao Kuo hesitated for a moment before finally accepting one. Chen Mo exhaled a plume of smoke and asked, Friend, how many of you are in on this job? Just me, a lone wolf. Those who work alone in this trade are either masters too skilled to bother with partners or reckless novices who fear nothing. Chen Mo was certain Zhao Kuo belonged to the latter. If Zhao Kuo were a skilled thief, he wouldn't be working as a lowly security guard, nor would he have beaten someone half to death. The cardinal sin for a thief is to alert the prey or do something that draws attention. Though Chen Mo's biological father never taught him the craft of stealing, he had instilled plenty of theoretical knowledge about thievery. First time? Ma Lu asked with a smile. Zhao Kuo said nothing, which was as good as an admission. This line of work isn't that easy. How about we team up? Ma Lu continued. Chen Mo and his crew couldn't afford to provoke Zhao Kuo, yet they wanted to get to Lu Xiyu. Zhao Kuo, on the other hand, wouldn't give up the job but lacked experience. Cooperating was the best option. I can do it myself, Zhao Kuo insisted stubbornly. Stealing is simple enough, but there's a lot to it. First, you don't know how to pick locks, do you? And if there's something valuable, you need to find a fence right. Ma Lu spoke while carefully reading Zhao Kuo's expression. Seeing the corner of Zhao Kuo's mouth twitch without a reply, he quickly added, Brother, how about this? Let's join forces. We have the skills, you have the nerve. If we work together, it'll be like the sun and moon in conjunction, the 5 stars in alignment. We can pluck the moon from the 9 heavens and catch turtles in the 5 seas. Watching Ma Liu's lips flap endlessly, Chen Mo found it amusing. Using such flowery language just for a theft. But then it did suit a graduate student's learning. Graduate student. Specializing in how to be a thief. Hearing Ma Liu's words, Zhao Kuo began to waver. He had been a security guard in the neighborhood for 6 months, never really intending to steal. It all started because he was too diligent at his job. He stopped Lu Xiyu's car and was cursed out by him. The matter escalated to the property management company, which not only refused to back him up, but also docked a month's pay. This sparked his desire for revenge against Lu Xiyu. After observing, he found that Lu Xiyu was no good either. He visited once or twice a week, but never stayed overnight, and people always came with him waiting outside the neighborhood. All signs pointed to something suspicious in that house. Seeing Zhao Kuo still undecided, Ma Lu added fuel to the fire. After we pull it off, you decide to split. How about that? Deal. Zhao Kuo finally made up his mind. Chen Mo picked up the wine and filled Zhao Kuo's glass, saying, Hey, race to a successful partnership. When it came time to pay, Zhao Kuo looked a bit awkward and said, After this is done, I'll treat you to a meal. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. This cold-faced killer of a man actually had a sentimental side. The three left the restaurant, and found a secluded spot. Zhao Kuo drew a detailed map of the neighborhood on the ground and explained everything he knew. Zhao Kuo knew the neighborhood inside out. How many security guards when shifts changed, patrol times, camera locations, and even the number of residents in neighboring houses and their occupations. It showed just how thorough Zhao Kuo's preparatory work was. However, when Chen Mo asked how he planned to break in, Zhao Kuo's lack of professionalism became glaringly obvious. His method was simple and crude, picking the lock. Not to mention the security measures in Lu Siyu's house, where he kept his ill-gotten gains. Even just getting through the front door was a fine art. Chen Mo's approach was to pick the lock subtly, Zhao Kuo's was to force it. Both opened the door, but the difference between picking and forcing spoke volumes. Picking was quick and quiet, forcing was loud and time-consuming. Even if Zhao Kuo were skilled at forcing locks, he had certainly never broken into Lu Siyu's house before. Monkey had already done it in just 10 seconds. After they finalized the route and plan, Chen Mo asked instinctively, Zhao Kuo, anything else to add? The novice Zhao Kuo was awed by the professionalism of the two thieves he had just met. He never imagined stealing could be as complex as deploying troops in battle. The big man racked his brain for a long time before saying, the plan is solid. As long as the cops don't show up, it should be foolproof. Exchanging a glance with Ma Lu, Chen Mo said, all right, we move tonight. Meet at the east wall of the neighborhood at 12:30. Watching Zhao Kuo's tall, straight figure fade into the distance, Ma Lu said, should we take him out tonight? Chen Mo frowned and asked, what do you mean? We can handle this job ourselves. No need to split with him, Ma Lu said, his voice dripping with cunning. What are you thinking? Set him up. We open the door, let him in, and then... Ma Lu trailed off, making a phone gesture to Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately understood Ma Lu's plan. It was like what had happened to him before. First have Monkey go upstairs to unlock the door, then let Zhao Kuo enter, and finally, they'd call the police from outside. No need. I think this guy has real skill. If he wants to stay after this, good. If not, there's no need to make an enemy of him. All right, whatever you say. Ma Lu had no objection to Chen Mo's words. Get the two guys you found in position. Have them keep watch downstairs tonight. They don't need to get involved upstairs. Zhao Kuo is enough. Ma Lu cracked his knuckles, looking eager for a big score. Got it. At midnight, the four of them arrived precisely at the eastern wall of the residential compound. Monkey cast a nervous glance at the unfamiliar, cold-faced man beside him, his heart fluttering with unease. His shifty eyes darted from Chen Mo to Ma Lu, hoping someone would explain the situation. Yet no one paid heed to Monkey's anxious gaze. How are your two men arranged? Chen Mo asked Ma Lu. One at the front gate, one at the back position since 6 o'clock. Chen Mo nodded and turned to Monkey. What about you? Monkey quickly replied, no problem on my end. That Mr. Lu came by last night, brought a box of stuff, and left empty-handed. When do the security guards change shifts? Monkey said at midnight. For men per shift. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Kuo, who nodded in confirmation. All right, Monkey, you go in first. Chen Mo checked the time. 15 minutes to get out. Notify me once you've picked the lock. After that, you're on lookout downstairs. Okay. Ma Lu and Chen Mo hoisted Monkey's slender frame over the wall. Upon hearing him land, Chen Mo immediately noted the time. The countdown began from the moment Monkey entered the residential building. When the time was up, Chen Mo was the first to scale the wall. The compound was lush with trees, tranquil under the dim streetlights. Towering buildings stood in neat rows, looming high in the night. As seconds ticked by, the three men hidden behind the trees grew increasingly excited and tense, their minds full of schemes. A phone vibrated with a message from Monkey. It had taken only 8 minutes. The message was an empty signal of success. Chen Mo pocketed his phone and said, let's move. The three dashed straight to the target building. The unit door was shut, but a piece of cardboard wedged between the door and frame allowed them to pull it open effortlessly. They ascended the stairs swiftly and silently, not even triggering the motion-activated lights in the hallway. Lu Siyu's residence was on the top floor, the 19th. On the 10th floor, they encountered Monkey, who flashed a victorious V sign before passing them without a word. Soon they reached the top. Chen Mo gently pulled open the door already unlocked by Monkey, and the two behind him slipped inside. Cut the power, Chen Mo ordered. Ma Lu immediately found the electrical panel and pulled the switch. Under the pale moonlight, the interior was faintly visible, a duplex layout with 2 floors, sparsely furnished and lacking even basic amenities. Chen Mo flicked on a small flashlight and swept the room, spotting surveillance cameras in the corners of the ceiling. He felt a surge of relief that they had cut the power, otherwise every move would have been recorded. Lu Ziyu, stay on the first floor. Zhao Kuo and I will take the second. We leave in 10 minutes. Zhao Kuo was utterly awestruck. The thieves had not only divided tasks meticulously, but also calculated the time with precision. Only one word echoed in his mind: professional. Chen Mo's obsessive precision in this operation was not out of pedantry or pretense. He believed that a meticulously planned strategy was their ticket to a clean escape. Thievery demanded speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Speed meant time, the shorter the safer. Accuracy referred to intelligence. Information had to be precise. Ruthlessness was about self-discipline. No greed, knowing when to quit. As Chen Mo's late father had taught him, a thief is a schemer relies on strategy. A bedroom on the second floor was locked. Chen Mo glanced at Zhao Kuo, who immediately understood the unspoken command to pick the lock. For Zhao Kuo, the door required no picking. He simply gripped the handle, shook it up and down, and with a sharp twist, a click sounded, and the door swung open. Chen Mo was secretly astonished, not only by Zhao Kuo's immense hand strength, but also by his keen perception. Without a word, a mere look had conveyed his intent. This guy was indeed no ordinary man. The room was pitch black, without windows. The flashlight beam revealed a sight that made both of them gasp. Money. A neat stack of cash piled on the floor. They had no idea how much, but both knew it was enough to ensure a life of comfort for generations. A corrupt official. They had struck gold. It took them over 10 seconds to snap out of their shock. Against the wall stood a shelf filled with jars and bottles, undoubtedly antiques and treasures, but no matter how priceless, everything could be measured in money. Thus those valuable artifacts barely caught their attention. A suitcase nearby was perfect for the cash. The two reckless thieves, hearts pounding, lunged forward. Within 3 minutes, the suitcase was stuffed to the brim. Chen Mo lifted it. It weighed at least 60 or 70 pounds. Good heavens, they had truly struck it rich. He cast a regretful glance at the countless bills still on the floor, then gritted his teeth and uttered a reluctant word, "Let's go." But as the word left his lips, a horrifying event unfolded. The lights downstairs flickered on. It certainly wasn't Ma Lu who had turned them on. Who could it be? Even more baffling, no one spoke downstairs, and not a sound was heard. The two set down the suitcase and crept to the stairwell. The limited view from above showed no one. Zhao Kuo drew a dagger from his belt, while Chen Mo instinctively stepped back, hiding behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Slow footsteps echoed from below, clearly the cautious movement of someone. After 3 or 4 minutes, a woman holding a gun appeared in the narrow view from the stairs. It was Li Mubai. In an instant, Chen Mo felt his doom approaching, and his mind went blank with terror. As he stood frozen, Zhao Kuo leaped down the stairs. Bang! A gunshot jolted Chen Mo back to reality. He peered downstairs to see Zhao Kuo already locked in combat with Li Mubai. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, Chen Mo charged down as well. Only Zhao Kuo and Li Mubai were fighting below, indicating she was alone. While she was occupied, Chen Mo could slip away in the chaos. The more Zhao Kuo fought, the more alarmed he grew. The longer Li Mubai struggled, the more her hands numbed. Both realized they had met their match. When Li Mubai sensed someone charging from above, she fired a warning shot without aiming. But as the gun went off, her wrist went numb. A thrown dagger had knocked the weapon from her hand. She also understood that her assailant had no intent to kill, as disarming her was far more difficult than ending her life. Chen Mo reached the ground floor in just 3 or 4 strides. Seeing the two skilled fighters locked in combat, he edged along the wall to slip away. But Li Mubai feinted and swung a kick at him. Chen Mo's hair stood on, and he ducked his head and retreated. Just then Ma Lu burst out of a room, his sprint living up to his name, fast as the wind, and darted out the door, vanishing. Chen Mo's heart raced as he tried several times to escape during the fight, but each time Li Mubai forced him back. All this, though complicated to describe, happened within a dozen seconds. Finally, an opportunity came. Li Mubai was knocked to the ground by Zhao Kuo's sweeping leg. Chen Mo sprinted toward the door. Just as he was about to burst through, a gunshot rang out. All strength drained from Chen Mo's body. He looked down to see a bloody hole in his chest. The moment Chen Mo realized he was lying limp on the ground, a shiver ran through his entire body. Then he saw Zhao Kuo leap down from the second-floor loft, followed by a gunshot. At the critical moment, the voyeuristic sensation returned. Chen Mo felt as if in a dream. He fumbled at his chest to ensure he was unharmed before sighing in relief. That deadly shot was enough to terrify him into not daring to descend the stairs. In his panic, the only thing he could think of was to hide himself as quickly as possible. Like a headless fly, he rushed into the bathroom, then back to the living room, then dashed into the bedroom, and finally, in his desperation, climbed out of the kitchen window and crouched on the narrow ledge where the air conditioner's outdoor unit was placed. Under the faint starlight and moonlight, Chen Mo's view was wide open. Looking down, he trembled all over, as if a martial arts master had grabbed him by the crotch. After another gunshot, Chen Mo heard someone fleeing through the door. Before he could figure out whether it was Ma Lu or Zhao Qua who had escaped, he heard footsteps on the stairs. Li Mubai was coming upstairs. Li Mubai, a former criminal investigator, found searching for someone in a room as easy as turning over one's palm. Moreover, she was certain that Chen Mo, who haunted her like a nightmare, was still hiding upstairs. She had stayed behind to catch him, otherwise she would have given chase long ago. Li Mubai had racked her brains to capture the bastard Chen Mo. On the day she encountered him by chance, she had keenly detected a restless spirit in his eyes. Her intuition told her that this scoundrel Chen Mo had not reformed and was still engaged in despicable, universally condemned activities. Recalling all of Chen Mo's misdeeds, Li Mubai felt an urge to tear him limb from limb. She was determined to catch him and throw him into prison. Li Mubai began to tail Chen Mo, monitoring his every move. It didn't take long for her to uncover his malicious intentions. So tonight Li Mubai came alone, confident that she could handle the gang of petty thieves by herself. However, when she crossed fists with Zhao Qua, she realized she had underestimated her opponent. If he hadn't been guilty and she hadn't been armed, the outcome would have been uncertain. She hadn't expected a thief ring to harbor someone so skilled. Yet to her relief, her target had not fled. Chen Mo was still hiding in one of the rooms on the second floor. This time, with the evidence and the culprit together, he couldn't escape. Li Mubai arrived at the kitchen and immediately spotted the footprints on the windowsill. "Come out," she commanded. Chen Mo shuddered, nearly falling off the ledge. He knew full well what capture meant: at least 3 years in prison for burglary. And since this was Lu Siyu's home, if he could expose her corrupt father, things might be different. But if her father remained unscathed, Chen Mo would surely be singled out for harsh treatment, never to see the light of day again. What to do now? Fight it out. Seeing no movement from the person outside the window, Li Mubai cautiously approached and pulled it open. As the window swung open, an object flew in with a whoosh. It was a jacket. Prepared, Li Mubai calmly sidestepped, grabbed Chen Mo as he tried to climb in through the window, and with a flick of her wrist flung him out of the kitchen. But when she rushed out of the kitchen, she was stunned. Chen Mo had vanished. Where was he? Li Mubai instinctively looked at her hand, then glanced back at the window. She was absolutely certain she had grabbed someone. The jacket on the floor was proof. She was also sure he couldn't have escaped from the second floor to the first without her seeing or hearing him. Yet he was gone, vanishing before her eyes in an instant. This eerie feeling sent a chill down Li Mubai's spine. She was an atheist, not believing in ghosts, but what had just happened defied explanation. While Li Mubai stood there utterly bewildered, Chen Mo was frantically fleeing down the stairs, glancing back every few steps, terrified that Li Mubai would give chase. But he reached the ground floor and escaped the building without the dreaded pursuit. Chen Mo knew that something inexplicable, different from the voyeurism, had just occurred. When Li Mubai opened the window, Chen Mo had planned to throw the jacket to buy himself time to climb in. He hadn't expected her to grab him so swiftly and hurl him away. He replayed the moment in his mind. In the split second he landed, his peripheral vision caught her still in the motion of throwing him. It all happened in a flash. Chen Mo tumbled, scrambled to his feet, and with the speed of a fleeing man bounded down to the first floor. Li Mubai did not follow. Even after he escaped the building, she still hadn't come after him. Why? Chen Mo couldn't fathom it. The night breeze outside gave him a sense of survival. He sprinted toward the community wall. A head appeared over the wall, a voice strained with tension hissed, "Hurry." Driven by desperation, Chen Mo vaulted over the wall with a clean, agile movement that rivaled Zhao Qua's skill. On the other side, he saw Zhao Qua, Ma Lu, and an unconscious monkey. He didn't have time to ask about Monkey's condition. He only said 2 words, "Let's go." Still shaken, the 4 thieves didn't dare return to their hideout. Instead, they took a taxi on a circuitous route around the city twice before checking into a hotel. At the hotel, Monkey finally regained consciousness. He said he had been knocked out. He only felt a sharp pain in his neck and blacked out, never seeing who did it. Ma Lu said sheepishly, "I didn't get a good look at who it was either. I was too busy running. If Zhao Qua hadn't held them off, would all be done for." In the end, only Chen Mo and Zhao Qua had seen Li Mubai's true face. Based on his fight with Li Mubai, Zhao Qua could tell from her martial arts moves that she had military training. She used grappling and combat techniques, and she was highly skilled. But one thing puzzled him: how had Chen Mo escaped from her? Could this leader of thieves, besides being meticulous, also be a hidden martial arts master? Facing 3 bewildered accomplices, Chen Mo was not only baffled by why Li Mubai hadn't pursued him, but also why she had come alone. Was there some secret connection between Li Mubai and Lu Siyu's family? That night, the five who had all experienced a harrowing ordeal each harbored their own unanswered questions. Outside, the noise of traffic filled the air. The night gradually faded. A new day began. They faced not only the rising sun, but also the uncertainties of the future. After retreating from Lu Siyu's home, Chen Mo spent his days wandering through the areas of Baijiang City, where theft was rampant. He took the bus from the west of the city to the east, and then from the north to the south. This made him realize that since the infamous thief Jiao had left, around 20 small gangs of thieves had sprung up in Baijiang City, like mushrooms after rain. This indicates that thieves are like leeks, once cut, they quickly grow back. Even if the police are diligent and resentful of evil, thieves will never be eradicated. These gangs are petty thieves, and their tools are merely tweezers and blades. Chen Mo categorized these peers by region: Hunan Gang, Guangxi Gang, Anhui Gang, Xinjiang Gang, and a few local gangs, including some that had established themselves after Jiao's departure. However, Chen Mo's purpose in wandering around Baijiang City was not to understand the current dynamics of the industry. He merely gathered this information incidentally. His main goal was to find someone. He was searching for the old man who had taught him the art of sneaking while he was in detention, for only he could unravel the confusion in Chen Mo's heart. There was no doubt that the old man was a thief, judging by how frequently he was caught by the police, it could be concluded that he was based in Baijiang City. Such foolish thieves who were constantly caught, yet possessed mysterious skills, were either peculiar or uniquely gifted individuals. Unique individuals are elusive, and encountering them relies on fate. Thus, after half a month, Chen Mo had not found any clues related to the old man. One day, after wandering from morning until noon, Chen Mo, overwhelmed by the sweltering heat, walked into a chain fast food restaurant and ordered a cold drink to cool off. Across from the fast food restaurant was a large square hosting a job fair, and as he watched the sea of college students, Chen Mo couldn't help but reminisce about his colorful college life and his failed career. If he weren't a thief, he would probably be an editor or a journalist. Halfway through his drink, a commotion erupted in the square. Due to the crowd, Chen Mo craned his neck for a long time without knowing what was happening. Even after finishing his drink and stepping outside, the crowd in the square remained restless, with some people even taking photos with their phones. Curious, Chen Mo pushed through the crowd to see what was going on. He spotted a girl walking back and forth among the spectators like a display. The girl wore exaggerated large sunglasses that nearly covered her entire face, dressed in a red short skirt and a white short shirt, and was holding a rope that led to a large cabbage. It was indeed a cabbage, not a dog. To be precise, she was leading a skateboard on which the cabbage was placed. In an instant, a term popped into Chen Mo's mind: performance art. The girl walked confidently under the gaze of thousands of eyes. When she turned again to face Chen Mo, he was taken aback. He recognized her. It was the performance artist Xia Kuang. Xia Kuang turned and spotted Chen Mo, then walked straight towards him. It was only when she approached that he snapped back to reality. Feeling a bit awkward under Xia Kuang's gaze through her sunglasses, Chen Mo immediately turned to leave. "Stop! Pretending not to recognize me. You still owe me a meal." Seeing Chen Mo trying to slip away, Xia Kuang chased after him, calling out, even neglecting the cabbage that had rolled off the skateboard and caught the eyes of many. Chen Mo didn't want to have any dealings with someone like her, especially at that moment, but in the end he was caught. "Don't you recognize me anymore?" Xia Kuang took off her sunglasses. Of course he recognized her. If he didn't, he wouldn't have run. However, feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Mo pretended to suddenly realize, saying, "Oh, it's you." Then he awkwardly feigned surprise, asking, "What are you doing?" "Don't act. You still owe me a meal," Xia Kuang insisted. Chen Mo had indeed promised Xia Kuang a meal, and that day, after she dropped him off at his place, he casually said, "How should I thank you for bringing me back?" At that time, Xia Kuang replied, "Next time we meet, just treat me to a meal." These two simple sentences made Chen Mo feel like a thorn was stuck in his back. He sensed countless curious eyes on him, and hurriedly said, I remember. What do you want to eat? Let's go now?" Xia Kuang, being pulled along without any regard, said, "Hot pot." For her, losing the cabbage meant the skateboard was meaningless, so she casually tossed the expensive skateboard into a nearby trash bin. This made Chen Mo feel a pang of regret as he cursed the wasteful girl. Without the artifact to tie her down, Xia Kuang remained the center of attention, as her skirt was too short, and she was quite beautiful, drawing the eyes of all the lecherous onlookers. In Gualaoda's hot pot restaurant, people were bustling about, with the steam rising from the pot mixing with the cold air from the air conditioning, and the smell of liquor and hot pot creating a unique atmosphere. They found a spot near the window, ordered a Yinyang hot pot, and Chen Mo initially wanted a bottle of orange juice, but was scorned by Xia Kuang and had to settle for 4 bottles of beer. As Chen Mo looked at the exquisite Xia Kuang across the table, he suddenly thought of the word fate, but quickly squashed that ambiguous thought saying, what does walking a cabbage mean? I mean the meaning of performance art. Xia Kuang was very interested in this topic, saying you understand performance art. Before Chen Mo could respond, she continued, actually walking a cabbage has no meaning, the meaning lies in the process of walking. Nowadays people face a lot of mental pressure. If a person has no friends to confide in, walking a cabbage can relieve stress and dispel loneliness. The cabbage being walked is pitiful, but in truth people are even more pitiful. Regarding Xia Kuang's explanation, Chen Mo understood only half of it, with his only realization being that if that cabbage were sold in a hot pot restaurant, it could fetch quite a bit of money. Where did you buy that cabbage? Chen Mo asked. Not surprised by Chen Mo's strange question, performance artist Xia Kuang replied it grew from the ground. Chen Mo found it amusing and asked, isn't any kind of showy behavior meant to attract attention considered performance art? Xia Kuang first shot him a disdainful glance, then unexpectedly replied, sort of. Then tell me, does being a thief count as performance art? Of course it does, as long as the behavior exceeds normal boundaries, it is called art. Xia Kuang replied noncommittally, then added, however, calling a thief a professional artist is more accurate. Xia Kuang's words greatly moved Chen Mo. Not only did he hear a new term for the first time in his life, professional art, but he was also thrilled that Xia Kuang could elevate the despised profession of thievery to the level of art. In Chen Mo's eyes, Xia Kuang was now as lovely as an angel, making him wish he could rush over and steal a kiss. Chen Mo hurriedly poured Xia Kuang a drink, saying cheers. The cold beer, the steaming hot pot, and the exhilarating mood immediately created a warm atmosphere. After a loud belch, Chen Mo reached for his wallet to pay the bill, and out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a scene outside the window, a hunched old man and a couple walking intimately past each other, and in an instant the old man snatched a phone from the man's pocket. The entire process was lightning fast, and Chen Mo didn't see how the old man accomplished it. But that wasn't the key. The critical point was that the old man looked somewhat familiar. Wait a minute. He'll be right back. Chen Mo threw a line to Xia Kuang and immediately chased after the old man. As Chen Mo walked out of the hot pot restaurant, he could still see the lovey-dovey couple, but the wretched old man had vanished without a trace. Chen Mo searched in the direction the old man had gone, but amidst the bustling crowd there was no sign of him. Not even a single elderly person in sight. He sure moves fast. The swift and agile manner in which he struck and fled the scene marked him as a seasoned rogue. Such veterans rarely end up in the police station, but why did his back look so familiar? Just as Chen Mo stood on the street lost in thought, a hand tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Xia Kuang, running out on the bill without money. How could that be? I just spotted an acquaintance. I came out to look for him, but couldn't find him. Xia Kuang put on her sunglasses covering half her face and said, I've already paid the bill. How much was it? He'll pay you right now, Chen Mo said apologetically. Forget it. You can owe me. Make it 2 meals. Xia Kuang waved her hand dismissively. Xia Kuang clearly came from money, yet she quibbled over a meal's cost. This baffled Chen Mo, but it wasn't his main concern. A stunning beauty was practically throwing herself at him, and he'd be a fool not to seize the chance. How about I take you to the arcade? Chen Mo suggested. Sure, Xia Kuang replied. Sitting in Xia Kuang's red sports car, Chen Mo felt out of place. Such a unique woman driving such an expensive car with her eccentric demeanor. Was she a kept woman or a wealthy heiress? Chen Mo was curious. At the same time, he felt a surge of joy at having effortlessly charmed a beautiful woman. Those long fair legs, that full round chest. Damn, she was stunning. Under Xia Kuang's breakneck driving, they soon arrived at Baijiang City's most luxurious entertainment complex. As he got out of the car, Chen Mo instinctively touched his wallet. Chen Mo had long heard of this entertainment complex, a place where tycoons spent fortunes. Though he had tens of thousands in savings, stepping into such a venue made him uneasy. Come on, don't just stand there, Xia Kuang said, getting out of the car and closing the door. Do they have video games here? You hick. Chen Mo's face flushed crimson as he followed her inside. The complex had 5 floors and was vast. The first floor housed common arcade games, the second a roller rink, the third. Chen Mo got a membership card and loaded it with 3,000 yuan, but soon realized it was nowhere near enough for this spendthrift Xia Kuang. She seemed inexhaustible, yet her skills were abysmal. In competitive games others would be KO'd once, while she'd be KO'd 5 or 6 times. And she particularly loved such games. Within 2 hours the 3,000 yuan was nearly gone. Why aren't you playing? Xia Kuang asked, staring at a fishing game machine. Chen Mo knew that fishing games burned money faster than gambling. I don't usually play these. I'm just here to keep you company. Want to try a dance mat or something? Xiaoquang ignored him, sat down at the game console, and said, I've never played this before. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and bought 300 tokens. As expected, they were gone in under 3 minutes. Seeing Xiaoquang still eager, Chen Mo broke into a sweat. At this rate, even 80 or 100,000 wouldn't be enough. At that moment, Chen Mo finally understood a truth: don't bite off more than you can chew. With an empty wallet, trying to pick up girls was like a duck pulling a card, utterly overestimating oneself. Give me another 500, Xiaoquang said. Wait, it'll go recharge, Chen Mo replied, hoping she'd stop him. But to his disappointment, she simply said, okay. He loaded 5,000 yuan onto the card and dawdled for over 10 minutes before returning. Watching Xiaoquang slap the machine, Chen Mo felt an urge to call the police and have them raid the place. Wasn't this just gambling? Even in gambling, there was a chance to win, but this was a guaranteed loss. Xiaoquang blew through the 5,000 yuan in less than half an hour. Xiaoquang sighed and said, let's go eat first. Will you still play after eating? Chen Mo asked in shock. What? Can't afford it. I really can't, Chen Mo admitted, unwilling to pretend to be rich. If he kept spending, he'd go broke. This money was earned with his life on the line. Xiaoquang burst out laughing. She had met many people with ulterior motives, but never one so honestly poor and endearing. You don't have to pay. After we eat well, come back for the night session. By now, Chen Mo had lost all romantic interest in Xiaoquang. He just wanted to leave. She was tempting, but not his type. I have something to do tonight, so I can't stay. No, Xiaoquang refused flatly. Chen Mo was taken aback. Why? Because I'm not happy. Her unreasonable answer made Chen Mo laugh. Miss, you're not my girlfriend. We've only met twice. Your mood has nothing to do with me, right? Even as he said it, Chen Mo felt embarrassed. They'd met only twice, had held her hand, and had foolishly spent 8,000 yuan. What a fool. If I were your girlfriend, would it matter then? Xiaoquang asked. Of course it would. All right, I'll be your girlfriend then. Chen Mo was stunned again. Only a performance artist with a screw loose would say something like that. He glanced at the eccentric Xiaoquang and made up his mind, keep a tight grip on his wallet tonight, take any advantage he could, and even create opportunities if none existed. In that case, he'll think about it. Let's go eat first. Despite his resolve not to spend another cent, Chen Mo ended up paying the bill after dinner, lacking the willpower to resist. Around 8 in the evening, Chen Mo followed Xiaoquang back to the entertainment complex. This time, they didn't stop on the first floor, but went straight to the second. Xiaoquang flashed a VIP card at the receptionist, and they were respectfully escorted into an elevator. They headed straight to the 5th floor. You're a member here? Chen Mo asked in surprise. Yes, I come here often. With this card, everything's free. Xiaoquang watched Chen Mo as she spoke, enjoying the look of being toyed with on his face. And indeed, Chen Mo felt duped. Then why did you make me spend money? Seeing his mix of shame and anger, Xiaoquang said triumphantly, You offered to treat me. I didn't force you. They were soon escorted to the 4th floor. It was a seemingly ordinary bar, but Chen Mo knew it couldn't be that simple, or there'd be no need for a VIP card. Observing the bar, Chen Mo looked around for a while and found it no different from any other bar. No difference was the biggest difference, but where did the difference lie? What's so special about this bar? Chen Mo asked as he sat down with Xiaoquang. It is special. What's special? Guess. Xiaoquang raised her glass, increasingly enjoying teasing this man she'd met only twice. Chen Mo scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the entrance. This is a haunt for rich brats, isn't it? Xiaoquang's smile faded as she glanced at him, then pouted in disappointment, feeling bored that had guessed it. In truth, Chen Mo hadn't guessed. He had just spotted the scion Lu Xiu entering the bar, and what unsettled him was that Li Mubai was with him. The simultaneous appearance of Lu Xiu and Li Mubai solidified Chen Mo's suspicion that their relationship was anything but ordinary. He had been stealing from Lu Xiu's home, and Li Mubai arrived, as if descending from the heavens. Could such a coincidence be mere chance? Chen Mo hadn't expected that Li Mubai, who outwardly appeared to abhor evil, was actually a sycophant at heart. Becoming a team leader at such a young age was likely due to her status as a child of a powerful official. With this thought, the shred of respect Chen Mo had once held for Li Mubai instantly transformed into contempt and disdain. Truly, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Although Chen Mo was filled with scorn for Li Mubai, he did not forget his own position. Carefully, he shifted his body to avoid being discovered by her. As soon as Lu Xiu appeared in the bar, she became the center of attention. People constantly crowded around her. Though Chen Mo couldn't hear what they were saying from their fawning expressions, it was easy to see they were all wearing faces of flattery. What's your background? Since the bar was a gathering place for privileged offspring, Xia Kuang's origins must also be far from simple. I have no special background. My father just has a bit of money. Chen Mo nodded in sudden realization. So he was a rich second generation. What? Are you planning to kidnap me or extort me? Aren't you already my girlfriend? Why would I need to kidnap or extort you? Chen Mo said shamelessly. I doubt you dare. Chen Mo indeed dared not kidnap or extort, but if it came to stealing, he could consider it. Stealing a person or stealing money. He would have to think it over. Of course, if he could achieve both wealth and romance, that would be perfect. Just then the people in the bar began to file upstairs. Xia Kuang immediately grabbed Chen Mo's hand and said, the real show is about to begin. Come. Chen Mo was pulled almost roughly by Xia Kuang to the second floor. The space was vast, devoid of neon lights and colorful glow, lit instead by ordinary fluorescent bulbs, as bright as daylight. On one side of the hall, a rope was strung up as a boundary, and within it were displayed all kinds of stones. Everyone stood outside the rope. The stones varied in size, each worth anywhere from a few hundred to hundreds of thousands. Chen Mo's mind was entirely absent from these stones, focused solely on Li Mubai. Li Mubai was a cop, and he was a thief. If she discovered him, would she arrest him? Do you know what this is? It's called gambling on rough stones, Xia Kuang said. Since it was gambling, there were wins and losses. Chen Mo had heard it was similar to playing dominoes. Dominoes was a flip and a stare, while gambling on stones was a cut and a stare. As for the intricacies and rules, he was clueless. Xia Kuang began to educate Chen Mo on the basics of stone gambling. These stones are commonly called rough stones. Inside them is jadeite. If you can cut out jadeite from a rough stone, its price can instantly multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. In the stone gambling trade, there is a saying, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich. It describes the entertainment and investment nature of stone gambling. Examples of turning a few thousand into hundreds of thousands are countless. Of course, where there is joy, there is also sorrow, and significant risks exist. A single stone could make a man wealthy overnight or leave him destitute. Thus, stone gambling was a contest of experience, wealth, and luck. However, these privileged offspring were not relying on stone gambling to get rich. They needed no experience. Only wealth and luck sufficed. For them, it was merely an exciting and relatively fair game, a chance to cut a stone and stand out in their small circle. These young masters, who treated money as if it were nothing, began to make their moves. Each transaction was accompanied by someone announcing the price with pomp, and the purchased rough stones were taken aside to be cut. But all left disappointed after their excitement. Chen Mo watched with a pounding heart as stones worth over 100,000 were instantly rendered worthless the moment they were cut open. Chen Mo asked, do you like gambling on stones? I come to play when I'm bored, Xia Kuang said nonchalantly. Which one are you planning to buy? Chen Mo looked at the stones. No rush. Let's observe first. Chen Mo held no hope for Xia Kuang's stone gambling. He just wanted her to throw down some cash quickly and leave this place of trouble. If Li Mubai ran into him, it would be a disaster. But fear of what might happen brought it to pass. Oh my, isn't this Sister Xia? Long time no see. How about making a few cuts today? A voice suddenly came from behind. Both turned around. Xia Kuang's face was full of disdain, while Chen Mo's was full of shock. Standing behind them were none other than Lu Xiyu and Li Mubai. Chen Mo stared at Li Mubai, his heart racing like a trapped rabbit. Li Mubai looked at Chen Mo as if he were a fly. Disgusting, and she wished she could swat him dead with one slap. Seeing the two staring at each other with complex expressions, Lu Xiyu asked with interest, do you know each other? Yes, Li Mubai replied. Li Mubai's simple answer set Lu Xiyu's mind racing. Anyone who could come here had some background. Li Mubai knew this person, and Xia Kuang, the heiress of Baijiang City's richest family, also knew him. A big shot. But his outfit didn't look the part. Lu Xiyu. What should I call you, brother? Lu Xiyu, not daring to be negligent, extended his hand to shake Chen Mo's. I'm just a nobody. My name isn't worth mentioning, Chen Mo said hastily. Lu Xiyu had proactively introduced himself, yet Chen Mo dismissed him as a nobody. His brow furrowed slightly. Was this man looking down on him? Even a nobody can do great things, isn't that right? Li Mubai stared coldly at Chen Mo. At that moment, what Li Mubai wanted most was to arrest Chen Mo. But she had no evidence of his theft red-handed, and more critically, she was currently suspended from duty. The reason for Li Mubai's suspension was simple. She had acted without authorization, entered a wealthy businessman's home, and even fired her gun, causing a severe social disturbance. This was a serious breach of regulations, and the police force ordered her to suspend duty for reflection. Li Mubai knew well that the reason for her suspension was absurd and ridiculous. Someone was deliberately setting her up. So under her family's arrangement, she reluctantly began dating Lu Xiu, who had been pursuing her, hoping to resolve the biggest crisis of her career through the influence of Lu Xiu's father, the police chief. This act of sacrificing her dignity disgusted her, but she didn't want this incident to ruin her career. That the situation had escalated to Li Mubai's suspension was something Lu Xiu had never anticipated. When he learned that his home had been burgled and Li Mubai had saved him, he broke out in a cold sweat. However, he hadn't expected his father, the bureau chief, to be so far-sighted. The house was not registered under the Lu family's name, but under a businessman's. Moreover, he used his political influence to easily get Li Mubai suspended. A massive storm was thus resolved with a few casual words through the mediation of Lu Xiu's father. This once again showed Lu Xiu his father's incredible reach and power. With Li Mubai suspended, no one would continue investigating the case. As for why the wealthy businessman kept so much cash, antiques, and calligraphy in his home, no one would bother to dig deeper. At this moment, Lu Xiu was reveling in the joy of his father's omnipotence and the bowtie's embrace. Chen Mo's slight was an affront he could not tolerate. Could this man's background possibly surpass that of his own father? In this little patch of Baijiang City, no one could stir up waves before him. Since Sister Mubai thinks highly of you, you must be no ordinary person. Which stone catches your eye? Cut it open, and let's see. As he spoke, Lu Xiu slid his arm around Li Mubai's slender waist. Li Mubai frowned in disgust at his frivolous gesture, then stepped forward to shake off his wandering hand. Lu Xiu shot a dissatisfied glance at Li Mubai, thinking to himself that he would have this little police beauty in his bed sooner or later, and see if she was still so cold then. I don't gamble on stones. I'm just here to look. Why not? Everyone who comes here gambles on stones, Xia Kuang said, rolling her eyes at the spineless Chen Mo. Sister Xia is indeed straightforward. Your friend here is far inferior to you, Lu Xiu said, seizing every opportunity to belittle Chen Mo. Lu Xiu parted the crowd with his hands, saying, "Move aside, everyone. Make way for my sister Xia." Those pushed aside by Lu Xiu wore angry expressions, but upon seeing it was him, they immediately put on a smiling face and said, "Oh, it's Master Lu. Please go ahead, go ahead." Lu Xiu quickly selected a piece of stone and said to Xia Kuang, "Sister Xia, how about we each pick 3 pieces and see who can get it right?" "Why should I listen to you and only pick 3? Xia Kuang replied with disdain. "The Xia family has plenty of money. With your style, it wouldn't be surprising if you bought all the stones here. But I can't do that, and my dad is just a small director and my allowance is limited. I can't compare to you. I never intended to compete with you. Who told you to be so self-important?" Xia Kuang showed no mercy to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu wasn't angry and said, "What are you afraid of losing? Are you afraid to bet with me? What do I have to be afraid of? It's just..." "All right, then it's settled." Lu Xiu immediately interrupted Xia Kuang, continuing, "I won't bully you. How about this? We each bet on 3 pieces of stone, not on value, but on whether we get it right or not. If neither of us cuts out jade, then I'll consider it my loss. Is that all right?" As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, it stirred a commotion among the crowd. In formal gambling venues, the odds of winning are already low, and in places like bars where it is merely for fun, the chances are even lower. For instance, just now at least 40 pieces of stone had been cut, and not a single one had yielded jade. So when Lu Xiu said that if no jade was cut out, he would consider it his loss, it was as if he had already lost half of the gamble. Did Lu Xiu have such confidence in winning? Everyone expressed doubt, but what they were really concerned about wasn't whether Lu Xiu could win, but what the stakes would be. In their circle of young elites, there was an unwritten rule that gambling required stakes. There were 3 types of stakes: bet head, bet suit, and bet dance. Bet head means the loser, regardless of gender, must shave their head. Bet suit means the loser must take off their underwear and wear it on their head. Bet dance is even more extreme, where the loser must wear lingerie and dance in the bar. All 3 types of stakes are humiliating, so no one without deep grudges would ever engage in such bets. Now, having the wealthiest young man in the circle gamble against the most powerful person is certainly the most talked about and eye-catching event. At the same time, people began to speculate about the deep-seated animosity between these 2 individuals. The consequences of the gamble, other than Chen Mo and Li Mubai, were clear to everyone. Thus, 2 outsiders watching the excited crowd couldn't help but frown. Seeing Xia Kuang silent, Lu Xiu provocatively said, "Sister Xia, I'm giving you a chance. If you lose, your friend can take your place in fulfilling the bet." Those who loved to watch the excitement instantly realized that Lu was not targeting Xia's family, but rather the man beside her. Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine as everyone looked at him with strange eyes. "Fine," Xia Kuang replied without hesitation. Oblivious Chen Mo, despite being clueless, could tell that Xia Kuang was selling him out. He uneasily asked, "What are you two betting on? What does it have to do with me?" Xia Kuang replied, "Don't worry, you won't lose." Lu Xiu smiled and said, "All right, the stakes will be set by you, sister. You've already given in to me twice, so you should go first," Xia Kuang said generously. "Then let's bet on dance, all right?" "Sure. Let's bet on dance." Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Xiu said, "Sister Xia, ladies first, you choose first." "You go first," Xia Kuang replied. Lu Xiu gave Chen Mo a meaningful glance and said, "Then I will choose first." Lu Xiu indeed wanted to use the opportunity of gambling on stones to humiliate Chen Mo. The reason was simple. After introducing himself during their first meeting, Chen Mo refused to disclose his name, claiming to be a minor character, which made Lu feel belittled. At this moment, Chen Mo was like a big fool. He thought that since he didn't reveal his name, it was because he believed that Li Mubai and Lu Xiu were in cahoots, so he had no need to waste his breath. Lu Xiu picked slowly. He had to personally inspect each piece of stone for a while and kept asking the manager questions about the raw stones. Once the 3 pieces were chosen, Chen Mo knew he was bound to lose. He finally couldn't help but whisper to Xia Kuang, "What is this bet on dance all about?" "It's where the loser dances in lingerie." "Don't worry, you won't lose." Xia Kuang still exuded confidence. Chen Mo felt cold sweat pouring down as he swallowed hard, saying, "How do you know we won't lose?" "Because Lu Xiu has never won a bet on stones before. My odds of winning are 50-50. Even if we don't win anything, it still counts as his loss." Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately wanted to leave. He had thought Xia Kuang had some secret weapon to ensure victory, but it turned out they were just gambling on probabilities against Lu Xiu. Previously, Lu Xiu had lost, but this time he would surely win because Chen Mo had already figured out the trick. When Lu Xiu focused on a piece of raw stone, he would first tap it 3 times before asking the manager some questions about it. On the surface, it seemed inconspicuous, but with a little attention, it was evident that if the manager also tapped the stone 3 times, Lu Xiu would immediately select it. In other words, the one really selecting the raw stone wasn't Lu Xiu, but the sales manager responsible for selling the stones in the bar. The sales manager dealt with these stones daily. He certainly had an idea of whether a stone could yield jade. In contrast to Lu Xiu's careful and serious approach, Xia Kuang seemed much more carefree, choosing 3 pieces of raw stone in less than 5 minutes, which made Chen Mo feel increasingly hopeless. The thought of having to dance naked in front of everyone made Chen Mo's scalp tingle. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, he considered sneaking away. Why was he getting himself into trouble by following someone as mentally unstable as Xia Kuang? He felt like he was being tricked. Just as Chen Mo was about to slip away, Xia Kuang spotted him and grabbed his arm. "Are you trying to run away? I'm not playing with you anymore. You're going to get me killed." "Don't worry, you won't lose." "I'm not at ease. Let go of me." Chen Mo was getting anxious. "If I let go, you won't be able to leave either. Didn't you see that there are people guarding the door? If you try to go out now, they'll definitely break your legs." Looking up, Chen Mo indeed saw 4 burly men in black standing at the stairway on the 2nd floor, expressionless, with crew cuts, their faces as cold as Zhaoqua's. "Xia Kuang, are you playing me? This afternoon you cost me 8,000, and now you're using me as a bet. What have I done to offend you?" Seeing Chen Mo's bewildered expression, Xia Kuang couldn't help but smile. "Aren't you my boyfriend? Shouldn't a boyfriend stand up for his girlfriend?" At this moment, Chen Mo felt like he wanted to find a place to die. What kind of boyfriend was he? Real boyfriends could at least kiss and hold hands. Now he was not only paying, but also putting himself in a position to embarrass himself. He was undoubtedly the biggest fool, a complete idiot. At the same time, he secretly regretted being blinded by desire and causing trouble for himself. "Don't worry, you'll definitely win," Xia Kuang insisted. "If you could win 100%, would you need to use me as a chip, eh?" At this moment, Chen Mo wanted to hear Xia Kuang's reasons for being so confident, but unexpectedly her words nearly made him lose his temper. "You're quite clever to have figured that out. If you lose, so be it. What are you a big man afraid of? Just treat it as performing an art piece." Chen Mo cursed inwardly, thinking to hell with the art piece. He was the one caught in this art piece. Although he was cursing internally, Chen Mo kept saying nice things. "Miss Xia, just let me go, please." Xia Kuang said, "How about this? If I lose, I'll compensate you for your emotional damages. Name your price." Everyone likes money, and Chen Mo was no exception. Plus, he knew that even if he asked for 100 or 80,000, this wealthy young lady could afford it, but he absolutely did not want to earn such money. "Sister Xia, what are you two discussing here? Come on, it's time to cut the stones," Lu Xiu said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Xia Kuang first said, "All right," then linked her arm with Chen Mo's, looking like a little bird relying on him, and sweetly said, "Darling, let's go cut the stones." The term darling nearly melted Chen Mo's bones, making him think that this girl was definitely a demon. If Chen Mo were Sun Wukong, he would have definitely used his golden cudgel to strike down that demon Xia Kuang in one blow. With no other recourse, Chen Mo could only be dragged along by Xia Kuang to the stone-cutting area. Everyone looked on with eager anticipation, awaiting the spectacle about to unfold. The first stone to be cut was one chosen by Lu Xiu. With a piercing screech and sparks flying, a palm-sized stone was split in two in less than a minute. "Hit!" the stone-cutting master shouted. Chen Mo's mind went blank, and the surrounding crowd erupted in admiration. Young Master Lu is truly skilled, a hit on the first try. Indeed, it seems today's victory is assured for young Master Lu. Congratulations, Master Lu. Accustomed to flattery, Lu Xiu was uncharacteristically modest. Just luck. Sister, shall we continue cutting? Continue. I don't believe you can strike again. Lu Xiu said with a hint of embarrassment, then ill proceed. He was determined to win today's bet, confident that at least 2 of the 3 stones would yield jade. As Chen Mo had guessed, the manager selling rough stones in the bar had already selected stones for Lu Xiu. He aimed not only to humiliate Chen Mo, but also to show everyone in the circle that in the struggle between power and wealth, power reigned supreme. As expected, 2 of the 3 stones yielded jade. Lu Xiu cast a meaningful glance at Xia Kuang, as she needed to produce at least 2 hits, or she would surely lose. Moreover, from the sales manager's expression, Lu Xiu was 100% certain that Xia Kuang would not get more than 2 pieces of jade. The rough stones Xia Kuang chose were all expensive, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. If even one of the 3 yielded jade, it would be a massive profit. However, the bet was on the number of jade pieces, not their value. Chen Mo nervously watched the sparks from the cutting, knowing full well he was doomed to lose. Yet a faint glimmer of hope lingered, and he silently prayed to every deity he could think of, begging for a miracle. A stone worth over 100,000 was cut open and yielded nothing, instantly becoming worthless. Xia Kuang looked utterly indifferent, but Chen Mo's heart was racing with anxiety. He had done many shameful things in his life. Caught peeping in the women's restroom, trapped while spying on the women's bathhouse, nailed a teacher's chair, and been paraded around by the ear. But never had he danced nearly naked before a crowd. Back then, his youthful ignorance allowed him to shamelessly act without care, but now. The second stone was also cut open. Everyone held their breath, staring at the stone-cutting master's lips. A hit meant hope remained, a miss meant utter defeat. The result, no hit. When the master uttered those words, Chen Mo felt as though he had been sentenced to death, leaving him on the verge of tears. Lu Xiu, Xia Kuang, were they conspiring against him? If looks could kill, Chen Mo would have stabbed Lu Xiu and Xia Kuang 1,000 times over. He felt like a lamb led to slaughter with no escape above or below. Though Chen Mo loathed Lu Xiu's scheming, the true culprit was still Xia Kuang. A madwoman. He had been fooled by a madwoman, and he had actually been moved by her so-called professional art. Now look at the mess. This would surely excite millions of netizens across China. Strip, strip, strip. The crowd in the bar erupted, shouting in unison like they were injected with adrenaline. With utter spinelessness, Chen Mo cast a pitiful, pleading glance at Xia Kuang, hoping she would step forward and bear this moment that would be etched into his life story. But Chen Mo was disappointed. It's fine. Just treat it as performance art. That way we'll match perfectly, Xia Kuang comforted him. Chen Mo felt a chill in his heart. The most venomous is a woman's heart, as the ancients said. Lu Xiu draped an arm over Chen Mo's shoulder and said, "Brother, drink this cup. To you." Chen Mo recognized the drink, a deep bomb cocktail. It combined the strength of beer malt, the chill of ice, and the dryness of vodka. It was said that downing one without falling was the pinnacle of drinking, and 3 would make one unrivaled. Was this a farewell drink? Don't drink it, Xia Kuang immediately said. Chen Mo didn't want to either, but by now he saw Xia Kuang as an angel on the outside, but a venomous scorpion within. So he took the cup and downed it in one gulp. Good. Oh, Lu Xiu praised. Lu Xiu, you bastard, you put something in the drink. Chen Mo heard Xia Kuang suddenly roar at Lu Xiu. Then he saw her mouth moving, but he couldn't hear a thing. His head felt dizzy, and his body seemed to float. Suddenly Chen Mo thought of countless revolutionary heroes who died for their cause. Liu Hulin, the 5 heroes on Langya Mountain, even Dong Tsunrui blowing up the bunker. One could die a lowly death, but never without a blaze of glory. Under the self-consolation of awakens spirit, Chen Mo successfully numbed himself with the principle of spiritual victory. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Mo was dragged onto the bar's stage. Amidst the dazzling lights, music began. Hit it up, yo, 1 2 12 34. Chen Mo started dancing to Alex TOS song, moving in sync with the lyrics. Take off the coat, take it off. Take off the shirt, take it off. Take off the mask, take off the nonsense. Take it all off, off. 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 Hey yeah. As Chen Mo reached the peak of ecstasy without any self-awareness, Li Mubai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, quietly slipped out of the bar. She felt disgusted by her own actions today, sacrificing her dignity for a moment of survival and not stopping Lu Xiu when he added ecstasy to the drink. This was not what a police officer upholding justice should do, yet she had not intervened, even allowing it to happen. The invisible power of authority suffocated her. An hour later, a triumphant Lu Xiu emerged from the bar, arms around two svelte, charming girls. Lu Xiu felt he had saved face today. Not only had he beaten Xia Kuang at the stone bet, but more importantly, he had shown everyone that money was nothing in the face of power. His only regret was not knowing when Li Mubai had left the bar. Yet he had proven one thing: when he slipped the ecstasy into the drink, the aloof, ice-cold policewoman had not stopped him. So he believed it was only a matter of time before he conquered Li Mubai. Brother Lu, you were so cool today, one girl said. Yeah, Brother Lu, that Xia girl was no match for you. What's the use of money? Another girl chimed in ingratiatingly. Lu Xiu burst into unbridled laughter, pinching the girl's bottoms, and said, your big brother is in a great mood today. Let me take you two for a good. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly dashed out from the shadows, swiftly and accurately placing a hood over Lu Xiu's head. The sudden turn of events left the two girls pale with fright. By the time they finished screaming, Lu Xiu had been hoisted onto the stranger's shoulder and carried into a car by the roadside, speeding away into the enigmatic night. Kidnapping. Young Master Lu has been kidnapped. Call the police. One girl was the first to react. Chen Mo awoke to find himself lying on the bed in a hotel room. The bright white light and snow-white sheets stung his eyes, and his head throbbed with a pain that bounced around like a rubber ball. You're finally awake, Xia Kuang said with a look of concern. Seeing Xia Kuang sitting by the bed, Chen Mo sprang off the bed, as if electrocuted, stumbling toward the door. Xia Kuang caught up and steadied Chen Mo, saying, you can't leave. I order you not to leave. Chen Mo violently shook off Xia Kuang's hand. At that moment, all he wanted was to curse her out, but his body was so weak he couldn't utter a single word. He only wished to get as far away as possible from this spoiled, willful, unreasonable, and somewhat deranged rich girl. If he stayed with her any longer, he might not even have his life left. You can't leave. Ecstasy was slipped into the drink you had. Chen Mo's body trembled. He remembered drinking the glass of wine Lu Xiu had given him. After that, his memories were fragmented like images flashing on a slideshow. A kaleidoscope of grotesque faces, pieces of clothing he had torn off and thrown into the air. He vaguely recalled that just as he was about to pull off his last piece of clothing, it seemed Xia Kuang had dragged him off the stage. He remembered nothing after that. Get away from me. Chen Mo roared in fury. No, can't I just apologize to you? Today was my fault, Xia Kuang said. Chen Mo found it amusing. Even if it's my fault. As if she was acting under duress. What kind of apology was that? My dear ancestor, I can't handle your games anymore. Let's pretend we never knew each other from now on, alright? Knowing you has brought me nothing but the worst luck imaginable. No way. I'm your girlfriend now. Chen Mo was stunned. Girlfriend? Yes. If it weren't for me, would you be in this hotel room? Chen Mo suddenly grabbed Xia Kuang by both shoulders and said, since you're my girlfriend, shouldn't we do what boyfriends and girlfriends do? Then Chen Mo pushed Xia Kuang down onto the bed. Remembering how she had made a fool of him, rage surged from his heart, and wickedness grew in his gut. Ignoring Xia Kuang's struggles, Chen Mo groped her, taking advantage. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his crotch. With a scream, he tumbled off her, rolled onto the floor, and clutched his groin. Xia Kuang's devastating kick made Chen Mo tremble all over like a sieve, cold sweat pouring from him. Chen Mo was in too much pain to speak properly. Xia Kuang scrambled off the bed in panic, retreating to the corner and staring at the suffering Chen Mo, her heart filled with both worry and fear. After a long while, Chen Mo finally got up from the floor, silently glaring at Xia Kuang with his legs clamped together. Don't come any closer. Xia Kuang's body trembled as she grabbed a water glass from the table to defend herself. Looking at Xia Kuang, who was as frightened as a little rabbit, Chen Mo sighed, shot her a resentful glare, and limped out of the room. The pain was searing. Chen Mo was genuinely afraid that Xia Kuang's kick had crippled him. He shook his leg, found it was still there, and gritted his teeth as he leaned against the wall and went downstairs. The cool night breeze finally allowed Chen Mo to let out a long sigh of relief, and his mind became much clearer. He pulled out his phone to check the time and saw 5 missed calls. They were all from Monkey. It was already past 4 in the morning. What urgent matter could there be? As Chen Mo stood there stunned, his phone rang again. It was still Monkey. He pressed the answer button and Monkey's voice came through. Brother Mo, where are you? Why haven't you been answering your calls? What happened? Chen Mo asked worriedly. It's Brother Lu. He and Zhao Qua have kidnapped Lu Xiu. What? Where are you? Chen Mo asked hastily. At Wujiaku. After hanging up on Monkey, Chen Mo immediately hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed to the address Lu had given. Chen Mo was frantic with anxiety. What was Lu trying to do? Kidnapping for ransom. That was a serious crime that could land them in prison, or worse. He and Lu were in the same boat. It was unacceptable for Lu to drag him down with him. Wujiaku, located on the outskirts of Baijiang City, was a place with a notorious reputation. It was known as the nationwide hub for counterfeit daily chemical products with a history of over 40 years in the trade, almost becoming a family heirloom business. Every household had a small workshop. Wasn't this rampant counterfeiting ever investigated? The people of Wujiaku had an answer. This is our headquarters. The local government turns a blind eye. If they got caught, they paid fines, but no one ever went bankrupt from fines. The more they were fined, the more they had earned. How was the quality of these counterfeit products? The people of Wujiaku said, we make fakes, but we don't buy them. Those who use them will know. Places with a lot of gray income naturally breed many shady things. The fact that Lu had brought the hostage to Wujiaku made Chen Mo's mind race with thoughts as he calmed down. Chen Mo got out of the taxi outside Wujiaku and walked west along the main road in the darkness. The roadside was lined with factories, daily chemical plants, cardboard box factories, printing factories, an endless array of related workshops. Lights were on inside, and as Chen Mo passed by, he could hear dogs barking. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Mo finally spotted Monkey by the roadside. Monkey led Chen Mo into a defunct chemical factory where he saw Lu and Zhao Qua sitting around a makeshift table of bricks and planks drinking beer. Lu, shirtless and breathing heavily, was covered in sweat as if he had just done strenuous exercise. Where is Lu? Chen Mo asked. Inside, Lu said, pointing to a door. Why did you kidnap him? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you know his background? Chen Mo looked at Liu's carefree expression and his anger surged. Of course I'm going to kidnap him. I'm going to torment him. He made me kneel in public, so I'll make him suffer in private. What did you do to him? Chen Mo was alarmed. Nothing much. Just taught him a lesson. Chen Mo was a thief, but he didn't want to get involved in murder. Even a thief had principles. He couldn't commit crimes for money and lives. This kind of vengeful kidnapping, if exposed, would mean never seeing the light of day again. Ma Lu had dragged everyone into this for his own personal grudge. He now truly regretted bringing Lu into the group. What was even harder for Chen Mo to accept was that Zhao Qua and Monkey had also participated in the whole affair, and he was the last to know. What did that mean? Were they trying to start their own operation? Chen Mo calmed down, glanced at Zhao Qua, then at Monkey. Zhao Qua's face remained expressionless while Monkey's eyes were evasive. It seemed Monkey had also been forced into this, or he wouldn't have called. Under Monkey's lead, Chen Mo arrived at the room where Lu Xiu was being held. It was a sealed room. Lu Xiu lay on the floor, his eyes blindfolded with black cloth, a rag stuffed in his mouth. He was wearing only a pair of shorts, and his body was covered in bruises and large footprints, clear signs of a severe beating. Hearing the door open, Lu Xiu let out terrified, muffled cries, curling up into a trembling ball. To be honest, the moment Chen Mo saw Lu Xiu in this state, he felt a wave of intense satisfaction. It wasn't long ago that Lu Xiu had been smugly drugging him, and now he was getting what he deserved. But Chen Mo knew the consequences of this. He withdrew from the room and said to Lu, let him go. Ma Lu looked up with glazed, drunken eyes and said, don't worry. That idiot has no idea who we are. We didn't manage to steal from him last time, so now we'll make his family pay to get him back. It saves us the trouble anyway. It's not like his family's money is clean. Hearing this, Chen Mo flew into a rage. He kicked the table over and shouted, Ma Lu, do you know what you're doing? This is kidnapping and extortion. You're leading everyone into a trap. Ma Lu didn't move. He first looked up at Zhao Qua, who was calmly drinking beer, without even glancing at him, before saying, I just wanted revenge and to make some extra cash. I don't care what you want. Don't drag everyone else into it. If you want to die, go ahead alone. And you, Zhao Qua, if you want to risk your neck for robbery and theft, forget it. Our paths diverge. From today on, you go your way, and he'll go mine. Zhao Qua looked up at the furious Chen Mo, set down his beer, and slowly stood up. When Zhao Qua, as cold as a killer, rose from the small stool, Chen Mo's heart instantly tightened. Zhao Qua walked over to Chen Mo and said, I didn't intend to kidnap. Brother Mo, I'll do whatever you say, Monkey quickly added. Ma Lu looked up and caught a glint of coldness in Chen Mo's eyes. He hastily stood up to explain I acted on impulse too. Honestly, I only wanted to catch him and give him a beating to vent my anger, but after downing some booze I lost my head and came up with this crooked plan. Rest assured nothing like this will ever happen again, I promise. Chen Mo initially wanted Ma Lu to handle the aftermath himself, but he still felt uneasy. He had to cover for Ma Lu on this matter for now. A small lack of forbearance could ruin a great plan. If Ma Lu got caught, everyone would be implicated. Chen Mo and Zhao Kui stepped into the yard, leaving only Monkey and Ma Lu in the warehouse to clean up the mess. As Monkey helped Lu Xiu dress, he saw Ma Lu walk in clutching a beer bottle. "Six, what are you going to do?" Monkey asked nervously. "Damn it, I'm going to teach young Master Lu a lesson. Brother Mo said we can't hit him anymore." "Monkey, I have a virtue. I hold grudges right down to my bones. When I can't afford to provoke someone, I can play the coward, but once I turn the tables, I'll repay tenfold. Do you understand?" Monkey glanced timidly at Ma Lu and whispered, I understand." Ma Lu patted Monkey's frail shoulder and said, "Of course we still have to listen to Chen Mo. I can't leave any external injuries on that bastard surnamed Lu, but internal injuries are fair game." As he spoke, Ma Lu walked behind Lu Xiu and yanked his pants down again. Chen Mo and Zhao Kui stood outside the warehouse in mutual silence. Only after hearing the deeply suppressed, agonized whimpers of Lu Xiu from inside did Chen Mo ask, "Was it you who kidnapped Lu Xiu?" "Yes," Zhao Kui replied succinctly. "Why did you do it?" Chen Mo asked. "I thought it was your order." "That flatters me." Zhao Kui glanced at Chen Mo and said, "I'm not good with words." Zhao Kui claimed he wasn't good with words, but at that moment Chen Mo didn't know what to say either. He only felt the sky was so dark that even the stars were nearly invisible. Ma Lu and Monkey helped Lu Xiu out, his face flushed red and his features contorted in pain. Then they stuffed him into the van and quickly fled with Jiaku. The van stopped at the intersection leading into the city. Seeing no one around, Ma Lu kicked Lu Xiu out of the car, and the van vanished swiftly into the city's shifting, unpredictable lights. A few days later at noon, Chen Mo invited Monkey out alone for a meal. During the meal, he learned the full story from Monkey. It turned out that Ma Lu hadn't given up after the last failed operation. He had Monkey continue tailing Lu Xiu, seeking revenge for the humiliation he had suffered. Following Ma Lu's orders, Monkey kept track of Lu Xiu until he found an opportunity. Ma Lu then enlisted Zhao Kui's help to abduct Lu Xiu and take him to an abandoned warehouse in Wujiaku. Monkey had personally witnessed Ma Lu being forced to kneel publicly by Lu Xiu, so he considered it a personal grudge and didn't mention it to Chen Mo. But after the kidnapping, he realized it wasn't that simple. Besides brutally beating Lu Xiu, Ma Lu also harbored intentions of extortion. After listening to Monkey's account, Chen Mo thought for a long time before asking, "Did you encounter anyone else in Wujiaku?" Monkey shook his head and said no. "After we tied up Lu Xiu, 6 kept beating him. I was afraid someone might die, so I contacted you." "Who arranged the van?" Chen Mo asked. "Both the van and the warehouse were arranged by Brother 6. Chen Mo nodded and said, "Monkey, I have a task for you. Keep an eye on 6 lately and see who he's associating with." Seeing Monkey hesitate as if wanting to speak, Chen Mo asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Monkey quickly replied, "No, nothing." Chen Mo raised his glass and clinked it with Monkey's, saying, "Monkey, if there's anything, just tell your brother." Monkey hurriedly said, "Really, it's nothing." Noticing Monkey's uneasy expression, yet his reluctance to speak, Chen Mo didn't want to press too hard. He patted Monkey's shoulder and said, "Monkey, rest assured, as long as your brother has a bite to eat, he'll never let you go hungry." Monkey nodded and said, "Brother Mo, I'll follow you faithfully from now on." Chen Mo smiled, knowingly refilled Monkey's glass, and said, "Come on, let's have another drink, brother." Downing the drink in one gulp, Chen Mo caught sight of a familiar figure he had been longing for day and night outside the restaurant. It was that old man surnamed Sure. "Brother Mo, when are we pulling another job?" Monkey asked. "Don't rush, take it slow," Chen Mo replied absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the window. The old man surnamed Sure glanced into the restaurant and grinned at Chen Mo. "Monkey, I have to go." Chen Mo stood up, took a few steps, then returned to put 200 yuan on the table, saying, "Keep a low profile for now. Lu Xiu will definitely send people to look for you. Tell Ma Lu I said so." Chen Mo rushed out of the restaurant and saw the old man surnamed Sure disappearing into the crowd, walking farther away. He gave chase. The faster Chen Mo chased, the faster the old man walked. The slower Chen Mo chased, the slower he walked, always maintaining a teasing distance. After several twists and turns, Chen Mo ended up in a dead end. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers that blocked the sunlight, the alley was lined with overflowing garbage bins, and the air reeked of mildew. As he walked deeper, Chen Mo called out cautiously, "Senior, are you here?" Reaching the end of the alley without finding the old man, he grumbled to himself. He had clearly seen the man enter, so why was he nowhere to be seen? Could it be he had seen a ghost? Just as Chen Mo was bewildered, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Young man, we meet again." Chen Mo was startled and turned to see the old man surnamed Sure. "Senior Sure, I've been searching for you so desperately." The old man grinned and said, "No need to search. A fate brings us together, or else we'd pass by without recognizing each other." Chen Mo was in no mood to discuss fate. He quickly said, "Senior Sure, I failed to recognize your greatness. The art of peeping you taught me last time, I haven't fully grasped it yet. I wish to seek your guidance again." The old man chuckled, walked a few steps to the corner, and sat down. Chen Mo hurried over, crouched, and lit a cigarette for him. The old man said, "Tasted the sweetness, have you?" Chen Mo nodded ambiguously and said, "I never thought such magic existed in the world. I entered 3 times, but each time it was all muddled." The old man raised an eyebrow and said, "This is called supernatural power, not magic." Chen Mo paused, pondering the difference between supernatural power and magic, feeling they were both extraordinary abilities with little distinction. "Senior Sure, are you talking about special abilities?" Old man Sure shot Chen Mo a string of eye rolls and said, "Young man, why don't you ask me why I taught you the art of peeping?" Chen Mo had never truly pondered this question. He simply believed it was a stroke of luck, encountering a skilled old man who, perhaps seeing his exceptional aptitude or feeling an instant affinity, had imparted a few techniques to him. That was how it always unfolded in martial arts novels and films. At the time, however, he dismissed it as a deceptive trick and missed the opportunity. "Fate. You and I are bound by fate," Chen Mo blurted out. Old man Sure sighed and said, "Then think it over carefully. I'll take my leave now." Chen Mo had searched for him for nearly a month. Having finally found him today, he refused to let him go so easily. He immediately grabbed old man Sure and said, "Senior, please don't be angry. I'm clumsy with words. You are a recluse of great stature. Please don't stoop to my level." A flurry of flattery hit exactly the right spot, and old man Sure grinned, revealing yellowed teeth stained by smoke. Chen Mo felt those teeth must have required millennia of smoking to achieve such a hue. "Young man, words alone won't do. If you can't even grasp why I want to teach you the art of perception, then even if I impart it, you will never master it." Chen Mo pondered for a long while before tentatively asking, "Could it be because I'm a thief?" Old man Sure nodded approvingly and said, "It seems you're not entirely dull." Chen Mo grumbled inwardly. Was this extraordinary skill tied to one's profession? That would only confirm his deceased father's words, that he was destined to be a thief all his life. Old man Sure said, "Since you're a thief, tell me what skills you possess." "I can cut boards, pickpocket," Chen Mo replied. Old man Sure shot him a disdainful glance and asked, "How long have you been in this trade?" "Almost 9 months, Chen Mo answered truthfully. 9 months, and you've landed in the station 7 times. And you still have the nerve to claim you can cut boards?" Chen Mo's face burned. This record was indeed shameful. Any thief with a shred of dignity would have switched professions by now. "Can you pick the nose, pick locks?" Old man Sure asked. "No." "Can you pinch, use 2 fingers to lift items?" "No." "What about building a frame distraction?" "No." "Encasing the joint, reconnaissance?" Chen Mo could only shake his head in embarrassment, secretly wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Everything old man Sure said was in jargon. Picking the nose meant lockpicking. Pinching referred to using 2 fingers to lift an item with the speed and accuracy of retrieving a coin from boiling water. Building a frame was the sleight of hand during a heist. Casing the joint meant scouting the location beforehand. These terms made Chen Mo realize the old man before him was a seasoned old rogue. Yet he couldn't fathom why, if he was such a veteran, he always encountered him in the station every time he got caught. Could he be all talk? Seeing Chen Mo lost in thought, old man Sure continued, "To master the art of perception, you must first lay a solid foundation." "Senior, please impart your wisdom," Chen Mo said humbly. Old man Sure was satisfied with his attitude and said, "Every trade has its rules. Do you know the rules of our trade?" Seeing Chen Mo at a loss, he continued, "Even thieves have their code. In our line of work, we must uphold a certain integrity. It's called 2 don'ts, 1 leave, 1 return." "What does that mean?" Chen Mo asked, hearing this term for the first time. "The 2 don'ts are: first, don't strike in hospitals; second, don't target those who are utterly destitute. 1 leave means you must never empty a person's pockets completely. I'll leave them something. 1 return means if you steal a wallet and find important documents inside, you must return it. Simply put, though we are thieves, we live by our skills and never do harm." Chen Mo found this amusing. An old saying goes, "Better to die of grievance than to sue, better to starve than to be a thief." In other words, what decent person would become a thief? Yet now old man Sure was making thieves sound like paragons of morality. Though Chen Mo felt this code of thieves was self-deception, he feigned profound enlightenment, barely restraining himself from praising old man Sure as the Lei Feng of thieves and the Lu Yong of brothel-goers. Senior Sure, I understand what you're saying, but only someone of your caliber has the right to speak thus. For a novice like me, just avoiding capture is a blessing. I have no room to consider such rules and ethics. Do not fail to do good, even if it's small. Do not engage in evil, even if it's small. Skill and ethics are not mutually exclusive. Without ethics, no matter how skilled one will never amount to anything. Chen Mo's mind raced. So according to you, if I disregard ethics, I'll never learn the art of perception. It's not that you can't learn it, it's that I won't teach you. Chen Mo quickly lit another cigarette for old man Sure and said, Senior, I'll listen to you. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. First hone your skills. We'll talk after that. No skill is learned overnight. Chen Mo's father once said people fall into 3 categories. The first learn by watching, the second learn by studying, the third never learn no matter how hard they try. Even the first category must combine theory with practice. In other words, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to graduate. Thinking this, Chen Mo glanced at old man Sure. Could this old codger be making excuses not to teach him? Then he reconsidered. He himself had been in the station 6 times, and every time he met this old man there. Proof enough that the old man's skills were nothing special. The more Chen Mo thought, the more he felt old man Sure was just a fraud who talked a good game. Old man Sure took a couple of puffs on his cigarette and said, Young man, I can see doubt in your eyes. No, not at all, Chen Mo denied flatly, then added, I was just wondering how long it would take me to master the skill. If you're willing, you can take me as your master, and I'll teach you. Old man Sure flashed his yellowed teeth. Seeing Chen Mo silent, he said, What? Don't think I can teach you well. Come follow me. They'll show you a thing or two. Old man Sure swayed as he led Chen Mo onto the street. It was the afternoon, and the streets were crowded. Soon old man Sure spotted a target, a young man walking while looking at his phone. Let's go with him. The young man passed by them dressed like a student, carrying no bag. Someone like that was clearly legless jargon for having no money. Chen Mo asked, What are you planning to steal? Old man Sure said confidently, the phone. Chen Mo almost laughed out loud. The man was looking at his phone, yet old man Sure claimed he could steal it right under his nose. Wasn't that a blatant lie? No wonder he always ended up in the station with him. The old man was unreliable. You don't believe me? Old man Sure asked. Chen Mo smiled. Senior, how do you plan to do it? You'll see. Old man Sure said, and quickened his pace to catch up with the young man. Chen Mo couldn't believe that old man Sure could steal a phone from a young man's hand. He could almost predict what was about to happen. Old man Sure would fail in his theft, get beaten up first, and then be taken to the police station. This was precisely why he had ended up in the police station 6 times and seen old man Sure there each time. Yet the next scene left him utterly astounded. With just 2 moves, old man Sure had the phone in his hand, perfectly embodying the essence of thievery. Besides being swift, precise, and steady, he possessed acting skills rivaling an Oscar winner. Old man Sure quickly caught up to the young man, patted his right shoulder, then swiftly walked past him on the left. In the moment the young man turned his head to the right, old man Sure had already snatched the phone from his hand. This entire scene took only 2 or 3 seconds. When the young man saw no one behind him and looked back, he found his phone had vanished into thin air. He stood there bewildered, looking around. By then, old man Sure had already mingled into the crowd more than 10 meters away. Those few seconds opened Chen Mo's eyes wide. He never imagined things could be stolen like this. Old man Sure held the stolen phone and said, How was that? Amazing. Chen Mo exclaimed in genuine admiration. Old man Sure casually tossed the phone into a trash bin and walked on with long strides. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Old man Sure finally sat down on a park bench. Chen Mo hurriedly offered him a cigarette and lit it, saying, I'll become your disciple today. Master, please accept my bow. Seeing Chen Mo about to kneel, old man Sure reached out and stopped him, chuckling. No need for formal discipleship. I can still teach you the craft. But you must agree to one condition. Fine. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. He would have agreed to 10 or 8 conditions without a second thought. This old man Sure was definitely a master. Aren't you going to ask what the condition is before agreeing? As long as you don't want my life, I'll agree to anything. Old man Sure was amused by Chen Mo. It's not a difficult condition. Just never mention me, no matter who asks in the future. If you dare utter a single word about me, I'll pull out your valve stem. Old man Sure spoke in a calm tone, a smile always on his face, but it sent an inexplicable shiver down Chen Mo's spine. However, this condition was hardly a burden for Chen Mo. Besides knowing the old man's surname, was sure he knew nothing else. Even if he wanted to talk, he wouldn't know where to start. All right, master, please accept my bow. Saying this, Chen Mo tried to kneel again. Old man sure flicked his toe, blocking Chen Mo's knee and lifting him up effortlessly. Chen Mo gasped in surprise. The old man was incredibly strong. I said no need for discipleship. Chen Mo straightened up and said with a flattering smile, Then master, when can you teach me? Old man sure replied, Come to the Dragon King Temple at Baijiangku tomorrow evening. They'll wait for you there. Watching old man sure disappear down the park path, it took Chen Mo a long while to snap out of it. Chen Mo had once heard his own father say that 20 years ago in the thieving world, two great figures had emerged known as the Southern Thief and the Northern Bandit. As the names suggested, the Southern Thief excelled at pickpocketing, while the Northern Bandit specialized in burglary. Their skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. In Chen Mo's father's words, they were ghostly and unpredictable, coming without shadow and leaving without trace. Could it be that he had been fortunate enough to meet one today? But how could such a formidable thief king end up in the police station so often? Chen Mo couldn't figure it out. After much thought, he remained puzzled and left the park with a head full of confusion. Outside the park, as he waited for a bus, a black stretch Lincoln pulled up in front of him without warning. The Lincoln was gleaming black, as long as 3 ordinary cars. Not only was Chen Mo dumbfounded, but even passers-by stopped to stare frequently. Just as Chen Mo wondered what kind of VIP was inside, the driver got out, trotted over, and opened the main door. The rich sure were different. They even had someone to open the door for them. As Chen Mo tried to see the VIP inside, he noticed a hand reaching out from the car, palm up, with 4 fingers curling inward, beckoning. A thick gold chain on the wrist glistened in the sunlight. Clearly the person in the car was summoning someone. Chen Mo looked around, puzzled. Could they be calling him? But the only people he knew were thieves and cops. He didn't recall knowing any VIPs like this. Though puzzled, Chen Mo couldn't help but walk over and bend down to look inside. In the Lincoln sat a fat man weighing at least 200 kg, wearing jeans and a floral shirt with slicked back hair and a gold chain around his neck as thick as a finger. His appearance screamed trouble. Are you calling me? Chen Mo asked cautiously. Get in, the fat man said. Not sure what was going on, Chen Mo hesitated. What do you want with me? This fat man clearly wasn't a good character, and showing up out of the blue made Chen Mo uneasy. The rear door opened, and 2 burly men in black suits and leather shoes with crew cuts stepped out. They walked straight to Chen Mo, said nothing, made no move, just stared at him intently. The message was clear: if Chen Mo didn't take the polite offer, he'd have to face the consequences. Reluctantly, Chen Mo got into the car, feeling anxious. The cabin was quiet and exquisitely appointed, with many comfortable and convenient amenities, almost like a small living room. Sit, the nouveau riche said. Chen Mo sat on the plush sofa, but felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Boss, what do you want with me? The door closed, and with barely a vibration, the car started, the engine almost inaudible. The nouveau riche scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe, then suddenly said out of the blue, Kid, you're quite something, aren't you? Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Had the counterfeit cigarette deal been exposed? He tested the waters. Big brother, am new here and don't know the ropes. If I've offended you, please forgive me. The man looked at Chen Mo with a knowing expression, then suddenly laughed. Kid, do you know who I am? Chen Mo shook his head honestly. The man continued, It doesn't matter if you know me or not, but you definitely know my daughter. Who is your daughter? Xia Kuang. Chen Mo was stunned. That performance artist who had toyed with him. Kid'll give you a task. If you do it well, I'll reward you handsomely. But if you mess it up, don't blame me, Xia the fat man, for coming down hard on you. Baijiang City, a port city, known as a city nurtured by water, could be said to have 80% of its economy dependent on the waterways. When water was mentioned, Xia Rongfa inevitably came to mind. Xia Rongfa, also known as Fatty Xia, never minded being called Fatty Xia. So many people only knew him by that nickname and not his full name. Fatty Xia had made his fortune from water. Almost any water-related industry in Baijiang City passed through his hands. His rise to wealth was almost legendary, a favorite topic of gossip among the old-timers of Baijiang. Legend had it that Fatty Xia came from poverty, starting out with just 3,000 yuan. He rented a fishing boat, but while others went out to fish, he turned his boat into a mobile general store, selling everything from daily necessities to fishing gear, thus earning his first pot of gold. Then, with his innate keen instincts, he weathered countless glories and tribulations to become the Fatty Xia of today. He was a figure who commanded respect in both the underworld and legitimate circles, a man whose mere stomp could shake Baijiang City 3 times. As a native of Baijiang, Chen Mo thought he knew all about Fatty Xia's exploits, but when the real Fatty Xia appeared before him, he was filled with both shock and fear. President Xia, just tell me what you need, Chen Mo said humbly. Fatty Xia said, you're Chen Mo, right? Didn't expect you to be so good with women. I don't like beating around the bush. I'm here about my daughter. Chen Mo raised his eyes and said, your daughter? Yes. Her name is Xia Kuang. The moment he heard the name Xia Kuang, Chen Mo sucked in a cold breath. Could it be that Fatty Xia knew about that night, when in his anger he had tried to force himself on Xia Kuang, and now he had come to settle the score for his daughter? In an instant, Chen Mo felt as if the sky were falling. Offending Fatty Xia meant he couldn't survive in Baijiang, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Seeing Chen Mo's face tighten, Fatty Xia smiled and said, don't be scared. If you handle the task I give you well, I promise you won't be treated poorly. President Xia, just tell me what to do. My daughter has a bit of a temper and has never had many friends. Just spend some time with her, take her out to have some fun. Of course, when I say fun, I don't mean as boyfriend and girlfriend. Just keep her company and cheer her up. Chen Mo stared at Fatty Xia in astonishment. Fatty Xia continued, if you can make her happy, you'll have completed your task. But I warn you, if you dare to have any improper thoughts about my daughter, I'll cut off that thing of yours and feed it to the dogs. Chen Mo's heart skipped another beat. Was Fatty Xia asking him to be a plaything for his daughter? Hadn't she tormented him enough already? There was even a video of him dancing naked online. If he weren't so thick-skinned, he would have hanged himself by now. No wonder Xia Kuang could be so willful. With a wealthy father backing her, did she think she could treat people like pets? Chen Mo cleared his throat and said, President Xia, I need to clarify a few things about your daughter. First, I barely know her, we've only met twice, and neither encounter was pleasant. Second, although your daughter is beautiful, I have no interest in her. Third, and most importantly, even though I'm just a nobody scraping by, and probably worthless in your eyes, I still have my dignity. After saying this, Chen Mo stole a glance at Fatty Xia's expression. It felt good to say it, but deep down he was uneasy. If Fatty Xia got angry, he might just throw him out of the car. Fatty Xia raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, Kid, do you know the consequences of offending Fatty Xia? Chen Mo's heart trembled, but he remained stubborn, saying, Of course I know the consequences. But even a small fry has his dignity. If I unintentionally offended your daughter, just say the word. Whether you want my hand or my foot, I'll cut them off myself and offer them as an apology. Fatty Xia was taken aback. He couldn't help but take another look at the unremarkable Chen Mo. He had thought this would be an easy matter, but instead he had hit a soft spot. It didn't hurt, but it gave him an unprecedented sense of frustration. Ever since Fatty Xia had made a name for himself in Baijiang City, even the mayor had to show him some respect. This kid had some nerve. In reality, Chen Mo felt like he had 7 or 8 buckets of water hanging in his heart. He was just putting on a brave face, terrified that Fatty Xia might lose his temper and really take his limbs. Fatty Xia suddenly burst into laughter, his whole body jiggling. All right, I didn't expect you to have such guts. No wonder my daughter thinks so highly of you. Stop the car. The extended Lincoln slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Fatty Xia said, Get out, kid. But let me warn you, no one who offends Fatty Xia has ever come to a good end. Watching the luxurious extended Lincoln disappear into the bustling streets, Chen Mo finally snapped back to reality. The joy he had felt from meeting old Sher had plummeted into the depths. Fatty Xia was not someone to be trifled with. It seemed his days ahead would not be easy. Fatty Xia leaned his bulky body back on the sofa, took out a cigar, placed it between his thick lips, and asked, What's that kid's name? Chen Mo. A nearby underling quickly lit the cigar and asked, Boss, should I get some guys to teach him a lesson? Fatty Xia swung his meaty hand and smacked the underling on the back of the head. Don't be a smartass. Keep a close eye on that kid. I want to know exactly how many times he eats shits and pisses every day. The underling's head was ringing from the slap, but he still forced a smile. Yes, I'll keep a close watch. Fatty Xia blew out a stream of smoke, a greasy smile spreading across his face as he muttered to himself, This kid is interesting. But then his expression turned sour. What am I going to do about that girl? The girl Fatty Xia was referring to was his precious, only daughter Xia Kuang. He treated her like the apple of his eye, afraid she might melt if held in his mouth or break if held in his hands. In Fatty Xia's eye, Xia Kuang was perfect except for her temper. They said an emperor's daughter never had to worry about finding a husband, and he was practically the local emperor of Baijiang, yet no one dared to date his daughter. After returning from studying in Europe, she hadn't learned anything useful, but instead picked up some so-called performance art. Fatty Xia knew how to make money, but he was clueless about art. He could tell you which female celebrity had a mole on her, but he had no idea what was going on in his precious daughter's mind. Seeing that his daughter had few friends, he introduced her to a few sons of wealthy families. She didn't seem opposed, But within 2 months 2 were crippled and 3 were ruined. Not only did he have to grovel and apologize to their parents, but his daughter also earned the reputation of a crazy shadowy, making everyone in their circle avoid her like the plague. But recently his precious daughter had been acting strangely. Xia Kuang, who was usually never home, was holed up in the house every day doing nothing but smashing and throwing everything in sight. After some investigation, he found out it was related to some punk who had appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that after his daughter had teased him, he had given her the cold shoulder. He knew his daughter's temper well. She could be reckless when teasing people. Some of her victims begged for mercy while others cursed and screamed, but she could always take it and never lost her temper. This left Fatty Xiao puzzled. That was why he had condescended to come and see for himself just who this person was who had caused his precious daughter to act so out of character. Having seen countless people in his life, Fatty Xiao understood the gist of it at a glance when he saw Chen Mo. He was ordinary-looking, stubborn in speech, and there was a hint of a petty man's cunning in his eyes. There was also something different about him, but Fatty Xiao couldn't quite put his finger on it. It intrigued him, but his intuition told him that this difference was the reason for his daughter's unusual behavior. Interesting. Just as Fatty Xiao was lost in thought, the underling beside him shuffled closer and said cautiously, "Boss, it's Director Liu on the phone." Fatty Xiao glanced up and asked, "Which Director Liu?" "Director Liu of the Public Security Bureau." Fatty Xiao rolled down the window, and a wave of hot, fishy air rushed in. He spat out a thick wad of phlegm, looked at the dark clouds on the horizon, and cursed, "Damn this ghost weather. Another rainstorm, and he'll lose millions." The torrential rain had poured for 2 days and 2 nights. Had the city of Baijiang not been situated by the river allowing for flood discharge, it would have long been submerged. Chen Mo hurried along the Baijiang riverbank in the drizzling rain. In the pitch-black night, the turbulent river roared loudly. When he shone his flashlight over it, the surface shimmered like boiling water. The Dragon King Temple came into view. A solitary lantern cast a dim yellowish glow, flickering like a ghostly apparition, giving Chen Mo the sensation of an expedition into the wilderness. The Dragon King Temple was not large, but neither was it small. Those who made a living on the river would often come to pay their respects on the 1st and 15th of the month, praying for prosperity and safety, so the incense offerings were still quite abundant. But in the dead of night, even the most idle person would certainly not come here for a stroll. At the entrance of the Dragon King Temple stood 2 large round pillars painted with couplets in red lacquer. The first line read, "Dragon King Temple, Baijiang's most perilous temple, no temple, yet profound mystery." The second line, "White Crane Pavilion, a celestial pavilion half in the clouds, climb it to reach the starry tower." The horizontal plaque, "Dragon King Temple." Through the temple gate, Chen Mo could see Old Man Sure sitting inside. Old Man Sure was lounging with his legs crossed, smoking at a pitch-black table. "Master, I'm here." Chen Mo's face was full of smiles as he pulled out a midnight snack specially prepared for Old Man Sure from his bosom, a bottle of Baijiang Daka liquor, half a kilo of peanuts, and half a kilo of pork head meat, which was still warm. Although Old Man Sure verbally refused to take Chen Mo as his disciple, since he was willing to teach him the craft, he was still a master in name. So Chen Mo still addressed him as master. Besides the word master, Chen Mo couldn't think of a better title. He couldn't just call him Old Senior or Old Man right off the bat. It would seem distant and sound awkward. Old Man Sure glanced at the midnight snacks Chen Mo had brought, and his face crinkled into a smile. "You're quite thoughtful, kid. Master, if you like, he'll bring you some every day." The midnight snacks were placed on the stone table. Old Man Sure first pinched a piece of pork head meat and put it in his mouth. "Not bad," he said. As Old Man Sure ate and drank, he began to teach. The art of theft has 2 fundamental skills: body technique and eye technique. Today, I'll first teach you about body technique. Body technique, also called hand technique, mainly trains the movements of theft to be swift and precise. Actually, though it's called hand technique, it relies mainly on the body's coordination to achieve quick hand movements. "Master, hold on." Chen Mo quickly pulled a small notebook from his pocket, then sat cross-legged on the floor and opened it. "Master, please continue. I'm slow-witted and forget things easily, so it's better to write them down." Old Man Sure took a gulp of liquor, revealing a mouthful of approving yellow teeth. "Our trade first emphasizes steadiness, then precision." That night was a revelation for Chen Mo. He not only learned that the patron saint of thieves was the illustrious Shi Qian, the flea on the drum, but also that thievery was an ancient and globally practiced craft. In Old Man Sure's words, the lowly thief despised by all had become a profound and learned profession. Chen Mo filled 3 entire notebooks with just the theoretical knowledge. 4 days on end, Chen Mo lay low by day and emerged by night. Old Man Sure taught with dedication, and Chen Mo studied with diligence. That evening, Chen Mo arrived as usual. After setting out the wine, meat, and side dishes, Old Man sure said tonight, "Well, skip the theory and practice some real skills." Lately, Chen Mo had been overwhelmed by the tedious theoretical knowledge. The moment he heard they were moving on to practical training, his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "Master, what are we practicing?" he asked eagerly. Old Man sure took a sip of wine, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a handful of soybeans, scattering them on the ground. Whoosh! Chen Mo stared at the soybeans strewn across the floor like scattered petals, puzzled. "Master, what is this for?" Old Man sure said with an air of mystery, "This is to train your speed and accuracy. Pick up all these beans as fast as you can. Practice this for half a month." Chen Mo's mind went blank. "So we'll be picking up soybeans every day from now on?" "Yes, every day." Looking at the countless beans covering the ground like ants, Chen Mo was overwhelmed. "Master, how long will this take? Why don't you just teach me the secrets of the peeping art directly?" Old Man sure glared with his small eyes. "A 3-foot thick ice isn't frozen in a single day. If the foundation isn't solid, no matter how well you build the house, it will collapse. Even if I taught you the peeping art now, you would never become a skilled thief. Why must one become a thief first to learn the peeping art?" Chen Mo finally voiced the doubt in his heart. Old Man sure's eyes flickered. "This is what we call a lineage. To put it plainly, it's the technique of a specific school. If you can't even steal something tangible and visible, how can you steal something as intangible and invisible as time? Steal time." Chen Mo stared at Old Man sure's face in astonishment. It was the first time he had heard that time could be stolen. Old Man sure nodded. "An inch of time is an inch of gold. What is the most precious thing in the world? That is time. It is also the highest realm of our thieving profession. To become a time thief, one must master the fundamentals. It's like climbing a mountain. If you don't take steady, solid steps upward instead of rushing and trying to reach the top in one leap, you'll only stumble and fall hard. Kid, only by advancing steadily and firmly will you live to see the boundless scenery from the summit." Chen Mo blinked. A time thief. If he could truly steal time, would he be able to live forever? Kid, stop daydreaming and start picking. Chen Mo nodded. "All right, master. He'll do whatever you say." Picking up beans was an extremely tedious and seemingly idiotic task. Chen Mo's eyes grew dizzy and his fingers ached. Even in his sleep, he dreamed of beans. He felt as if he were in a world of nothing but beans. Picking beans, eating beans, shitting beans, even sneezing a few beans out of his nostrils. Beans, beans, countless beans. Chen Mo thought that if there were a bean-picking contest in the world, he would surely hold the Guinness record for the most beans picked by one person. But Chen Mo was full of motivation. Especially when he saw the glint in Old Man sure's eyes, he knew that Old Man sure was satisfied with his performance. The very idea of a time thief made Chen Mo's blood run hot. He felt he had never been so full of drive. If he had put in this much effort during his school days, could he have earned a PhD or a master's degree? Chen Mo thought not, because that would have required his biological father, who had driven him into the thieving trade, to have died first. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. I threw out at Chen Mo, come rain or shine, went to Longwang Temple every night. Chen Mo had progressed from the elementary skill of picking beans to the finer art of pinching black sesame from white flour. Old Sure called it training his eyesight. Besides finger work, Chen Mo practiced knife technique. Old Sure's blade skills were extraordinary. A wafer-thin razor he balanced on his fingertips could, with a sudden surge of force, split a book a centimeter thick open. The demands on fingertip strength, the angle of entry, and that compact explosive inch force were all supremely exacting. Chen Mo admired him utterly. Ever the eager slow starter, he had even asked Hosey in advance to teach him lockpicking, so he would be prepared when Old Sure began his lessons. One afternoon, when he stole a few hours of leisure, Chen Mo summoned Hosey, Ma Lu, and Zhao Qua. Since the affair with Lu Xiu, they had not taken another job, partly to lie low and partly to let everyone settle their minds. Chen Mo's late father used to say, forbidding a thief to steal is like forbidding a gambler to touch the cards. You may stop his hands, but the itch will persist deep in the heart. Chen Mo believed the saying fit his father to a T. His father had begun stealing at 9 years old and had done it his whole life. Thievery had long since become part of his bones. Although Ma Lu and Hosey had not reached his father's level of that itch, Chen Mo knew they had been cooped up, driven nearly mad by money. Since the counterfeit cigarette trade took off, they had squandered a lot on bars and women. There are many holes in a woman's life, yet the deepest is the one money cannot fill. Those tens of thousands were no match for their new Vorish excesses. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Mo asked what they intended to do next. Ma Lu's Adam's apple worked, but he said nothing, instead turning to Hosey. Hosey, lustung and impulsive, said whatever came to mind. Brother Mo, we've rested these days, and things have been calm on the street. I think we should do another job. Even if it isn't as lucrative as the fake cigarette trade, if each of us can get 20 or 30,000, it'll do. Liuzi, what about you? Chen Mo asked, looking at Ma Lu. I'll follow you. Whatever you say, I'll do, Ma Lu replied with a smile. Zhao Kuo, tell us your thoughts. I have none. Among the three, Zhao Kuo was the hardest for Chen Mo to read. Oh, what did I have none mean? Going with the flow. In Chen Mo's view, although he had worked with Zhao Kuo once, Zhao Kuo was not truly one of them. With Zhao Kuo's skill, he could easily find honest work as a security guard or private bodyguard. If he chose the crooked path, almost any other road would be better than petty thievery. Chen Mo lit a cigarette and said, I reckon our pockets are empty lately. It's time we dug up some food. Hosey's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together eager. Ma Lu rolled a chopstick across the table with his fingers and asked, where should we start? Since Zhejiao fell, Baijiang City's turf had been redrawn. Busboard jobs had been taken by the Guangxi and Anhui gangs. Street-level pickpocketing was held by the Xinjiang gang, and two local gangs, and hotel and mall operations were largely in the hands of the Guangxi gang. A thief gang must possess its own turf and sphere of influence to establish itself in a city. An outsider or lone operator who commits crimes in another gang's domain risks at worst being handed to the police, at best suffering a savage beating. Beyond sheer numbers, a gang's power lies in its collusion with local ruffians and black forces. Thieves survive by craft, not by fighting. They rely on protection more than on brawn. In those off-the-books trades, collusion with the black forces is common. To borrow an inelegant image, in the underworld, the black forces play the role of police for the lowest tiers. Besides vice and protection rackets, they also perform a kind of street justice. Of course, that so-called justice is bought with money. Depending on the size of the territory and how lucrative it is, thief gangs pay monthly tribute. If a peer crosses the line, these self-styled enforcers step in to maintain order. For minor transgressions, one pays. For major ones, the police and civilians cooperate to eliminate the threat. This proved from another angle that thievery could never stand openly, nor did it command real prestige in secret. Ma Lu's words immediately cowed Hosey, who dropped his head at once. Chen Mo exhaled a column of smoke and said, so what do you propose? Ma Lu answered sheepishly, we have no dealings with the roads. People. Baijiang's turf is basically divided. Given the situation, our only option is to hit the trains. Chen Mo dropped the cigarette butt and stamped it out, realizing that failing to cultivate ties with the road to carve out a territory had been a mistake. Blindly taking a job now would likely end in disaster. Yet striking trains was hardly realistic either. Zhao Kuo was inexperienced, Hosey specialized in lockpicking, and only Ma Lu and Chen Mo could really work. On a moving train, their effectiveness would be halved before they even began. That would not do. Seeing the three men watch him with eager faces, Chen Mo said, given our present circumstances, the best fit is to pull a Yaotang job, but this time it's different. We're stealing our own money. All three asked almost in unison, steal our own. Right. It depends on how much we can pool. More pooled means more profit. Brother Mo, how exactly do we steal our own? Hosey asked. Chen Mo smiled, inscrutably simple. I've been visiting the Baijiang riverside often lately. He spent 10 or so minutes laying out his plan. When he finished, even the taciturn Zhao Kuo asked one question, how confident are you? Chen Mo lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, this job isn't something I'll do alone. We're a team. If the three of you pull your weight, there's absolutely no problem. There is nothing in the world that is 100% certain, but Chen Mo needed to vow absolute assurance. He believed one should set out for success. To darken the mind with preemptive doubts is to do nothing at all. He also shrewdly set a premise: it required all four of them to cooperate. If the plan failed, he would not be left holding the blame alone. Ma Lu said nothing, but his mind raced as he calculated the potential take. Secretly, he admired Chen Mo. Where had that head of his come up with such an idea? If no one objects, shall we settle it then? Chen Mo asked. Agreed. Let's do it. Ma Lu was the first to consent. Chen Mo patted Ma Lu's approving shoulder, lifted his glass, and said, come a drink. Here's to preemptively wishing this job success. Emerging from the restaurant, Chen Mo walked behind the four men. He reached out and placed his hand on Ma Lu's shoulder, saying, Lu, put more thought into this deal. Whether it's done well or not depends on you. Ma Lu was taken aback and said, a train runs fast because the engine leads. You're the one with all the ideas. Oh, we all respect you. So that makes me the big brother among the four of us. Ma Lu looked up and met Chen Mo's gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. He quickly replied, of course. Although Zhao Kuo is tough, he's not on our wavelength. He's just a passerby. Monkey's words carry little weight, and as for me, Before Ma Lu could finish, Chen Mo cut in. Actually, you're the most suited to be the big brother. You're meticulous, well-connected, and most importantly, ruthless enough. If a big brother lacks ruthlessness, he can't keep his men in line. Don't you think so? Hearing this, Ma Liu's palms immediately began to sweat. He hurriedly said, don't get the wrong idea. That time in Wujiaku, I was just drunk and acting like a fool. My only intention in kidnapping that Mr. Liu was for revenge. Chen Mo pulled out a cigarette and placed it between Ma Liu's lips, asking, Liu, how have monkey and I treated you? With the cigarette dangling from his mouth, Ma Liu hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for Chen Mo with both hands, saying, there's no question about it. If you hadn't stepped in to save me, I'd have been crippled. And you even cut me in on a good share of the fake cigarette business. I've always kept that kindness close to my heart. Chen Mo pulled Ma Lu closer by the shoulder and said, all right, let's drop that. Let's talk about this deal instead. Get in touch with Mr. Jean. You mean we should let him in on this too? Ma Lu asked, puzzled. Yes. After all, this buying and selling isn't really our forte. Bringing in another person makes it safer. Just make sure to tell him it can't be lower than 80 of the market price, and payment must be made before delivery. 80A and payment before delivery. That's a tough sell, Ma Lu said with difficulty. No problem. Just tell him that while the profit margin is low, the volume is huge, as much as he wants. And the key is it's a legitimate business with zero risk. If you put it that way, he'll definitely agree. Ma Lu looked at Chen Mo's confident expression and thought to himself, this kid sure knows how to scheme. He was just pretending at the dinner table to have everyone pool their money, but had already figured out a sneaky plan to use other people's resources. All right, leave this to me, Ma Lu said with conviction. As Chen Mo had predicted, when Ma Lu made the call, Mr. Jean immediately decided to take 4,000 yuan worth of goods. 10 days later, one afternoon, Chen Mo drove a rented Audi carrying Monkey and Ma Lu to the coal port of Baijiang City for the third time. Baijiang City had a well-developed waterway system, with over half of all cargo transported via water, defining the city's inland river transport characteristics. The Audi pulled up to a 2-story office building. After parking, the three men went straight up to the second floor. After knocking for a long time, the office door was finally opened by a voluptuous woman with heavy makeup. Her face was flushed and her blouse was slightly disheveled, inviting suggestive thoughts. Who are you looking for? The woman asked. Ma Lu looked past her at Wang Ming, who was sitting behind the desk, and said, we're here to see General Manager Wang. Wang Ming quickly stood up and said, Brother Lu, you're here. Please come in. Are you picking up the goods today? Ma Lu stepped forward to shake Wang Ming's hand, replying, yes, we plan to take delivery today. Look, we've brought the money. Chen Mo, who was pretending to be a follower behind Ma Lu, jiggled the bag of cash to indicate the money was inside. Wang Ming looked at Ma Lu in surprise and said, Brother Lu, why did you bring cash? Ma Lu chuckled. Time was tight, and cash is more straightforward. As soon as the coal is loaded onto the truck, he'll pay you. But we're also hoping for a long-term partnership. Can you lower the price a bit? Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively and said, let's not talk about the price today. Coal prices change daily, and your 5,000 yuan order isn't exactly a big deal. He then called for the woman to make tea. Ma Lu said, I'm just testing the waters. They'll definitely cooperate with you in the future. While Ma Lu was chatting and negotiating with Wang Ming, Chen Mo carefully reconfirmed the details of the office. The office was about 20 square meters, lacking even a decent filing cabinet. Behind the desk stood a meter-tall safe. On the coffee table, tea sets were placed as a pretentious display, but the surface was littered with water stains and cigarette ash. Checking the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Chen Mo gave Monkey a meaningful glance. Monkey understood and excused himself to the restroom, leaving the room. Brother Lu, when will your trucks arrive? Wang Ming also glanced at his watch. Let me call and hurry them up. Our trucks had a minor issue before coming, so we had to find 2 temporary freight trucks. Business is tough these days. All the profit gets eaten up by transport costs, Ma Lu complained as he dialed a number. Next time something like this happens, come to me. I can get you 2 or even 10 trucks, no problem, and at a better price than what you'd find outside. The call connected and Ma Lu made a show of grunting a few times before hanging up. They'll be here in about an hour, he said. In reality, the trucks had already been parked by the roadside 2 kilometers from the coal port. As prearranged, the 2 large trucks would drive into the port exactly at 6 o'clock. By 6:30, the sky was growing dark, and it was shift change time for the workers, a period of restless distraction. And where there is restlessness, there is opportunity for exploitation. Wang Ming, growing increasingly impatient, kept urging Ma Lu to call and check on the trucks. After a tense wait, the 2 trucks finally arrived at 6 o'clock. The coal was fully loaded by 8:00, and the transaction was settled. Goods for money. Taking the receipt Wang Ming handed him, Ma Lu said, "Brother Wang, it's late. How about we take you out for dinner?" Wang Ming quickly waved his hand. "Let's skip the meal. It's getting late, let's call it a day." "Don't be like that, Brother Wang. I have a lot to ask you about the coal business. Mostly I'm hoping for a better price next time." Chen Mo chimed in. "Yes, General Manager Wang. We'll be relying on your guidance in the future. Please do us this favor." Seeing the man hesitate, Ma Lu turned up the heat. "Brother Wang, I've heard the nightlife in Baijiang City is something else. College girls working on the side. Won't you take us brothers to check it out?" For this operation, Chen Mo had thoroughly investigated the target. The coal business wasn't actually Wang Ming's, he was just a department manager. And his one weakness was women. As expected, the man's interest was piqued by Ma Liu's words. Baijiang City is famous for two things: an abundance of boats and a surplus of women of the night. But Wang Ming hesitated, glancing at the bag full of cash. "But today isn't convenient. How about another day?" Sensing an opening, Chen Mo immediately played hard to get. "Brother Lu, since General Manager Wang is busy, why don't we just ask him to point us to a place, and we'll go on our own?" Wang Ming, a man of weak will, finally fell into the trap set by two silver-tongued rogues. The entire sequence of events unfolded exactly as Chen Mo had planned. First, they deliberately delayed until evening when the bank had already closed, leaving the money unable to be deposited and thus remaining in hand. Since Wang Ming was not a big boss, but merely held a position akin to a manager, he dared not take such a huge sum home on his own, so he could only place it in the office safe. To prevent Wang Ming from staying overnight in the office out of a sense of duty, Chen Mo catered to his tastes and lured him out for entertainment, ensuring that by the time they finished their revelry, the fortune would already be in their grasp. While Ma Lu and Chen Mo were wining and dining Wang Ming amidst songs and dances, a completely different scene unfolded at the two-story office building in the coal port. At exactly 10 o'clock in the evening, Monkey, who had been hiding in the restroom, stealthily slipped out. He put on rubber gloves and deftly pried open the office door. The safe was a mechanical combination lock equipped with a dial keyhole and handle. Such a lock was not easy to open. Both the combination and the key were required. But for Monkey, there was no lock in the world he couldn't open. The only difference was the time it took. He placed a stethoscope against the safe door, gently turning the combination dial, while using a small iron hook to probe the keyhole. Upon hearing a pleasant click, a relieved smile spread across his face. It didn't take long, just 3 minutes. The 500,000 in cash was neatly packed in a bag. Monkey slung the bag over his shoulder, then opened the window. Though Monkey was an expert lockpicker, he was slight of build and lacked strength. With great effort, he managed to hoist the safe onto the windowsill. Then he pushed it, and with a resounding thud, it crashed onto the concrete floor. A figure immediately emerged from the darkness, hoisted the 100-plus-pound safe onto his back, and ran. That person was none other than Zhao Qua. The loud noise startled the security guard on the first floor. When the guard ran out to investigate, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Qua's retreating figure carrying the safe. "Thief! Stop the thief!" the guard shouted, and soon the night watchmen swarmed out in pursuit. More than a dozen guards chased after Zhao Qua, as if hunting a rabbit. During his military service, Zhao Qua had been one of the best in the entire regiment at weighted running, so the 100-pound safe was no burden to him. Just as the guards were about to catch up, Zhao Qua suddenly accelerated, leaving them more than 10 meters behind. The pursuing guards were all astonished. A man carrying a heavy iron block was actually faster than them. Even a fool could tell he was no ordinary person. Not only could they not catch him, but even if they did, they couldn't stop him and would likely end up severely beaten. With this thought, their shouts and curses grew louder, but their steps slowed. Finally, under the watchful eyes of over a dozen onlookers, Zhao Qua successfully scaled the wall and quickly vanished into the thick night. Zhao Qua had successfully drawn the attention of the security guard stationed at the office building, while Monkey took the opportunity to slip out of the building and escape from the coal port following a pre-planned route. At the bathing center, while enjoying a massage from a female therapist, Chen Mo heard the sound of a text message on his phone. He picked it up and saw it was from Monkey. The message contained only 2 letters: OK. Chen Mo smiled knowingly, deleted the message, set the phone aside, closed his eyes, and continued to enjoy the massage. He said to the therapist, "Press my lower back more, I've been having pain there lately." "Ah yes, right there, that feels good." About 2 minutes later, he heard Wang Ming's frantic shouts. He quickly jumped off the bed and rushed out of the room, only to see Wang Ming, who was already in a state of disarray, wearing only his pants. Wang Ming's voice sounded like a chicken being strangled. "Quick, quick, quick." Chen Mo wanted to laugh, but pretended to be shocked, asking, "Brother Wang, what's wrong?" "Thief, thief, there's a thief." "What thief?" "There's a thief here." Just then Ma Lu, still covered in cream, ran out of the private room and asked, "Brother Wang, what's going on?" Wang Ming said with a mournful face, "Lu, you've ruined me. The company was burglarized and even the safe was stolen." Chen Mo drove like the wind towards the coal port, while Wang Ming's face looked worse than if his parents had died. They arrived back at the coal port an hour after the incident. At the scene, police car lights flashed and the noise of the crowd was chaotic. When they got out of the car, Wang Ming's legs gave way, and he would have collapsed on the spot if not for Ma Liu's support. Chen Mo did not get out of the car, but sat inside observing the situation outside. Ma Lu remained calm and composed, cooperating with the police's questions while putting on a look of deep guilt to console the utterly unfortunate Wang Ming. Although Chen Mo couldn't hear what Ma Lu was saying just by his acting skills alone, Chen Mo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At the same time, a faint sense of regret stirred within Chen Mo. An hour later, Chen Mo and Ma Lu left the coal port and picked up Monkey and Zhao Kuo at a remote intersection. Chen Mo glanced at the bulging backpack in the rearview mirror and said, "You two have worked hard. Did you leave any evidence?" Monkey's joy was evident on his face. "Brother Mo, no, everything went smoothly. Besides our money, there was another 50,000 in the safe. We've hit the jackpot this time." Chen Mo nodded to himself. When Wang Ming had placed the bag in the safe, he had caught a glimpse inside and had indeed seen 5 stacks of cash, 10,000, each totaling exactly 50,000. That Monkey had honestly reported this 50,000 showed he was a trustworthy person. "Are you sure it's only 50,000? Ma Lu turned his head and looked at Monkey. Monkey didn't catch Ma Liu's implication and continued, "Really, the money is all in the bag. Let's not split this money just yet." Chen Mo looked up at the 3 faces in the rearview mirror and continued, "Send me your account numbers and I'll transfer the money to you later." After dropping off Ma Lu and Monkey at their residences, only Chen Mo and Zhao Kuo remained in the car. Zhao Kuo had not spoken a word the entire night since getting into the car. "You worked the hardest tonight." "Thank you," Chen Mo said. "It's nothing," Zhao Kuo replied. "What did you do with the safe in the end?" "Threw it into the river." Chen Mo nodded. "You'll stay with me tonight. Tomorrow we'll deposit the money into the bank." 550,000 was no small sum, and it was stolen goods. Having someone like Zhao Kuo by his side gave Chen Mo a sense of security. Zhao Kuo uttered a single word, "Okay. Can't you ever crack a smile? We just pulled off a big heist, can't you show a little happiness?" Zhao Kuo's expression remained stoic as he said, "We're being watched." In Baijiang, a city of 5 million souls, a theft worth over 500,000 yuan was like a stone cast into a turbulent sea. It vanished without a sound, let alone stirring any waves. It was merely a topic of idle chatter among investigators, a clumsy thief hauling a safe with over a dozen security guards unable to catch him. Whether the thief was too formidable or the guards too inept, they cared little. What intrigued them was Li Mu Bai. First inexplicably suspended, then reinstated and mysteriously promoted from deputy to full captain. While the investigators speculated about Li Mu Bai's bizarre appointment, Chen Mo was equally uneasy. Zhao Kuo's words that night had filled him with deep unrest. That night, after shaking off the dozen guards, Zhao Kuo followed a pre-planned route toward the river. Halfway there, 2 figures blocked his path. Without a word, they attacked. Though Zhao Kuo managed to drive them off, he noted their skills. They were trained fighters. Was it the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, or a chance encounter with highway robbers? Chen Mo hoped for the latter, but instinct told him the former was far more likely. From the 5,500 yuan of stolen loot, 100 was set aside for Boss Jean's 20 cut. The remaining 4,500 after deducting expenses would be split 4 ways. For each of them, it was a considerable sum. Chen Mo's wisdom lay in sharing the spoils equally. Though he styled himself the leader, he didn't treat the other 3 as mere tools for profit. They were partners, a team where each contributed their unique skills. Yet Chen Mo began to ponder a pressing issue: how to launder this illicit money into legitimate funds. Countless paupers had suddenly struck it rich, but without a legal source the police would sniff them out in no time. At that point it would be like mud in your crotch. Even if it's not shit, it sure looks like it. Take Zhe Jiu for instance. In reality, he was the head of a theft ring, but on the surface, he posed as a businessman running several clothing stores. Chen Mo sought Ma Liu's advice on how to legitimize the money. Ma Lu suggested setting up a company, preferably a housekeeping service. Chen Mo asked why. Ma Lu, ever cunning, explained, registering a housekeeping company has 3 major advantages. First, the cost is low. Second, the staff turnover is high. People coming and going is normal, making it easy to pad the roster with part-time workers. Third, and most crucially, housekeeping jobs get you inside people's homes, which is perfect for casing the joint. Chen Mo silently applauded. This wasn't a housekeeping company. It was a thieves' guild cloaked in legitimacy to carry out petty crimes. Brilliant, he thought. Let's do it your way, Chen Mo decided on the spot. Good'll start making arrangements today. After their talk, Chen Mo went to the mall and bought several different locks. For days, Chen Mo had been learning lockpicking from Monkey. With 2 wires inserted into the keyhole, a twist and a pull, it was even faster than using a key. Chen Mo was utterly impressed. When Chen Mo asked Monkey where he'd learned the skill, Monkey just smiled and said it was from an old locksmith on the street. Later, after turning to thievery, he honed the craft to perfection. Monkey was a classic case of the master teaches the basics, but mastery depends on the individual. He had a natural talent for lockpicking. After buying the locks, Chen Mo headed home. But after a few steps, he stopped and glanced back. In the month plus, had been learning from Old Man Sure, though he hadn't yet practiced in real combat, his ability to stay alert had sharpened considerably. The person who had just passed him seemed odd. As they walked by, the bag holding his locks snapped a handle, startling Chen Mo. Yet the passerby didn't even glance his way. Normally, when 2 people meet on the street and one has an unusual reaction, the other would instinctively look. But this person simply walked on. Chen Mo stared at the retreating figure, wondering if he was being paranoid. Just as he doubted himself, the man turned back and met his eyes, and Chen Mo caught a flicker of evasion in his gaze. "Stop!" Chen Mo shouted. The man didn't pause, instead he quickened his pace. Chen Mo knew at once he was being followed. "Halt!" Chen Mo yelled as he gave chase. After crossing an intersection, the man vanished into the bustling crowd. Standing still amid the flowing stream of people, Chen Mo thought of Fatty Xia. Fatty Xia had once warned him that crossing him would lead to no good. Was Fatty Xia gathering evidence of his crimes, planning to cooperate with the police to put him away? In Baijiang, Fatty Xia could crush him with ease. There was no need for such underhanded tactics. But if not Fatty Xia, then who? Chen Mo couldn't make sense of it. Suddenly, a white van screeched to a halt in front of him. The door slid open and 4 thuggish men jumped out. Before Chen Mo could resist, they swiftly bundled him into the vehicle. One word came to Chen Mo's mind: professional. Now this was more like Fatty Xia style. Inside the van, Chen Mo dared not struggle. He only cautiously eyed the knife pressed against his ribs. "Who are you? Do you have the wrong person? Are you Chen Mo?" Chen Mo nodded. "Yes. What do you want?" "Someone wants to see you." "Is it Boss Xia?" "You'll find out when we get there." 20 minutes later, the van stopped outside an upscale club. Chen Mo knew this wouldn't end well. Resistance would only bring trouble, so he mentally prepared himself to endure whatever came. Flanked by 2 burly men front and back, Chen Mo was led inside. When they opened a private room door, he froze. Inside wasn't some big shot, but 5 stylish men and women with professional smiles. 2 thugs stood guard outside, while the other 2 positioned themselves on either side of Chen Mo. "Fix him up," one of them said. Chen Mo was bewildered. "What are you doing?" A man with hair spiked like needles swayed over, pinching his fingers in a delicate gesture. "Bro, we're going to doll you up, of course. I'm the stylist, call me Make. These ladies are my assistants. Come, let me take your measurements." Make pulled Chen Mo to the center of the room and began measuring him with a tape. The assistants bustled about as well. Only when Chen Mo saw the contents of their toolboxes did he realize they were going to apply makeup on him. Completely baffled, Chen Mo looked to the 2 thuggish men for answers, but they didn't even spare him a glance. "Buddy, who sent you?" "Bro, I'm not sure either. Someone paid me a hefty sum to come. I'm a private image designer. I've even worked with celebrities. Don't worry, it'll make you look as handsome as Panin. You've got good bones, bro. Oh, what a nice round butt you have." As Make spoke, he pinched Chen Mo's rear, sending a shudder through his entire body. Make was not only a natural at breaking the ice, but also a chatterbox who never knew when to stop. He alternated between praising Chen Mo's physique and temperament and boasting about his own fame. Though utterly baffled, Chen Mo had no choice but to go with the flow, allowing himself to be manipulated like a puppet. For hours later, the once unremarkable Chen Mo had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the mirror, Chen Mo saw himself in a crisp light blue suit, a white shirt, and a black bow tie. His face remained the same, yet it somehow looked far more pleasing than before. Even his upright hair seemed inexplicably spirited. After spraying Chen Mo with cologne, Make completed the final step and left the private room with a few assistants. Chen Mo sat in the room, glancing alternately at the 2 stoic bodyguards and his own reflection in the mirror, feeling that all of this was happening without any rhyme or reason. His outfit clearly indicated that he was meant to attend an important event, but why had he been invited in such a coercive manner? Could it be? An hour later, the 2 bodyguards escorted Chen Mo out of the club. By then, Baijiang City was cloaked in night with neon lights glowing everywhere. A stately business sedan was parked outside the club. As the door opened, Chen Mo saw Fatty Xia and thought, so it's this old fox. Truly the daughter acts without a plan and the father follows no conventional rules. Mr. Xia, what is this all about? Chen Mo asked as he got into the car. Fatty Xia was also dressed formally today. He looked Chen Mo up and down and said, today is my daughter's birthday. I'd like you to come. Fatty Xia's characterization of the kidnapping as an invitation struck Chen Mo as absurd. He said, Mr. Xia, I told you last time that your daughter and I are merely acquaintances, not even friends. I don't care about that. As long as you can make my daughter happy. The car started slowly and drove off. Chen Mo said, Mr. Xia, you're being unreasonable. Unreasonable? Don't be ungrateful, kid. If you make my daughter happy today, we'll call it even. Even? What do you mean? What debt? Chen Mo was completely confused. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. Do you think I don't know about that 55000? Chen Mo was stunned and blurted out, you. Fatty Xia waved his pudgy hand and said, kid, you stole from me. If it were anyone else, I'd have thrown them into the river to feed the fish. Chen Mo's mind struggled to keep up. Your money. Fatty Xia said casually, I have a hand in most of the businesses along the Baijiang River. You're quite something, aren't you? Fatty Xia wasn't lying. The coal port where Chen Mo had committed the theft was indeed one of his enterprises. It wasn't that Chen Mo's plan had a flaw that exposed him. Rather, ever since their last meeting, Fatty Xia had kept Chen Mo under surveillance. At first, Fatty Xia didn't know Chen Mo was a thief and thought he was just a middleman buying and selling goods. It wasn't until the day of the incident that he discovered Chen Mo's true identity. Fatty Xia's rapid rise to wealth was due not only to his shrewd business acumen, but also to some underhanded methods. He walked a fine line between legitimate and illegitimate dealings, and among the lower classes, he held the utmost contempt for petty thieves and swindlers. The audacious Chen Mo had not only dared to scheme against him, but also that his daughter still pined for him. This infuriated Fatty Xia even more. He immediately sent men to deal with Chen Mo and his gang of thieves, which led to the scene where Zhao Kuo was intercepted. The two men he dispatched, though not top-tier experts, were certainly skilled. But to Fatty Xia's surprise, they were defeated in a single encounter by Zhao Kuo, one with a broken rib, the other with a fractured arm. If they hadn't fled quickly, they might have lost their lives. Fatty Xia was a seasoned player. The fact that a cunning thief like Chen Mo had such a formidable accomplice forced him to reassess Chen Mo. Today happened to be his daughter's 24th birthday. To stop his precious daughter from pestering him, Fatty Xia had no choice but to kidnap Chen Mo. It was a last resort born of his utter inability to handle her eccentricities and also a chance to probe Chen Mo's background. If he had real skills, he might prove useful. Chen Mo couldn't fathom Fatty Xia's thoughts, but he wasn't stupid. He knew exactly who Fatty Xia was, and that he had dared to provoke a formidable figure. Since Fatty Xia had laid his cards on the table, it would be petty of Chen Mo to deny it. Though his heart trembled, he kept his voice steady. Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry. They'll return the money to you as soon as I get back. Fatty Xia said, no need. I've already told you, as long as you make my daughter happy today, we'll call it even. Chen Mo smiled bitterly to himself, realizing he was being forced to be a court jester. To win a bowtie smile, a king once lit beacon fires and toyed with his kingdom. King Yu of Zhou traded his realm for Bao Sis laughter, and Chen Mo could certainly trade a bit of his dignity for Xia Kuang's smile to save his own skin. Chen Mo consoled himself thinking that King Yu sought death while he sought life. Sacrificing a bit of charm was far wiser than King Yu's folly. The car finally arrived at its destination, a high-end hotel. Chen Mo followed the rotund Fatty Xia out of the car with cautious steps. A red carpet was laid out at the hotel entrance, flanked by a row of beauties in cheongsam slit to the thigh, their fair legs forming an impressive sight. A large screen in the lobby scrolled bold characters, Happy 24th Birthday, Miss Xia Kuang. The birthday party was arranged like a business banquet, exuding extravagance and vulgarity. Under the guidance of a hostess, Chen Mo followed Fatty Xia into the elevator. As the elevator neared the event floor, Chen Mo suddenly realized that since he was attending Xia Kuang's birthday party, he ought to have prepared a gift. Mr. Xia, I didn't bring a gift for Xia Kuang. Should I go prepare one? That is a problem. Fatty Xia glanced at his watch, frowned, and said, I've prepared plenty of gifts. Just pick one to give to Xia Kuang later. The banquet hall was adorned with flowers and filled with a crowd of people. Though Chen Mo didn't recognize anyone, he knew the guests were all influential figures using Xia Kuang's birthday as an opportunity to network. Probably the only ones sincerely wishing Xia Kuang happiness were Fatty Xia and himself. As soon as Fatty Xia appeared, he became the center of attention, with people flocking to congratulate him. The sharp-eyed ones even subtly inquired about Chen Mo. Chen Mo, after all, was a nobody unaccustomed to such grand occasions. Though he tried to appear calm, his heart pounded nervously in his chest. He feared that Xia Kuang would be displeased to see him, which would spell trouble for him. In a room, Chen Mo saw the birthday gifts Fatty Xia had prepared for his daughter. Jewelry, gems, expensive designer bags, dozens of them. Gazing at the valuable gifts before him, Chen Mo suddenly thought of a gift that would cost him nothing, yet would surely satisfy Xia Kuang. Typically, the guest of honor at a birthday banquet is expected to be present throughout the entire event, yet from 8 o'clock until well past 10, Xia Kuang herself was nowhere to be seen. Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter to himself, marveling at how this young lady, a true devotee of performance art, always managed to forge her own path, shunning the beaten track. Yet the guests who had come to celebrate her birthday seemed unperturbed by her absence, gathering in small clusters, raising their glasses and toasts, and chatting with effortless ease. What was meant to be a birthday celebration had transformed into a social gathering for networking and rekindling connections. Finally, at 11 o'clock, the protagonist made her appearance. The sight of Xia Kuang made Chen Mo's eyes light up. She was clad in a white strapless gown, its hem swaying with each step she took. In her right hand, she held a vintage-style handbag, and her hair, black as a waterfall, cascaded over her snowy shoulders, exuding an antique charm to perfection. She was a far cry from her usual fiery and provocative attire. Gazing at the beautiful and elegant Xia Kuang, Chen Mo could scarcely believe his eyes. At that moment, she resembled a princess who had stepped right out of a painting, making him wonder if the refined and gentle woman before him was truly Xia Kuang at all. But this illusion lasted a mere 3 or 4 minutes. Without even cutting the cake, Xia Kuang turned and left, giving the distinct impression that she was merely going through the motions. Big Fatty Xia hurried over and said, "Come with me, my precious daughter is throwing a fit." He quickly followed Big Fatty Xia out of the banquet hall, arriving outside a guest room. Before they even entered the room, they could hear the sound of objects being smashed with a bang-bang. 2 girls stood outside the door, their faces etched with terror. Upon seeing Big Fatty Xia, they looked as if they had glimpsed a savior. One of them said pitifully, "President Xia, Miss is having another one of her tantrums." Big Fatty Xia, paying no heed to the girl's words, reached out and opened the door. A bouquet of flowers, battered and nearly stripped of all its petals, was hurled at him. The room was in utter disarray. Tables and chairs were overturned, luxury items were strewn about like trash, and the pristine white walls were stained with splashes of red wine. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the noble and dignified Xia Kuang from the banquet hall. The stark contrast between her public persona and private behavior was so immense that one couldn't help but suspect she might genuinely have a mental issue. "My dear daughter, what are you doing?" Big Fatty Xia hurried over to her. "I'm not a monkey in a zoo. From now on, stay out of my affairs." All right, I won't interfere. First, calm down. It's all your father's fault." The man, who was so overbearing and arrogant before others, now spoke meekly, as if he were a servant tending to an emperor. So even this local despot had someone he feared. Truly, there is always something that can subdue another. "I'm leaving. You." Xia Kuang stopped mid-sentence as her eyes fell upon Chen Mo, standing at the doorway. Their eyes met, and they remained frozen for 10 full seconds. "What are you doing here?" Xia Kuang asked, her face still flushed with anger. "I heard it was your birthday, so I came to see you," Chen Mo replied. "I don't need you." Chen Mo had initially thought that Big Fatty Xia's elaborate scheme to invite him here meant that Xia Kuang was pining for him, but the scene before him seemed to indicate otherwise. Ordinarily, Chen Mo would have turned on his heel and left, but now he had to endure it. If he didn't manage to appease Xia Kuang today, Big Fatty Xia would undoubtedly give him a severe thrashing. "I came to apologize for what happened last time. I'm truly sorry about that. To express my regret, I've prepared a special gift for you." As he spoke, Chen Mo pulled an exquisite box from his pocket. When he opened it, everyone who saw the gift was stunned. Inside the beautiful box lay a bundle of red string tied into a bow. Big Fatty Xia stared at Chen Mo, his eyes wide. If Xia Kuang hadn't been present, he likely would have lunged at him. Though the bow was beautifully tied, it was after all just an ordinary piece of red string. Someone dared to give a string to the daughter of Baijiang City's local emperor on her birthday. Was he suggesting she should hang herself? Chen Mo replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "I thought long and hard, and in the end I felt this was the most appropriate gift." Big Fatty Xia was nearly bursting with rage, tempted to have Chen Mo dragged out and beaten to a pulp before throwing him into the river to feed the fish. Yet to his astonishment, he saw that his precious daughter had become strangely calm. Seeing that Xia Kuang was silent, Chen Mo untied the red string from its bow. The string was 5 or 6 meters long, about the thickness of a little finger. He walked over to Xia Kuang, and tied one end of the string around her slender waist, then secured the other end around Big Fatty Xia's barrel-like waist. Throughout the entire process, Xia Kuang stood motionless. Though thoroughly bewildered, Big Fatty Xia was no fool. Seeing his precious daughter so uncharacteristically quiet, he decided to let Chen Mo do as he pleased. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. For Big Fatty Xia, this was a sheer delight. He couldn't remember the last time he had spent such a peaceful extended period with his beloved daughter. Could this string possess some kind of magic? Xia Kuang finally moved. She untied the string from her waist, then took Chen Mo's hand and walked out of the room without looking back. Staring at the two bewildered girls at the doorway, Big Fatty Xia asked after a long pause, "What just happened?" One of the girls timidly replied, "That man tied you and missed together with both ends of the string." "And what did my daughter do?" Big Fatty Xia asked again. "Nothing," the girl said, then realizing she had misspoken added, "mistook that man and left." Big Fatty Xia walked to the door, looked at the empty corridor, then picked up the string still tied around his waist and asked, "What does this mean?" The two girls exchanged a glance and then simultaneously shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Big Fatty Xia broke into a grin and said, "How interesting." Holding Chen Mo's hand in one and gathering her floor-length gown with the other, Xia Kuang strode quickly out of the hotel and climbed into a red convertible. The convertible sped through the night of Baijiang City, the wind lifting Xia Kuang's long hair, fully revealing her fair, oval face. The car drove all the way to the riverside before finally stopping. They stood side by side on the riverbank. On the placid surface of the river, the reflection of a crescent moon, like a sliver of silver, swayed with the gentle breeze. Gazing into the distance, they could vaguely make out a small boat gliding across the quiet water. Chen Mo wanted to raise his hand to wipe his eyes, only to find that his hand was still comfortably held by Xia Kuang. He swallowed hard and said, "Your hand. Don't you think you could let go?" Chen Mo's hand was held very comfortably by Xia Kuang, as if wrapped in warm cotton, but he had to remind this enchanting woman that if she continued to hold it like this, trouble might arise. Xia Kuang released his hand, gazed at the river, and uttered her first words since leaving the hotel, "Thank you." That single "thank you" finally put Chen Mo's anxious heart at ease. The rift between him and Xia the fatty could finally be wiped clean. "No need to thank me. We're friends after a fight, as they say. Let's just let bygones be bygones," Chen Mo said. "I still owe you an apology for what happened last time." "No need. I said it's all water under the bridge," Chen Mo replied magnanimously. "My father didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Though it was a caring question, it made Chen Mo's face flush with embarrassment. The reason he came and racked his brains to come up with this scheme was not out of altruism, but out of necessity to protect himself. However, Chen Mo knew that while this was clear in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud, as it would spoil the mood. "Your father is quite nice. He cares about you." Xia Kuang finally lifted her eyes to look at Chen Mo. This ordinary-looking man was the most unique person among all her acquaintances. A cunning little man who, unaware of her background and status, endured immense humiliation, and despite his foul-mouthed ranting, did not seek substantial revenge. Even after receiving a kick from her, he simply bore the pain and left. More importantly, he actually understood her, otherwise he wouldn't have given her such a birthday gift. "You and President Xia." Xia Kuang interrupted Chen Mo, saying, "Don't talk about my father. Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Reminded by Xia Kuang, Chen Mo recalled that he had only eaten breakfast today, and his stomach immediately began to growl and protest. Chen Mo said, "All right, my treat. What would the birthday beauty like to eat?" "You're treating, so you decide." That evening, the two ultimately couldn't enjoy a peaceful meal. Chen Mo's expensive outfit had pockets emptier than a clean slate, while Xia Kuang wore a strapless gown without any pockets at all. In the end, they had no choice but to return to the hotel. By the time they got back, the birthday banquet was already over, with only Xia the fatty waiting for them. Chen Mo ate heartily until he was stuffed and satisfied. After the meal, Xia the fatty decided to personally drive Chen Mo home. In the car on the way home, Chen Mo looked at Xia the fatty's smiling face and said, "President Xia, you're too kind. I could have just taken a taxi." Xia the fatty stroked his fat, beardless chin and said, "Chen Mo, not bad, not bad." The address had changed from kid to calling him directly by name, which made Chen Mo feel quite pleased. "President Xia, you flatter me. I'm just saying you did well today. But let me warn you, don't even think about having any improper thoughts about my daughter. Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare." Xia the fatty was satisfied with Chen Mo's attitude and said, "Even though you stole my money, I have to admit you did a damn good job." Chen Mo remained silent, cautiously watching Xia the fatty, trying to guess his intentions. "I have a task I'd like you to handle. Interested?" At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly realized that this fat pig hadn't driven him home out of gratitude, but because he had something for him to do. Since Xia the fatty knew everything about him, there was no need for Chen Mo to act aloof. Besides, this was a business proposition that came to him. There was no need to refuse outright. So he licked his lips and asked, "May I ask what President Xia has in mind?" "What else could you do?" "Steal, of course." "Steal what?" "I have a sworn enemy in Baijiang City. He has some things about me." "Are these things objects or documents?" "Documents." Xia the fatty lit a cigarette, raised his eyelids, and continued, interested. "Name your price." "Deal." Chen Mo answered without a second thought. After the Coal Harbor incident, Chen Mo had learned a lesson: petty theft had no future. To get rich, one had to go for the big score. Daring to think and act was the prerequisite, and then one needed an opportunity. And now Xia the fatty had undoubtedly provided a good one. "All right, then name your price." Chen Mo thought for a moment, and then held up one finger. 1 million. "No problem." Xia the fatty agreed without hesitation. Chen Mo immediately added, "I need a 30 down payment first." "Agreed." Xia the fatty tossed Chen Mo a cigar and continued, "He'll give you the target's information in a few days." Accustomed to regular cigarettes, the first puff of the cigar almost made Chen Mo cough, but he quickly adapted to this luxury reserved for the elite. Getting out of the car, he smoked the cigar and watched Xia the fatty's car disappear into the night. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he felt a twinge of regret. It wasn't that he regretted taking the job, but that he regretted setting the price too low. For someone like Xia the fatty, no one had a clean slate. So that document was certainly about some of Xia the fatty's unsavory dealings. For people like them, having a hold over someone was like having them by the throat. Spending money to buy peace was worth any price. When he got home and was about to open his apartment door, he suddenly discovered that someone had been in the room. As a thief, Chen Mo had a habit. Every time he left, he would firmly clip a strand of hair in the door crack. Now the hair in the crack was gone. Using his key to unlock the door and pulling it open a crack, Chen Mo was startled again. The light was still on in the room. Could it be that the thief hadn't left yet? This thief had some nerve, actually daring to turn on the light while committing the crime. Throwing the door open, Chen Mo saw a scrawny old man sitting in the living room and couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, what are you doing here?" Compared to Chen Mo's astonishment, old man sure remained remarkably composed. He glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Your daily routine won't do. In our line of work, you must always maintain a sharp and energetic state." Chen Mo closed the door and asked, "You'll be more careful next time, master. How did you know I was here? When did you return to Baijiang?" Old man sure had been away for some time, which was why Chen Mo had seized the opportunity to pull off the job at the coal port. Now old man sure showing up at his home in the dead of night likely meant something important was afoot. "I just got back today. I came to tell you that I'll be leaving again tomorrow." "Just returned and already leaving." Chen Mo's heart sank. "Where are you going?" "That's none of your concern." "Then when will you be back?" Chen Mo hastily poured him a glass of water. "Hard to say." Old man sure picked up the lock from the coffee table and continued, "So you're learning lock picking?" Chen Mo replied modestly, "Yes, I was afraid of falling behind your pace, so I thought I'd practice in advance." During old man sure's absence, Chen Mo had been diligently honing his fundamental skills as instructed. For instance, slicing meat shreds on a balloon with a razor blade without bursting it, using tiny tweezers to catch a falling strand of hair swiftly and precisely, slipping a rubber band over his fingers to silently unzip a handbag, plunging his hand into scalding water to retrieve a coin without burning his fingers, and lifting a small piece of tofu with miniature pliers without damaging it in the slightest. And so on and so forth. He dared not slacken in the slightest. Old man sure nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You must persist even when I'm not around. Come, let me test your grip strength." He extended his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together. "Try to pry these two fingers apart or bend them." Old man sure's aged hand was covered in wrinkles, and his knuckles were thicker than an ordinary person's. Chen Mo tried to bend old man sure's two fingers with one hand, but soon resorted to using both. Straining with all his might, he gripped old man sure's hand and forced his fingers downward. Yet old man sure's fingers remained as straight as steel rods. He withdrew his hand with a smile. "In our trade, everything depends on the hands. They must be not only dexterous, but also steady and powerful. From now on, hang 2 bricks from your fingers every day for at least 2 hours. Rest assured, master, I'll follow your instructions." Besides skill and sharp eyesight, there's another crucial aspect in our line of work: disguise. Do you know what disguise means? It's about camouflaging yourself. Knowing that old man sure's lecture was about to begin, Chen Mo quickly grabbed a notebook and opened it to take notes. Old Man sure chuckled and continued, for an exceptional thief, mastering disguise is paramount. You must appear in different guises for different occasions, and you must embody each role convincingly, not just in appearance, but in spirit. You need to be more of an actor than an actor. Actors portray others, but in our line of work you play yourself, because your identity shifts with the environment. Different people require different expressions, attire, tones of voice, even distinct gestures and walking postures. Chen Mo buried himself in recording, filling over a dozen pages in half an hour. Old Man sure took a sip of water. Lastly, I have one piece of advice for you. Though we are thieves, there is honor among us. Never break the rules. Do you still remember what they are? I do. 2 don'ts, 1 leave behind, and 1 offering. Old Man sure nodded approvingly once more. I've taught you all I should. Every technique seems simple on the surface, but doing simple things repeatedly makes you an expert. Doing repetitive things with heart makes you a winner. As I always say, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. Persistence is key. Chen Mo silently praised him. This wiry old man was not only a master of technique, but also had a way with words. Master, you haven't taught me the art of lock-picking yet. There's a lock-picking expert right by your side. I want show off. Chen Mo was startled. He hadn't expected Old Man sure to know so much about the people around him. He wondered what else the old man might be unaware of. But from his words, it seemed Monkey's lockpicking skills might even surpass his own. Master, you haven't taught me the art of peering. Old Man sure feigned a sudden realization. I almost forgot about that. Chen Mo was speechless inwardly. How could he forget something so important? He had just been teaching him about disguise, yet his own pretense was so unconvincing. Despite his inner grumbling, Chen Mo's words were sweet. Master, please don't forget something this major. I originally came to learn your signature skill. Old Man sure squinted. What? Sounds like you think I begged you to learn. Why would I be so eager to teach you? Chen Mo thought to himself, wasn't it you who eagerly offered to teach me back in the detention center? Now you're putting on airs. But he kept his face neutral. Master, since you're leaving, and am not sure when you'll return, I've been diligently practicing the basics. Shouldn't you at least teach me some of your core skills? Old Man sure nodded. Very well. Peering is a kind of essence in thievery, or perhaps a method. This art doesn't steal wealth or objects, it steals time. I've accidentally entered the state of peering a few times, but I don't know how it happened. Chen Mo answered honestly. Old Man sure said with a smile, a mind free of distractions. Those words again. Chen Mo rubbed the back of his head. What exactly does it mean to have a mind free of distractions? Haven't you gleaned anything from it? Frustrated with Old Man sure's Socratic teaching method, Chen Mo held back his irritation and replied honestly, it only happens in moments of danger. Old Man sure grinned. In danger the mind goes blank. That blank period is the purest, free of impurities. Of course that's a passive state. Then how do you turn passivity into initiative? Enlightenment. Chen Mo stared at Old Man, sure waiting for him to continue, but the old man fell silent. How does one achieve enlightenment? Is there a method like practicing Qigong? Old Man sure glanced at the clock, deciding not to keep Chen Mo in suspense any longer. He sat up straight and said, peering is an ancient legacy passed down from our founding master. Our founding master's legacy consists of 5 stages: opening light, fasting, heavenly tribulation, spirit roaming, and great vehicle. Opening light is further divided into peering and stealing. Peering is one aspect. It allows you to see events in the near future from as little as 5 or 6 seconds to as many as 20. Stealing refers to. Master, speaks slower. Chen Mo buried himself in taking notes. Old Man sure swallowed and continued, stealing is about pilfering time. In 1 second you can accomplish what would take an ordinary person tens of seconds or even minutes. To master peering and stealing, it all comes down to enlightenment. Once you comprehend it, your cultivation will advance rapidly. If you don't, you'll be stuck. How do I reach enlightenment? Enlightenment is something that can be sensed but not explained. It depends on one's innate nature. A mind undisturbed, broad understanding, and harmony of the 3 secrets. These are signs of awakening. Chen Mo's head was spinning. Master, can you be more straightforward? I don't understand. Precisely because you don't understand, you need to seek enlightenment. Are there any mantras or formulas? You don't need formulas at this stage. All right, that's enough for today. They'll be going now. Chen Mo saw Old Man sure to the door and asked, Master, isn't our founding master Shi Qian one of the 108 heroes from the water margin? If he possessed such abilities, he would be a deity. That's a fictional character from the novel. In truth, our founding master was a truly remarkable figure. Even his appearance was said to rival that of the handsome Panin. Watching Old Man sure's receding figure, Chen Mo couldn't help but Sai the old man seemed to have said a lot, yet nothing at all. Enlightenment. How exactly was he supposed to achieve it? In the following days, Chen Mo was constantly pondering what exactly was meant by something that can be sensed but not articulated. To achieve the state of non-action, he even contemplated the extreme measure of striking his own head with a stick to create a blank slate in his mind. He actually attempted it, but the pain was too intense, so he didn't dare apply much force and ultimately abandoned the idea. After much deliberation, Chen Mo suddenly stumbled upon another question. Why was he able to enter the state of peering? Regarding this ability, the old man had imparted no substantive knowledge to him, merely serving as a guide. Could it be related to his biological father, who had already been reduced to ashes? Chen Mo's biological father was called Chen Egan, 50 years his senior. He had learned the craft at the age of 7 and worked as a thief his entire life. Since Chen Mo could remember, he had never known his biological mother, though he had met 2 stepmothers. Both stepmothers were young and beautiful, but their stays were brief, after 2 or 3 years they would vanish to unknown places. From a young age, Chen Egan had Chen Mo practice one thing relentlessly until he lost his virginity. For this, Chen Egan had broken 3 feather dusters. That year, Chen Mo was 14. In other words, he had been practicing for 11 years, starting from the age of 3. What Chen Mo practiced back then was meditation, requiring him to sit cross-legged, keep his head upright, and vertical place his palms overlapping on his lower abdomen, gaze inwardly at the lower dantian, cast aside all thoughts and distractions, and breathe in and out repeatedly for at least 10 minutes each session. This was done without interruption. Due to the passage of time, Chen Mo could no longer recall the full name, only vaguely remembering it was something like Small Heavenly Cycle. However, after losing his virginity, he never practiced it again, and at the time he was delighted about it for a long while. Upon this realization, Chen Mo sat down cross-legged and began meditating according to his memory. After over 10 minutes, just as he felt a sudden stir in his lower dantian. It was as if someone had punched him. Immediately after, he heard a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Mo hurriedly got up to open it. Standing outside was a neatly dressed, sharp-looking young man. President Xia asked me to deliver these documents to you, the man said, pulling a bank card from his pocket. This card is also from President Xia for you. After taking the documents, the man said nothing more and turned to go downstairs. Chen Mo returned to his room to continue meditating, but he couldn't recapture the earlier sensation. With no other choice, he gave up and began reviewing the documents. Opening the file, the first thing he saw was a photo of a man. The man in the picture appeared to be in his 50s, somewhat resembling the Japanese film star Takashi Kitano, with a fierce look that suggested he was far from benign. The file was very detailed. Wu Jianzhong operated 3 entertainment centers and 1 hotel in Baijiang City. He owned 6 luxury estates in Baijiang City. He had been married twice, was currently single, and had 1 son and 1 daughter. The eldest son was studying abroad while the younger daughter attended a university in the south. After finishing the documents, Chen Mo instinctively glanced at the bank card on the coffee table. The trade was tough, but at least the money was substantial. After calculating for a while, Chen Mo took out his phone and called Monkey. Brother Mo, what's up? Chen Mo checked the time. I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Great, I'll notify Brother Liuzi and Zhao Kuo immediately. No need, it's just you and me. Monkey replied cheerfully, sure. By the time Chen Mo arrived at the agreed-upon small restaurant, Monkey was already waiting. They ordered 3 dishes and a soup along with a bottle of erguo too. Brother Mo, did you ask me out alone for something important? Chen Mo took a lock from his pocket and placed it on the table. Teach me about lock picking. Monkey picked up the lock. Brother Mo, why do you want to learn this? You've got me. What, afraid he'll steal your job? Monkey scratched his head sheepishly. No, it's just that you don't need to waste time on lock picking. Like you said before, Brother Liuzi handles sales, I do the lock, Zhao Kui does the heavy lifting, and you're our leaders setting up the schemes. In the thieving trade, those who mastered core skills were the backbone, and one's craft was never shared. Chen Mo asking Monkey to teach him lock picking indeed broke the rules. Chen Mo had many flaws: greedy, lecherous, suspicious, and somewhat sycophantic. But he also had a virtue: he was eager to learn and humble enough to ask. Don't trust me. Monkey, rest assured, as long as I have food on the table, you'll never go without. I've recently taken on a big job, and am worried you might not be able to handle it alone. At the mention of another job, Monkey's eyes lit up. What big job? Brother Mo, your connections are incredible. I can't say what it is yet, but the cash is plenty. Monkey took a paperclip from his wallet. I knew you were the best to me, Brother Mo. Lock-picking mainly splits into technical and brute force. Anyone can do brute force, but in our line it's all about technique, fast and safe. Look at this lock. It was an ordinary lock. Monkey explained and demonstrated straightening the paperclip, inserting it into the keyhole, flicking, twisting, and turning. With a crisp click, it was simpler than lighting a lighter. With just one skill, Monkey could secure a lifetime of comfort. But no matter how skilled the lockpicker, he was still just a locksmith. A thief was different. Behind every lock often lay generations of savings. After Monkey's personal guidance, Chen Mo's lockpicking speed improved considerably, though it still paled in comparison to Monkey's. Chen Mo lit a cigarette. What else has Ma Lu been up to besides handling the company? The sudden shift in topic to Ma Lu caught Monkey off guard. Brother Liuzi. He's probably still recruiting people. Probably. Yeah, because he won't let me tag along. Is he doing it all himself? Not exactly. He's been hanging out with someone called Tiger lately. Although Chen Mo didn't know who Tiger was, the name gave him a good guess. Definitely someone from the underworld. What does Tiger do? He's in the game, pretty well known around Wujiaku. Into gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully, recalling the incident where Lu Xiu was kidnapped to Wujiaku. And Zhao Kuo. He goes to the park every morning to practice boxing, then works out at home. He's bought a bunch of barbells, dumbbells, grip strengtheners, that sort of thing. Seeing Chen Mo silent, Monkey said, Brother Mo, do you not trust Brother Liuzi and Zhao Kuo? His thoughts exposed. Chen Mo gave an awkward smile. Monkey, I consider you a brother, so I'll speak frankly. Not just thieves. Any shady trade in the underworld may look like a team effort, but they all share one thing: profit. No way. We saved Brother Liuzi and treated him well. He wouldn't betray us. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. The one you trust most might be the one who stabs you in the back. Take Zhang, I mean. He's a perfect example. Brother Mo, rest assured I'd never do that. I'm loyal. Chen Mo patted Monkey's shoulder. I know, that's why I'm telling you this. One should never harbor malicious intent, but must always guard against it. Being cautious never hurts. These words weren't just to comfort Monkey. Among the three, Chen Mo indeed trusted Monkey the most. First, Monkey always followed his orders. Second, Monkey was straightforward, sometimes as innocent as a student. The underworld was treacherous. Teaming up with someone like Monkey was a blessing, but often such guileless people were the easiest to exploit and use as cannon fodder. Looking at Monkey's youthful face, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh, hoping that Monkey would eventually find a good outcome. Chen Mo was acutely aware of his lack of experience, so he approached every endeavor with extreme caution. He understood that those who commit wrongdoing would eventually face retribution, yet as previously mentioned, it is far easier to board a pirate ship than to disembark. This difficulty stemmed not only from external pressures, but also from internal ones. The intoxicating blend of achievement satisfaction and insatiable greed could easily become an addiction. This was precisely why many individuals, despite knowing their actions were wrong, found themselves unable to stop. Just as Chen Mo lamented his own entanglement in this inescapable quagmire, Monkey pointed out the window with keen interest. Brother Mo, there's a street performer outside. Let's go check it out. Outside the restaurant lay a crossroad. A crowd had gathered under a street lamp at the southeast corner, from which the DJ remix of Two Butterflies blared. My dear fly, slowly beware the roses ahead with thorns so bold. The two of them squeezed through the crowd, spotting a gaunt man in his 30s. He wore a flat-topped five-star army cap and an unbuttoned short-sleeved shirt revealing six-pack abs. A pack of cigarettes lay carelessly on the ground along with a few scattered playing cards. The man bent down, picked up a card from the ground, and spread his fingers wide to show they held no trickery. With a casual flick, the card spun through the air, traced an arc, and returned to his hand. What a technique, Chen Mo marveled. Then the man repeated the trick with another card. Just as it was about to return to his palm, he flicked it with his finger, sending the spinning card circling his body. Bravo, the onlookers exclaimed. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. If a pickpocket possessed such skill, he would be formidable indeed. The man tossed the card aside and picked up a cigarette, placing it between his lips. With a flick of his finger, the entire cigarette vanished into his mouth. He opened it to show it was empty and his hands were clean. His right hand flicked his ear, then, with a delicate gesture, he plucked a cigarette from his ear canal. He placed it between his lips, picked up a card from the ground, and with a fold and a twist set it ablaze. His movements were composed and swift, yet perfectly clear to the audience. After a few puffs, he extinguished the cigarette under his heel and picked up 3 more from the ground. He placed all 3 in his mouth and lit them simultaneously. Scanning the crowd, he gestured, inviting someone from the audience to step forward and assist with his performance. Chen Mo volunteered, immediately stepping forward. The man doffed his cap and gave a slight bow of respect to Chen Mo, who promptly returned the gesture. At the man's instruction, Chen Mo raised his arms. The performer then grasped the fabric of Chen Mo's white t-shirt. One hand slipped inside the shirt, bunching the fabric into a pouch. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, then stuffed all 3 lit cigarettes into the makeshift pocket one by one. He smoothed the shirt flat. The 3 cigarettes had vanished, and the garment was completely unharmed. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Chen Mo clapped involuntarily, while Monkey watched with wide eyes and an open mouth. But the performance was not over. The man took Chen Mo's hand and brought it to his own mouth. With a flick of his tongue, he produced a cigarette. The burning tip brushed against Chen Mo's finger, and Chen Mo distinctly felt the heat. The cigarette was lit. Then in an unbelievable move, the man felt around Chen Mo's stomach through his shirt. His hand slid down in an instant, coming to rest between Chen Mo's legs. This sudden action startled Chen Mo. He felt the man's finger gently flick his manhood, causing him to instinctively arch his rear backward. The man pinched the fly of Chen Mo's trousers, shook it a few times, and 3 cigarettes miraculously dropped from the opening onto the ground. The entire performance lasted barely 2 minutes, executed in one smooth, seamless motion, without a hint of artifice. The man doffed his cap in a final salute. At least 20 onlookers had gathered, and while none were stingy with their applause, only 3 reached for their wallets. The total sum was a single 10-yuan note and 2 5-yuan notes, a mere 20 yuan. The man, seemingly accustomed to such outcomes, casually picked up the money and pocketed it, turning a deaf ear to the crowd's chants for an encore. Chen Mo had seen countless magic performances on television, like the Spring Festival Gala act, where a hand seemingly passes through glass. However, he later heard such tricks were accomplished with props and the aid of assistants, which had extinguished his interest in magic as mere deception. But today was different. He had experienced it firsthand. Although the magician's performance lacked the visual spectacle of television, the shock it delivered to his psyche was immense. Truly, masters reside among the people. The man's speed was too fast, his methods too uncanny. If a thief were to employ such sleight of hand from magic for stealing, his future would be limitless. Earning only 20 yuan in 2 minutes. It was an insult to the very concept of thievery. Seeing the magician begin to pack up, the crowd dispersed with waning interest. Chen Mo helped gather the scattered cigarettes from the ground, then pulled out an additional 100 yuan and handed it all to the man. That was brilliant. The man accepted the cigarettes and money without a word, offering only a faint smile. "What should I call you?" Chen Mo inquired. The man waved dismissively at Chen Mo, then secured his speakers onto his worn-out handcart. Could he be mute? "Brother Mo, let's go. They'll treat you to some karaoke," Monkey said, approaching. Chen Mo ignored Monkey and walked up to the magician. "How about I buy you a drink?" The man looked up at Chen Mo and replied, "Thanks, but no need." Not mute after all. Chen Mo's interest was piqued. "How much can you earn in a day? Street performances like this should be at busy places like mall entrances. Why choose such an out-of-the-way spot?" "That's none of your business." The magician started to leave. Chen Mo didn't try to stop him, but simply followed. Monkey, baffled by Chen Mo's intentions, had no choice but to trail along. After crossing a street, the magician stopped and turned around, puzzled. "What do you want?" "I want to be your friend," Chen Mo said sincerely. "Not interested. What if I could point you towards a path to fortune?" Chen Mo offered. "What path?" "Let's go for a drink and talk it over slowly," Chen Mo suggested. As the man hesitated, a van screeched to a halt by the roadside. 7 men armed with clubs piled out. "That's him," one of them yelled, pointing his club. The thugs skillfully surrounded the 3 of them. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, unable to discern whether they were after him or the folk master. "Who are you? What do you want?" Monkey asked, nervously pressing close to Chen Mo. "This has nothing to do with you two. Get lost," one of them snarled. Relief washed over Chen Mo. So they were after the magician. He must have offended someone, which explained why he chose such a desolate spot to perform. Monkey tugged at Chen Mo's arm. "Brother Mo, let's get out of here." Chen Mo might have had confidence in a uniantuo fight, but facing so many armed opponents, he had no assurance of success. Though he intended to recruit this folk master, it wasn't worth getting beaten up for. Chen Mo was inclined to avoid this trouble and leave to protect himself. Just as he was about to withdraw, the crowd parted to reveal a burly, bald-headed man with a face full of menace. The bald man's eyes met Chen Mo's. They stared at each other for a good 3 or 4 seconds. The man then grinned, revealing his teeth. Well, if it isn't a small world. Fancy running into you two here." Chen Mo cursed inwardly. It seemed that escaping was no longer an option. The world is vast at times, yet remarkably small at others. The bald man emerging from behind the crowd was the same one who had rescued Ma Lu previously. Back then, Chen Mo had seized the moment and struck the man with a beer bottle, pressing the broken shard against his neck to make an escape. He had gained the upper hand solely through surprise, catching the man off guard. But today it was clear the other party had come prepared. There were 7 of them, all armed, while on his side only 3 stood. The magician's fighting prowess unknown, and Monkey, who would surely be felled with a single blow. The bald man had nursed a grudge over the previous incident. Chen Mo had claimed to be from Changle Street, but after inquiries among underworld contacts it turned out no one by that name existed there. Beaten and deceived, the insult was unbearable. Though the bald man wore a broad smile, inwardly he longed to flay Chen Mo alive. "Brother, don't you think we're fated to meet?" the bald man asked. Chen Mo's heart tightened, but his face showed no fear as he replied with a smile, "Long time no see." When the thugs had rushed from the car, the magician had assumed the 2 men cozying up to him were in league with them. He hadn't expected they too had a score to settle with these ruffians. He glanced at Chen Mo, speculating about his background. Another street performer. It didn't seem likely. Noticing the gaze, Chen Mo asked in a low voice, "How many can you take?" 3. Chen Mo then looked at Monkey and said, "When the fight starts, don't worry about us. Just run." The bald man stepped forward and said, "What, thinking of running?" No sooner had he spoken than 2 more vans sped down the road, doors sliding open to disgorge over a dozen men who quickly surrounded them. The bald man boasted, "You've got no escape today. Haven't you heard of me, Lee Baldhead?" Before he could finish, Chen Mo lunged forward, kicking at his groin. "You talk too much." Lee Baldhead let out a howl, springing up as if on springs. Repeating his trick, Chen Mo's kick was swift and vicious, catching everyone off guard. Simultaneously, Chen Mo used his shoulder to ram the man beside Lee Baldhead, striking him square in the chest. Though it didn't send the man flying, the surprise attack forced him back, allowing Chen Mo to snatch the club from his hands. Bare hands were never as effective as a solid weapon. Before anyone could react, Chen Mo swung the club, striking 2 more men. Though he gained an initial advantage, it was mere luck. Facing nearly 20 men in a chaotic brawl, Chen Mo resorted to dirty tricks learned from schoolyard fights, aiming his strikes low. Chen Mo fought with unorthodox methods, relying on experience and instinct. Aim for the head. Only a fool would do that. A beer bottle might not kill, but a club to the skull could easily knock someone senseless or worse. Experienced fighters knew where to strike to incapacitate without causing death. That's why cornered amateurs often killed, not just out of desperation, but from a lack of control. This explained why gang brawls with pipes and blades rarely turned fatal, while neighborhood disputes often ended in a single lethal blow. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clubs colliding. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of clubs hitting flesh. Amidst the chaos, shouts and curses filled the air. Chen Mo took several hits, but managed to take down 3 or 4 opponents. Yet he felt his strength waning. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Monkey hadn't escaped. He was curled on the ground, crying out under the blows of 3 or 4 men. The folk expert wielding a stolen weapon was scrambling and retreating. With nearly 20 men beating, 2.5 failure would defy reason. Reason prevailed, and after 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Mo and his companions were defeated. Chen Mo and the magician stood back to back, surrounded by over a dozen men. The ground was littered with fallen thugs, a few whimpering pitifully. Lee Baldhead, gripping his thick brows, endured the excruciating pain between his legs and pointed his club at Chen Mo. "Kid, they'll fucking kill you today. Move aside." Lee Baldhead had risen to power through both cunning and brutality. To be humiliated repeatedly by some nobody was intolerable. It would become a laughingstock. Chen Mo's whole body ached, his arms were numb, his legs weak. Going head-to-head with the burly Lee Baldhead was hopeless. Yet Chen Mo gritted his teeth and met the steel pipe crashing down toward him. Clang! What force! Chen Mo's hand went numb, the club nearly slipping from his grip. In that moment of distraction, Lee Baldhead kicked him square in the chest. The force nearly sent him flying. He staggered back, feeling his organs twist together. Seeing Chen Mo still standing, Lee Baldhead was impressed. The kid could take a hit. Lee Baldhead swung his pipe diagonally at Chen Mo's shoulder. Chen Mo instinctively raised his arm to block. The weapons clashed, and his club flew from his hand, clattering far across the ground. "You're finished, kid." Lee Baldhead sneered, the pipe whistling down with force. Suddenly a sharp shout rang out, "Stop!" The pipe halted midair. Lee Baldhead looked toward the roadside. Recognizing the figure under the street lamp, he quickly lowered the pipe, startled. "Captain Liu." Chen Mo followed his gaze and was stunned to see someone he knew, the police officer Liu Dongsheng. Liu Dongsheng walked over unhurriedly. "Lee Baldhead, you're getting quite bold, aren't you?" Lee Baldhead tossed his pipe aside and forced a smile. "Captain Liu, I was just mediating. My men were out of line. You've just taken office. I wouldn't want to cause you trouble." Liu Dongsheng ignored the clumsy lie and said sternly, "Are you done mediating?" Lee Baldhead grinned. "Yes, all done." He turned to his dumbfounded underlings. What are you waiting for? Scram. Unless you want Captain Lu to treat you to supper. The usually arrogant thugs scattered like startled birds, helping their groaning comrades vanish without a trace. Li Baldhead kept his fawning smile. Captain Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He glanced at Chen Mo, unsure if Lu had happened by or come specifically to intervene. Lu Dongsheng waved dismissively. Go. Don't let me see this again. You can count on it, Captain. They'll make sure to teach these bastards a lesson when I get back. Lu Dongsheng's appearance left Chen Mo greatly astonished. When he had been taken to the station for stealing in the past, Lu Dongsheng was merely an ordinary police officer, yet now he had unexpectedly transformed into a captain. To the police, thugs and hooligans were like pressing down a gourd that popped up elsewhere. There were always troublemakers emerging. Thus he was not surprised that Lu Dongsheng had let Li Baldhead go so easily. However, he was puzzled by the meaning behind Lu Dongsheng's actions, a man who had never deigned to look him in the eye. At that moment, Lu Dongsheng, seeing Chen Mo, also felt a twinge of doubt. What was this little thief's background that Big Fatty Xia had personally called him to come and make an appearance? When Big Fatty Xia had maneuvered him into the position of deputy captain, he hadn't even bothered to call. Although Lu Dongsheng had never considered Chen Mo a lowlife as worth his attention, he was nonetheless a seasoned socialite. He immediately sensed an unusual connection between Chen Mo and Big Fatty Xia and realized he would have to keep a closer eye on this kid in the future. What's going on? Lu Dongsheng asked, putting on a stern face. We're not sure either. We were just walking when they surrounded us. Lu Dongsheng's face stiffened slightly. Being surrounded and beaten by a gang of thugs for no reason. It was clearly a sign they didn't take him seriously. With Big Fatty Xia backing him, Chen Mo was indeed different. Lu Dongsheng grumbled inwardly, but kept his face calm, saying, Do you need me to send you to the hospital? Thanks, officer, but we can handle it, Chen Mo declined. Seeing Chen Mo's refusal to appreciate his kindness, Lu Dongsheng felt he had wasted his goodwill, but couldn't vent his frustration. He merely said in a deep voice, Then handle it yourselves. Don't wander around at night for no reason in the future. Only after seeing Lu Dongsheng get into his car and drive away did Chen Mo breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Mo was naturally suspicious. In his view, unsolicited favors were either treacherous or deceitful. There was no hatred without cause, and naturally no love without reason. Li Baldhead clearly knew Lu Dongsheng and was well aware of his background. Lu Dongsheng also showed Li Baldhead respect by not taking him into the station, a reason that was difficult to fathom at the moment. A chance encounter. It didn't seem so, because Lu Dongsheng had returned the same way he came after getting into the car, indicating he had come here deliberately. Officer Lu, who had never given him a second glance, suddenly came to his rescue and even offered to take him to the hospital. The more he thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. He shifted his gaze from Lu Dongsheng's receding car to Monkey. Monkey's face was unharmed, but his clothes were covered in footprints. Chen Mo asked with concern, Are you all right? Monkey put on a tough act, saying, I'm fine. If a person could still put on a show, it meant the problem wasn't serious. Chen Mo turned to ask the magician, What about you? The magician shook his head to indicate he was fine. Really? Chen Mo asked doubtfully. Really? My name is Gao Jiamao. Thank you for today. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Chen Mo immediately grasped it. It was a weathered hand capable of myriad and nearly uncanny movements. Chen Mo, if you truly want to thank me, do me the honor of sitting with me for a while. Chen Mo still hadn't given up on recruiting him. All right. The three who had just been severely beaten arrived at a KTV private room. Monkey drank wine, enduring the pain all over his body, occasionally glancing at Chen Mo and Gao Jiamao. He couldn't understand why Chen Mo insisted on inviting a street performer for drinks. In his opinion, the most important thing now was to get home quickly, lest Li Baldhead launch a counterattack, and they'd end up beaten black and blue again. After a few drinks, Chen Mo understood the conflict between Gao Jiamao and Li Baldhead. The reason was simple. Gao Jiamao was a street performer, and Li Baldhead's men tried to collect protection money. Gao Jiamao refused and even beat up one of their underlings. Ever since, whenever Gao Jiamao performed on the streets, Li Baldhead would bring his men to show support. To make a living, Gao Jiamao had to choose remote places to perform, but they still tracked him down. After telling his story, Gao Jiamao asked, Do you also have a conflict with that bald man? We had a fight, Chen Mo replied casually. What do you do? We also scrape by on the streets. As he spoke, Chen Mo flipped his wrist, and a razor blade appeared in his palm. He closed his fingers and then opened them again, the blade now held between his middle and index fingers. With a flick of his 2 fingers, the blade shot out and sliced into a plump grape in the fruit platter. A subtle twitch crossed Chen Mo's mouth. He had intended to use the blade to thinly peel the grape's skin both to prove his identity and to show off his recently practiced skills. Unexpectedly, he botched the trick. Fortunately, Chen Mo had a thick skin, or else he would have been blushing with embarrassment. Chen Mo's sleight of hand in producing the razor blade made Monkey's eyes sparkle, but to Gao Jiamao it seemed rather amateurish. Still, he was surprised that Chen Mo could accurately cut the grape with the blade. For those who worked with their hands, tricks were fun, but controlling the force was the hardest part. From the way Chen Mo revealed the blade, Gao Jiamao immediately recognized his identity and casually remarked, "A rogue, a slang term for a thief." Chen Mo nodded without speaking. "What's your intention in insisting on buying me a drink?" Chen Mo got straight to the point. "I have a big job here. Are you interested?" Gao Jiamao laughed and said, "Not interested." The rejection was expected, so Chen Mo didn't show disappointment. After all, thievery was not an honorable profession. If anyone were as eager as his own father to become a thief, that would be truly strange. "How much can you earn in a day like this?" Chen Mo persisted, seeking another opening. "That has nothing to do with how much I earn. Our paths are different. We have no common goal. Can't we at least be friends?" Chen Mo asked sincerely. Gao Jiamao smiled, without replying, clearly refusing to associate with him. "More friends mean more paths. There's no need to answer right away," Chen Mo continued. Gao Jiamao picked up a bottle of beer and said, "I still owe you for helping me escape today. They'll drink to that." Before Chen Mo could speak, Gao Jiamao tilted his head back and downed the beer in one go, saying, "I have things to do, so I'll take my leave." Seeing Gao Jiamao rise to leave, Chen Mo reached out and grabbed his arm, leaning in closer, and asked, "Won't you consider it?" "Thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested." Chen Mo released his grip and said with a smile, "All right, I won't force you. Then we'll meet again." Gao Jiamao left the private room, and Chen Mo did not see him off. Instead, he picked up his beer and leaned back on the sofa to drink. Monkey, who had remained silent, scooted over and asked, "Brother Mo, are you trying to recruit him? This guy is quite skilled. Skilled as he may be, it's useless if he's not willing." Chen Mo patted Monkey's shoulder and said, "Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. Look at this." Chen Mo pulled a medical record from his pocket and opened it. Monkey immediately craned his neck to look. The patient was named Gao Jiechi, 23 years old, female, unmarried, and from Jiangsu province. Onset symptoms: fever, progressive anemia, obvious bleeding tendency. This medical record was stolen by Chen Mo from Gao Jiamao's body. When Gao Jiamao was about to leave, Chen Mo reached out and grabbed his arm, then leaned in and deftly retrieved the record from his clothing. The technique was subtle and clean. This was his first time putting his skills to use since learning from Old Man Sure. His knife throwing had failed, but his thievery was remarkably exquisite. Judging by the name, she seems to be Gao Jiamao's sister. What illness does she have? The doctor's handwriting was illegible, and with so many specialized terms, Chen Mo only understood half of it. He said, "We'll find out by asking at the hospital. But it's safe to say the condition is quite severe, and it's a major illness." "Why?" Gao Jiamao carries a strong smell of disinfectant on him, indicating he's been caring for a patient in the hospital for a long time. They're southerners who came north for medical treatment, so it's naturally not a minor ailment. If I'm not mistaken, Gao Jiamao is probably in urgent need of money right now, otherwise he wouldn't have clashed with a local thug, likely Baldhead, over street fees. "Brother Mo, you're amazing," Monkey exclaimed. Chen Mo smiled and said, "All the world's a stage for profit. As long as he's short on cash, I can definitely rope him in." Given Gao Jiamao's skills, he was definitely a promising candidate for thievery. If Chen Mo could recruit such a folk expert, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost. A hero needs 3 helpers, and no matter how capable one is alone, they can't make big waves. Chen Mo understood this principle well. Monkey retrieved the blade from the fruit platter, tested its edge, and said, "Brother Mo, I admire you more and more. You handle the blade like a magician. Where do you hide the blade?" Chen Mo took the blade and held it in his palm, saying, "It's similar to a magician's sleight of hand. It loses its charm if I reveal it." With a flick of his wrist, he opened his hand, and the blade had vanished. He continued, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." Monkey waved his hand and said, "No, this takes years of practice to master. Besides, I don't want to be a thief forever. When I've saved enough money, I'll build a 5-room brick house back home and marry a wife. Just thinking about it feels wonderful." Everyone has their own aspirations, and Chen Mo naturally wouldn't force Monkey. But how much money is enough in a lifetime? 500,000 or 1,000,000? Simple meals and delicacies both end up the same way after digestion, yet no one willingly settles for simplicity. That's why so many millionaires keep scrambling for more money. Chen Mo said, "Your dream is too grand. Let me fulfill a small one for you first. Tonight, I'll get you a little bride. 5 minutes later, 2 men and 3 women were singing and dancing in the private room. Monkey was grinning from ear to ear, feeling like 2 hands weren't enough for his embraces. Although Chen Mo was also fond of women, he was content with mere flirtation and physical indulgence in passing. He wouldn't stoop to seeking satisfaction from these voluptuous courtesans. He sat beside a woman as alluring as a white horse, sneaking glances at the ecstatic monkey. A pang of guilt struck him. He felt he was leading Monkey astray, but soon he drowned that guilt with a swig of beer. 3 days later, Chen Mo took a taxi to the hospital where Gao Jimeo's sister was being treated. June's weather was as fickle as a child's face. It was clear and sunny when he left, but in an instant dark clouds rolled in like an army of thousands, and amid thunder and lightning Baijiang City was turned into a vast ocean. Through the pouring rain, he spotted the hospital sign Baijiang Modern Blood and Kidney Hospital. The taxi stopped at the entrance, and after paying the fare he dashed into the hospital as fast as he could. From a freckled young nurse, he learned that Gao Jimeo's sister Gao Jiechi was in room 302 on the 3rd floor. Patting the rainwater from his hair, he arrived at the ward door. Through the glass, he saw a pale-faced girl with short hair sitting on the bed, crying while a doctor in a white coat stood beside her speaking. He glanced around, but didn't see Gao Jiamao. Chen Mo gently pushed open the door and asked, "Is Gao Jiechi here?" The doctor and the girl both looked at him. The doctor said, "Yes, who are you?" Chen Mo walked in, a broad smile on his face, and said, "I'm a friend of Gao Jiechi's brother." Gao Jiechi wiped away her tears, gazing at the unfamiliar man with bright eyes, and asked, "Do you know where my brother went?" Chen Mo's heart stirred. Gao Jiamao was missing. The doctor scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe and asked, "What kind of friend are you?" "A close friend." "Then come out with me for a moment," the doctor said expressionlessly. Glancing at Gao Jiechi, Chen Mo followed the doctor outside. The doctor handed Chen Mo a bill and got straight to the point. "Since you're Gao Jimeo's friend, you should pay the medical fees first. It's 8,000. Taking the bill, Chen Mo was a bit stunned and asked, "Doctor, what illness does Gao Jiechi have?" "Leukemia." "How long has she been hospitalized here?" "Nearly a year." "Notify Gao Jiamao. We found a suitable bone marrow match. If he wants to proceed with the surgery for his sister, he needs to prepare the funds quickly." "How much is needed?" "About 400,000. The doctor summoned a nurse to accompany Chen Mo for payment, as if afraid he might run away. Chen Mo's original plan was to use money to draw Gao Jiamao, and so paying this amount was something he welcomed. Besides, 8,000 was no small sum, but not a burden for him now. Meeting Gao Jimeo's urgent need was like offering coal in snowy weather. Even if he refused to join, he'd owe Chen Mo a favor. At least it would keep the door open. In short, adding flowers to brocade isn't as meaningful as offering help in times of need. At the payment counter, Chen Mo swiped his card for 10,000, 8,000 to cover the overdue fees, and the remaining 2,000 for subsequent expenses. Receipt in hand, he returned to the ward. Gao Jiechi asked him, "Are you really my brother's friend?" "Yes. I've already paid the hospital fees. Rest easy and focus on your recovery. The doctor said they found a matching bone marrow for you. Don't worry about the money. They'll figure it out." These words flattered Gao Jiechi. She looked at this man, a complete stranger who was already making grand promises, and couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. "Did my brother send you?" Gao Jiechi asked. Chen Mo sat by the bed, picked up an apple from the nightstand, and began peeling it. "Not exactly. But your brother is stubborn and doesn't want my help, so don't mention this to him." Chen Mo knew that such secrets couldn't be hidden forever, but he had to say it this way to show his sincerity. Naive Gao Jiechi naturally couldn't see through Chen Mo's cunning intentions. She felt only that heaven had shown mercy, allowing her and her brother to meet such a kind-hearted person. Was he a good man? By profession, absolutely not. The apple was quickly peeled by Chen Mo, the skin unbroken, dangling in a continuous strip into the trash bin. Taking the apple, Chen Mo offered Gao Jiechi, sincerely thanked him, and asked how to address him. Chen Mo gave his name, and she called him Brother Chen with a clear voice. Chen Mo studied the girl afflicted with a serious illness. She had a round face, big eyes, short hair at her ears, and very white teeth with a hint of shyness in her speech. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but far from ugly. "Has your brother not been to the hospital recently?" Chen Mo asked casually. At this, Gao Jiechi's sickly face clouded over. Gao Jiechi said to Chen Mo that 2 nights ago Gao Jiamao had returned to the hospital covered in injuries. Although he claimed he had accidentally fallen, she still sensed something amiss, as this was the 3rd time he had come back to the hospital wounded. Leukemia is a disease that drains money, so Gao Jiamao often left early and returned late to earn funds. Yet every night, no matter how late, he would always come back to the hospital. However, since the day before yesterday, he had not returned for 2 consecutive days. His phone was always off. Connecting this to the injuries on his body, Gao Jiechi had a foreboding feeling, which was why she asked Chen Mo the moment she saw him if he knew where Gao Jiamao had gone. Hearing Gao Jiechi's words, Chen Mo began to comfort her, telling her not to worry. He said Gao Jiamao must be out looking for money, and that his phone might be out of credit or battery, which was why it couldn't be reached. While reassuring Gao Jiechi with words, Chen Mo felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. According to Gao Jiechi, Gao Jiamao cared deeply for his sister, and there was no reason for him not to return or at least inform her. The only explanation was that something had happened, and it was no trivial matter. Chen Mo left his phone number with Gao Jiechi, telling her to call him if anything came up. He said he would visit her again in a couple of days, then hurriedly left the hospital. At the hospital entrance, Chen Mo dialed Big Fatty Xia's number, hoping he could help find someone. He then explained Gao Jiamao's situation. Big Fatty Xia had extensive connections, so as long as Gao Jiamao was still in Baijiang City, finding him would be a piece of cake. Big Fatty Xia didn't ask why and readily agreed, then inquired about how things were going with Wu Jianjia. Chen Mo told him truthfully, President Xia, I've already assigned someone to follow up. Rest assured he'll have it settled within 2 months. After Chen Mo spoke, Big Fatty Xia on the phone went silent, yet he didn't hang up. Not knowing the reason, Chen Mo had to patiently wait for Big Fatty Xia to speak. After a long while, Big Fatty Xia suddenly asked out of the blue, where are you right now? Chen Mo was taken aback, then answered honestly, I'm at the hospital. Which hospital? Chen Mo gave the hospital's name and asked President Xia, is there anything else? No, just stay put at the hospital entrance. Big Fatty Xia finished speaking and hung up. Chen Mo stood at the hospital entrance, smoking, staring blankly at the pouring rain outside, pondering why Big Fatty Xia had told him to stay put at the hospital entrance. Was he coming to discuss something in person? A dozen minutes later, a red sports car drove into the hospital entrance. When Chen Mo saw the license plate, it suddenly dawned on him. So it was Big Fatty Xia's beloved daughter Xia Kuang. Since Xia Kuang's birthday banquet, Chen Mo hadn't seen her. Although he found this wealthy heiress a bit neurotic, he had to admit, she was stunningly beautiful, so beautiful that she stirred one's fantasies. Had Big Fatty Xia not repeatedly warned him not to harbor any improper thoughts about Xia Kuang, Chen Mo might not have been able to resist making a move. More importantly, Chen Mo felt that Xia Kuang seemed somewhat interested in him. Just as Chen Mo was lost in his thoughts, the red sports car stopped beside him. The door opened, and Xia Kuang leaned out, saying, what are you spacing out for? Get in. Chen Mo climbed into the car, couldn't help taking a deep breath of the faint fragrance inside, and asked, why are you here? What? Can I come? Chen Mo quickly explained, no, I'm just curious. I was on the phone with your dad, so how did you end up coming? I was right there with him. Chen Mo turned his head to look out the car window, watching Xia Kuang's reflection in the glass, and said, you must have something to talk to me about, right? Let me make it clear first. I don't have time to do art with you. I'm very busy. Busy stealing things. Chen Mo was instantly stunned. Big Fatty Xia had actually revealed his secret to Xia Kuang. If he didn't want Chen Mo to pursue her, why would he expose his background? What a jerk. Seeing Chen Mo silent, Xia Kuang continued, my dad told me everything about you. He said you're helping him steal something. How's it going? Are you here to supervise? Sort of, Xia Kuang replied. Hearing this, Chen Mo was stunned again. In his view, Big Fatty Xia doted on his daughter, so why would he involve her in such shady affairs? He decided it was best to clarify this with Big Fatty Xia. Just as he took out his phone to call him, Xia Kuang said, you don't need to call my dad. He doesn't have the final say in this. You should know what kind of person your father is. I think you'd better not. Xia Kuang turned to look directly at Chen Mo, asking with some displeasure, what kind of person is my father? Chen Mo quickly explained, I mean, this kind of thing is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you to get involved. If something happens to you, I can't bear the responsibility. Xia Kuang continuously shifted gears and floored the accelerator. The red sports car shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Ahead was a junction, but the car was still accelerating. Chen Mo's heart immediately leaped into his throat. His body tensed, his back pressed against the seat, and he gripped the safety handle tightly. What kind of madness was this girl up to now? Brake! Chen Mo finally shouted. Xia Kuang yanked the steering wheel hard, and the entire car slid sideways. The force of inertia slammed Chen Mo's face against the window with a thud, and then he felt as if he were floating. The red sports car executed a clean drift and tail slide in the torrential rain, followed by a 360-degree spin. Both the force and the angle were flawless. Even the most accomplished race car driver would be amazed at the sight. But inside the car, Chen Mo felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. During the drift, he felt as if his very soul was being flung from his body. A lump in his chest made him want to vomit, but he couldn't. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Kuang slowed the car down and drove smoothly, looking at Chen Mo's pale face. She said, "Is what you're about to do more dangerous than that?" Chen Mo's chest was too tight to speak. He could only lament inwardly. Big fatty Xia didn't seem to have sent Xia Kuang to supervise. Rather, it felt like she was here to torment him. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was Big Fatty Xia calling. Chen Mo quickly pressed the answer button and stammered, "Pre-President Xia, your daughter wants to join our operation." Big Fatty Xia chuckled and said, "I know, I agree." "It's not enough that you agree. If something happens..." Big Fatty Xia interrupted him again, saying, "What? I'm paying you to do a job, and I can't even send someone to supervise." "Of course not. If you sent someone else, that would be fine, but I can add more money. Just do me this favor." Big Fatty Xia interrupted Chen Mo for the third time, though his tone had softened considerably. Chen Mo's mind couldn't wrap around it. He was about to engage in an illegal act, but Big Fatty Xia made it sound like a sightseeing adventure. Could it be that what he was supposed to steal wasn't a criminal black file? Although Chen Mo was astonished inwardly, he could not voice such a question. Yet he found the proposal of Fatty Xia to increase the payment quite agreeable. "President Xia," Chen Mo called out, fearing another interruption. "Speak. My main concern is that Miss Xia might get hurt. Of course, if you insist, I will comply." Chen Mo tried to phrase it diplomatically. "Hurt? Dare. If my daughter loses even a single strand of hair, I'll throw all of you into the river to feed the turtles." Chen Mo was speechless. This was utterly unreasonable. "It's settled then. Also, I've got news on the person you asked me to find. He's been taken by a thug called Bald Li. President Xia, could you help me rescue him? He's crucial to me. The success of this operation hinges on him." Fatty Xia paused on the phone, then said, "Kid, who you use and how you steal the item is your problem. Don't you understand the rules?" Chen Mo understood the rules well enough. Fatty Xia had done him a great favor by finding news of Gao Jiamao, but who wouldn't want to take advantage of more? Chen Mo chuckled awkwardly. "I know the rules. I was just joking. Please send me the address." While Chen Mo was on the phone, Xia Kuang observed him covertly. His demeanor was that of a shameless scoundrel, perfectly befitting a thief. After hanging up, Chen Mo said, "Find a place to park. I have things to do." "Where to?" "I'm coming too," Xia Kuang said. "I'm going to rescue someone, not steal. Why are you following me?" Since Xia Kuang already knew his background, there was no need to hide his identity. "I must join. I want to see what kind of people you've chosen." Chen Mo's head ached. "Miss Xia, don't cause trouble. We'll inform you when everything is ready. But leave the preliminary matters to us, all right?" "No." With a helpless sigh, Chen Mo stole a glance at Xia Kuang's curvaceous figure, her long legs like white radishes. He looked her over from head to toe, only to meet her eyes in the rearview mirror. Meeting her gaze, Chen Mo didn't flinch, but instead grinned shamelessly. "Your mother must have been very beautiful when she was young, right?" He thought the remark was clever, praising both Xia Kuang and her mother with a touch of humor. But to his surprise, Xia Kuang's expression changed, and the car lurched forward with a jolt. This time, Chen Mo threw up. Not only did he vomit last night's meal, but he felt as if his brains were about to burst. His legs weak and head spinning, he stumbled out of the car. Seeing Xia Kuang watching him coldly from the side, Chen Mo couldn't help but lament. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, and nothing is more venomous than a woman's heart. Leaning against a pillar in the underground garage, Chen Mo gasped, "From now on, I'll never ride in your car again, even if it kills me." With that, he called Monkey, instructing him to get a car and head to Zhaoqua's place. Then on wobbly legs, he went upstairs. Chen Mo and Xia Kuang knocked on a door on the 7th floor. Zhaoqua opened the door. The living room was bare. No TV, not even a sofa, just a few fitness equipment hanging on the walls. It seemed Zhaoqua had turned his home into a gym. "Something up?" Zhaoqua asked. Yes. Give me some water first." Zhaoqua glanced at the refined girl behind Chen Mo, then fetched him a glass of water. Downing the water in one gulp, Chen Mo looked around the room. "Why don't you even have a place to sit?" "So what?" Chen Mo frowned. "That phrase again." "Nothing. Your phone's been off. I had to come find you. Didn't I tell you to keep it on 247? I lost my phone today. On the bus. A thief getting robbed. What a joke." Seeing the slight curl of Xia Kuang's lips, Chen Mo felt embarrassed, regretting he had asked. To cover his awkwardness, Chen Mo quickly got down to business. "Come with me. We've got something to do." "All right." Zhaoqua packed up simply and followed Chen Mo downstairs. In the parking garage, Monkey was already waiting in a van. Chen Mo took the passenger seat, while Zhaoqua and Xia Kuang got in as well. "You could have driven your own sports car," Chen Mo reminded. Xia Kuang said, "No need. This car is fine." His scheme foiled, Chen Mo gave an embarrassed smile. The address Fatty Xia gave was at a fresh fish wholesale market by the Bai River, a place where all sorts of shady characters mingled. It was here that Fatty Xia had made a start. Night fell, and the rain gradually eased. The van crawled along the potholed streets lined with chaotic fish stalls and shops. A sports car would never make it in this area, so when Xia Kuang glared at Chen Mo, he simply pretended not to notice. Chen Mo rolled down the window, cold wine mixed with the stench of fish rushed in. He pointed at a dim light ahead. Monkey slowed down. It's up ahead. The van came to a halt. Chen Mo and Zhao Kuo got out. Seeing Xia Kuang about to follow, Chen Mo blocked the door. Stay in the car. I'm coming with you. No, just wait here and stop your damn nonsense. Monkey parked the car in a corner where no one will see. Wait for us outside. Keep an eye on her. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible. Chen Mo shed his usual jocular demeanor, showing no gentleness toward the stunning woman before him. He was now an authoritative no-nonsense boss. Jokes were one thing, but when it came to serious matters, Chen Mo tolerated no carelessness. Even if Fatty Xia hadn't warned him, he wouldn't let Xia Kuang take such risks. Xia Kuang hadn't expected Chen Mo to change his attitude so abruptly, even daring to curse at her. No one had ever spoken to her like that. Not even her overbearing father had ever raised his voice. Yet seeing Chen Mo not even deigning to look at her, Xia Kuang's fury couldn't find an outlet. Miss Xia, don't make things difficult for me. You have to listen to Mo go on this, Monkey said. Though he didn't know Xia Kuang's background, he could tell she was someone important. After all, not everyone could afford a multi-million yuan sports car. Chen Mo tapped the roof. Let's go. The van started moving. Xia Kuang watched Chen Mo's face slowly disappear from the window, but in the end she couldn't get out. The illuminated area was a two-story courtyard with a tightly shut iron gate, and a black-lettered wooden sign, reading XX Fish Shop Processing, stood upright at the entrance. Listening closely, coarse laughter and curses occasionally drifted from the courtyard. After eavesdropping by the wall for a while, Zhao Kuo said, "Sounds like there are 6 people." Chen Mo couldn't discern the exact number inside, but he was certain Guangtou wasn't there. How do you plan to rescue him? Chen Mo knew that Zhao Kuo was skilled in such matters as fighting and rescuing people. His own role was merely to assist, and if he didn't perform, well, he'd only be a burden to someone like Zhao Kuo. One option is to barge in directly, the other is to sneak him out, Zhao Kuo said. Barging in meant a heated confrontation, a risky move only to be taken as a last resort. The superior strategy was to subdue the enemy without fighting, so Chen Mo thought it over and said, let's scout the situation inside first. The two crept to the base of the side wall. Zhao Kuo formed a human ladder, and Chen Mo stepped onto his shoulders to climb up to the top of the wall. The two-story building had 3 rooms on each floor. The central door on the ground floor was open, revealing 6 burly shirtless men playing mahjong inside. All 6 men were covered in tattoos, slamming down tiles with sharp cracks. Peeking with half his head over the wall, Chen Mo observed 6 are playing cards on the first floor. I don't know if there are more on the second. Get up on the wall, and we'll go straight to the second floor from there, Zhao Kuo said, giving Chen Mo a boost. The top of the wall was covered with broken glass shards. Leveraging the strength Zhao Kuo provided from below, Chen Mo reached the wall's summit. Zhao Kuo with minimal effort lightly leaped up and joined him. As Zhao Kuo climbed over, Chen Mo watched him grip the sharp glass shards with both hands, his heart tightening with concern. Are your hands okay? Zhao Kuo turned his palms over and said, I'm fine. Chen Mo silently gave him a thumbs up, marveling at the discipline of a trained man. If the iron palm skill hadn't been cultivated to a certain level, those glass shards would have pierced right through his palms. The lights in all 3 rooms on the second floor were off, and a closed corridor ran along the outside. Standing on the wall, one could reach out and push open the sliding glass door of the corridor. They listened intently for a moment. Hearing no movement from the second floor, Chen Mo, with Zhao Kuo's help, climbed up first. As soon as he steadied himself, Zhao Kuo followed like a cat. Chen Mo first went to the stairwell and glanced down. The 2 spectators were even more talkative than the 4 players, pointing and cursing each other for poor play. The easternmost room had its curtains drawn and a padlock on the door. Chen Mo pulled a paperclip from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and twisted it gently. It took him nearly a minute to open the lock. Chen Mo let out a long breath. It seemed his lockpicking skills still needed practice. If Monkey were here, it would have taken only 5 or 6 seconds. Gently pushing the door open a crack, he shone a small flashlight inside and saw a person curled up in the corner of the room. It was Gao Jiamao. Blinded by the strong light, Gao Jiamao only instinctively blinked. Chen Mo immediately gestured for him to be quiet, then crept over softly. Gao Jimeo's hands were tied behind his back. A rag was stuffed in his mouth, and his face was bruised purple and blue with his right eye swollen to a slit. It was clear he had been beaten badly. "Don't make a sound or we're here to rescue you," Chen Mo said, pulling the rag from Gao Jimeo's mouth, and then working on the ropes behind his back. Gao Jimao asked in surprise, "Why you? If not me, do you have any other friends?" Chen Mo countered. "If you're rescuing me just to make me steal for you, save your energy. I'm rescuing you for your sister Gao Jiechi." "What about my sister?" Gao Jimao asked anxiously. "Your sister is fine for now. If you don't go back soon, she'll be kicked out of the hospital. And they found a bone marrow match for Jiechi. You just need to sign the papers." "Are you threatening me with my sister?" Gao Jimao snarled. "Brother, I'm here to save you, not to negotiate. If you don't want to leave, I won't force you," Chen Mo said, stopping his efforts to untie him. Worried about his sister, Gao Jimao gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, we'll talk after I get out of here." Just as Chen Mo finished untying the ropes binding Gao Jimao, and the three prepared to leave the way, they came a highwayage bulb suddenly lit up in the center of the courtyard. At the same time, countless flashlights blazed from outside the walls, blinding them. Over 20 men stood in the small courtyard, led by Li Guangtou with his gleaming bald head. Outside the yard there were even more, at least 30 or more people. Li Guangtou stood in the yard clapping his hands and laughing. "I didn't think anyone would actually show. Hey, it's you. What's your name again?" "Chen Mo, right? You've got guts, real guts." Chen Mo's heart jolted. They had walked into a trap, and from Li Guangtou's tone, someone had tipped him off about their movements. Who could it be? Chen Mo's mind raced. Xia the fatty. No. He was here to rescue someone, to help Xia steal something, and Xia's precious daughter had come with them. But if not Xia, then who else? No one knew about this rescue except Xia. Even Monkey and Zhao Qua had only been told halfway there, and the setup before them was clearly prepared well in advance. What had gone wrong? Who was working against him? Li Guangtou jeered from below. "Brothers, how's my catch the turtle in the jar tactic?" "Great. Perfect." The crowd echoed. "Once we catch these three, how about we throw them into the river to feed the fish?" "Great. Turtles feed the fish, and the fish love it." Ignoring their taunts, Chen Mo turned to Zhao Qua and asked, "Can we get out?" At this moment, Chen Mo pinned his hopes on Zhao Qua. He had seen Zhao Qua's skills. Handling 7 or 8 men was no problem, but against so many, retreating unscathed seemed impossible. Even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. No matter how capable Zhao Qua was, he was still flesh and blood. "Well, try," Zhao Qua said impassively. "So what'll it be? Are you coming down, or are we coming up?" Li Guangtou asked confidently. "Brotherly, we may have had our differences, but is all this really necessary? I'll admit defeat today. Just let my 2 friends go, okay?" Both Zhao Qua and Gao Jimao glanced at Chen Mo, but remained silent. Chen Mo continued, "We're all in the same game. It's all about money. Name your price." Li Guangtou rubbed his neck and shook his head. "Get down here and talk. Looking up at you is killing my neck." Chen Mo's heart hardened, and he started to go downstairs, but Zhao Qua blocked him with an arm. "You can't go down. From upstairs, if those below tried to charge up, they could hold the stairwell. A single defender could hold off 1,000. Li Guangtou refrained from ordering a rush for that very reason. But if they went down, they'd be lambs to the slaughter. Chen Mo understood this well, but he also knew that staying upstairs was only a temporary reprieve. If those bastards decided to set a fire, it wouldn't be catching a turtle in a jar, but roasting them alive. He'll go down and talk to him. "You take the chance to jump the wall with Gao Jimao," Chen Mo declared with righteous resolve. "All right," Zhao Qua said. Chen Mo's heart sank. He silently cursed himself for playing the hero, but since the words were out, he had no choice but to steel himself and walk downstairs. Chen Mo arrived downstairs and stood at the doorway, immediately encircled by a semicircle of people. Having fallen victim to Chen Mo's cunning tricks twice before, Baldly had grown wiser this time, and refrained from approaching, instead keeping a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Yet it was quite beyond his expectation that Chen Mo would come down so readily to face his demise. Was he out of his mind, or did he have some sinister scheme brewing? What Baldly desired most at that moment was to have his men swarm Chen Mo and beat him down, yet he was deeply wary of the grim-faced man with a crew cut on the 2nd floor, having heard that this individual was exceptionally formidable, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. He had to tread carefully. Today his primary target was Chen Mo. As for the 2 upstairs, he could spare them as long as they refrained from intervening. "Let's talk," said Chen Mo. A sinister grin spread across Baldly's face as he replied, "Though I'm short of money, I'm even more lacking in face. And our statuses are hardly equal. What is there to discuss between me and a petty thief like you?" Chen Mo was taken aback. Once more, the other party actually knew his identity. "So what do you want?" Chen Mo asked. "How about this? You smashed a bottle over my head and kicked me. Let's settle the score first before we talk. Chen Mo gritted his molars in fury. This baldly had no intention of negotiating. He simply wanted to play a cat and mouse game, first crippling him and then finishing him off. So there's nothing to discuss. Baldly spread his hands and said, discuss. How? When it comes to numbers, I've got more men. In terms of presence, I've got the upper hand too. Overreaching yourself. With that, Baldly signaled his men, and immediately 4 of them advanced toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo instinctively retreated a couple of steps, but quickly realized that 2 more people had somehow appeared inside the room, blocking his escape route. Damn it all. He hadn't noticed the 2 men hiding in the room when he came down. Chen Mo's shrewd eyes darted about and spotted a solid wooden chair with a backrest near the door. Though unwieldy for a fight, it packed considerable power. A bitter smile crossed his face. He was a thief by trade, yet he found himself brawling every other day like some common thug. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of connections. If Chen Mo had the backing of someone in the underworld, a boss could mediate, and things wouldn't have come to this. Get him! Bald Lee's smile vanished as he bellowed. At his command, 6 men charged forward with a roar, brandishing their clubs. When outnumbered, one must first take down the leader. Chen Mo hoisted the chair with both hands and swung it at the foremost attacker. Bang! Oh! 2 sounds rang out as the wooden chair shattered, and the lead man was sent flying. Immediately, the room erupted into a chaotic din of crashing and banging. Attack! Do I have to cheer you on, damn it? Baldly cursed loudly. A mob of men yelled and surged into the room. If they all stormed inside, even a demon cat with 9 lives like Chen Mo would be stripped bare of every hair. But at that moment, a figure descended from above, landing firmly at the doorway. It was Zhao Kuo. From his landing posture and agile movements, any seasoned fighter could tell he was no pushover. The first to charge would surely be a moth to the flame. Yet there were always those greenhorns eager for glory and ignorant of the danger who served as cannon fodder. These cannon fodder, like incompletely castrated eunuchs, let out strangely shrill cries. Like starving wolves, they attacked with inexplicable viciousness. Like arrows from a bow, they rushed forward with astonishing speed, only to fly back like sandbags and crash to the ground. Baldly witnessed this scene and involuntarily stepped back a few paces. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 men were already lying on the ground. No one dared to recklessly charge forward again. They all crouched, weighing their clubs in hand, glaring warily at the man who had leaped down from the 2nd floor. Make way! A thunderous voice boomed, and from the crowd emerged a massive, burly man. This giant had a braid on top of his head, a bare torso covered in tattoos on his arms and chest, and his bulk of flesh quivered with every step, enough to rival even the portly Xia. Despite his overweight frame and jiggling fat, no one doubted his combat prowess. Everyone cleared a path for him, and then retreated far away, fearful of being caught in his ferocious onslaught. He let out a startling roar, and then hurled a fist the size of a sandbag at Zhao Kuo. Slap! The massive fist landed squarely in Zhao Kuo's palm. The 2 strained against each other. After a minute, the fat man's face began to contort in pain. Suddenly, a crack sounded. All 5 of the fat man's fingers were snapped backward onto the back of his hand. It was a horrifying sight. Then came the fat man's agonized wail. Oh! This scene caught everyone off guard. These street thugs had seen heads split, open, blood spilled, and even murder, but this was the first time they had witnessed someone's fingers all broken backward. A chill ran down Bald Lee's spine. Seizing the moment, he quietly retreated a few steps. 20 or 30 more men rushed in from the main entrance, instantly overcrowding the small courtyard. Go! All of you go! Bald Lee roared hoarsely. The crowd surged forward in a chaotic wave, but the cramped space hindered their movements. People pressed against each other, and though the larger side had the advantage in numbers, their combat effectiveness was greatly diminished. Zhao Kuo had trained in military boxing capture techniques, bayonet drills, and grappling during his time in the army. These skills lacked flashy moves and were unimpressive in solo practice, but they were simple, practical, and designed to subdue an enemy in one blow. They emphasized targeting areas prohibited in martial arts competitions, encouraging ruthless tactics. To give a simple example, in a school fight, you'd first think of punching and kicking, then grabbing a chair if things went south. But someone like Zhao Kuo would immediately think of stabbing a pen or ballpoint into the opponent's neck. To him, what was martial arts? It was the art of killing. A pack of howling wolves gained no advantage against a silent, fierce tiger. Facing these moving targets, Zhao Kuo employed the most vicious and ruthless techniques to their fullest, breaking legs, snapping wrists, choking throats, striking groins. Anyone he touched instantly lost combat capability and rolled on the ground in agony. At this moment, Zhao Kuo was alert on all sides, like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable. But as he gradually approached Bald Li, he suddenly spotted Chen Mo at the back of the crowd. Yes, he had appeared out of nowhere. When had he come out of the room? Even more baffling was that Chen Mo was moving in an unconventional manner. It made him think of one-word phantom. Chen Mo's ghostly figure appeared in an instant. Zhao Kuo saw Chen Mo emerge, suddenly vanish, just as abruptly reappear and finally stand behind Li Guangtou. Chen Mo's unorthodox, eerie movements made the atheist Zhao Kuo's scalp tingle with dread. When Chen Mo pressed the dagger against Li Guangtou's neck, Zhao Kuo finally saw Chen Mo's face clearly. It was covered in blood, his expression ferocious, his eyes blazing like torches. "Everyone stop!" Chen Mo shouted loudly. Suddenly having a knife at his neck startled Li Guangtou. Though he couldn't fathom how Chen Mo had gotten behind him, the cold blade made such thoughts irrelevant. All the underlings froze, staring in shock at Li Guangtou. How could their boss, who had been at the rear, suddenly be taken hostage? Li Guangtou, a veteran of the streets, quickly calmed down. Anyone dared to brawl, but few truly dared to kill, especially in plain sight. He glanced sideways at the blade against his neck and said, "Bullshit, I don't believe you've got the guts to touch me. You can try." Chen Mo pressed the tip of the knife against Li Guangtou's Adam's apple and continued, "Tell your men to disperse. I'm taking someone." Sweat beaded on Li Guangtou's forehead. His throat bobbed as he said, "Move aside. Let them go." The 30-odd thugs parted to make a path. Gao Jimao staggered out of the room, Zhao Kuo reached out to support him, and they slowly walked out of the courtyard under a barrage of fiery, yet fearful gazes. Chen Mo pulled Li Guangtou, who was half a head taller, out the door, and said, "I hope from now on we keep to ourselves. If you're not satisfied, we can set a time and talk alone." Li Guangtou stared into Chen Mo's gleaming eyes without a word, but a flicker of fear crept into his heart. Was he really just a thief? This aura was that of a hardened underworld figure. Chen Mo motioned with his chin for Li Guangtou to speak. Li Guangtou felt humiliated, but had to admit he had lost today. "Fine kid, you've got guts." A white van sped up. Seeing Zhao Kuo and Gao Jimao get in, Chen Mo released Li Guangtou, then backed away, slowly pointing the knife at the crowd. Chen Mo jumped into the passenger seat, and the van shot off like a mad thing. Only when he glanced at the rearview mirror did he let out a long sigh of relief. To him, this night felt like a narrow escape from death. "Are you okay?" Xia Kuang pressed a handkerchief to the wound on Chen Mo's hand, asking anxiously. "I'm fine. Monkey, take Gao Jiamao to the hospital first." Outside the small courtyard, Li Guangtou touched his neck, which had nearly been bled, still feeling a lingering fear. "Boss, are we just letting them go?" a disgruntled underling asked. "Damn it. Are you stupid? Would a thief have those skills? Get someone to thoroughly dig into their backgrounds, especially that Chen Mo and that vicious bastard. Check them all out." Having said that, Li Guangtou pulled out his phone, stepped aside, and made a call with a forced smile. He only nodded in agreement, not uttering a single word otherwise. Only after the call ended did Li Guangtou spit out a thick glob of phlegm with a vicious "Pft." After sending Gao Jiamao to the hospital, Chen Mo had a nurse bandage his wounds simply. His head was throbbing from 2 blows, and he didn't stay at the hospital long before returning home. He fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed and didn't wake until afternoon. Lying there staring at the glaring sunlight outside the window, his temples pounded with pain. Enduring the ache, he recalled the scene of being besieged by 6 burly men in the room last night, and a cold sweat broke out in his palms. Those 6 men were clearly seasoned fighters, a cut above the thugs Li Guangtou had brought last time. Though he used every trick and dirty move he knew, apart from landing the first hit, he gained no advantage. They relentlessly pummeled Chen Mo, leaving him defenseless within 2 or 3 minutes. The 2 blows to his head in particular made blood stream down and his mind go blank. He nearly passed out on the spot. But those same blows snapped him into a strange, indescribable clarity. He saw the chair leg in his hand being blocked, a fierce whistling club smashing into his shoulder, and then he was knocked to the ground, battered by a rain of fists and feet. Yet in the next instant he realized he was still standing. In a flash of lightning, Chen Mo understood what had happened. It was foresight. He had seen what would happen to him in the next second or two. So he dodged a fatal blow, and at the most opportune moment struck someone in the face with the chair leg and thrust it into another's chest. It was a chaotic, disjointed process, all his actions carried out almost subconsciously. Since it was subconscious, it wasn't optimal. Thus, Chen Mo only managed a costly victory, defeating 5 men while still standing, partly through gritted teeth and partly through sheer luck. Having dealt with the 5 swaying, Chen Mo took a deep breath, focused his inner sight on his lower dantian, and took several more breaths. Then he saw the melee in the courtyard and Li Guangtou shouting orders behind the crowd. A surge of heat rushed to Chen Mo's head, and he conceived the idea of capturing the leader to neutralize the group. He pulled out his dagger and charged out immediately. Thinking back, Chen Mo frowned deeply, unable to recall how he had weaved through the chaos and put the knife to Li Guanta's neck. In simple terms, that part was a blank. His head aching from the effort, Chen Mo sat up in bed, instinctively glanced at his dantian, and thought of the small heavenly cycle. He focused his inner sight on his lower dantian, relaxed his entire body, cast aside all thoughts, and breathed evenly and repeatedly. Gradually, an indescribable sensation arose. Elusive and ineffable, like suddenly reaching a peak and seeing a vast openness, or like something lightning-fast drilling into his body. Then Chen Mo heard the door open and someone speak. "You're finally awake. Are you hungry? I made you some millet porridge." It was Xia Kuang's voice. Chen Mo jolted and opened his eyes wide, saying, "How did you get into my house? Last night you—" He stopped mid-sentence and clamped his mouth shut. Because there was no one in the room and the door was closed. Chen Mo drew a cold breath, his mind in turmoil. Just as he was marveling at what had just happened, the door opened. Xia Kuang walked in and said, "You're finally awake. Are you hungry? I made you some millet porridge." Wearing an apron and holding a ladle, Xia Kuang looked like a delicate little wife, and her concerned tone warmed Chen Mo's heart. He asked, "Why are you in my house?" "Last night you—" Chen Mo began, but then he clamped his mouth shut. He had experienced this scene before, though previously it had only occurred amidst extreme chaos and confusion, preventing him from grasping its mystery. But now, with no external interference and everything unfolding so vividly, Chen Mo couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. "What kind of feeling is this? Like a replay in a movie. What's wrong with you?" Chen Mo replied absently, "Nothing. Why haven't you left?" Her concern was met with such an ungrateful remark, igniting a fury within Xia Kuang. She said, "I was afraid no one would be here to take care of you if you died." Xia Kuang tightened her grip on the ladle, ready to strike the heartless man if he dared utter another infuriating word. "Thanks. Don't thank me. I just didn't want you to die and leave my dad with no one to help him steal. Get up, I made porridge." At the mention of food, Chen Mo did feel hungry. He went to the bathroom to wash his face, and in the mirror he saw his head wrapped in bandages, his face bruised and swollen. Looking at his own pitiful reflection, Chen Mo felt a pang of self-pity. After all, he was a skilled craftsman, and ending up in such a state was truly undeserved. He only hoped that this beating hadn't been in vain, and that he could win Gao Jiamao over. Suddenly Chen Mo caught a strange smell and rushed out of the bathroom asking, "What's that smell?" Xia Kuang came out of the kitchen and said, "It's the porridge. It's burnt. Can porridge even burn?" Puzzled, he walked into the kitchen and immediately wrinkled his nose. "Burnt. Burn is burnt. Let's just order takeout," Xia Kuang said nonchalantly. Chen Mo was speechless. It was the first time he'd met a woman who couldn't even cook porridge. He pushed Xia Kuang out of the kitchen and said, "Just wait outside." Chen Mo was an excellent cook, a skill honed during his childhood. He had been a troublemaker since he was young. Every time he was let out of the house, he would cause chaos, either being chased down the streets by a gang of kids or getting caught peeping into the women's restroom. Because of this, his father had no choice but to lock this deviant child in the house. Consequently, most of his childhood was spent within those 100-square-meter walls where eating, drinking, sleeping, and using the toilet became his main daily activities. Even at home, Chen Mo wasn't idle. Apart from the TV, he dismantled everything he could get his hands on, a list of his misdeeds too long to recount. Finally, with nothing left to take apart, he turned his attention to the pots and pans. Then he discovered that cooking was a magical thing. Anything that was hard to swallow could be turned into a delicious meal with the right ingredients and seasonings in a pot. If his father hadn't stubbornly opposed it, he would surely have majored in culinary arts. Half an hour later, Chen Mo emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Xia Kuang took a bite without a word and immediately sat down at the table to eat. Only after finishing did she give her verdict, "I'll just eat with you from now on." Chen Mo's face was bruised and his mouth hurt, making him unable to keep up with Xia Kuang's pace, so he only ate until he was half full. He said, "You can eat with me, but only if you marry me." "Marry you? Did you get your brains beaten out? How could an artist like me marry a thief?" Chen Mo was inwardly speechless. He had no real intention of marrying a vixen like Xia Kuang. He was just bantering. Though he didn't want to marry her, he wouldn't mind a fling if she were willing. A man who doesn't have a few dirty thoughts upon seeing a beautiful woman is probably not quite normal. But Chen Mo was also well aware that a woman like her was trouble he couldn't afford. Just her intimidating background was enough to keep him from crossing the line. Yet it was precisely that which made indulging in a little mischief and witty banter the only way to compensate for his lack of action. So her disdain didn't bother him. Instead, he shamelessly asked, Do you know what the greatest performance art in the world is? Xia Kuang didn't notice the sly grin on Chen Mo's face. She asked, what is it? It's... Before he could finish, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Chen Mo answered. Who is this? Gao Jiamao, the voice replied. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then left Xia Kuang behind and quickly went into the bedroom, closing the door. How is your sister? She's... fine. Thank you. Your sister needs a bone marrow transplant. I have some spare cash you can use first. Don't say no. This money is to save a life. If it makes you feel better, you can write me an IOU and pay me back with bank interest. On the other end of the line, Gao Jiamao knew perfectly well that Chen Mo's kindness was a wolf in sheep's clothing, but he lacked the courage to refuse. Just 5 minutes ago, the doctor had spoken to him about his sister's bone marrow transplant. 400,000. Even if he sold his blood and a kidney, Gao Jiamao couldn't scrape together that much. He needed the money now. Gao Jiamao's silence all but confirmed to Chen Mo that the deal was as good as done. He probed further, should I bring the money to you now? Thank you. After hanging up, Chen Mo walked out of the bedroom with a light step and said, Second boss, come out with me. Xia Kuang frowned, a little annoyed by the nickname Second Boss. She asked where to. The hospital. Xia Kuang drove Chen Mo to the bank first. Combined with his own savings and the deposit from Xia Fatty, he managed to scrape together exactly 400,000. Tossing away that heavy sum of 400,000 didn't bother Chen Mo in the slightest, because he understood that people are always more valuable than money. Xia Kuang knew nothing about Chen Mo's dealings with Gao Jiamao. She had tried to pry information from Monkey the night before, but failed. Seeing the bruised and swollen Chen Mo grinning with delight only deepened her confusion. She couldn't fathom why he would risk his life to save a complete stranger and happily hand over a fortune that might very well vanish into thin air. What was there to be so happy about? Was this thief also a philanthropist? Their vastly different upbringings ensured they were from two different worlds. It also meant she could never understand the survival rules of this scum of society and the way people like him thought. The car finally stopped at the hospital entrance. Chen Mo handed the bag containing 400,000 in cash to Xia Kuang and said, Please give this money to Gao Jiamao. I'm not going up. Why not? I don't feel well, Chen Mo said with a smile. Recalling how ecstatic Chen Mo had been when they left, Xia Kuang, despite her lack of worldly wisdom, knew he was lying. But she didn't call him out on it. She just rolled her eyes and carried the bag out of the car. Watching Xia Kuang's graceful figure, Chen Mo broke into a grin again. His head was bandaged and every smile sent a jolt of pain through his skull, yet he couldn't contain his genuine joy. Finally, he had gotten Gao Jiamao on board his ship. Although Chen Mo did not get out of the car to enter the hospital, he still saw Gao Jiamao. Gao Jiamao walked out of the hospital with Xia Kuang. Gao Jiamao handed over a promissory note for 4,000 yuan, said thank you, and then went back inside. This was exactly as Chen Mo had anticipated. Gao Jiamao had initially refused him out of moral integrity. Cats have their ways, dogs have theirs. He disdained to associate with thieves. Moral integrity is a fine thing. It can keep a man from bowing for 5 bushels of rice, and it can turn a destitute soul into an unyielding man of iron. Yet moral integrity can also trap a man in dire straits like Gao Jiamao now, who must cast aside his cherished way and integrity to save his sister. For a man like Gao Jiamao, family bonds meant everything. It was not money that made him bend, but kinship. Thus, Chen Mo skillfully exploited this weakness. Winning over Gao Jiamao gave Chen Mo an unprecedented sense of achievement, more gratifying than any lucrative deal. In the following days, Chen Mo stopped playing mind games with Gao Jiamao. Instead, he spent his time at the hospital helping Gao Jiamao tirelessly with every task. Meanwhile, Chen Mo officially began tailing Wu Jianjiang. When he received the dossier from Xia the Fat, he had prejudged Wu Jianjiang as a ruthless crime boss based on his background. But according to Monkey's intel and his own observations, although Wu Jianjiang had the face of a gangster, his behavior was that of a legitimate businessman. Wu Jianjiang was single with no women by his side. Though he owned 5 entertainment venues, he stayed clear of vice like gambling, drugs, or prostitution. He came and went without bodyguards or thugs, a stark contrast to Xia the Fat. Could such a man really hold incriminating evidence against Xia? What was Xia willing to pay so handsomely to steal? Chen Mo couldn't figure it out. Though puzzled, he only pondered in his spare moments. After all, he was paid for his services, cash for goods. The specifics of the item were none of his concern. Wu Jianjiang's daily routine was a simple triangle home office and theater. Mornings at the company, afternoons at 2 at an old opera house, playing the eru, then back home by 5. Xia the Fat's dossier mentioned Wu Jianjiang's passion for playing the eru at the theater. Before business, Wu had been a musician at the opera house, specializing in the eru. Given Wu's monotonous schedule, Chen Mo deduced that the documents Xia wanted were either at the office or at home. Breaking into a home was routine for them, but the office presented more challenges. Too many eyes during the day and security cameras at night, even if they evaded the guards. Crucially, Chen Mo didn't know the form of the target documents. Were they paper files or digital data? Both were possible. And since it was blackmail material, Xia the Fat wouldn't reveal too much about its nature. At least not before the job was done. That day, Chen Mo went to scout Wu Jianjiang's company. Disguised as a water delivery man, he arrived in the afternoon. Wu's office was on the 8th floor of a commercial building. Carrying a water jug, he toured the company to memorize the layout, a task Monkey had already done. Chen Mo repeated it not out of distrust, but to get a feel for the place himself. Water delivery, come here. Chen Mo turned to see a sharp female employee in professional attire. Judging by her demeanor, she was at least an assistant to the general manager or a secretary. What is it? Change the water jug in the general manager's office. Chen Mo's heart leaped. He had been wondering how to get into the office, and opportunity came knocking. Sure. Outside the office, the woman straightened her clothes before knocking. Chen Mo was startled. Wu Jianjiang hadn't gone to play the eru this afternoon, which was rare. Come in, a voice said from inside. The woman gently pushed the door open. Mr. Wu, I noticed your office water was low, so I brought a replacement. Wu didn't look up, focused on his documents. Inside, Chen Mo's roving eyes surveyed the spacious, bright office adorned with calligraphy and paintings, a sign of Wu's refined taste. He mused, if he stole one of those paintings, would it fetch more than $1 million? But soon he noticed something peculiar. 3 paintings hung on the wall, a landscape, a pastoral scene, and a portrait. Directly behind Wu's desk was a painting of a Qingyi opera character. Opera roles are traditionally classified as Sheng Dan Jing Mo and Chou. Dan refers to female roles, and Qingyi is a subtype denoting elegant, demure women. But this painting showed the Qingyi from behind with no artist's signature or seal. Though Chen Mo knew little about art, he understood that unsigned, unsealed works weren't masterpieces and held little value. Yet Wu Jianjiang had hung this seemingly worthless painting where he could see it at a glance, indicating he cherished it deeply. Secretary Li, distribute these documents to department heads, Wu said, looking up. Yes, Mr. Wu. The woman took the papers and left. Chen Mo busied himself with the water jug. After finishing, he met Wu's gaze and flashed a simpleton smile, then turned to leave. But at the door, Wu called him back. Wait a moment. Chen Mo's heart sank. He turned with a grin. Sir, are you calling me? Wu Jianjiang fixed him with sharp eyes, making Chen Mo feel as if he were stripped naked in public, utterly exposed. Of course I'm calling you. Chen Mo feigned flattery. Whatever you need, just say the word. Wu's aggressive gaze softened. Your shoelace is untied. Looking down, Chen Mo saw it was true. His heart stirred as he bent to tie his sneakers. Thanks. With his shoelace tied, Chen Mo left the company with an uneasy mind. How could a big boss like Wu Jianjiang notice whether a deliverman's shoelace was undone? Chen Mo froze. If he noticed the shoelace, might he also have spotted the brand of sneakers? If so, things could get complicated. Chen Mo's sneakers were from a top-tier brand worth a considerable sum, far beyond what a water delivery worker could afford. Realizing this, his scalp tingled with dread. Despite his meticulous planning, he had committed such a foolish oversight. Those who had built businesses of such magnitude were no ordinary individuals. To put it bluntly, they were sharper than a fox's whiskers. They excelled at catching the smallest details, and having made such a glaring blunder, how could his counterpart fail to notice? The more Chen Mo pondered, the more uneasy he grew. Descending the stairs, he immediately called Monkey and Zhao Kuo, instructing them to meet him at once, as there was an operation planned for the evening. There was no time to waste. This matter could not be delayed any longer. At the park where they often convened for discussions, Chen Mo met Monkey and Zhao Kuo, and to his surprise, Gao Jiamao was also present. During the times Chen Mo couldn't visit the hospital, Monkey had been his substitute. It was clear that Gao Jiamao had learned of today's events through Monkey and thus decided to come. Honestly, Chen Mo hadn't been in a hurry to involve Gao Jiamao. For one, Gao Jiamao lacked experience, and for another, Chen Mo couldn't think of any role for him in this operation. Just as he hadn't informed Ma Lu, because this task didn't require Ma Lu's expertise. Every person and resource must be used to their fullest potential. Involving unnecessary individuals would only become a burden and risk exposing their objective. How is your sister? Chen Mo didn't rush into business. She's having surgery tomorrow. Is there anything else you need? Just tell me. Gao Jiamao replied, no. I came to see if there's any way I can be of use. Chen Mo chuckled, what? So eager to repay the favor. Seeing Gao Jimeo's silence, he added, "Actually, you don't owe me anything. The money was a loan, and you'll pay me interest. I'm just treating it like a bank deposit." Even Chen Mo found his own words a bit embarrassing, but they had to be said. Only by sounding so magnanimous could he deepen Gao Jimeo's gratitude. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. "Since you don't need me now, I'll take my leave." Gao Jimao turned to go. "Wait." After a moment's thought, Chen Mo continued, "Since you're already here, join us tonight." When Gao Jimao returned, Chen Mo began outlining the night's plan. The target was Wu Jianjiang's office. Zhao Kuo had two tasks: keep watch and cut off the power to the entire commercial building, ensuring it wouldn't be restored for at least 20 minutes. Chen Mo and Monkey were to infiltrate the building and search Wu Jianjiang's office for documents. As for Gao Jimao, he was assigned a trivial role driving the car. Chen Mo had ulterior motives for giving Gao Jiamao such an easy task. Since the latter wanted to repay the favor, Chen Mo might as well bestow an even greater one. Once the deal was done, the commission would be split evenly. Gao Jiamao would earn 250,000 just for driving, a true windfall. And Chen Mo was certain Gao Jiamao wouldn't refuse, as his sister's post-surgery expenses would be substantial. After finalizing all the details for the night's operation, Chen Mo suddenly thought of Xia Kuang. She had specifically instructed him to inform her of any operations and to let her join. Was it necessary to notify her for a mere theft, not a wilderness expedition? If he didn't, she was the second boss. If he did, it might jeopardize the mission. Chen Mo found himself in a dilemma. After much deliberation, Chen Mo decided he had to inform her. If Xia Kuang, the second boss, was dissatisfied, then the big boss, Xia, would also be displeased. And if he was displeased, getting the money would become difficult. At 10:30 in the evening, the five of them drove to the building where Wu Jianjiang's company was located. The entrance lights were on, and two security guards were chatting at the front desk in the lobby. After parking the car, as arranged, Gao Jimao waited inside, while the other four got out. Zhao Kuo headed alone to the parking lot. Shortly after, the two guards abruptly stood up, exchanged a few words, and one hurried inside. Chen Mo knew that Zhao Kuo had cut off the power to the underground garage. When someone went down to investigate, he would slip into the commercial building and shut down the electricity for the entire structure. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, the lobby of the commercial building went pitch black. The guard cursed, using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the area while shouting into his walkie-talkie. He was asking what had happened and why the entire building had lost power. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, Monkey, and Xia Kuang were hiding just outside the lobby. Seeing the guard cursing as he left the lobby, Chen Mo was the first to enter the building. The three slipped in one by one, using faint light to guide them as they hurried up the stairs to the 7th floor. Within 5 minutes, they had reached the entrance of Wu Jianjiang's company without any trouble. Monkey picked the lock on the company door with a paperclip in seconds. "Monkey, stand guard outside. If anything happens, retreat immediately. Don't worry about us." Monkey nodded and relocked the door. Chen Mo switched on his small flashlight and led Xia Kuang briskly toward Wu Jianjiang's office. The office door was also locked. Chen Mo pulled out a key mold, wrapped it in a layer of tinfoil, inserted it into the keyhole, turned it a few times, and with a click, the door swung open. Chen Mo's lockpicking method differed from Monkey's. Monkey could open nearly any lock with just a paperclip, while Chen Mo, though capable, took far too long. So he had to resort to other methods. For instance, with straight or cross locks using a mold and tinfoil, as long as he could insert it into the keyhole, he could open them within 10 seconds without leaving a trace. If tinfoil wasn't available, hemp rope would also work. Of course, when it came to lockpicking, Chen Mo's skill was still far inferior to Monkey's. Once inside the office, Chen Mo headed straight for the desk. Seeing Xia Kuang sweeping her flashlight carelessly around the room, he immediately warned her, "Don't shine that everywhere. You'll give us away." Xia Kuang paid him no heed and continued her reckless behavior. Chen Mo snatched her flashlight away and said, "You're here to supervise, but don't sabotage us. What exactly are we stealing? If you don't tell me, I can't proceed." "A blue notebook. Can you be more specific?" "The details inside are none of your concern. Don't ask." "Accounts from 23 years ago." Xia Kuang added, "Give me back the flashlight." Returning the flashlight to her, Chen Mo said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? The notebook is most likely at his home. We should have gone there first." Xia Kuang turned on the flashlight, its beam stopping on a painting of a green-robed figure on the wall. Frowning, she said, "I need to take this painting." She climbed onto a chair to remove it, rolled it up, and then pulled a tube from her backpack. The rolled painting fit perfectly into the tube. It turned out Xia Kuang had come prepared. She was clearly not just here to supervise. The fact that Xia Kuang had even prepared a painting tube made Chen Mo suspect that what they were trying to steal might not be Xia Depengzi's black dossier. After searching the office thoroughly, he still couldn't find the blue notebook. Calculating that time was running short, he said, "The thing we're looking for must be at Wu Jianjiang's place. Let's retreat. When he leaves home tomorrow morning, we'll go directly to his house to search. Let's search a bit more." "No, there's no time." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from outside, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Chen Mo muttered a curse under his breath and said, "Someone's coming, let's get out of here." As they exited the office, several beams of light shone in from the company entrance. "This way." Chen Mo grabbed Xia Kuang and ran toward the fire escape. The door to the fire escape was also locked. Chen Mo kicked it open and immediately saw countless lights shining from below the stairs. This was disastrous. How the hell did Zhao Kui keep watch? With both the main entrance and the escape route blocked, they had no choice but to run upstairs. The commercial building had over 20 floors. By the time they sprinted to the rooftop, Chen Mo's heart felt like it was about to burst. He realized he needed to work on his stamina. Without it, even the quickest legs were useless. But Xia Kuang remained calm, her breathing steady. "Over there," she said, pointing to one side. Chen Mo, hoping she had found an escape route, followed her expectantly, only to be stunned. What lay before them was a dead end. Across from them stood an office building 3 or 4 stories shorter than theirs, with a gap of at least 20 meters between the two structures. Just then, a dozen security guards reached the rooftop, shining dozens of beams at them. Chen Mo shielded his eyes from the harsh light and saw that some guards carried batons while others held stun guns. Chen Mo's heart trembled. He could withstand a few blows from a baton, but a stun gun would instantly incapacitate him. He had been shocked during his earlier visits to the police station. One jolt, and you'd fall flat on your face. But after becoming a regular, they stopped giving him that special treatment. "They'll hold them off. You make a run for the door. Don't worry about me," Chen Mo declared with great righteousness. "How can I run? There are surely people downstairs too," Xia Kuang said. Thinking back to how he had patted his chest and assured Xia Depangzi that everything would be fine, now even his precious daughter was involved. The thought made his head ache. Not only would Wu Jianjiang never forgive him, but Xia Depangzi would skin him alive. The more Chen Mo thought about it, the more he realized how careless he had been. Caution ensures safety. That saying was absolutely true. But this was no time for self-blame. Xia Kuang stood at the edge of the rooftop, leaned over to glance down, then looked up at the opposite building's roof and asked, "Do you dare? What do you want to do? Jump over?" Chen Mo asked in astonishment. "Do you have any other ideas?" Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Xia Kuang added, "If you're afraid of death, you can stay. I don't want to be mistaken for a thief." Without another word, Xia Kuang retreated a dozen meters, then sprinted toward the edge of the roof. The moment she leaped into the air, Chen Mo's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Whoosh, she shot through the air. A female flying ace. Xia Kuang moved like a leaping wildcat, agile and graceful, instantly soaring across to the opposite rooftop. Upon landing, she rolled smoothly, the entire motion fluid and seamless. Chen Mo was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. This was no longer the female performance artist he knew. She was a superwoman, a female Batman. While Chen Mo stood stunned, the dozen security guards charged toward him with shouts. Gritting his teeth, he thought, if a woman could do it, how could he, a man, not? Taking a few steps back, Chen Mo let out a yell and sprinted forward, planting one foot on the rooftop's edge and launching himself with all his strength toward the opposite building. In the moment he soared through the air, Chen Mo's mind went blank. The terrifying feeling of weightlessness made him feel as if his soul had left his body. He felt like he was committing suicide. If he survived, it would be a miracle. A miracle happened. Chen Mo landed on the opposite rooftop. However, his landing was far less graceful than Xia Kuang's. Had she not caught him, he would have faceplanted. He gasped for air, his heart feeling like it would leap out of his chest. Xia Kuang hadn't expected Chen Mo to dare to jump over as well. Back when Xia Kuang was studying in France, she had joined a trendy extreme sports parkour club. Parkour uses the everyday environment as a training ground, relying on one's physical ability to navigate any known or unknown terrain quickly and effectively. So a leap like this was no challenge for someone with her training. But for an ordinary person, even looking at it would make their legs go weak, let alone jumping. Could it be that Chen Mo also knew parkour? Shouts from the security guards echoed from the opposite rooftop. Xia Kuang pulled Chen Mo to his feet and said, "Hurry, follow me." Standing on the rooftop, Xia Kuang first surveyed the surroundings, then took a large leap to the adjacent office building. Chen Mo marveled again at her astonishing leaping ability. But he didn't follow. His previous jump had been a desperate act without considering the consequences. Now his legs felt like noodles, and walking was a challenge, let alone jumping. Ignoring Xia Kuang, Chen Mo hobbled on weak legs toward the rooftop door and stumbled down the stairs. Just as he was about to reach the ground floor, his phone rang. It was Monkey calling. "Monkey, how are you?" Chen Mo asked, panting with a trembling heart. A cold laugh came from the phone. "Are you Chen Mo?" Chen Mo froze. Monkey had been caught. The other party continued. "Your people are all in my hands. If you don't want to collect their bodies, come to." The speaker gave an address. It was Wu Jianjiang's villa. They had come to steal, but ended up being caught in one fell swoop. Chen Mo regretted it deeply. Evading the security guards in the building, he managed to slip out safely. Just then his phone rang again. It was Xia Kuang. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo answered. "Have you gotten out?" "Where are you?" "I'm out. I'm safe." "Come find me," Xia Kuang said. "You go back first. I have other things to do. They'll contact you when it's time to go to Wu Jianjiang's place." Before Xia Kuang could respond, Chen Mo hung up. With his men captured, he couldn't drag a woman into this mess. Whatever Wu Jianjiang planned to do to him, he could only blame his own lack of skill for the fall. Falling wasn't the end of the world, but exposing his client's identity would ruin his reputation in the underworld. Even though Chen Mo knew that going to see Wu Jianjiang meant walking into a trap, he had to save his brothers, even if it cost him his limbs. A big brother who isn't loyal can't make a name for himself. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, hailed a taxi, and headed toward Wu Jianjiang's villa. Chen Mo knew Wu Jianjiang's villa well. It was in a suburban villa area. He arrived at the villa a little after 3 in the morning. A dark, windy night for murder. This was bound to be a tough hurdle. Standing outside the brightly lit villa, Chen Mo took a few deep breaths, then strode to the door and raised his hand to knock. Bang, bang, bang. In the living room, Chen Mo saw Monkey and Gao Jimao both tied up with rags stuffed in their mouths. The moment Monkey spotted Chen Mo, he perked up from his dejected slump, letting out muffled cries. Chen Mo nodded at Monkey to reassure him, then followed 2 bodyguards to the second floor of the villa. In a study, he met Wu Jianjiang. Wu Jianjiang reclined on the sofa, his eyes closed in repose. His chiseled face betrayed no emotion, yet an inexplicable chill emanated from him. Not a baseless fancy, but the acute intuition born of frequent peril. Chen Mo sensed a heavy aura of cruelty about Wu Jianjiang, a stark contrast to the image of a legitimate businessman. "I didn't expect you to actually show up." Wu Jianjiang opened his eyes, his stern face unreadable. "I stole the item. You can deal with me as you see fit, but I hope you'll spare my 2 brothers." "Do you think you're in a position to negotiate?" Wu Jianjiang asked. "I take responsibility for my own actions. They know nothing. And my painting?" A cold glint flashed in Wu Jianjiang's eyes. "I've already handed it over to the client." "Who is your client?" "Every trade has its rules." "I can't say," Chen Mo replied firmly. Wu Jianjiang sat up straight, sizing up Chen Mo with a piercing gaze that could suffocate anyone. Since Chen Mo had dared to come, he had prepared for the worst, even if it meant walking in upright and being carried out. When a man fears not death, he can face anything with equanimity. And now Chen Mo was that man. "Just tell me who the client is, and he'll let you off the hook. I eat his bread, so I keep his counsel. I'm the one who did the deed. I won't reveal a single detail about the client. Do with me what you will." Wu Jianjiang suddenly laughed. "Well said, I eat his bread, so I keep his counsel. So which will it be? Your brothers or your loyalty? You can't have both." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. The bodyguard behind Wu Jianjiang stepped forward immediately. Wu Jianjiang ordered, "Go and pull out his brother's teeth one by one until this brave man gives me the client's name." The bodyguard moved toward the door only to feel a blur before him. Startled, he found Chen Mo blocking his path. This thief was incredibly fast. The bodyguard glanced back at Wu Jianjiang, who remained seated on the sofa awaiting orders. With a single command, he was confident he could crush this man who was a size smaller than him. By now, Chen Mo had steeled himself for the worst. With his abilities, a fight to the death was out of the question. At best, he was a moth flying into the flame. But even a moth must stir up some wind. Chen Mo squared his shoulders, and with a light grip, a 3-centimeter-long finger-wide blade slid between his index and middle fingers. A smile crept across Wu Jianjiang's lips. He waved the bodyguard away, saying, "Not bad. That fatty Xia sure knows how to pick a man with backbone." Chen Mo was taken aback. He actually knew that fatty Xia had sent him to steal the item. Wu Jianjiang leaned back into the sofa. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Chen Mo stood still, silent, wondering what connection Wu Jianjiang and fatty Xia shared. Mortal enemies. It couldn't be that simple. Wu Jianjiang gestured with his eyes. "Come have a seat." Puzzled, Chen Mo sat down on the sofa, deliberately keeping his distance. "Are you friends with Xia Kuang?" Chen Mo didn't want to drag Xia Kuang into it further. "I know him. We're not exactly friends. Young man, in this game rules matter, but honesty matters more. To be frank, I won't make things hard for you." Did Fatty Xia send you to steal a blue notebook? Yes. What's your relationship with President Xia? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask. He and I are lifelong enemies, Wu Jianjiang said coldly. With that, he pulled out an exquisite wooden box from under the coffee table. Inside lay a notebook with a blue plastic cover, its corners badly worn, clearly a relic of many years. Chen Mo was not a nosy person, but at that moment he was burning with curiosity about what the notebook contained. Young man, take this notebook back to Fatty Xia, but deliver a message for me. What kind of game was this? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. Go ahead, Wu Jianjiang said with profound meaning. Tell him. Thank you. Wu Jianjiang closed the wooden box and pushed it solemnly toward Chen Mo, showing how much he valued the blue notebook. At this point, Chen Mo was utterly bewildered. There was no doubt the two were bitter rivals. Yet now Wu Jianjiang was asking him to hand over the very thing Fatty Xia coveted along with a thank you. What was going on? A pair of lifelong adversaries who secretly admired each other. That was too cliched, and nothing in their behavior suggested mutual respect. What secrets did this notebook hold? Chen Mo tucked the box under his arm and asked, So you're letting me go? Yes. Still incredulous, Chen Mo said, just like that. Yes. He'll deliver the item and the message. And my 2 men downstairs. They can leave with you. Chen Mo rose to leave the wooden box under his arm. He stopped after a few steps and turned back. I have another friend, Zhao Kuo. Where is he? Though not particularly close to Zhao Kuo, Chen Mo knew he would never betray him or abandon them. Something must have happened. If he's lucky, he'll show up in 3 days. Chen Mo wanted to press further, but seeing Wu Jianjiang's aloof expression, he went downstairs, collected Monkey and Gao Jiamao, and left the villa. Neither Monkey nor Gao Jiamao was injured, but Monkey was visibly shaken, his legs trembling uncontrollably on the drive back to the city. Monkey had a good hand, but he was too timid. From Gao Jiamao, Chen Mo learned that Zhao Kuo had left in a car with a man in white. But where they went no one knew. Whoever could take Zhao Kuo away so easily was no ordinary person. Recalling Wu Jianjiang's words, Chen Mo grew worried for Zhao Kuo. Back at his place, Chen Mo placed the wooden box on the coffee table and stared at it for a long time. Several times he opened the box and held the notebook, but after much hesitation, he didn't open it. He knew well what he should and shouldn't know. To avoid complications, the priority was to deliver the box to Fatty Xia. So he pulled out his phone and called Fatty Xia. Chen Mo sat uneasily on the sofa, his face full of apology as he looked at Fatty Xia. Although the ultimate goal of this operation had been achieved, the process was truly embarrassing. So immediately after making the phone call, he rushed to see Fatty Xia to await his judgment. Fatty Xia took the notebook out of the wooden box and flipped through it. Chen Mo caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Though it was just a stealthy peek, he could tell from the writing format that it was a diary. The handwriting was delicate and graceful, likely a woman's. In an instant, Chen Mo connected the diary to the portrait of the woman in green. Could it be that the irreconcilable hatred between Fatty Xia and Wu Jianjiang stemmed from a woman? The more Fatty Xia read, the darker his face grew and his chubby hands began to tremble. He abruptly stood up and without a word entered another room. Left cold by Fatty Xia, Chen Mo felt no displeasure, only a hint of worry. After all, he was still a lowlife who had seen little of the world. At this moment, aside from learning superb skills, his eyes were fixed solely on the money bag. He didn't become a thief out of passion, nor did he aspire to what Xia Kuang called the art of thievery. His goal was straightforward and blunt money. Ever since Chen Mo had pulled off a few big scores in his eyes, the first thing he realized was money came fast. Money was a wonderful thing. It could make people cry or laugh, drive them mad, or stir their desires, and even take their lives. He even calculated that if he kept this up, he could become a multimillionaire before the age of 40. But one thing puzzled him: his father had been a thief all his life, yet died without leaving him a single cent. Where had all the money gone? Had it all been spent on women? But in his entire life, aside from bringing home 2 young and beautiful women, he never saw his father involved with any others. So no matter how he thought about it, Chen Mo felt his father was a stubborn and failed thief. If he himself was to be a thief, he must not end up as pathetic as his father. Fame was out of the question, because no matter how great the reputation, a thief was still a thief, nothing glorious. Since fame was not an option, profit was all that remained. So now Chen Mo's greatest concern was how much final payment Fatty Xia would settle. This sum was crucial to him. If you want a horse to run, well, you must feed it well. Monkey Zhao Kuo, Gao Jiamao, and Ma Lu. If he wanted these people to stay by his side, he had to keep them satisfied with cold hard cash. 2 hours later, Fatty Xia finally emerged from the room, his fat face looking as if it had rolled in a coal pile. Bastard. Bastard. Wu Jianjiang, ill fuck your ancestors for 8 generations. Fatty Xia, his body like a ball, sank into the soft sofa and roared loudly. Chen Mo asked cautiously, Mr. Xia, is that notebook the one you wanted? Bang. Fatty Xia slammed his fist on the coffee table, making the teacups jump. I want to kill him. Speechless, Chen Mo stood frozen. If he wanted to kill someone, he could keep it to himself. There was no need to shout it out in front of him. Did the old demurs in the underworld think killing was something to flaunt? Of course Fatty Xia wasn't that imprudent, he simply couldn't contain his rage after reading the entire diary. Although Chen Mo didn't know what was written in the diary, he could guess that whatever made Fatty Xia this furious was no trivial matter. He wanted to leave to avoid incurring Fatty Xia's wrath. But as soon as he stood up, Fatty Xia called him back. Wait. Mr. Xia, do you have any other instructions? Did that bastard Wu Jianjiang say anything? Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then said, he asked me to tell you. Thank you. Thump. Fatty Xia kicked the coffee table over, and immediately several thugs rushed in from outside. Get the hell out. Fatty Xia roared. The thugs rushed in fast and retreated even faster, as if Fatty Xia was a man-eating tiger ready to strike at any moment. I need you to do me another favor. Mr. Xia, regarding the matter between you and Wu Jianjiang, it's not convenient for me to get involved anymore. Though he had only met Wu Jianjiang once, Chen Mo could tell he was far more troublesome than Fatty Xia. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one is bound to get hurt. He didn't want to be cannon fodder, ending up with money to earn, but no life to spend it. Right now, what he most wanted to ask Fatty Xia was when he could settle the final payment. Even half would do. But he couldn't bring himself to speak. You can name your price. It's not about the price, it's mainly 1 million. Mr. Xia, you see. 2 million. Chen Mo rubbed his hands and said, no matter how much, I can't take this job. 3 million. Chen Mo was speechless. For a million. Actually, you could find someone else. A generous reward will attract brave men, and besides, our last job wasn't done cleanly. 5 million. Well, Mr. Xia, can you at least tell me what it is first? Fatty Xia didn't crush Chen Mo with money, but he completely stunned him. What did 5 million mean? It was halfway to his goal of 10 million. If he pulled this off, why the hell would he still need to be a thief? He remembered Alexander Dumas once said, he who has a moment's timidity may let slip the bait that fortune extends to him at that very moment. Right now, Fatty Xia was offering Chen Mo a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's very simple. Fatty Xia placed an arm weighing 30 or 40 Jin on Chen Mo's shoulder and leaned his mouth close to Chen Mo's ear. There were only the two of them in the room. In Chen Mo's view, Fatty Xia's furtive behavior was completely unnecessary, but it only made him more curious about what kind of task Fatty Xia was about to assign. After hearing what Fatty Xia wanted him to do, Chen Mo was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses. Then he stammered, Mr. Xia, I can't do this. You'd better find someone else. What? Can't steal it. Can't steal it. I'm good at stealing things, but I'm not skilled at stealing people. Every trade has its rules. A thief lives by his craft. If he were to steal a person, wouldn't that make him a lascivious scoundrel like Shimin Qing? Though he was a thief, it didn't mean he would stoop to despicable deeds. While Fat Xia was tirelessly persuading Chen Mo, Xia Kuang sat alone by the riverside gazing at the stolen portrait. The figure in the painting was her mother Li Hongling. Though Xia Kuang had never met her mother, she harbored an intense hatred for her. All along, Xia Kuang believed her mother was dead, but a month ago, she learned from Fat Xia that her mother was still alive. Moreover, her biological mother had abandoned her husband and daughter just 2 months after giving birth to her. And it all had to do with a man named Wu Jianjiang. Fat Xia also told her that back then her mother Li Hongling was the leading actress of a theater troupe. Fat Xia fell in love with her at first sight and pursued her relentlessly. However, Fat Xia had a rival, the troupe's musician Wu Jianjiang. But Wu Jianjiang couldn't compete with the wealthy and influential Fat Xia. In the end, Li Hongling became Fat Xia's wife. On the day Li Hongling married Fat Xia, Wu Jianjiang attended the wedding, caused a scene, and swore he would take back the woman he loved. Fat Xia was no pushover either. Wu Jianjiang was beaten severely and thrown out. After that, he vanished without a trace. Li Hongling suspected that Fat Xia had murdered Wu Jianjiang. Fat Xia bore this stigma for 5 years until Wu Jianjiang triumphantly reappeared in Baijiang City, clearing his name. In 5 years, Wu Jianjiang had turned his life around. He returned with the vow he had made at the wedding. Thus, a cliched yet timeless story unfolded. A war between two men over one woman began. In the end, the woman suffered the most. A year later, to put an end to the endless strife between the two men, Li Hongling chose to leave without a word only 2 months after giving birth to Xia Kuang. Li Hongling left Fat Xia with a crying infant and Wu Jianjiang with a blue notebook. As soon as Xia Kuang learned of the notebook's existence, her first thought was to discover its contents. That was why Fat Xia had hired Chen Mo to steal it. At this moment, Xia Kuang looked at the portrait in her hands with overwhelming complexity, and the deep-rooted hatred surged within her again. The absence of maternal love and the indulgence of paternal love had forged Xia Kuang's irritable and aloof personality since childhood. What she wanted most now was to find her biological mother and confront her face to face. Since she had given birth to her, why had she failed to fulfill a mother's duty? Why had she imposed the mistakes of 3 people onto her? Feeling immensely wronged, Xia Kuang finally shed tears. She looked up into the distance and saw a small boat with 2 fishing lights on the river. The scene reminded her of Chen Mo on her birthday. They had seen the same view by the river. She pulled out her phone and dialed his number, asking, "Where are you?" At that moment, Chen Mo had just entered his home. "At home. What's up? When do we make the move tomorrow? You stole Wu Jianjiang's painting today. I'll be on guard. We need to hold off for now." Chen Mo fabricated a lie to placate her. Though the operation hadn't gone smoothly, Fat Xia had still paid the remaining balance. However, Fat Xia had also demanded that Chen Mo not tell Xia Kuang about the blue notebook. "Aren't you supposed to be highly skilled? Even the most skilled need the right time, place, and people. You saw what happened today. Wu Jianjiang was clearly prepared." After some explanation, he finally managed to calm Xia Kuang down. What Chen Mo worried about most now was not how to cover up the lie in the future, but Zhao Kuo's safety. Wu Jianjiang had said that if Zhao Kuo was lucky, he would reappear in 3 days. The implication was that Zhao Kuo was facing a life-or-death situation. "Then come pick me up," Xia Kuang said. "Pick you up? Where are you?" "By the Baijiang River. He'll wait for you." Xia Kuang gave the exact address and hung up before Chen Mo could respond. Chen Mo glanced at the time and thought of Xia Kuang's alluring figure, which could tempt any man into sinful thoughts, and he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What did she mean by coming to his place instead of going home? A man and a woman alone late at night. Wasn't she afraid he might have improper intentions? Did she have feelings for him, or did she simply not see him as a man? A series of questions flooded Chen Mo's mind, but he didn't dare delay. He went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Baijiang River. A captivating woman like Xia Kuang wandering alone by the river at night was indeed worrisome. On the way back after picking up Xia Kuang, she fell asleep right in the taxi. Looking at her long eyelashes, which resembled 2 little fans, Chen Mo felt an urge to reach out and touch them. When they got home, Xia Kuang didn't even wash up. She went straight to the master bedroom to sleep. This set off another wave of wild thoughts in Chen Mo's mind. But in the end, he restrained his lust and returned to reality from his fantasies. He planned to rough it on the living room sofa, but when he saw Xia Kuang's backpack, a ripple of curiosity stirred within him. He wanted to see that painting. He pulled the painting out of the tube and unrolled it. Chen Mo had no knowledge of painting and was even less versed in art, but he could still tell it was a traditional Chinese-style figure painted in color ink. The figure in the painting, dressed in a green robe, only showed her back, but her graceful silhouette still evoked infinite aesthetic reverie. Wu Jianjiang had hung such a painting opposite his desk. He must have cherished it deeply. But what was the meaning of a mere back view? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a black dot on the back of the figure's neck in the painting, which looked like a mole. Then he recalled that Xia Kuang also had a black mole on her neck. This naturally, though without any scientific basis, led him to think that the figure in the painting and Xia Kuang were mother and daughter. From there, he accurately deduced the relationship between Fat Xia and Wu Jianjiang. They were likely romantic rivals. Fat Xia had hired him to seduce Wu Jianjiang's daughter, claiming she was a brilliant student and extremely beautiful. No matter how he did it, if he slept with her, 500,000 would be his. Any man would want to sleep with a beautiful woman. But that didn't mean Chen Mo had no principles. What would sleeping with a woman for money make him? A gigolo. He was a thief, not a lecher, so Chen Mo absolutely couldn't accept it. But what drove Fat Xia to such a deranged act of hiring someone to sleep with his rival's daughter? Chen Mo let his imagination run wild. Could it be that the diary recorded how Li Hongling and Fat Xia were strangers in the same bed? Or perhaps Wu Jianjiang had slept with Li Hongling, leading to Fat Xia's twisted revenge? As he mused, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh at his own rich imagination. 3 days later, Zhao Kuo finally returned, barely alive. He was drenched in blood, and a deep, bone-visible gash marred his shoulder. It was evident at a glance that he had survived a life-and-death battle. When he was sent to the hospital, Gao Jimeo's sister Gao Jiechi was also being wheeled out of the operating room. The surgery was a success. After finishing a full examination and dressing his wounds, Chen Mo asked what had happened. Zhao Kuo uttered only 4 words: "Swift blade Xiaoyin." In the underworld, anyone with even a shred of awareness knew of Xiaoyin's reputation. Xiao Yin was a legendary figure, a master of the blade whose strikes were as swift as lightning. There were countless terrifying tales about Xiao Yin which Chen Mo had heard of as well. Xiao Yin always wore clothes as white and sharp as a blade. He had a twisted childhood, having murdered his own parents and his martial arts master, becoming a bloodthirsty demon. He was a master of the blade, but no one knew what his blade looked like. It wasn't that all who saw it died, but rather that his blade was simply too fast. How fast was his blade? Legend had it that in a duel, after a single move, his opponent's head would still be attached to their neck speaking. But before the words were finished, the head would fall and blood would spurt out like a fountain. In Chen Mo's view, this was mere hearsay, heavily exaggerated. Yet one thing was certain: Xiao Yin's blade was indeed swift, and he was a feared, bloodthirsty freak. Whether Zhao Kuo survived because Xiao Yin wasn't as formidable as the legend suggested, or because Zhao Kuo possessed equally astonishing skills, Chen Mo didn't know. At the same time, he secretly felt relieved for not agreeing to Big Fatty Xia's despicable request. The consequences of a thief confronting a psychotic killer were all too clear. Should he tell Big Fatty Xia about Xiao Yin? After much deliberation, Chen Mo decided to do Big Fatty Xia this favor. After all, he had taken his money. But when he made the call, Big Fatty Xia only gave a nonchalant "oh" before hanging up, leaving Chen Mo feeling like his goodwill had been rebuffed. Upon reflection, he realized it was probably unnecessary. Big Fatty Xia, who wished nothing more than to grind Wu Jianjiang's bones to dust, would surely be well informed of his enemy's every move. On the afternoon Zhao Kuo was hospitalized. The remaining payment from Big Fatty Xia arrived. Splitting the money was simple. No one was favored or slighted. Each person received 250,000. To Chen Mo's embarrassment, after the distribution, he ended up the poorest. Having previously given Gao Jiamao 400,000, which included a 300,000 deposit, this deal had actually cost him 50,000. Still, he was gratified that the money hadn't been wasted. It had saved Gao Jieqi's life. With the subsequent 250,000, he felt he had done his good deed to the fullest. Throughout this operation, Ma Lu had remained an outsider. Partly because his involvement wasn't necessary for success, and partly because Chen Mo harbored an inexplicable distrust of him. However, Ma Liu's capability was undeniable. In just 1 month, Ma San had established a housekeeping company, and to Chen Mo's astonishment, they even had their own territory. Zhongshan Road, the busiest street in Baijiang City, with its commercial strip, shopping malls, and bus station, was ripe for their operations. Their backing came from a man named Tiger, whom Monkey had mentioned earlier. Admittedly, Ma Lu had handled the entire affair brilliantly, yet Chen Mo still felt a nagging unease. Ma Lu handed Chen Mo a cigarette and said, "I have some connection with Tiger. As long as we pay our dues on time, he'll ensure we have a foothold on Zhongshan Road. But he doesn't handle getting people out of lockup, so we'll have to manage the police station ourselves. I've roughly calculated that we'll need 12 men on Zhongshan Road, and we can make at least 200,000 a month. So, I want to recruit a few people from the shelters and prison gates as soon as possible. Initially, I thought about buying some through human traffickers, but I decided against it. It's not that I begrudge the money, but since this is our first time building a crew, we must be very selective. What do you think?" Everything seemed orderly and reasonable. Chen Mo had no reason to refuse. "All right. But for the later training, you'll need Zhao Kuo to help me. You know, people coming out of there are all kinds of scum. Someone needs to keep them in line." "All right. Zhao Kuo is still in the hospital. Oh, I can talk to him about it then." Ma Lu rubbed his hands together. "Then it's settled. They'll go recruit tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Chen Mo patted Ma Lu on the shoulder. "I won't go. I'll leave this entirely to you." "I appreciate your trouble." Chen Mo didn't accompany Ma Lu to recruit, not out of laziness, but for safety. If a new recruit ever got caught, they might betray him. In the thieving trade, underlings were just tools for profit. Keep the useful ones, discard the useless, or even deliberately set them up to land in jail. Though Chen Mo hadn't been a thief for long, he knew this well. So to avoid being the one to do the dirty work, he left this task to Ma Lu, trusting he would do it even better. However, being an absentee boss had its drawbacks. The underlings might not know who the real leader was, risking a disconnect with the team. So Chen Mo arranged for Monkey to be Ma Liu's eyes, ready to deal with him if he ever showed disloyalty. "Lu, even though you've been handling this, I need to make one thing clear. The crew we're building isn't mine nor yours. It belongs to everyone. Zhao Kuo and Monkey should each have a share." Ma Lu was taken aback, then glanced at Chen Mo's expression. "Monkey is fine, but let's forget about Zhao Kuo. He's not really one of us after all. He might not want it, but we can't withhold it. We need to think long-term. Don't be fixated on immediate gains. To grow big, we need people like Zhao Kuo." "All right, whatever you say." Chen Mo was pleased with Ma Liu's attitude. Tomorrow when you go to recruit, take Monkey along as your deputy. No problem. After chatting idly with Malu for a while, Chen Mo left the housekeeping company and took a bus to Zhongshan Road. He wanted to survey his territory. He knew Zhongshan Road well, but this visit brought a new superior feeling. The road had 2 shopping malls and a long-distance bus station, all lucrative spots. Such places were also havens for all sorts of people, especially the bus station where con artists, beggars, and robbers were most active. After a round at the bus station, Chen Mo intended to check the mall. Just as he was about to cross the street, a black sedan honking loudly sped towards him. He quickly withdrew his step, followed by the screech of brakes. An old lady, like a lame hen, was so terrified she spun in place. Had Chen Mo not reached out to steady her, she would have certainly fallen hard onto the road. The old woman's face was pale with fear, her whole body trembling. The car door opened, and a young girl stepped out. "How do you drive? Can't you slow down?" Chen Mo said angrily, supporting the shaking old woman. "How am I driving?" She didn't watch where she was going and ran a red light. The girl retorted arrogantly. It is common in China for pedestrians and vehicles to compete for right-of-way, especially near shopping malls and train stations where traffic lights sometimes become mere formalities. Chen Mo did not even glance at the signal as he stepped into the crosswalk, simply following the flow of the crowd. Yet even with the light red, the car approached far too fast. Had the young woman offered a brief apology, and had the elderly woman chosen not to press the matter, the incident might have ended there. But instead the girl responded with arrogance and disrespect, something Chen Mo found utterly unacceptable. "How dare you speak like that? Don't you realize you nearly struck someone? It's not my fault if I did. Step aside. My dog Hua is ill. This is a matter of life and death." Hua? A dog's life and death? Who exactly is Hua? Chen Mo blinked, bewildered. "I've raised Hua for 3 years. If anything happens to her, can you possibly bear the responsibility?" "Hua is a dog?" Chen Mo asked, astonished. "So what if she is? Hua is worth more than you are. Now move." The girl grew increasingly impatient. She turned sharply, preparing to get back into her car. Here a human life had nearly been lost, yet she brazenly claimed a dog's life outweighed a person's. Chen Mo seized her arm, his voice blazing with indignation. "You're not leaving until you take the elderly woman to the hospital for a full examination. Only then may you go." "Let go. She's perfectly fine. What's there to examine? Let me warn you. If you delay my business, I'll hold you accountable. Whether she's fine isn't for you to decide, or for me. That rests with the doctors. Are you trying to extort money? At her age, she must have chronic ailments. Do you intend to blame everyone on me? Do you even know how to speak? You hit someone. Don't you realize that?" "Did I? She's still standing, isn't she? If she'd collapsed, it would already be serious. You will take her to the hospital today, no exceptions. Otherwise you won't leave this place." Chen Mo stood resolute, his words ringing with unwavering moral conviction. "You want money? Fine, I'll give it to you." The girl snatched her handbag from the car and pulled out a thick wad of cash. "Is this enough? Take your grandmother to see a doctor." A crowd had gathered by now, drawn by Chen Mo's intervention. Onlookers paused to watch and pointed fingers at the girl. "Let me state clearly, I don't know this elderly woman. I won't accept your money. Take her to the hospital, immediately." Turning to the dazed elderly woman beside him, he added gently, "Ma'am, please call your family right away." "Don't know her? Then why are you meddling like a dog catching mice?" As the girl tried again to climb into her car, Chen Mo held her fast. Bystanders around them wore expressions of outrage, openly condemning her conduct. Just then a traffic officer pushed through the crowd and asked what had occurred. "Officer, you've arrived just in time. She drove recklessly and tried to flee after hitting someone." "Who hit anyone? Who tried to flee?" "I'm the one accusing you of staging an accident." The officer waved his hand. "First, hand over your driver's license." Reluctantly, the girl surrendered her license, then shot Chen Mo a venomous glare. After collecting it, the officer turned to the elderly woman and calmly listened to her account of the incident. Preliminary assessment concluded the girl had been speeding while the elderly woman likely crossed the street illegally. Yet, given her status as a vulnerable party and the possibility of injury, the officer instructed the girl to accompany her to the hospital for evaluation. At this point, Chen Mo intended to leave, but the elderly woman clutched his sleeve, desperately pleading he wait until her family arrived. Chen Mo realized she had come to rely on him as her anchor and resolved to see it through. Right and wrong, after all, would be determined by due process, not by emotion. To prevent traffic congestion, the officer first directed the car to the roadside. Roughly 10 minutes later, 2 vehicles pulled up. The elderly woman's family had arrived. No sooner had they stepped out than Chen Mo sensed something deeply unsettling in the air. 7 or 8 people emerged, not one of them rushing to check on the elderly woman. Instead, they circled the girl like starving wolves, demanding how she planned to settle the matter. The girl stood her ground, insisting she hadn't struck anyone. Enraged, her accusers shouted insults, jumped up and down, and kicked the car, twice leaving 2 deep dents in the door. Chen Mo flushed with embarrassment, ready to slip away unnoticed, until from the corner of his eye he saw the elderly woman swaying unsteadily at the edge of the crowd. He rushed over and steadied her. "Ma'am, what's wrong?" "Dizzy, so dizzy." Her face paled, her lips trembled violently. "Stop arguing. She's fainted. Get her to the hospital now." Chen Mo cried out urgently. 2 men burst from the crowd, father and son by appearance. The elder knelt beside the woman, urging her, "Mom, hold on. That girl hit you. She'll pay 20 or 30,000, or we won't let her go." "Exactly. Grandma, did that girl run the red light and strike you?" The elderly woman shuddered uncontrollably, yet no words came forth. "Friends, let's get her to the hospital first. That young woman isn't going anywhere, and if something were to happen to the elderly woman, the consequences would be grave." Chen Mo offered earnestly. "Who are you?" "I'm a witness." The girl was driving fast. I can't say for certain whether she made contact, but the elderly woman was clearly terrified. Hearing this, the younger man bristled. Eyes blazing, he snapped, uncertain. It was definitely a collision. Otherwise, how could Grandma be like this? Regardless, she still needs urgent medical attention. Look at how pale she's gone. Of course she's responsible. Or are you smitten by her beauty, playing the hero to rescue her? Deliberately claiming uncertainty. Chen Mo sighed inwardly. Truly a good deed met with ingratitude, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. He'd clearly neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today. Just then the traffic officer reappeared, breathless, and declared, "Take the elderly woman to the hospital first. If you have disputes, settle them at the police station." Then he pointed at Chen Mo, "And you, don't leave. Come with me to the station." "Officer, what does this have to do with me? I'm just a passerby. As a witness you're involved, so don't move. I've already explained everything. No more excuses. You're coming now." The officer cut, invisibly irritated. Soon after, 2 additional police cars and an ambulance arrived. The elderly woman was lifted onto a stretcher and rushed to the hospital. Chen Mo and the girl were escorted into the same patrol vehicle. Inside, she fixed him with a venomous stare, making his skin crawl. Chen Mo smiled bitterly to himself. He'd only meant to help, and yet ended up distrusted by both sides. And still, the elderly woman truly was pitiable. "Let me state once more, I didn't run the red light. I merely accelerated slightly." The girl remained steadfast in her claim. The officer behind the wheel scoffed. "Miss, even if you weren't speeding, striking an elderly pedestrian makes you liable. Traffic law protects the vulnerable. In my view, a modest settlement would resolve this cleanly. Your car is likely worth over $1 million. Surely you're not short on funds. Your insurer will cover most of it. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? I repeat, I did not strike her. Why should I be held responsible? Wouldn't that encourage the weak to flout traffic rules with impunity? If that's your stance, I'll pay not a single cent." The officer merely smiled, his expression unmistakable. "You're bold." She pulled out her phone and dialed. "Something's come up. I need you here. Head to the precinct first." After hanging up, she glared once more at Chen Mo and spat, "Meddling dog. Minding what doesn't concern you." Upon arriving at the police station, the elderly woman's family had already gathered, and their ranks had swelled to 15 or 16 men and women. As soon as the girl stepped out of the car, they surrounded her, their faces fierce and eyes glaring. Had the police not intervened, 2 middle-aged women would have surely clawed at her. The girl had no choice but to retreat back into the police car, yet she remained remarkably composed. She pulled out her phone again and made a call, asking in an irritable tone, "Where are you? Have you arrived? Hurry up, I'm giving you 3 minutes." The girl's arrogance was strikingly reminiscent of Xia Kuang, suggesting she was yet another wealthy heiress. To escape her venomous glare, Chen Mo got out of the car first and stood by the station entrance smoking. He watched with a spectator's curiosity, waiting for the reinforcements the girl had summoned, anticipating a dramatic scene. 2 minutes later, a white sedan pulled into the station yard, and a man clad entirely in white stepped out. There's truth to the saying that white makes one look striking. However, even from a distance, Chen Mo could sense an eerie chill emanating from the man, whose face was as pale as snow and eyes as cold as ice. The moment the white-clad man alighted, he drew everyone's attention, and the noisy yard fell silent. The girl got out of the police car and complained, "Why are you so late?" Ignoring her reproach, the white-clad man walked straight ahead. A police officer approached and asked, "Are you a friend of this young lady?" Hey Race, what happened? Your friend hit an elderly woman with her car. The victim has been taken to the hospital, and her family is demanding compensation. Call your station chief out. The white-clad man said. His voice was soft, yet every word was heard clearly by all. The officer, annoyed at being dismissed, wondered who this man thought he was to demand to see the chief. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the man's icy gaze sent a shiver down his spine, and he swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. So you know the chief? Big deal. Even if you brought the mayor here, you'd still have to answer to us. You can't just hit someone and walk away. Medical expenses, mental anguish, rehabilitation costs. At least 200,000, I'm telling you. The white-clad man's gaze fell upon him, and he immediately fell silent. He felt as if he were being watched by a wild beast, a chilling sensation. Just then 7 or 8 tense-looking individuals rushed out of the office building. Their physiques and ages suggested they were various levels of leadership. Seeing this, Chen Mo guessed the situation. The girl had considerable influence, and the greedy family's hopes for easy money were about to be shattered. They might even end up in trouble themselves. A man who appeared to be a high-ranking official hurried over to the girl and asked tentatively, "Are you Wu Luo?" "Yes. I'm the station chief. We've investigated the incident. Surveillance footage shows the elderly woman jaywalking. You're free to go. We'll inform you of the outcome later." The nearby officers were no strangers to such favoritism, but seeing their chief grovel so openly was a first. Their imaginations ran wild regarding the beautiful girl's identity. "What do you mean? Are you bending the law? I'll report you," the elderly woman's family protested. A junior officer beside the chief snapped, "Do you realize what you're doing? Extortion. And you've damaged her car. Do you know how much that car is worth? Paying for it would bankrupt you. Take them inside." His words silenced the troublemakers. It seemed they had tried to bite off more than they could chew and ended up losing instead. Chen Mo observed and listened to the entire ordeal. His heart skipped a beat when he heard the name Wu Luo. Big Fatty Xia had once mentioned that name. The daughter of Wu Jianjiang, the very person Chen Mo was hired to steal from for 5 million. However, Chen Mo was more concerned about the man in white. If his guess was right, he was the swift-bladed Xiao who had severely injured Zhao Qua. Life is indeed full of unexpected twists. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Mo quickly lowered his head and slipped into the station building. He was just a thief and had no desire to cross paths with those who lived on the edge. As Chen Mo had anticipated, Wu Luo left the station with Xiao. The family who had hoped to cash in realized they had met their match and slunk away in defeat. With both parties gone, staying any longer would have been awkward for Chen Mo. As he walked out of the building, a young officer eyed him warily and asked what he was doing there. Chen Mo told the truth, and the officer patted his shoulders, saying, "You can go. Thanks for your help today." Chen Mo smiled nonchalantly and couldn't help asking, "What about the old lady in the hospital? How will that be resolved?" "By the book, of course," the young officer said. Chen Mo found it ironic given that the chief had let the driver go. He offered the officer a cigarette and asked with interest, "And how exactly is that?" It was a good cigarette, a soft-pack Zhonghua. The young officer held it under his nose, savoring the scent, then lit it with an air of importance and took a deep drag. For a low-ranking officer like him, earning a meager salary that afforded only 5 yuan packs, smoking a Zhonghua was as rare as a romantic encounter. Chen Mo's respectful demeanor pleased him, and he warmed to him, adopting a knowing, authoritative air. Normally both parties are at fault, the girl for speeding, the old lady for jaywalking. Given the way things work here, the girl would usually bear full responsibility. But her background is clearly special, so you get the picture. "Is the old lady okay?" The officer smiled. "Luckily she's fine, just a bit shaken. But next time stay away from situations like this. Don't rush in. You saw how it was today? The family was clearly looking to make a buck. And that girl is no pushover. If the family hadn't been scared off by the real culprit, and if the old lady hadn't insisted you were a good Samaritan, you might have been stuck with the blame." Chen Mo was stunned. Times had changed and morals had decayed. They said thieves were hated like rats, but today's events taught him that good and evil couldn't be judged by profession alone. It was about having a conscience. Even a thief could have one. Bidding farewell to the officer, Chen Mo left the station with mixed feelings. As he stepped out, he looked up and saw a white sedan parked by the roadside. It was Xiaoyin's car. Why hadn't he left yet? A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine. Just as he lowered his head to hurry away, the door opened, and Xiaoyin stepped out. Then Xiaoyin waved at Chen Mo, beckoning him over. Gathering his courage, he walked over. Through the lowered car window, he could see Wu Luo sitting in the back seat. Standing close to Xiaoyin, Chen Mo immediately felt an intense aura of coldness emanating from him. Xiaoyin was dressed entirely in snow-white clothes, and his face was also pale. Not a sickly pallor or an ashen white, but a crystalline lustrous white like jade. Because his entire being radiated whiteness, his pitch-black eyes stood out strikingly like two cold stars in the dead of night, frighteningly bright. "What is it?" Chen Mo asked, his heart clenched. "Are you a friend of Zhao Kuo?" "Yes," Chen Mo replied. "How is he?" "He's fine." Wu Luyao leaned out of the car window and said with disgust, "Are you done or not? Are we going or not?" From Wu Luyao's attitude toward Xiao Yin, it was clear that Xiao Yin was merely a servant or follower to her. But Xiao Yin didn't even glance at Wu Luyao. He continued speaking to Chen Mo, "Give him my regards." "All right." Though Chen Mo agreed verbally, his mind was struggling to keep up. Hadn't Zhao Kuo been injured by Xiao Yin? Why would he ask him to pass on greetings? Xiao Yin got into the car and started the engine. As the car drove away, Wu Luyao extended her middle finger at Chen Mo in contempt. "White-clothed man, do you know that person?" Wu Luyao asked, fiddling with the ring on her finger. Seeing that Xiao Yin remained silent, she looked up and asked with displeasure, "I'm talking to you, why aren't you answering?" Xiao Yin acted as if he hadn't heard Wu Luyao's words and still gave no response. Feeling snubbed, Wu Luyao wrinkled her nose and said, "Tch," acting all aloof. Watching the car gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Mo finally snapped back to reality. He hailed a taxi on the roadside and went directly to the hospital. Zhao Kuo's injuries were severe, but they were all external. The doctor said he could be discharged after a period of observation. Zhao Kuo couldn't stand the hospital atmosphere. As a former Special Forces soldier, he would have already gone home, following his principle of never leaving the front line for minor wounds. If Chen Mo hadn't insisted he follow the doctor's orders. Placing the fruit he had brought on the bedside table, Chen Mo casually asked, "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine already." Chen Mo picked up an apple and began to peel it, saying, "Don't rush. You need to listen to the doctor." "I met Xiao Yin today." Zhao Kuo remained silent, looking at Chen Mo, waiting for him to continue. "He asked me to give you his regards." Zhao Kuo was a man of few words and seldom smiled. But this time Chen Mo clearly saw the corners of Zhao Kuo's mouth lift slightly. "Are you familiar with Xiao Yin?" Chen Mo asked, puzzled. "No. He injured you, so why did he ask me to give you his regards?" "You wouldn't understand," Zhao Kuo replied. Chen Mo truly didn't understand, but he wanted to know what had happened between Zhao Kuo and Xiao Yin. "What is your relationship with Xiao Yin?" "We had no prior connection. If there is any relationship, it can only be that we will be rivals in the future." Handing the peeled apple to Zhao Kuo, Chen Mo continued, "What exactly happened between you two that day?" "That day I was keeping watch downstairs. After taking down a few security guards, I encountered him. We exchanged only one move and immediately knew we were both experts." Chen Mo didn't think Zhao Kuo was trying to elevate himself by associating with Xiao Yin. On the contrary, he felt Zhao Kuo was merely stating the basic facts. Xiao Yin's reputation was well known, and his skills needed no elaboration. The fact that Zhao Kuo could exchange blows with Xiao Yin, even though he ultimately lost, and still return alive, was enough to prove that Zhao Kuo's abilities were also extraordinary. "Where did you go with him that day?" Chen Mo asked. "We found a secluded place. And then you fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing Zhao Kuo look at him in surprise, Chen Mo also realized how naive his words sounded. He quickly asked, "What did you do for those 3 days?" "We talked, then we fought. But I lost." Chen Mo wanted to get to the bottom of things and ask what they had talked about, but his professional habits made him feel that such topics were too private. Zhao Kuo was different from Monkey and Malu. Although he had pulled off a few jobs with Chen Mo, he was ultimately not a professional thief. Thus their relationship was rather delicate. It could be said that they needed each other or that there was a certain bond of camaraderie between them. But this bond was too fragile. To maintain this fragile friendship, they had to give each other space. "Actually, you don't need to mind it. Xiao Yin is a blade master. Losing to him empty-handed is no disgrace." Zhao Kuo smiled again, but it was a bitter smile. He said, "Xiao Yin didn't use a blade. If he had, I definitely wouldn't have come back." "Didn't use a blade? Then how did you get those wounds on your body?" Chen Mo asked in astonishment. "Thread. He used thread," Zhao Kuo said. Chen Mo couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Thread could inflict such injuries on Zhao Kuo. Could thread really become a lethal weapon? He couldn't comprehend it, nor could he imagine it. "Don't worry, Xiao Yin isn't after us." Big fatty Xia. "Yes." Chen Mo sighed and said, "It seems Wu Jianjiang is about to make a big move. The sky over Baijiang City is about to change." As it turned out, Chen Mo's words were prophetic. Undercurrents began to surge in Baijiang City. Ordinary people remained oblivious to these undercurrents, but anyone involved in the underworld heard explosive news every day. Some said that Big Fatty Xia had been ambushed and nearly killed. Others said the police were raiding Wu Jianjiang's entertainment venues every day more punctually than clocking in for work. There were also rumors that Big Fatty Xia and Wu Jianjiang had held negotiations at a riverside fishery, and when words failed they resorted to violence, resulting in countless casualties. Among these, an even more explosive piece of news emerged. Big Fatty Xia's beloved daughter Xia Kuang was actually the illegitimate child of Wu Jianjiang and Big Fatty Xia's wife. During this period of intense conflict between Big Fatty Xia and Wu Jianjiang, a power vacuum appeared among the criminal underworld in Baijiang City. Various small-time gangs from all walks of life seized the opportunity to cause trouble, hoping to grab a share of the spoils. For the thieves, the territory Chen Mo and his group had just taken over was targeted by the Xinjiang gang. They not only encroached on their turf, but even actively provoked them. The dozen or so underlings Ma Lu had recruited were all novices. When they saw the Xinjiang gang, they ran faster than they would from the police, a testament to the Xinjiang gang's ferocity. In reality, Xinjiang gang was a general term for groups engaged in illegal activities. The most common and widespread of these found across the country were the ones selling chia gao, a kind of nut cake. They bullied the market for sales and did so openly and brazenly. Even the city inspectors, formidable as they were helpless against these people. They were adept at both verbal and physical confrontation. When inspectors came to enforce the law, the Xinjiang people would use words saying simply don't understand. If it came to physical force, they would pull out a knife not to attack, but to sharpen it incessantly, unnerving you until your heart raced. Forcibly shut down their stalls. That was even easier. They would immediately slap you with the label of racial discrimination, and Xinjiang people would emerge from every nook and cranny demonstrating with facts what unity is strength meant. So being targeted by the Xinjiang gang, it was easy to imagine how much of a headache it was for Chen Mo. Regarding the Xinjiang gang's encroachment on territory, Ma Lu suggested a strategy of first employing courtesy before resorting to force. First, he proposed luring their leader into negotiations to stabilize them, then waiting for Xia the Fatty and Wu Jianjiang, two major figures, to settle their dispute, allowing Tiger to step in and mediate. However, Chen Mo did not intend to adopt Ma Lu's suggestion, as negotiations only favor those with equal strength. Since the Xinjiang gang dared to cross boundaries, they clearly believed they had the upper hand. Without demonstrating real capability, entering negotiations would only invite humiliation. Thus, Chen Mo planned to first intimidate the Xinjiang gang, proving he was not to be trifled with, so he could seize the initiative in later talks. That afternoon, Chen Mo, accompanied by Zhao Kuo and Ma Lu, arrived at Zhongshan Road to await the Xinjiang gang's appearance. Around 4 o'clock, two Xinjiang men finally appeared on the road, glancing around furtively as they walked. Observing them, Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. These two Xinjiang thieves disgraced the very profession of thievery. Their intentions were too obvious, utterly unprofessional. Their shifty demeanor would make anyone wary. They probably didn't even know what platform or horse rear meant. Platform referred to the pocket under the jacket, while horse rear meant the back pocket of trousers. Chen Mo maintained a distance of about 10 meters, tailing the two Xinjiang men without rushing to act, wanting first to observe their modus operandi. The two soon reached the mall entrance, loitering there until they finally identified a target. A middle-aged woman carrying a 5- or 6-year-old girl had a black bag slung over her right arm. The girl was crying incessantly, demanding to buy something. It was a well-chosen target. The victim's attention was entirely on the child, making it easy to strike while she was off guard. They made their move. The woman set the girl on the mall steps and bent down to reason with her. One Xinjiang man crept up behind her, pulled a long, thin clamp from his sleeve, unzipped the bag with one hand, and used the clamp to extract a phone. This common technique relied on speed. The entire process took 7 to 8 seconds. Clumsy thieves. It was fortunate the woman was focused on her child, or she would have noticed. Yet the thief seemed pleased with his skill, even making a face at the crying girl. The girl wailed even louder. As Zhao Kuo moved to intervene, Chen Mo grabbed him, saying, "Wait, he'll be caught. Let's see how they escape." Sure enough, the next moment the girl shouted, "Mom, the phone's gone." The woman looked down at her bag, turned, and saw the thief holding the clamp. She seized his arm, shrieking, "Thief! Catch the thief!" Her cries drew a crowd of onlookers. Chen Mo took the opportunity to approach. "Who's a thief? Don't talk nonsense." The thief snarled. "You are the thief. Give me back my phone." The woman reached for the thief's pocket, but he shoved her away. "Keep talking, and I'll teach you a lesson, got it? Help! Catch the thief." The woman pleaded, tugging at the thief's clothes. Normally, a thief caught red-handed would immediately dispose of the loot to feign innocence, avoiding the risk of being caught with evidence even if the police arrived. But this thief didn't do that. Instead, he slapped the woman, shouting, "Do you want to die? Let go or I'll bleed you dry." The thief is hitting someone. The woman wailed, blood dripping from her mouth, her hair disheveled. The vicious thief drew a knife from his waist, instantly deterring several would-be heroes. A few others opted for a strategic retreat, stepping back to call the police. His accomplice rushed over, grabbed the woman by the hair, and kicked her to the ground, both of them raining blows on her. Screams, curses, and the child's cries mingled in a horrifying scene. When Chen Mo first entered this trade, he had encountered victims who clung to thieves, but the worst was just verbal threats and intimidation. He had never seen knives drawn or victims brutally beaten. The Xinjiang men's atrocities were utterly appalling. Watching the woman kneel, clutching her wailing child, and crying out in despair, rage surged within Chen Mo. These two Xinjiang men not only broke the rules, but were the scum of thieves. The thief, having shaken off the woman, spat a thick gob of phlegm, brandished his knife, and glared at the crowd, cursing, "What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Move." The crowd parted, and the two Xinjiang men swaggered away. Chen Mo flicked his wrist, a blade appearing between his fingers, and strode past them, brushing shoulders. With a sharp snap, a red phone fell from the thief. Startled, he saw a long gash in his jeans exposing half his buttock. He bent to grab the phone and flee, but a foot stomped on his hand. A cry of pain escaped him as he looked up into a cold, grim face. His hand crunched under Zhao Kuo's foot, feeling as if it would be crushed. The accomplice drew a knife and lunged at Zhao Kuo, who caught his wrist in a firm grip. The accomplice's wrist gave way, and he fell to his knees, groaning. Chen Mo picked up the phone and approached the battered woman. "Is this yours?" "Yes, it's mine. They stole it." Returning the phone, Chen Mo addressed the crowd. "You all saw it. These Xinjiang men are thieves. They're despicable, stealing and beating people. Outrageous." Right, take them to the police station," someone said angrily. "The station's too good for them. They should be beaten to death." "Exactly, beat them to death. They're inhuman." Chen Mo had successfully roused the crowd's fury. Seizing the moment, Ma Lu rushed and kicked the kneeling Xinjiang man over and shouted, "Take that, you bastards." With Ma Lu leading the charge, those who had been too afraid to act surged forward, quickly engulfing the two thieves. They beat them until they howled like ghosts and wolves. This beating would surely leave a deeper impression than a trip to the station where money could buy a quick release. This would keep them bettered in for at least a month, maybe with lasting effects. "That was a good kick," Chen Mo laughed, his eyes scanning the crowd's edge where two more Xinjiang men appeared. These two seemed to have arrived later. Seeing their comrades being mobbed, they dared not approach, only watching from afar, whispering and glancing their way. "Those scumbags disgrace thieves. They need a lesson," Ma Lu said with a grin. Chen Mo put an arm around his shoulder. "The Xinjiang gang's men are here. Let's go check them out." With Zhao Kuo by his side, Chen Mo was not afraid of the Xinjiang gang resorting to violence. He led Ma Lu and Zhao Kuo forward with confidence. Just a dozen meters away from them, the sound of police sirens rang out. Two police cars roared past them, and the two Xinjiang men by the roadside immediately turned and left. As soon as the police arrived, those seeking justice scattered like birds and beasts. Though thieves are detestable, beating someone to injury would still entail responsibility, a bit of common sense people possessed. "The police are here. Should we pull back too?" Ma Lu asked. "No need, keep following them," Chen Mo said firmly. Following the two Xinjiang men across the overpass, they entered a narrow alley. The alley was chaotic and disorderly, with desolate street-side shops mostly consisting of hair salons and mahjong parlors. "Up ahead is the Xinjiang gang's turf. I think we should retreat," Ma Lu said worriedly. "Don't worry, they won't dare do anything to us in broad daylight, especially with Zhao Kuo here," Chen Mo reassured him. Exiting the alley, across the street lay the West Triangle Wholesale Market. For a city, a wholesale market is the most bustling place. That the Xinjiang gang could hold their ground in such a locale was due not only to formidable backing, but also to their own considerable strength. Across the alley stood a two-story halal restaurant. Watching the two Xinjiang men enter it, Chen Mo immediately concluded that this must be the Xinjiang gang's lair. "Want a change of taste?" "My treat," Chen Mo said. "You want to go into the restaurant?" Ma Lu asked in astonishment. The Xinjiang gang was known as the Wolves of the Northwest. First for their solidarity, second for their fierce combativeness. For Chen Mo to enter their den for a meal was tantamount to suicide. "Of course," Chen Mo said with a relaxed expression. "I think we'd better forget it." Ma Lu backed out. Chen Mo draped an arm over Ma Lu's shoulder and said, "Relax, we're just going for a meal, not to cause trouble. If we happen to meet their boss, he might even treat us to a meal out of sheer delight." Ma Lu gave a bitter smile, thinking Chen Mo must have taken the wrong medicine today. If the Xinjiang gang leader saw them walking into his trap, he'd certainly be pleased. Treating them to a meal was doubtful, but a beating was guaranteed. What? Scared? If you lack such courage, how will you lead others? Chen Mo said with a hint of mockery. Ma Liu's face flushed slightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Who says I'm scared? Let's go." Then he carefully instructed Zhao Qua, "You be ready. If they make a move, take down their boss first." Since it wasn't mealtime, the restaurant had no diners, though only a few employees were lazily dozing in the hall. They made no move to greet the newcomers. Ma Lu addressed a friendly-looking person. "We want to eat." "Come and what'll you have?" the other asked in stiff Mandarin. "Are there private rooms upstairs?" Chen Mo asked. "Yes." "Give us a private room," Chen Mo said, heading upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the trio immediately came face to face with the two Xinjiang men who had entered earlier. The two clearly recognized them, their faces showing surprise and suspicion. Chen Mo acted as if he hadn't noticed and entered a large private room. A table that could seat over a dozen people felt empty with just 3, but Chen Mo ordered plenty of dishes, and once they were all served, the table was full. The food was reasonably priced and tasty, showing that aside from using this place as their lair, the Xinjiang gang was running it with genuine effort. Seeing Ma Liu's terrified demeanor, Chen Mo found it amusing. Ma Lu had a sharp mind, but lacked courage, destined to be a doer, but not a leader. As long as he knew his limits, he was still a good assistant. Pouring wine for Ma Lu and Zhao Qua, Chen Mo said, "Make sure to eat and drink well. This meal wasn't cheap, don't waste it." No sooner had he spoken than noisy footsteps echoed from the hallway. Ma Liu's hand holding his wine glass trembled, spilling some. The door opened, and in walked a thin, dark-faced, middle-aged man. He wore a tracksuit but topped it with a distinctly Xinjiang-style four-cornered hat, looking somewhat incongruous. Yet his small eyes were bright and sharp. Behind him followed 6 menacing subordinates. "What's the meaning of this?" Chen Mo feigned ignorance. The middle-aged man grinned, sat down, and said in standard Mandarin, "You've got some nerve. Do you know where you are?" "A restaurant, a place to eat." Chen Mo continued to play dumb. "I'm afraid you'll have to cough up what you've swallowed." Chen Mo pretended to suddenly understand, then said disdainfully, "The Xinjiang gang, I've heard of you and seen your methods. Are you the boss? What should I call you?" "Yang Jun." "Who are you?" Chen Mo from Zhongshan Road." "We're practically neighbors. Are you here to call me to account?" Yang Jun said with a fake smile. "Wouldn't dare. Your men crossed into Zhongshan Road to work. I came to see if your Xinjiang gang was starving, and to give you brother Yang a heads up. But seeing this, I'm surprised. Your turf is a gold mine. I'm tempted to bring my brothers over for a piece." Yang Jun laughed at this. Though he didn't know Chen Mo, he was well aware of the situation on Zhongshan Road. A newly formed crew of just over a dozen, no match for him. In Yang Jun's eyes, the Xinjiang gang was notorious for their unity, ruthlessness, and brutality. Had he not been outnumbered, he would have long challenged the local underworld. So petty thievery didn't impress Yang Jun. Today, Chen Mo's open defiance in his own restaurant struck him as both infuriating and amusing. If not for the bad optics in his establishment, he would have ordered his men to take out these 3 reckless scoundrels. "Seems you don't know our Xinjiang gang well. To snatch food from us, you'd better be ready to spill your guts." Chen Mo lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and said, "My understanding of you is superficial, neither proper theft nor robbery. Simply put, you lack rules and your methods are too ugly." "Fuck your mother." "Say that again." One of Yang Jun's subordinates roared, itching for a fight. Yang Jun raised a hand to stop him and said, "Do you want to leave here alive?" Ma Liu's heart was in his throat. Brother Yang Tiger has already divided up the territories. Crossing into ours is disrespectful to him. Using Tiger to pressure me. Even if he were here, I'd say the same. From now on, Zhongshan Road is my turf. If you don't back off, we'll have to settle this." Chen Mo said calmly, "Fine. Then name your terms, Brother Yang. Since we're all in the underworld, well, follow its rules." Chen Mo sneered. "And which rules of the underworld does Brother Yang refer to?" These Xinjiang men weren't even proper thieves. Their crude methods were no different from robbery. By thieves' rules, it would be a contest of skill. In skill, Chen Mo was 100% confident. By gangster rules, it would be a test of brutality. Given their numbers and ruthlessness, Chen Mo assumed Yang Jun would choose the latter. But Zhao Qua was no pushover either. In a fight, they wouldn't necessarily lose. Yang Jun squinted and said, "Since we all make a living as thieves, well, follow thieves' rules." He then turned to his subordinates and said, "Go invite 9th brother here." Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. 9th brother. Had Zhe Jiu returned? When Yang Jun declared they would settle their dispute by the thieves' code, Chen Mo was already deeply taken aback, But upon hearing that Zai Jiao would be summoned, his shock turned to outright astonishment. At that moment, Ma Lu nearly tumbled off his chair. Ever since Zai Jiao had vanished, rumors had swirled through the underworld that he had betrayed him to the police. Though his conscience was clear, Ma Lu could not ignore his own sordid past. Would Zai Jiao truly spare him? The instant Zai Jiao stepped into the room, Chen Mo felt as though needles pierced his back. His face burned with humiliation, more searing than a public slap across the cheek. He himself had been the one who first betrayed Zai Jiao. In the underworld, betraying one's elder brother was the gravest taboo, a crime warranting dismemberment, yet still deemed insufficient retribution. If Zai Jiao exposed this truth, Chen Mo would be utterly erased from the underworld's map. Before Chen Mo could utter a word, Ma Lu, riddled with guilt, sprang to his feet with a stammering deferential bow. Jiao, Juga. Chen Mo forced composure, lit a cigarette, and wore a practiced smile. So brother Jiao has returned. Yang Jun courteously offered Zai Jiao a seat, then feigned ignorance with a knowing grin. Brother Jiao, you two know each other. Zai Jiao ignored Ma Lu entirely, fixing his unblinking gaze on Chen Mo as he sat down. Know each other? I'd recognize him even if reduced to ashes. Yang Jun chuckled. Oh my. Sounds like there's deep history between you two. Zai Jiao's expression remained as still and dark as stagnant water. He paid no heed to Yang Jun's levity. Seems you've both risen in stature. Ma Lu hurriedly interjected. Brother Jiao, please don't misunderstand. We've merely scraped by since you left. Truth is, we've long awaited your return. There's something I must explain. I did not betray you that time. I swear it on my life. At those words, Chen Mo burned with the urge to tear Ma Lu's mouth apart. Zai Jiao dismissed Ma Lu's plea without a glance, his eyes never leaving Chen Mo. I hear you've lately made quite a name for yourself, pulled off several major jobs. Back then I truly underestimated you. Chen Mo replied, all thanks to your tutelage, brother Jiao. May I ask, what are your plans now that you're back? Zai Jiao countered coolly, what do you think? Chen Mo offered an awkward smile, I hope you've returned unharmed. Yang Jun clapped delightedly, how intriguing. Brother Jiao, it seems your former underling is stepping out of your shadow and showing no respect at all. Still, it's fortunate timing. You've just returned to Baijiang City, and this is the perfect chance to reassert your authority. Earlier we agreed to settle things by underworld rules. I'll leave it to you, brother Jiao, to represent me in this matter. Agreed. Well then, Chen Mo, dare you face your former boss. Refuse and withdraw from Zhongshan Road now. Otherwise you'll lose far more than just face. Before laying eyes on Zai Jiao, Chen Mo had held quiet confidence in his own skill, but now uncertainty coiled cold and heavy in his chest. Zai Jiao's reputation in Baijiang City rested not only on razor-sharp wits, but also on peerless technical mastery. Though Chen Mo had never witnessed Zai Jiao steal, the image of him picking a lock that fateful night, when Zai Jiao fell from grace, remained vivid and indelible. A master among masters. Yet Chen Mo paused. What if he defeated Zai Jiao? Would that not catapult him to instant legend? Shaking off his inner turmoil, he declared, since matters have reached this point, withdrawing would be profoundly disappointing. Name the time. Excellent. Straightforward. 3 days from now at the cockfighting arena in Wujiachu. Chen Mo rose. Agreed. Till then. Brother Jiao will meet again in 3 days. Yang Jun gestured for his men to part, and Chen Mo strode out boldly. Ma Lu trailed behind, his face twisted into a cringing, obsequious smile. Brother Jiao, it truly wasn't me who betrayed you. I swear it. I believe you. Zai Jiao nodded. The weight crushing Ma Lu's chest lifted instantly. Thank you, brother Jiao, for believing me. Outside, the restaurant crowds surged and traffic roared. Chen Mo walked silently, head bowed, piecing together the enigma of Zai Jiao's alliance with Yang Jun. Zai Jiao's former empire had crumbled entirely. Now wanted by authorities, he must have sought refuge and sworn allegiance to the Xinjiang gang. Yang Jun treated Zai Jiao with outward courtesy, yet beneath his polished words and gestures lay unmistakable distance, not the bond of true trust. So why risk returning to Baijiang City? Had he come solely to exact vengeance? At the thought of his betrayal, Chen Mo recoiled, not from guilt towards Zai Jiao, but because betraying one's elder brother would forever stain his own legacy. You two have history? Zhao Kui asked. Before Chen Mo could answer, Ma Lu rushed in, no grudge. Just that he used to be our elder brother. When the crackdown hit, he fled. Now he's back to reclaim his territory. I say we report him. He'll be out of Baijiang City before dawn. Ma Lu, now transformed from the cowering man in the private room, spoke boldly, while stealing glances at Chen Mo's expression. Chen Mo refused to repeat his past mistake. We've already accepted the challenge. Resorting to underhanded tactics is unnecessary. And even if brother Jiao were arrested, the Xinjiang gang would not let the matter rest. Do you truly believe you can win? Ma Lu finally voiced his deepest concern. In his view, Zaijiu's era had passed, but even a fallen camel dwarfs a horse. No one could rule out a resurgence. As for Chen Mo, he possessed sharp intellect and formidable methods backed by a strategist like Zhao Qua. He was no mere upstart to be dismissed lightly. Their confrontation promised a near-even contest, 50-50 odds. For Ma Lu, Chen Mo's victory would be ideal, but should he fall, what fate awaited him? Chen Mo glanced at Ma Lu. If I accept it, it's because I'm certain of victory. Or do you hold another opinion? Never. I stand firmly with you. Don't forget I lost a finger for you. To mask his discomfort, Ma Lu hastily dug into his pocket for a cigarette. His hand brushed against something unfamiliar, an object shaped like a folded slip of paper. Ma Lu's mind raced. When did this appear in my pocket? In that flash, Zaijiu's face loomed in his thoughts. Noticing Ma Lu's stiffened expression, Chen Mo asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, nothing." Ma Lu snapped back, pulled out the cigarette, and hurriedly offered one to Chen Mo and Zhao Qua. At the roadside, after watching Chen Mo and Zhao Qua depart in a taxi, Ma Lu urgently retrieved the slip. It bore a single telephone number. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, Ma Lu hurried to a secluded spot. Staring at the number, he chain-smoked 3 cigarettes. Then with trembling resolve dialed it. The call connected, but silence answered. "Hello. Who is this?" Ma Lu whispered hoarsely. "I knew you'd call." A voice echoed from the receiver. Ma Lu instantly recognized it. His heart hammered violently as he stammered, "What do you want?" "You're intelligent. You know precisely what I intend. Are you open to discussion?" After a pause, Ma Lu swallowed hard. "Yes." "Where?" Chen Mo was confident of triumphing over Thief 9, not because of his own technical prowess, but due to an extraordinary ability he possessed. Superb technique required not just talent, but also long-term accumulation and practical experience, areas where Chen Mo fell short compared to Thief 9. Yet he had a capability that no one else could match. Peak. That was the reason he dared to accept this challenge. Since saving Gao Jiamao last time, Chen Mo had fully comprehended Peak. Though unable to wield it with proficiency, he had grasped about 60 to 70% of its essence. To Chen Mo, Peak was a superpower. As long as he mastered this skill, he believed he would become invincible and conquer all. His only regret was not knowing what the contest would entail. Yet buoyed by his superpower, Chen Mo grew increasingly convinced he would make a name for himself in a single battle. Though Thief 9 was now diminished, his reputation loomed large, an insurmountable mountain in the thief world for quite some time. Imagining this mountain crumbling before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He floated home, but as he stepped out of the elevator, he froze, seeing a gracefully dressed girl in red standing at his doorstep. It was Xia Kuang. "Why are you here?" Chen Mo asked. "Are we friends?" Xia Kuang countered instead of answering. "I suppose. Is something the matter?" Now that Big Fatty Xia and Wu Jianjiang were locked in fierce conflict, Chen Mo was wary of this enchantress. He just wanted to live quietly as a thief, avoiding entanglement in underworld disputes. "I have nowhere to stay. Can I crash here for a few days?" Xia Kuang said. "This doesn't seem appropriate." Chen Mo hesitated. "Didn't you say you wanted to be my boyfriend? Why isn't it appropriate?" Chen Mo smiled wryly, opened the door, and walked in. "Miss Xia, stop teasing me. With your status, you could stay anywhere. Why come to my place?" He paused mid-sentence, then changed his tone. "Could the rumors about you be true?" A flicker of pain crossed Xia Kuang's face, but it didn't escape Chen Mo's eyes. "If you don't agree, forget it," she said, turning to leave. "Stop. I didn't say you couldn't stay. So you agree. For the sake of friendship, yes. But I must warn you, it can't be permanent. You know what I do for a living. My hands aren't exactly clean. If I lose control one day and do something inappropriate, it won't be good." Chen Mo took Xia Kuang in not out of lust but pity. Though she hadn't answered his question, he had guessed the truth. The rumors must be real, otherwise Big Fatty Xia would never let his precious daughter wander alone during such a critical time. If she wasn't Big Fatty Xia's biological daughter, then she must be Wu Jianjiang's. Wu Jianjiang had slept with Big Fatty Xia's wife, and Big Fatty Xia retaliated by paying Chen Mo to defile Wu Jianjiang's daughter. An eye for an eye, mutual harm. It seemed Big Fatty Xia and Wu Jianjiang wouldn't stop until one of them was destroyed. "He'll only stay 3 days, Xia Kuang said. "What are your plans after that?" "I'm heading south." Chen Mo understood. She wanted to leave this place of sorrow. After preparing the guest room, Chen Mo said, "You'll sleep in this room tonight. Do you have things to take care of these days? Need any help?" "Thanks, I can handle it myself." Watching Xia Kuang's tears fall silently, Chen Mo was reminded of a line from a poem. Her jade-like face was lonely, tears streaming down like pear blossoms in spring rain. Xia Kuang's image as an unreasonable shrew was deeply ingrained in Chen Mo's mind, so seeing her cry like a delicate maiden caught him off guard. Chen Mo had completed his comingafage ceremony at 14 and had charmed many girls through high school and college, honing a skill akin to Shimanqing's womanizing ways. But to avoid igniting a fire that would consume him, he dared only to harbor lustful thoughts towards Xia Kuang, never acting on them. Beyond her complicated background, he couldn't fathom her temperament. One moment she was into performance art, the next she was scaling walls, and now she suddenly had two fathers. Swallowing something was easy, but digesting it was far from simple. Do you want to rest first? Xia Kuang nodded and entered the room. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. Every family had its own troubles. These wealthy households might seem glamorous on the surface, but beneath lay a mess of scars. Their lives weren't necessarily better than those struggling for 3 meals a day. For dinner, Chen Mo specially made a pot of chicken soup for Xia Kuang. She had visibly lost weight over the past days, her complexion dull, so it would help nourish her. Setting the soup on the table, he knocked on Xia Kuang's door. Have something to eat. You look pale. Stay here and recover, and tell me whatever you want to eat. I have no appetite. This soup can't heal your heart, but it can strengthen your body. I've been simmering it all afternoon. At least give me some face. Go wash your face. Your eyes are swollen like rotten peaches. Chen Mo tried to lighten the mood. Xia Kuang washed her face, and Chen Mo ladled the soup, placing the bowl and spoon before her. Try it. Xia Kuang took only a sip and set it down, showing little appetite. Chen Mo sighed, scooping the chicken with his spoon. Oh, chicken, you died so unfairly. Xia Kuang looked up puzzled. Chen Mo put on a regretful expression. If I'd known your death would be so pointless, I wouldn't have been chased for 3 streets. Did you steal this chicken? Xia Kuang asked softly. Chen Mo sighed again. Yeah, I swiped this old hen from a chicken coop in an old neighborhood. You have no idea. That old lady chased me, cursing that I'd stolen her grandson's breakfast. Her grandson eats an egg from this hen every morning. Of course, Chen Mo wouldn't go that far for a chicken, but he had spent a long time picking one out at the market. Xia Kuang saw through his kind lie. Not funny at all. Seriously, I even found an egg inside the hen. He pulled a red-shelled egg from his pocket. Hey, erase the proof. Final drink. I'm not an idiot. Chen Mo placed the egg on the table. You're not an idiot, but you're not smart either. Since some things can't be changed, let them go and be the best version of yourself. Xia Kuang took a big gulp of the soup. That's right. You're into performance art. Live your life the way you want it. Xia Kuang set down the bowl. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just wash the dishes after eating. How does it taste? Let me get you another bowl. Not to brag, but my chicken soup is absolutely top-notch. I've even thought that if I ever quit being a thief, I'll open a chicken soup joint. The kitchen was an unfamiliar territory for Xia Kuang. Before this, she had only entered a kitchen once in her life, when she had cooked porridge for Chen Mo. She never expected her second visit to the kitchen would also be related to him. Even more unexpected was that after resolving to bid farewell to her past life, the first thing she did was wash dishes. Chen Mo stood beside her, assisting as best he could, doing his utmost to crack jokes and lighten the mood. Though he couldn't see a smile on Xia Kuang's face, he knew in his heart that his words today had taken effect. For Chen Mo, rescuing the depressed heart of a delicate girl was a merit surpassing the construction of a 7-story pagoda. However, the next scene left him embarrassed. Xia Kuang bent down to put the washed dishes into the cabinet, while Chen Mo stood behind her holding the clay pot. Clumsy Xia Kuang tripped, involuntarily stumbling back 2 steps. Without any deviation, her delicate rounded posterior enough to tempt one to sin pressed precisely against Chen Mo's vital spot. Chen Mo, who had been standing behind Xia Kuang, ogling her with lascivious thoughts, was jolted by this collision, his face turning red to the ears. That feeling was indescribable. Xia Kuang also distinctly felt the foreign object, snapped upright, and swiftly turned to lean against the cabinet. You? Chen Mo, slightly arching his back in a frantic attempt to hide his embarrassment, said, You are really careless. Go out. Hearing this, a blushing Xia Kuang immediately left the kitchen and fled into the bedroom. Seeing her escape, Chen Mo hurriedly put down the clay pot and lit a cigarette. After the awkwardness faded, a mischievous grin of having gotten the upper hand spread across his face. He thought to himself that moment was pretty damn exciting. Lying in bed that night, he replayed the scene from the kitchen over and over, indulging in the memory without tiring until he fell asleep with a smile still on his face. In the other bedroom, Xia Kuang also couldn't sleep. Her heart was still pounding. Since childhood, Xia Kuang had been as enchantingly radiant as a flower, naturally attracting countless suitors who seemed outstanding in the eyes of most. Yet none of these people had ever entered her heart. because she knew their intentions were driven by her beauty and even more so by her family background. To shake off the swarm of admirers, she had to disguise herself, turning into a hedgehog. She made those with impure motives bleed from her thorns, forcing them to keep their distance. But this tactic also hurt herself, leaving her increasingly isolated. Over time, her personality became eccentric, and she ended up friendless. So when she learned the truth about her origins and ran away from home with nowhere else to go, Chen Mo was the first person she thought of. Thinking of her current predicament, sorrow welled up within her again. She had never met her biological mother, and her only relative in the world had become a stranger in the face of a paternity test, erasing over 20 years of familial bonds. As a product of hatred, where should she go? Chen Mo told her, live the life you want to live, be the best version of yourself, not for anyone else. Suddenly, Xia Kuang realized that Chen Mo, this frivolous, greedy little thief, not only brought her unexpected surprises, but was also adept at resolving troubles, offering a strange sense of warmth. This man had quietly and absurdly found his way into her heart. This frightened her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Besides regularly feeding Xia Kuang with words of comfort and inspiration, Chen Mo was also preparing for the upcoming competition with Thief 9. Practicing his skills was a given, and he had gained a deeper understanding of his foresight. Through repeated drills, he discovered he could only see events 3 to 4 seconds into the future, which fell far short of the miraculous performance he had shown during his crisis. Even though it was only 3 to 4 seconds, Chen Mo felt it was enough. The art of thievery was a contest of speed and precision, decided in a flash. No matter how skilled Thief 9 was, could he be 3 to 4 seconds faster? Chen Mo didn't believe it. However, something else bothered him. After learning of Thief 9's return, Monkey had wavered instead of standing firmly by his side. Everyone has the right to choose, and Chen Mo naturally couldn't interfere. But the key was that he had always considered Monkey a little brother, and emotionally, it was hard to accept. Nevertheless, on the day of the appointment, he still brought Monkey along. He wanted to prove to Monkey through this contest that Thief 9's era was over. The cockfighting arena in Wajiaku was extremely remote. When Chen Mo and his group of 5 arrived, the gate was wide open. Apart from a few vans in the yard, there was not a soul in sight, though the occasional crow of a rooster could be heard from inside. Are those Xinjiang guys up to some trick? Maybe I should give Tiger a heads up. This is his turf after all, Ma Lu said. No need. Since the contest is set here, Yang Jun must have already informed Tiger. Ma Lu nodded reassuringly, saying, That's good, that's good. Entering the yard, a burly man came out of the guardhouse and asked in a deep voice, Chen Mo. Yes. Follow me. Brother Kuan, I didn't expect you to be here too. Ma Lu exclaimed with delight, quickly stepping forward to offer a cigarette. Who are you? The man called Kuan asked with a frown. Ma Lu, you must have a bad memory. I was there the last time I saw Brother Hu. Brother Kuan accepted Ma Lu's cigarette and said, Oh, it's you. So you're the ones competing against Thief 9. As he spoke, he sized up Zhaokua casually. Yeah, why are you here too? I'm not the only one, a brother who is here too. Since both you and the Xinjiang gang operate on Brother Hu's turf, and he's accepted your tribute, it's only fair he mediates your dispute. Follow me. Following Brother Kuan through a maze of corridors, they soon arrived at a large hall. At the far end of the hall was a table where a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt sat, smoking with his legs crossed. Needless to say, this was the legendary gangster boss Tiger. Standing beside Tiger were Yang Jun and Thief 9. Yang Jun and Thief 9 were well-known names in the underworld of Baijiang City, yet they weren't even qualified to sit in Tiger's presence, illustrating the lowly status of thieves in the hierarchy of the lowliest trades. Tiger didn't bring many men, including Brother Kuan. There were only 8. However, the Xinjiang men behind Yang Jun were numerous, easily over a dozen. Brother Hu, they're here. Ma Lu hurriedly approached with deference, bowing and scraping. Brother Hu, I didn't expect you to come. Thank you for your trouble. Tiger's cigarette dangling from his lips asked with surprise. So it's you who's competing with old 9. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? His tone carried a hint of concern for Ma Lu. Flattered, Ma Lu quickly explained, It's not me. Our boss is Chen Mo, this gentleman. Chen Mo? Tiger glanced around, his gaze finally settling on Chen Mo. Chen Mo, neither humble nor arrogant, said with a smile, Hello, Brother Hu. I've never heard of you. I thought Ma Lu was the boss on Zhongshan Road. But it doesn't matter. I'm here today to mediate. Baijiang City is pretty chaotic right now, and I don't want trouble on my turf. I don't know your rules, nor am I interested in learning them. As he spoke, Tiger looked at Thief 9 and said, Old 9, I, Tiger, am all about fairness. Even though you're an old demur on the streets of Baijiang, I won't show you any favoritism. If both sides have no objections, let's begin. Chen Mo and Zaijiu stood side by side. Though Chen Mo held absolute confidence in victory, he could not shake a lingering sense of remorse. After all, he had once betrayed Zaijiu. Brother Joe, I'm truly glad you've returned, but aiding the Xinjiang gang against your own people, that's hard to justify. The Xinjiang gang has no code, no honor among thieves. Zaijiu sneered. And you dare speak of rules? I admit I was wrong before. So today's contest is yours to dictate. I'll abide by whatever challenge you set. Should you win, I'll cede Zhongshan Road entirely. Should I prevail, however narrowly, I humbly ask for your magnanimity. Let us bury the past and part as brothers on the path ahead. Hearing this, Zaijiu studied Chen Mo anew. By tradition, such contests were best of three. Each side proposed one challenge, and the third was drawn by lot, or entrusted to a neutral witness. Yet Chen Mo had just surrendered the right to propose a challenge, an act that placed him at an immediate disadvantage before the first move. Do you scorn my skill? Not at all. It's sincere apology, not arrogance, that moves me. Before Zaijiu could reply, Yang Jun interjected, since you're so confident, we accept, with gratitude. 1 round. Winner takes all. What say you, Brother Jiu? Zaijiu nodded. Agreed. 1 round, decisive and final. What shall we test? Retrieving objects from water. With a flick of his hand, Yang Jun summoned 2 glass basins filled with clear water, each holding 2 coins at its bottom. The men carrying them moved with unnerving caution, as though balancing live landmines rather than simple water-filled bowls. The basins were set gently upon a table. Yang Jun then outlined a rule: both contestants would reach in simultaneously and retrieve a coin. The first to succeed would be declared victor. Though deceptively simple, retrieving objects from water demanded true mastery, precision, speed, and unwavering steadiness. Under Master Shi's tutelage, Chen Mo had practiced plucking iron pellets from boiling water with only his index and middle fingers, hundreds, even thousands of times. To him, this task should have posed little difficulty. Chen Mo circled the table twice. The water in each basin was crystal clear, barely an inch deep, and utterly still, emitting no trace of steam. It appeared unmistakably to be cold water. Plucking coins from cold water. Surely that's too easy. Hu Lao, watching nearby, stepped forward and glanced in. Ma Lu, come take a look. Anything unusual here? Ma Lu hurried over, bent low, and sniffed cautiously at the water's surface, then paled. This isn't water. It's sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. Now this promises intrigue. Hu Lao grinned. Ma Lu frowned. We're testing craftsmanship, not inflicting injury. Is this truly necessary? Yang Jun scoffed. Afraid to try. Chen Mo hadn't anticipated acid, yet even a fleeting dip would sear his skin, leaving burns before he could withdraw. No wonder Zaijiu had earned renown across Baijiang City. He was no ordinary opponent. To falter before battle violated the cardinal tenet of warfare. Having come this far, retreat was unthinkable. There's nothing I won't dare, Chen Mo declared. Very well. Since we've chosen the challenge, feel free to inspect the basins yourselves. Of course we will. We can't risk deception. Ma Lu volunteered, immediately examining both basins thoroughly, then checking Zaijiu's hands for concealed adhesives. After completing his inspection, he approached Chen Mo and said, all clear. Chen Mo nodded. Brother Jiu, shall we begin? Not yet. If this contest is merely about Zhongshan Road, it lacks gravity. Chen Mo paused. You mean, you wish to raise the stakes? Zaijiu nodded. Zhongshan Road holds no personal stake for me, so I'll wager something that does. Name it. Lose, and your tendons will be severed. A sharp breath escaped Chen Mo. Was Zaijiu determined to fight to mutual annihilation? Was it sheer arrogance? Or did he possess unshakable certainty of victory? As Chen Mo hesitated, Ma Lu quietly sidled up and lit a cigarette for him. Perhaps we should yield Zhongshan Road to the Xinjiang gang. Preserve our strength for another day. Better safe than sorry. Something feels deeply amiss here. The more Ma Lu cautioned, the more resolute Chen Mo grew, not only to compete, but to triumph. On the path of the underworld, reputation and presence mattered above all. Surrendering without contest would brand him a coward, timid, spineless, irredeemable. And having betrayed Zaijiu once before, if treachery lay ahead, winning might yet redeem that debt. Chen Mo drew 2 slow, steady puffs, then crushed the cigarette beneath his heel. I won't lose. Turning to Zaijiu, he said firmly, agreed. I accept. They took their positions before the table, each selecting a basin. Chen Mo centered his breath, stilled his mind, preparing to employ his divination technique to anticipate Zaijiu's movement, when suddenly dizziness struck like lightning. What's happening? In that split second, Hu Lao barked, begin. Chen Mo jolted. His right index and middle fingers shot into the basin. His fingertips brushed the basin's bottom where the coin lay, but slipped away. Instead of grip, he felt a searing, fiery agony blaze up his fingers. Impossible. He'd never missed before. Under Master Sure, he'd retrieved iron pellets from scalding water hundreds, even thousands of times, far more challenging than mere coins. He could claim without exaggeration flawless precision, effortless instinctive mastery. Something was wrong with this basin. Glancing at Zaijiu, he saw Zaijiu had also failed to grasp the coin. Even more tellingly, Zaijiu's fingers were scraping the basin's base, trying to pry the coin loose. Chen Mo understood instantly. The coins were glued to the bottom. This contest, after all, was fair. Chen Mo began scraping desperately, but the coin remained stubbornly affixed. Heat blistered his fingertips, bubbles rose along his skin. The entire sequence lasted barely 2 or 3 seconds. Yet in that span, dizziness clouded his thoughts, pain lanced through his fingers, and cold sweat broke across his brow. Seeing Zaijiu withdraw his hand, Chen Mo followed suit. Both emerged with blackened, smoking fingers. But one man's hand came up empty, while the other held a coin tightly between index and middle fingers. Victory decided. The Xinjiang gang erupted in triumphant cheers. Hosey rushed forward, catching Chen Mo as he swayed, and asked urgently, "Brother Mo, are you all right?" Gritting his teeth against the excruciating burn, Chen Mo fixed Zaijiu with a venomous glare. "You cheated." Zaijiu offered only a silent, disdainful smile, then tossed the coin onto the floor. Yang Jun strode forward, smug. "Cheated? When you lose, you resort to such childish excuses. How utterly laughable." His expression hardened in an instant. "Seize him. Sever his tendons, now." The moment Yang Jun finished speaking, 5 or 6 Xinjiang men instantly surrounded them. However, they were still one step slower than Zhao Qua. Zhao Qua shielded Chen Mo behind him like a cold-faced avenger, his imposing aura deterring everyone from rash action. Yang Jun in particular shuddered under Zhao Qua's knife-like glare and involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Tiger rose slowly from his chair, his face darkening as he asked, "What's this commotion all about?" Chen Mo, clutching his hand burned by sulfuric acid, stepped out from behind Zhao Qua and kicked the table over. 2 glass basins fell onto the concrete floor and shattered, spilling acid that immediately began to smoke. Everyone saw that the glass basins were specially made. The coins at the bottom were not placed or glued, but embedded into the glass. Logically, it was impossible to pry out the coins, but Zaijiu had done it. The matter was clear: the 2 glass basins were different. They cheated. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. "Is that so?" Tiger asked with feigned confusion. Yang Jun sneered. "Brother Tiger, the coins were all glued to the bottom. Removing them would require considerable finger strength. Chen Mo lacked the finger strength and couldn't get the coins out, yet he accuses us of trickery." Chen Mo, enduring the searing pain in his fingers, said, "One coin was glued, the other embedded. It's obvious you set me up." Tiger walked over, bent down to look, and said, "I can't tell the difference. They look the same to me." "You?" Tiger's face darkened. "What about me? Do you think I'm in league with them?" Yang Jun sneered. "We provided both glass basins, but your men inspected them, and you got to choose first. Now you claim we tampered with them. That's a joke." Chen Mo was stunned. Tiger clearly saw the discrepancy, but pretended to be oblivious. The glass basins were checked by Ma Lu, and the one Chen Mo used was also chosen by Ma Lu. This was obviously a trap set with an inside collaborator. Blind, Tiger looked at Chen Mo helplessly and said, "Yang Jun is right. If you lose, you have to accept it. I said before, I only care about the result. I don't care what tricks you use." Chen Mo felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. The situation was now clear. Everything today was a conspiracy, a scheme. His sharp gaze met Ma Liu's, who immediately shrank his neck and looked away. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. The problem ultimately lay with him. "Ma Lu, oh Ma Lu, you truly kill without drawing blood, putting on a brilliant show with outsiders." Chen Mo just couldn't understand why Ma Lu would do this, or when he had colluded with them. In truth, Ma Liu's motive was simple: every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. The phone number in his pocket on the day he met Zaijiu belonged to Zaijiu. Zaijiu had promised Ma Lu that if he did 2 things, he would become the king of thieves on Zhongshan Road. First, during the competition, give Chen Mo the first tainted cigarette. Second, when inspecting the glass basins, conceal the coin problem. Ma Lu had done both, and flawlessly. Zaijiu, holding a razor blade between his fingers, said, "A bet is a bet. Since you lost, you must keep your promise." Watching Zaijiu toy with the blade, Chen Mo froze again. Zaijiu's fingers, though also dark, were not swollen at all, while his own fingers were black and swollen from the acid. Zaijiu had even applied glue to his fingers. Overwhelmed with rage, Chen Mo felt dizzy again. He thought of the cigarette Ma Lu had given him. It must have contained some kind of sedative. At that moment, besides the word retribution, Chen Mo could only regret his overconfidence. He had believed that possessing such extraordinary abilities as insight would make him invincible, but he never imagined that even the most formidable skills were worthless against the treachery of human hearts. Tiger sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said matter-of-factly, "Since the winner is decided, let's begin." "Don't worry, I can get you out of here," Zhao Kuo said. Chen Mo looked around at the hostile faces. He believed Zhao Kuo could get him out, but what about Monkey and Gao Jiamao? Since these people had planned so meticulously, they must have prepared thoroughly. Escaping unscathed would be no easy feat. Even if he could escape, Tiger wouldn't let him go, nor would Zhe Jiao and the Xinjiang gang. A novice thief offending so many people at once would inevitably become a target for all. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mo stepped forward and said, "Fine. Well played. I admit defeat today and accept the bet. But I have one condition." Yang Jun laughed loudly. "Do you have the right to make conditions, eh? If you agree to my condition, I'll give you my right hand. If not, well, fight to the bitter end." Yang Jun glanced at Zhao Kuo. He knew from Ma Lu that the expressionless man was a former Special Forces soldier with formidable skills. Although he had made ample preparations, a real fight would inevitably cause losses. So he decided to hear the condition first. "Name your condition." Chen Mo looked at Monkey and Gao Jiamao and said, "Don't make things hard for my two brothers. Especially Monkey. I hope Brother Jiao will give him a way to make a living." Zhe Jiao took another look at Chen Mo. He never expected that someone who had once betrayed his boss would now show such loyalty and honor. "No problem. I agree." Chen Mo extended his right hand towards Zhe Jiao, but Zhao Kuo grabbed his wrist and said in a low voice, "Don't do anything foolish." Monkey and Gao Jiamao also rushed over. Among them, Gao Jiamao had the most life experience. He had been wandering the streets since his teens, learning skills from a lame old street performer, joining a circus, acting in small theaters, and selling his craft on street corners, traveling far and wide. He had seen much and dealt with all kinds of people. Yet he had never encountered someone who knew they were being set up, but still walked into the trap. "Chen Mo, don't be foolish. Well, face this together." Chen Mo shot a grateful glance at Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao, pulled his hand free, and patted Monkey on the shoulder. With a meaningful tone, he said, "In this life, what goes around comes around. I owed Brother Jiao, and today I'll repay him. Monkey, work hard for Brother Jiao from now on. When you have money, remember to pay off your family's debts." Monkey's heart was a mix of emotions. His nose stung, tears welled up in his eyes, and 1,000 words stuck in his throat. He extended his right hand to Zhe Jiao again and said, "Brother Jiao, do it." Zhe Jiao's face was ashen. With a flick of his wrist in a flash, Chen Mo felt the sharp blade slice through his skin. First a piercing coolness, then in less than a tenth of a second an excruciating pain that cut to the bone. That cut was too fast. In an instant, a red line appeared on the back of Chen Mo's hand. Then blood seeped from the line and gushed out like a spring. Chen Mo, whose tendons had been severed, was instantly drenched in sweat, and his previously drowsy mind cleared considerably. Blood dripped onto the ground, quickly forming a large pool. With a rip, Zhao Kuo tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and expertly bound Chen Mo's wrist. Monkey and Gao Jiamao supported Chen Mo on either side. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and asked, "Can we leave now?" Tiger, who had allied with Yang Jun and Zhe Jiao for profit and had no desire for bloodshed, said, "Of course you can. This was about winning or losing, not life and death." Yang Jun, Zhe Jiao let them go. Seeing Tiger's harmless expression, Chen Mo squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Thanks." Zhao Kuo guarded the rear, while Gao Jiamao and Monkey helped Chen Mo toward the door. Just as they reached the entrance, Zhe Jiao spoke in a low voice, "Monkey, you stay." Monkey froze, then turned back and stammered, ninth brother, I want to leave with Brother Mo." Zhe Jiao's face darkened as he said, "Think carefully about the consequences of walking out that door." Chen Mo shot Monkey a grateful glance and said, "You stay. With Zhao Kuo and Jiamao here will be fine." Unlike Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao, Monkey had no skill other than lock-picking, making him nothing more than a thief. Now that Chen Mo's right-hand tendons had been severed, he was as good as crippled in the eyes of a thief. If Monkey followed him, it would surely mean cutting off his own livelihood. "Brother Moi, say no more. Stay." Pushing Monkey away, Chen Mo added, "From now on, just focus on your own affairs and never get entangled with anyone." But Chen Mo patted Monkey on the shoulder and said, "Don't argue. Listen to me." After a moment's hesitation, Monkey nodded. "Brother Mo, I understand." Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao continued to support Chen Mo toward the door. When they opened it, all 3 were taken aback by the scene outside. The yard was packed with people, at least 30 or 40, blocking the entrance completely. Chen Mo turned to look at Tiger and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Tiger was also startled. He glanced at his men, then at Yang Jun, and asked, your people. Yang Jun quickly shook his head. Brother Tiger, my men are all inside. On your turf, I wouldn't dare act recklessly even if I had the nerve. Tiger rose from his chair and demanded, who are you people? Who sent you? Chen Mo's heart stirred. If these weren't Tiger's men, then who were they? Sensing trouble, Zhao Kuo stepped forward, shielding Chen Mo behind him. The crowd blocking the door parted, revealing a familiar figure, broad-shouldered, stout, with a large hairless head gleaming under the light. It was Li Guangtou. Li Guangtou first froze at the sight of Chen Mo, then locked eyes with Zhao Kuo. Instinctively, he touched his neck where the scar from his wound remained. Li Guangtou, what the hell are you doing here? Who the fuck sent you? Tiger cursed. Li Guangtou shifted his gaze from Chen Mo to Tiger, grinning. Brother Tiger, long time no see. With a wave of his hand, his underlings surged into the room. Tiger's heart pounded as he sensed something was wrong. What the fuck are you here for? Who sent you? Tiger demanded again. Li Guangtou ignored Tiger's words entirely. He strode in leisurely and said to Chen Mo, what a small world. But today I've got serious business. Get lost while you can. We'll settle our score another day. Relieved that Li Guangtou wasn't bothering him now, Chen Mo saw clearly that Li Guangtou was here for Tiger. He said, let's go. As soon as Chen Mo and his companions stepped out, the door slammed shut and the sound of a lock clicking echoed. Zhao Kuo hoisted Chen Mo onto his back. Let's get to the hospital first. Inside, seeing the door locked, Tiger completely lost his composure. He strode forward, shouting, what the hell do you think you're doing? Think you've grown wings and can rebel? Li Guangtou rubbed his bald head and chuckled. I owe everything I have today to your guidance, Brother Tiger. But you brought this on yourself by stubbornly sticking with Fatty Xia to the bitter end. The tides have turned in Baijiang City. Boss Wu says if you're willing to work for him, he'll spare your life. Bullshit. I'd rather die than work for that Wu bastard. Li Guangtou pulled a cleaver from his waist, his smile turning sinister. Then don't blame me for forgetting your past kindness. As he brandished the blade, his 2 or 3 dozen underlings followed suit, drawing their weapons. The atmosphere in the vast room instantly became suffocating. With the cards on the table, Tiger calmed down. Having been in the underworld for so long, he still had the composure to face danger without panic. Scanning the room, Tiger saw Li Guangtou had about 30 men. Though he only had 8 of his own plus Yang Jun's Xinjiang gang that made over a dozen. They might be outnumbered, but a clean getaway was still possible. Once he got out of here, dealing with a scumbag like Li Guangtou would be a piece of cake. With that thought, Tiger regained some confidence. Yang Jun, rally your men and fight our way out with me. Yang Jun immediately stepped up to Tiger, pledging earnestly, don't worry, Brother Tiger. He'll follow your lead. As he spoke, he pulled out a knife. Brothers, stay sharp. The moment the words left his mouth, Yang Jun spun around and drove his knife forward. A chill spread through Tiger's abdomen, followed by searing pain. He looked down in disbelief to see Yang Jun's knife buried deep in his belly. Tiger couldn't believe his eyes. You, how could you? With a series of wet thuds, Yang Jun wrapped his left arm around Tiger's neck, while his right hand repeatedly plunged the knife in and out of Tiger's stomach. The sudden betrayal caught Tiger's men off guard. By the time they snapped out of it, they were completely overwhelmed by the crowd. 5 minutes later, all 8 of Tiger's men lay on the ground, writhing and groaning. Yang Jun flashed a treacherous smile at the kneeling Tiger. You underestimated me, Brother Tiger. Did you really think I was content with petty thievery? Tiger glared with hate-filled eyes. He never imagined that coming here to arbitrate justice would end with him sharing Chen Mo's fate. Except Chen Mo lost only his right hand while he was about to lose his life. Retribution came so swiftly, so unexpectedly. The saying what goes around comes around was certainly true. Li Guangtou sauntered over with his cleaver, sneering, Brother Tiger, any last words? Your humble servant can take care of them for you. Breathing heavily, covered in blood, Tiger gasped, spare my family. Don't involve them. Li Guangtou grinned. That might be tough, but I can promise to leave them intact. Tiger, who had been completely drained of strength, suddenly lunged at Li Guangtou with a bestial roar. The sudden movement caught everyone off guard. Li Guangtou broke out in a cold sweat, and only Yang Jun's quick reflexes prevented Tiger from grabbing him. Fuck you. Li Guangtou cursed, stabbing Tiger several more times until he collapsed and stopped moving. Staring at Tiger's wide, unseeing eyes, Li Guangtou spat in disgust. Fuck you, why are your eyes so wide? Still want to bite me? And you talk about not involving family. If you knew that, why did you get into this life in the first place? Huh? His gaze swept the room and landed on Ma Lu and Monkey, who were cowering in a corner, trembling. Useless bastards. Yang Jun smiled obsequiously. Brotherly, is there anything else you'd like me to do? Li Guangtou rubbed his bald head and praised, you did well today. As a matter of fact, there is one more thing I need you to handle. Just say the word. Make Chen Mo disappear from Baijiang City. You mean that guy just now? Yang Jun glanced at Zhe Jiao as he spoke. That's right. Him. Pausing, Li Guangtou put on a different smile and said, Ninth brother boss will wants to see you. Come with me. After Chen Mo was rushed to the hospital, he was immediately taken into the operating room, where the surgery lasted over 8 hours. Zhe Jiao had severed the 4 tendons in his right hand with a single slash. Though the tendons and nerves were reconnected through timely surgery, a full recovery to normal function was nearly impossible. When Chen Mo awoke again, it was already the afternoon of the following day. During the dozen or so hours he had been unconscious, the balance of power among the underground forces in Baijiang City had begun to shift. Xiao the Fat had lost all his minions. The underworld he had painstakingly built over more than 20 years collapsed overnight. Chen Mo opened his eyes and first saw the siblings Gao Jiamao and Gao Jiechi. His right hand was both painful and numb. He tried to move his fingers, but they remained unresponsive. Brother Chen, you're finally awake, Gao Jiechi said, her face full of concern. Chen Mo nodded, then looked at Gao Jiamao, who was standing nearby, and asked, where is Zhao Qua? He's gone to gather information. Jiechi, please step out for a moment. Oh, I have something to discuss with Chen Mo. Gao Jiechi, always obedient to her brother, acknowledged and left the ward. Chen Mo tried to sit up in bed, but Gao Jiamao pressed him back down, saying, don't move. Just lie still. Thank you. True feelings emerge in times of crisis. Now that he had fallen to such a miserable state, Gao Jiamao's unwavering loyalty stirred a sense of gratitude in Chen Mo. I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't paid for Jiechi's surgery, she would have died. Chen Mo gave a bitter smile and said, back then I only offered to pay for Jiechi's surgery to win you over. Now that I've become like this, it's best we go our separate ways. Looking at his injured right hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Don't be so pessimistic. The doctor says your right hand can recover. Besides, you still have your left hand. A warmth surged in Chen Mo's heart. Aren't you repulsed by thieves? Gao Jiamao took off his cap and said, you're right. I do despise thieves with every fiber of my being. I'm 5 years older than Jiechi. When I was 8, our parents died in a car accident and the driver fled. To pay for our parents' medical treatment with my uncle's help, we sold off all our family assets. But the money was stolen at the hospital, and without treatment our parents passed away. My uncle found the thief, but he had his leg broken in retaliation and ultimately lost his wife and children. You could say that thief destroyed my entire family. Chen Mo listened quietly, saying nothing, playing the role of an attentive audience. I started roaming the streets in my teens. For the sake of Jiechi and my crippled uncle, I've done plenty of unscrupulous things, but I never once stole. Gao Jiamao paused, then continued. But if I think about it, all those heinous acts I committed also harmed many people and destroyed many families. I'm no better than a thief. Later you used stolen money to save Jiechi. Through Hosey, I also learned something about you. You're a man with principles. And this time you've shown me another side, your loyalty to friendship. In the underworld these days, there are few who value both principles and loyalty. So I've decided to call you a friend. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Chen Mo wasn't sure if trading his right hand for a friend was worth it, but from now on, he could at least face Zhe Jiao with a clear conscience. Gao Jiamao put his cap back on and said, it's because you thought highly of me first that you paid for Jiechi's treatment. Focus on recovering from your injuries. Life always has its ups and downs. As long as your spirit isn't broken, you can start over. The ward door opened, and Gao Jiechi walked in with a puzzled expression. Brother, I just saw someone peeking into the room. When they saw me, they ran off. Gao Jiamao's expression changed. He quickly got up, checked outside the door, and then closed it firmly. Having wandered the underworld for years, he had seen plenty of ruthless acts aimed at total annihilation. He made a decisive conclusion: we can't stay here. Those people from yesterday must have found us. Gao Jiamao first called Zhao Qua, then made a round of the hospital. Sure enough, he spotted figures of Uyghur men in the lobby and at the entrance, which deepened his unease. When he returned to the ward, Chen Mo had already gotten out of bed and was changing clothes. Before Gao Jiamao could speak, Chen Mo said, I just received a message from Hosey. He said Li Guangtou has brought the Uyghur gang after me and told me to leave Baijiang City immediately. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. Gao Jiamao said, there are people watching outside. Don't rush. If we leave now, we'll definitely be spotted. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Jiamao added, Jiechi, go to the train station now and buy 4 tickets to Hangzhou. Once Zhao Qua returns, we'll meet you there. By the time Zhao Qua returned to the hospital, night had fallen. He also brought back shocking news. Xiao the Fat had fallen from a building the previous night, and his fate remained unknown. Chen Mo didn't care whether Xiao the Fat lived or died, but the news sent a chill through him. If even Xia the Fat could be eliminated, then for his enemies, killing him would be no more difficult than crushing a bug. They packed a few simple medicines and hurried downstairs to hail a taxi, leaving the hospital. The nightscape of Baijiang City was as dazzling as ever. Watching the scenery outside the window, a profound sense of desolation welled up in the defeated Chen Mo. He had lived in this city for over 20 years, his footprints covering every nook and cranny. Yet at this moment, he suddenly found the city so unfamiliar. From elementary school to university, he had lived in this city. He knew at least 80 to 100 people. But ever since becoming a thief, he had deliberately cut ties with everyone, even pretending not to recognize them when they crossed paths for fear of being asked about his situation. After more than a year as a thief, from initial reluctance to acceptance, from ambition to having his right hand crippled and fleeing like a beaten dog, the phrase "the caprice of fate" now perfectly described Chen Mo's state of mind. Just as Chen Mo was lamenting the twists of fate, a white van suddenly caught up from behind and rapidly closed in on the taxi. The taxi driver quickly swerved, nearly crashing into the guardrail. He rolled down the window and cursed, "Are you trying to kill us? How the hell are you driving?" The van closed in again. The door slid open and an iron rod slammed onto the taxi's roof. A man yelled, "Stop! Stop the car!" The terrified taxi driver instinctively began to slow down, but Zhao stopped him. "Don't stop. Keep driving. Go." The driver was about to argue, but Zhao chilling gaze silenced him. Bang! A black sedan rammed into the taxi's rear. Bang! Bang! Two more impacts. The van drew close again, the iron rod relentlessly striking the taxi. The driver never imagined that the car chases had only seen in Hong Kong and Taiwanese films were now happening to him. Such scenes seemed ordinary in movies. Had even wished the director would bring in tanks and planes for more excitement. But when it all became real, sheer terror made his spine tremble. After turning two corners, the train station came into view, and the taxi soon burst into the square. The moment the three men, like harbingers of doom, got out, the driver immediately shifted gears, hit the gas, and sped away from the station with a roar. As Chen Mo and the others got out, the two pursuing vehicles also arrived. A dozen men jumped out brandishing weapons and giving chase. Zhao suddenly stopped and said, "You two go ahead." The brawl in the square drew the attention of numerous onlookers, while Gao Jiamao and Chen Mo took the chance to slip into the train station. As Chen Mo stepped into the hall, he instinctively glanced back and spotted two police cars at the distant intersection. He had confidence in Zhao skills. Handling over a dozen people and escaping unscathed was no problem, but getting entangled with the police would be a different story. "Hurry up. The train is about to leave." Gao Jiamao pulled Chen Mo as they ran toward the waiting hall. Once inside, they spotted Gao Jiechi. Gao Jiechi rushed over quickly and said, "Brother, you're finally here. I was so worried. Where are the tickets?" Gao Jiamao asked hastily. It was already time for boarding. Gao Jiamao took out 2 tickets and said, "Jiechi, take Chen Mo to the gate first. He'll wait for Zhao. If we miss the train, we'll meet in Hangzhou." Chen Mo and Gao Jiechi squeezed through the crowd toward the boarding gate, occasionally glancing back at the hall entrance. But even after they passed through, there was still no sign of Gao Jiamao or Zhao. "Don't worry, your brother will be here soon." Chen Mo comforted Gao Jiechi. Though Gao Jiechi didn't know the specifics of what had happened, she sensed they were in grave trouble. She had grown up relying on Gao Jiamai and knew he had done some shady things for her illness, but to her he was everything, more important than her own life. So she always obeyed his words without question. "Brother Chen, let's go first." There was only one train to Hangzhou each day, and most passengers were migrant workers laden with large bags. Chen Mo quickly found their carriage with Gao Jiechi. Just as they were about to board, under the dim light, Chen Mo spotted a young man with deep-set eyes and a high-nose bridge among the crowd. The man kept one hand hidden inside his clothes, lowered his hat brim, and strode swiftly toward them. A jolt of alarm shot through Chen Mo's heart. Sensing something amiss, he quickly pulled a 3-centimeter-long blade from his sleeve and gripped it in his palm. Gao Jiechi boarded with the flow of people and turned back to Chen Mo, saying, "Brother Chen, hurry up. You go ahead, he'll be right there." No sooner had he spoken than the man closed in on him, pulling his hand from his coat and lunging a sharp dagger straight at Chen Mo's heart. Fortunately, Chen Mo was prepared. He sidestepped swiftly, then used his shoulder to slam the man against the carriage, pressing the blade against his Adam's apple. Chen Mo lowered his voice and snarled, "Don't move." The man's face turned pale as he stiffened his neck, sucking in cold air. Don't do anything rash. Are you from the Xinjiang gang?" Yes, the man stammered. "Why won't you people leave me alone? Li Guangtou ordered us to do this." Li Guangtu's repulsive face flashed before Chen Mo's eyes. He swept his left hand downward and the gleaming blade slashed across the man's wrist. The man gasped in pain, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Chen Mo kicked the dagger under the train and said, "Go back and tell Li Guangtou and Yang Jun that Chen Mo will return sooner or later. Tell them to wait for me." The man, pale as death, nodded frantically, clutching his bleeding wrist as he scrambled away and disappeared on the second-floor platform. Even as Chen Mo uttered those words, he didn't know when it would come true, but it swept away the pent-up frustration that had been weighing on his chest. Once on the train, Gao Jiechi had already chosen their seats. They sat together, but even as the train slowly pulled away, there was still no sign of Zhao Kuo or Gao Jiamao. Gao Jiechi gazed anxiously out the window, her white, delicate teeth biting tightly on her lips. Chen Mo, enduring the searing pain in his hand, comforted her. "Jiechi, don't worry. Your brother will be fine." Just then Gao Jiamao's phone call came in. "Where are you?" Chen Mo asked. "We're safe, but we missed the train. Go ahead, oh well, catch up later." "All right. Jiechi, it's your brother." Chen Mo handed her the phone, and Gao Jiechi's face lit up as she took it eagerly. At that moment in a villa in Baijiang City, a man who seemed never to smile sat on a plush sofa staring at Li Guangtou. Li Guangtou, head bowed and back hunched, had beads of sweat as big as beans rolling down his bald pate, yet he dared not wipe them away. He had none of the ferocity he showed when killing tigers. Instead, he trembled like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "President Wu, it was my incompetence. But rest assured, I've sent men to the hospital. That fat Xia won't live to see tomorrow." Wu Jianjiang sat up straight and said, "If he's still alive tomorrow, you'd better prepare a coffin for yourself." "President Wu, I swear on my head there'll be no mistake this time. We threw that fat Xia off the 10th floor, but the bastard was lucky and didn't die. It was a complete accident. In my dictionary, there's no such word as accident. Yes. Rest assured this time it will be flawless." Li Guangtou vowed confidently. Wu Jianjiang nodded, then shifted the topic. "Now that Baijiang City is settled, keep your men in line and don't cause any trouble for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable." Li Guangtou felt a secret thrill, glanced up at Wu Jianjiang, then quickly lowered his head. "I won't let you down. President Wu, there's one more thing I'd like to report." "Speak." "Fat Xia's daughter Xia Kuang went to Hangzhou. Should I send someone to take care of her too?" Wu Jianjiang frowned and said, "No. Just focus on your own tasks." Yes, Li Guangtou replied repeatedly. After Li Guangtou cautiously left the room, Wu Jianjiang rose from the sofa, walked to the window, and gazed out for a long while before saying, "Xiaoyin, what about that thief named Chen Mo?" Xiaoyin glanced at Wu Jianjiang's back and said he took the night train to Hangzhou. "Hangzhou? Did he arrange it with Xia Kuang?" "Probably just a coincidence. Xia Kuang left yesterday. This thief last night." Xiaoyin briefly recounted how Chen Mo had competed with Thief 9 and was hunted by the Xinjiang gang. After hearing this, Wu Jianjiang sat back down on the living room sofa and muttered to himself, panicked like a stray dog. "Either you crush such a man outright, or hell eventually bring you harm." "You seem quite interested in this thief," Xiaoyin asked, puzzled. "Anyone who catches old man Ouyang's, I can't be simple." "Ouyang? You mean Ouyang Wanli, known as the Southern Thief?" Wu Jianjiang nodded. "That's him. People say Ouyang Wanli is skilled at thievery, but his true talent lies in reading people. Now Ouyang Wanli is also in Hangzhou. Do you think that's a coincidence?" Xiaoyin pondered for a moment. "So what are you suggesting?" A twitch crossed Wu Jianjiang's mouth. "Do you know who Chen Mo's father is?" Xiaoyin shook his head. Wu Jianjiang turned and walked toward the door, saying, "For now, leave him be. I want to see if the rat's son knows how to dig holes too." Chen Mo, visiting Hangzhou for the first time, felt none of the legendary beauty said to rival paradise, Suzhou below, Hangzhou above. Stepping out of the railway station, he was met only with a sky choked with leaden clouds and a torrential downpour. The two checked into a hotel near the station, a pair of standard rooms totaling 360 yuan. Though the sum meant little to Chen Mo, Gao Jiechi winced at the expense. Had he not insisted, she would have opted for a dingy 30 or 40 yuan hostel instead. The next morning, Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao arrived in Hangzhou as promised. Familiar with the city, Gao Jiamao arranged for the four of them to rent a three-bedroom, two-living-room apartment near the zoo. Gao Jiechi took one room, Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao shared another, and the injured Chen Mo occupied the third. Aside from routine hospital checkups, Zhao Kuo designed an intensive rehabilitation regimen for Chen Mo and supplemented it with traditional Chinese herbal therapy, both topical applications and oral decoctions. By the end of 3 months, Chen Mo's right hand had recovered substantially, yet only to half its former capacity. His middle and index fingers remained stubbornly unable to bend fully. The delicate dexterity once required for sleight-of-hand pickpocketing was now utterly lost. In early December, Hangzhou welcomed its first snowfall. Mist rose in silvery veils from the surface of West Lake, swirling with falling flakes into an ethereal, dreamlike haze. Chen Mo sat alone in the attic watching snowflakes cascade across the gray sky. He lit a cigarette, drew deeply, and exhaled, a thick plume that instantly fogged the air before his eyes. He muttered wryly, "Damn. I thought Hangzhou never saw snow in winter. Turns out it falls just as fiercely." A provincial bumpkin blissfully ignorant. A voice replied from behind him, cool, melodic, laced with undisguised disdain. Being mocked unprovoked was irritating enough, but having his words intercepted so abruptly stung all the more. Irritated, he turned sharply and found a woman standing 2 meters away, clad in vivid crimson. She wore a high-collared red cloak and thigh-high red leather boots. Her raven-black hair cascaded like ink from beneath the rim of her scarlet hood. That bold red immediately brought Xia Kuang to mind. Xia Kuang too favored crimson attire. Yet this woman was paler, her face a flawless porcelain mask, sculpted, serene, and undeniably beautiful. Chen Mo admired beauty, and when appraising women his gaze habitually traveled first to the chest, then the hips, and only last to the face. Perhaps it was winter's austerity. She possessed neither ample bust nor shapely hips, yet radiated an arresting elegance and aloof, self-possessed grace impossible to overlook. He felt certain he'd seen her before, yet couldn't recall where. "You're referring to me?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Is anyone else here?" She countered. "I'm a respectable man. I don't do those things." "You've mistaken your target." Though his barb implied she was a woman of ill repute, she showed no anger, only a quiet, appraising glance. Here stood a man whose tendons had been severed, whose livelihood had been shattered, yet he betrayed no sorrow, no despair. Instead, he wandered snow-draped West Lake, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Was this refined leisure, or utter callousness? Finishing his cigarette, Chen Mo tightened his collar and stepped out into the snow, only to notice after walking a short distance that the crimson-clad girl was following him. At a roadside noodle shop, he ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles. She seated herself directly across from him. He studied her again and asked, "Why are you following me? Do we know each other? I've seen you before." Chen Mo searched his memory in vain, then sighed, "Who are you? Where have we met?" "None of that matters," she replied. The shop owner set down a steaming bowl, his leering gaze lingering shamelessly on her most delicate contours. Chen Mo took a bite and offered, "Would you like one too?" "My treat." In his experience, a woman like her, so striking, so immaculate, would recoil from street-side fare. To his astonishment, she simply said yes. Moments later, the owner delivered her bowl, and Chen Mo inwardly cursed, "Damn cheat." For the same 7 yuan price, her bowl held twice the pork. Was he expected to trade a few shreds of meat for her favor? "What's your name?" Chen Mo asked between bites. Watching him deftly wield chopsticks with his left hand, she answered, "Dai Xiaoya." Chen Mo paused mid-chew, repeating her name softly, then shook his head. "I don't know you." "I know you. I came here specifically to find you." "To find me?" he asked, intrigued. He'd lived in Hangzhou for over 3 months. 3 months of stark, almost monastic simplicity. Now suddenly a stunning woman appeared without warning. There had to be a reason. "Yes," Dai Xiaoya said. "I wanted to see what makes you different." "Am I left-hand? Does that count?" he quipped. "Is your left hand more agile than your right?" Her tone carried a subtle tension, and Chen Mo's instincts flared. Was she an assassin sent by Li Guangtou? "Who exactly are you?" he asked sharply. Dai Xiaoya sighed, disappointed. "Do you remember the elderly fortune-teller you met in a Baizhong city bar? An Ouyang master." In that instant, recognition struck. In a Baizhong city bar, an old man named Ouyang Wan had read his fate, and she had stood silently behind him. Chen Mo faintly recalled Ouyang Wan prophesying 3 tribulations ahead: the trial of affection, the trial of benevolence, and the trial of righteousness. Yet he dismissed the words then, deeming Ouyang Wan a charlatan. "What do you want from me?" "Just to see what sets you apart." "And the verdict?" he asked. "Disappointing." "Why should my life disappoint you? Are you here to scout a son-in-law? With you. Try again in your next life." She finished her noodles with unhurried grace, approached him, and halted beside his chair. "Hangzhou is no place of fortune for you. Leave, far and fast. Better to depart now than regret it later." Dai Xiaoya vanished, like a flicker of flame swallowed by the swirling snow. Only when she disappeared did Chen Mo stir from his daze. Driven from Baizhong City, he'd barely settled in Hangzhou for 3 months, and already someone urged him to flee anew. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Was there truly no corner of this vast world where he belonged? "Boss, settle the bill." The shop owner hurried over. Chen Mo reached instinctively for his pocket and froze. Where was his wallet? Watching the owner's expression sour by the second, he forced a grin. Boss, another bowl please. I'm still hungry. The wallet mysteriously vanished, and Chen Mo immediately thought of Dai Xiaoya, as she was the only person he had come into contact with today. This was even more embarrassing than being publicly slapped in the face. In the end, it was Zhao Qua who came to pay the bill, leaving the restaurant with his tail between his legs under the disdainful gaze of the shop owner. The theft of the wallet had somewhat stimulated Chen Mo, and although his hand was incapacitated, his alertness as a thief remained. Indeed, the wallet had been stolen. He had no idea when or how it was stolen, which felt like a heavy slap in the face. How could he, having faced such humiliation, still shamelessly aspire to be a leading figure in the world of thieves? Bah, what a disgrace. The shame of feeling degraded and the advice from Dai Xiaoya to roll out of Hangzhou ignited a surge of anger within him. A person must have dignity. He felt that if he continued to live in such a pathetic way, his life would be over. After much contemplation, he decided to pull himself together. Two paths lay before him. One was to completely bid farewell to the life of a thief. The other was to diligently train his left hand and make a comeback. In the end, he chose the latter, to rise again from where he had fallen, honoring his deceased father. To hone his dexterity, beans were the best choice. A handful of yellow beans and a handful of black beans scattered on the ground, he practiced pinching them with the index and middle fingers of his left hand. Pinching beans was a tedious task. Simply put, it meant repeating a simple action thousands of times. Everyone understands the principle that diligence can make up for lack of talent, but few can truly achieve it, which is why there are so many people who talk a big game yet achieve nothing. In order to master the three key principles of speed, accuracy, and steadiness, Chen Mo's fingers wore down to the skin only to develop calluses and wear down again. Once the calluses on his hands couldn't be removed, he would practice scooping coins from boiling water with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Chen Mo also had to run at least 10 kilometers with Zhao Qua every morning to build his stamina. Seasons changed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo's left hand had become quite agile, but his right hand still felt tight, as if it were being gripped at the wrist. The spring in Hangzhou is the most beautiful season of the year. Especially the West Lake awakening like a dream, charming and enchanting. The yellow orioles flitted among the willow leaves by the shore, heard, but not seen, creating an endless realm of imagination. Standing by the shore, Chen Mo suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the bustling crowd. In this unfamiliar city with few friends, he felt as though he had encountered an old friend in a distant land. He hurriedly chased after, but the slender, delicate figure vanished among the crowd. After looking around for a while, he finally spotted her again. "Hey, I didn't expect to see you here," Chen Mo called out as he approached, giving her shoulder a light tap. Then two faces turned towards him simultaneously. One face was filled with surprise while the other was filled with disdain. The surprised face belonged to Xia Kuang, while the other disdainful face was unfamiliar to Chen Mo. Although it was also quite exquisite, it still paled in comparison to Xia Kuang. "Your pickup lines are so outdated," the girl beside Xia Kuang scoffed. "Qin, this is my friend," Xia Kuang quickly explained. "My name is Chen Mo, Chen from Erdong, and Mo meaning silence." He introduced himself hurriedly. "This is my friend Zhu Qin," Xia Kuang introduced. Zhu Qin gave Chen Mo an unfriendly glare and lazily said hello. In Chen Mo's impression, Xia Kuang's quirky and willful personality had reached an unreasonable level, to the point where she had no friends. Now she actually had a friend. Could it be that the waters of Hangzhou not only nurtured people, but also changed their temperaments? "Are you here for tourism?" Xia Kuang asked. "Sort of. How about you?" "I'm working as a teaching assistant at university." Chen Mo looked at Xia Kuang in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard her. After a long pause, he said in astonishment, "You've become a teacher?" It was said that absence made the heart grow fonder, but Xia Kuang had changed too quickly, hadn't she? "Qin, you should head back. I want to talk with my friend." Seeing Chen Mo and Xia Kuang disappear into the crowd, Zhu Qin murmured a word of confusion. She and Xia Kuang had entered university together as teaching assistants. Although it had only been 3 months, she had already regarded Xia Kuang as her close friend. Because Xia Kuang was exceptionally beautiful, she naturally attracted various suitors, including many outstanding young talents. However, Xia Kuang had always kept her distance and had never been seen actively socializing with men. Yet today was strange, as she had taken the initiative to say that a rather plain-looking man, who even had a somewhat shifty gaze, was her friend, and she wanted to speak with him alone. Based on her intuition, Zhu Qin sensed that their relationship was not ordinary. Could he be her boyfriend? With this thought, a twinge of jealousy surged in Zhu Qin's heart, and she muttered 3 words, "Disgusting man." "How did you become a teacher?" Chen Mo asked with interest. "When I was studying abroad, I learned dance." After coming to Hangzhou, I needed to find something to do, and it just so happened that the communication university was hiring dance teaching assistants, so I went for an audition and unexpectedly got hired smoothly. Based on what Chen Mo knew about Xia Kuang, she should have said she studied art while abroad, yet now she had specified it to dance, making him feel her transformation once again. After careful consideration, it was indeed a very cruel thing for Xia Kuang to go from being a cherished daughter to an illegitimate child, and then being expelled from her home by the only family member who had raised her for over 20 years, severing their father-daughter relationship. Going from a wealthy young lady who spent money like water to living on a few thousand yuan from working, this psychological gap was no less than having one's tendons severed. In summary, Chen Mo believed Xia Kuang was starting a new life. Of course, he also considered the possibility that this was yet another form of artistic expression from Xia Kuang. "Are you adjusting well?" Chen Mo asked with concern. "It's all right, the work isn't tiring. When did you come to Hangzhou?" "Almost half a year ago, I had to flee to Hangzhou due to some issues in Baijiang City," Chen Mo said self-deprecatingly. Seeing Xia Kuang remain silent, he asked again, "Have you contacted your family since you left?" Xia Kuang smiled bitterly and said no. Looking at the exquisite beauty before him with a sorrowful expression, Chen Mo realized he had misspoken. Since she hadn't contacted her family, she likely didn't know about Xia Pang. It was better not to mention this matter. Changing the subject from sensitive topics, Chen Mo spoke of Hangzhou. In his 6 months in Hangzhou, apart from improving his health, he had visited all the major tourist spots. What he was glad about was that in the picturesque Hangzhou, Xia Kuang had only been to the West Lake. With his eloquence, he quickly elevated the beauty of Hangzhou to another level. However, Chen Mo also sensed that while Xia Kuang seemed to have begun a new life on the surface, she had yet to emerge from her previous shadows. "When you have time, let me show you around Hangzhou," Chen Mo suggested. Sure. Xia Kuang lived in the apartment provided by the school. When he escorted her back, he unexpectedly encountered Zhu Qianqian at the foot of the dormitory building. Seeing Chen Mo and Xia Kuang chatting and laughing together, Zhu Qianqian's heart churned again. Xia Kuang rarely smiled at men. Oh, what was wrong with her today? Zhu Qianqian shot Chen Mo a string of resentful glares and said, "A toad and a swan together. No matter how you look at it, it's just awkward." Chen Mo had no idea how he had offended this sweet-faced young woman. But her sharp-tongued sarcasm compared to Xia Kuang's earlier demeanor held no real power to hurt him. Drawing on his college experience with women, he understood that the way to deal with her was to greet her with a smile. If she slapped his left cheek, he would offer his right, avoiding direct confrontation and engaging her with the accused spirit of a gentleman who doesn't stoop to a woman's level. This often yielded unexpected results. Sure enough, seeing Chen Mo just smile silently and even sneak a shifty-eyed glance at her figure, Zhu Qianqian felt goosebumps all over. She could not stand that lecherous look in a man's eyes. How could a goddess like Xia Kuang be friends with such a man? Even if she were looking for a boyfriend, she should find a second-generation rich guy or a self-made wealthy man. Love, not even as substantial as a bone in a dog's mouth. Zhu Qianqian took Xia Kuang's arm and said, "Come on, let's go upstairs." With that, she almost forcibly pulled Xia Kuang into the apartment, leaving Chen Mo no time to even say goodbye. "Xia Kuang, tell me honestly, is that guy called Unknown your boyfriend?" "No, just a normal friend." "Really?" Zhu Qianqian didn't believe it. "Really?" That night, Chen Mo tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Thinking of his unexpected encounter with Xia Kuang by West Lake, that day his heart began to stir. The kick that could have ended his lineage in the hotel, the moment their hands touched by the 100 River, and the awkward collision in the kitchen, all flooded into his mind at once. He didn't believe in fate, but this was too much of a coincidence. If Chen Mo had had no feelings for Xia Kuang before this meeting, made his heart flutter with springtime longing. Xia Kuang had changed. She was quiet, taciturn, and carried a faint melancholy, the very image of a fragile woman in need of a man's tenderness. Such a woman was undoubtedly the most lethal to men. Any man would be captivated. Outside the window, a stray cat's mating call rang out in irregular bursts, stirring Chen Mo's heart and making him tremble inside. It kept him awake all night. A man in love always likes to sleep in. Chen Mo wanted to stay in bed longer, but Zhaokuo ruined his mood. After a quick wash, the two went out for a run. Ever since the four of them settled in Hangzhou, Gao Jiamao had been unwavering in his daily street performances. Having known poverty before, he understood the danger of living on savings, even with hundreds of thousands in hand, especially since he still owed Chen Mo over 200,000. Gao Jiechi's surgery was successful, and after half a year of recuperation, her health improved steadily. Besides cooking for the three men at home, she also started studying accounting. Both Gao siblings had something to do. Among the four, Zhao Kuo and Chen Mo were the only true idlers. Running exercise and fitness became their sole occupation. Following their usual route, they ran from the zoo all the way to the Qiantang River. They're facing the majestic Qiantang River Bridge. They practiced deep breathing until their minds were calm, then retraced their steps back. On the way back, they stopped at a breakfast stall outside a vegetable market. The pot stickers and wonton soup were exceptionally authentic, especially the pot stickers, which oozed oil with every bite. Just as the pot stickers and wontons were served, Chen Mo noticed a very interesting scene by the roadside. A boy of 7 or 8 was closely following an old woman who had come to buy groceries. From the boy's furtive gaze, Chen Mo immediately recognized him as a thief. Child theft, much like child begging, was orchestrated by adult gangs. These gangs controlled at least 3 or 4 children, sometimes more than a dozen. The masterminds were utterly heartless individuals who used threats and beatings to keep the children in line. Most of these children were either abducted or homeless orphans roaming the streets. The boy might have been a novice. He tried to pick pockets 3 times in a row without success. As the saying goes, never try more than 3 times. After 3 failures, one should give up immediately. But the boy was stubborn. Finally, he snatched the old woman's bag and darted into a nearby park. The old woman, with her unsteady legs, shouted in panic, but by the time people reacted, the boy had vanished. Chen Mo put down his pot sticker and said with interest, "Let's go take a look." There were many people exercising in the park. Some kicking legs, some practicing Tai Chi, some playing Diablo, and others doing square dancing. After the boy ran into the park, Chen Mo kept his eyes on him. So they soon spotted 4 children behind 2 rows of pine trees. All 4 were young, covered in grime. A short, buck-toothed man with glaring eyes was rifling through the bag, snatched from the old woman. The buck-toothed man pulled out a black wallet, opened it impatiently, then slapped the boy across the face and twisted his arm. The boy covered his face, neither crying nor shouting, but stared defiantly at the buck-toothed man. Enraged by the boy's defiance, the buck-toothed man kicked him to the ground and rained down punches and kicks, terrifying the other 3 children into huddling together like frightened birds, not daring to breathe. "You still dare to stare at me? He'll beat you to death today." The buck-toothed man picked up a half-brick from the ground. Just as he was about to smash it against the boy's frail body, a whole brick flew in from somewhere. Smack! It hit him square in the face. "Ow!" The buck-toothed man screamed and fell to the ground. The brick was no light blow. It knocked out 2 of his teeth. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. When he saw 2 men standing before him, through his fingers he squeezed out a sentence. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Mo yanked the buck-toothed man up from the ground and said with a smile, "Bro, even thieves have their code. Using kids to work the turf is not cool." Hearing the jargon, the buck-toothed man grimaced at Chen Mo. The face was unfamiliar, and seeing that he was outnumbered, his courage faltered. He knew the wisdom of a wise man submitting to circumstances. He immediately asked, "Which gods have graced us from afar? Let's talk things out. No need for violence." Chen Mo shoved him, making him stagger, and said, "Not gods, more like demons. No other intention, just can't stand your style." The buck-toothed man stumbled back against a cypress tree, his face changing color. He pulled a knife from his waist and snarled, "Damn it. Today I'll turn you both into dead ghosts." The one who was just grinning and laughing immediately drew his blade and turned hostile. This sudden shift caught even a ruthless character like Zhao Kuo off guard. He and Chen Mo were 3 or 4 steps apart, far too distant to intervene. Yet what happened next struck Zhao Kuo as utterly baffling, even eerie. The buck-toothed man struck with lethal intent, his blade swift and venomous. But Chen Mo did not dodge, and the buck-toothed man's knife pierced empty air, stabbing straight past Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo tripped him with a swift foot, immediately fell flat on his face. With a clear target only 2 meters away, why had the knife missed even though Chen Mo hadn't evaded? Not only was Zhao Kuo perplexed, but the buck-toothed man himself was filled with astonishment. He had clearly aimed the thrust at the opponent's body. Why hadn't it struck? Could the man have split into 2? This defied logic. Zhao Kuo stepped forward and pressed his foot down on the buck-toothed man's wrist. Chen Mo also crouched down and said with a smile, "Brother, you really are treacherous. But I won't make things hard for you. As long as you agree to let these children go, I'll let you leave." All right, no problem, no problem." The buck-toothed man nodded repeatedly. Zhao Kuo released his foot, and the buck-toothed man scrambled away. Chen Mo said to the 4 children, "Do you know how to find the police? Don't be afraid, the police will take care of you." Chen Mo then took out 200 yuan and handed it to the boy who had been beaten, saying, "Take the other 3 with you." The little boy nodded, took the money, and led the three children out, glancing back repeatedly as he walked. How did you do that? Zhao Kuo suddenly asked. If my eyes weren't playing tricks, you just split into two. For Zhao Kuo, Chen Mo's uncanny behavior was not new, but witnessing it from such close quarters was a first. He had seen it clearly. Chen Mo naturally understood what Zhao Kuo meant by splitting. By now, not only had Chen Mo's left hand become remarkably dexterous, but his inside art had also advanced considerably. The improvement in the inside art could be called a blessing in disguise. While focusing on training his left hand, he had also tempered his mind, and during meditation, he had an epiphany about the true essence of the inside art. However, he had also discovered that frequent use of the inside art had side effects. It easily caused visual and auditory hallucinations and was mentally draining. Using it once a day was optimal. Therefore, to better comprehend the inside art, he never wasted the single daily opportunity. Earlier, he had used his insight on the buck-toothed man, foreseeing the knife thrust which allowed him to evade the danger. It wasn't splitting your eyes, we're just playing tricks. Zhao Kuo naturally knew Chen Mo wasn't telling the truth because he trusted only what he had seen. But he didn't press further, knowing that everyone has secrets they wish to keep, himself included. Don't you think we should stretch our limbs and pull off a big job? Chen Mo said as he walked, gazing at the towering buildings lining the street. Whatever. Knowing one's limitations was a virtue, as Zhao Kuo understood his own strengths and weaknesses. He lived by his physical prowess, but setting up schemes and traps relied on Chen Mo. Zhao Kuo, there's one thing I don't understand. With your skills, you shouldn't have stooped to associating with petty thieves. You could have taken another path, become someone like Xiao. I don't despise the thieving trade. Not despising it doesn't mean you like it. And I find your background as a discharged Special Forces soldier highly suspicious. Given your skill level, your rank must have been considerable. After such soldiers are discharged, the government usually arranges jobs for them, yet you became a security guard in a residential complex. So what? This shows you're complicated. And as a freshly discharged Special Forces soldier, you even know the blade wielder Xiao. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Seeing Zhao Kuo silent, Chen Mo said insincerely, of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. It's no inconvenience. It's true I was a Special Forces soldier, but I was dishonorably discharged for violating discipline. What did you do? Zhao Kuo took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down on a bench by the road. He took a deep drag and said, I had been in the army for 2.5 years. Once while on leave in a nearby town, I saw a middle-aged man beating a woman with a stick in the street. The woman was bleeding from the head and screaming for help. But none of the onlookers stepped in. So you played the hero? Zhao Kuo nodded. Yes. The man cursed at me for meddling and tried to hit me, so I kicked him in the groin. Killed him? No. But he was crippled. Chen Mo gave a bitter laugh in his heart. A groin kick from a Special Forces soldier. It was lucky the man survived. So it was only excessive self-defense, right? Zhao Kuo smiled bitterly. You know who the woman he was beating was? His wife. His wife brought her family to the army base, causing a huge scene, insisting I had started the trouble. In the end, the army had to settle the matter with compensation, and I was expelled from the service. This time Chen Mo didn't interrupt, but chose to listen quietly. After leaving the army, through an old company commander's introduction, I took up work as an enforcer for blood debts, and I did that for 2 years. This kind of work was simple and brutal. As long as I was paid, I would help the client remove a target's arms or legs. If they wanted the target killed outright, that cost extra. An arm cost 10,000, putting someone in bed for life cost 20,000, and a direct kill cost 40,000. Human life isn't worth much these days. Easier than butchering pigs or dogs. Every trade has its rules. Some are recognized by the underworld, others are self-imposed. My rule was harm, not the family. Seek vengeance only from the debtor, and only go after the person the client named. But this very rule left a loophole. The enemy traced the trail back to me, and my old company commander and his whole family were buried alive. The one who buried them was Xiao. So you and Xiao are enemies. We're both men who live by the blade for money. We only talk about money, not grudges. Xiao only kills when he sees the cash, so he didn't kill me then, just badly injured me. Chen Mo tossed the half-smoked cigarette, but to the ground, and said, from what you've told me, being a thief is indeed better than your previous line of work. Since you've chosen to team up with me, we have to do something. Same rules as before, we split 50-50. Deal. Chen Mo stood up, dusted off his pants, and said, let's go. We'll check out the scene now. This time it's a big job, bigger than any before. Zhao Kuo raised his eyes toward a spot not far away and said, what about that kid? 40 or 50 meters away, a 7 or 80-year-old boy was crouching by the roadside. The same boy the buck-toothed man had beaten. Chen Mo had spotted him long ago. The little rascal had been slyly tailing them the whole way. No need to bother with him for now, Chen Mo said, his tone laden with meaning. Under Chen Mo's lead, Zhao Kuo arrived at the Southern Shopping Mall. The mall was holding a 5-year anniversary promotion, and Gao Jiamao was performing impromptu on the stage at the mall entrance. A television crew was also recording the event, making the scene quite lively. Gao Jiamao held a deck of playing cards, placed a king of hearts into a transparent glass bottle, and the bottle suddenly ignited spontaneously. When the flame extinguished, the card had vanished. Then he opened the deck in his hand, and every card had turned into the king of hearts. Gao Jiamao earned 500 yuan a day performing at the mall. The two didn't linger at the mall entrance, but went straight to the jewelry section on the 3rd floor. However, they didn't take the elevator, they used the stairs instead. This was Chen Mo's 3rd visit here. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with the number of display counters, the placement of cameras, and the types of locks used on the counters. Although Chen Mo said nothing, Zhao Kuo was now well aware of his intentions. He wanted to steal the jewelry from here. It was indeed a major heist, an earth-shattering one. But the idea of stealing from here seemed like a pipe dream to him. Having worked as a security guard, Zhao Kuo knew something about the mall's security measures: round-the-clock non-stop patrols with no blind spots. It was no exaggeration to say that when the mall closed, even the restrooms were cleared. In addition to the routine arrangements, there were special contingency plans. During the anniversary celebration, the number of security personnel at every post was increased. After lingering in the jewelry section for over 20 minutes, the two left the mall. Chen Mo then led Zhao Kuo on a circuit around the mall's perimeter. Finally, they arrived at a cafe across from the mall. The little boy who had been following them sat at the cafe entrance, occasionally glancing their way. "So, is it a big job?" Chen Mo took a sip of his coffee and asked. "Yes. Dare to do it." Zhao Kuo had already dared to draw blood. Stealing posed no challenge to his courage. What concerned him now was how to pull it off. Zhao Kuo gazed through the glass at the 6-story Southern Mall across the street and said, "For me, there's no question of daring. I just want to know your plan." Chen Mo spoke unhurriedly. The mall has 6 floors. The 6th is the office area, and the jewelry section is on the 3rd. The mall closes at 9 in the evening. First, we need to figure out how to get to the 3rd floor without being noticed. Hiding inside the mall is impossible. After closing, they conduct a thorough sweep. Even if, by some miracle, we weren't discovered, coming out of hiding would immediately trigger the cameras. Cutting the power won't work either. The mall has backup generators. Chen Mo nodded approvingly. Good point. Go on. So the only way in is to rappel from the roof, through a window. Can you get to the mall's roof? Zhao Kuo pondered for a moment. Yes. How? There's a hotel to the right of the mall. The gap between the two buildings is 23 meters. We can cross from the hotel roof to the mall using a rope. Chen Mo nodded. That is indeed a good plan. But what about the cameras inside the mall? I'm sure that once the cameras spot us, security will be there within 3 minutes. And the police station is just 2 streets away. They'd arrive within 5 minutes of receiving the alarm. Don't worry about that. Your job is to get us into the mall and plan the escape route after we're out. Zhao Kuo looked at Chen Mo's confident expression. Even if we manage to get away safely, we'll become wanted fugitives nationwide. No, we won't. Why? Because what we're about to do is a perfect heist. Zhao Kuo was stunned. A perfect heist. Did Chen Mo have a plan to steal all the jewelry without leaving a trace? Chen Mo stood up. All right, let's go have a chat with that kid outside. Seeing Chen Mo and Zhao Kuo emerge from the cafe, the little boy immediately stood up. Chen Mo beckoned to him. Come here. The boy didn't hesitate and walked over. What's your name? Chen Mo asked. Su Liang. Everyone calls me Bean Sprout. Looking at his scrawny frame, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The nickname Bean Sprout was indeed fitting. How old are you? 9. Didn't I give you money to find a cop? The police would have sent you home. I don't have a home. I'm an orphan. What about the other 3 kids? They didn't go to the police either. They went back to Buckteeth. He's the one who hit me. He's our boss. Then why didn't you go? Chen Mo asked with interest. If I go back, he'll beat me again, Bean Sprout said seriously with the air of a little adult. So why are you following us? Because you're more capable than Buckteeth. Chen Mo laughed again. Do you know what we do? Bean Sprout looked around to make sure no one was nearby. You're thieves too. How did you know? Zhao Kuo asked, his eyes turning menacing. Most people would be intimidated by Zhao Kuo's face, but Bean Sprout was unfazed. I didn't know at first. I figured it out after I followed you to the mall. Why? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Because you took the stairs, you only circled around the jewelry area, and neither of you said a word the whole time. Bean Sprout's words made both Chen Mo and Zhao Kuo draw a sharp breath. This little brat was not only bold, but also incredibly sharp. Truly rare. Bean Sprout, are you hungry? Want me to buy you something to eat? Chen Mo patted his frail shoulder. No matter how clever, he was still a child. He nearly jumped for joy. Sure. The two took Bean Sprout to a chain fast food restaurant. Despite being as thin as a stick, he devoured 3 burgers, 5 chicken legs, and 3 glasses of cola in one go. After eating his fill, Bean Sprout said, "Since you bought me a meal, does that mean you agree to let me join you?" Hearing such a worldly remark from a 9-year-old was quite amusing. Chen Mo said, "How do you know everything? Are you from the north? How did you know?" Chen Mo was surprised again. "Because only northerners say Shenmi is Sha." Chen Mo ruffled Bean Sprout's messy hair. "It's not good for a kid to be too smart, but I like you. From now on you stick with me. You don't mind calling me uncle, do you?" "I don't mind. Uncle, come on, let me take you to buy some clothes." Zhao Kuo paid for the clothes. Though Chen Mo had enough to get by, he had little cash on hand. Since arriving in Hangzhou, all his expenses had been covered by Gao Jiamao and Zhao Kuo. That was one reason he was eager to return to his old trade. Clothes make the man. Bean Sprout, who had looked like a little beggar, was completely transformed in new clothes and with a haircut. In a word, spirited. At the same time, Chen Mo had a faint feeling that this little brat would amount to something one day. The Gao siblings were extremely curious about the child Chen Mo had brought home from outside. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't reveal his hidden agenda, merely claiming he felt pity for the boy who had no home and decided to take him in. Bean Sprout, though young, was remarkably shrewd. He didn't mention the day's events, and instead cooperatively spun a tale claiming he lost his mother at 1, his father at 2, was kidnapped by traffickers at 5, and eventually ended up on the streets. He moved Gao Jiechi to tears, her eyes brimming with maternal compassion. Had Chen Mo not shot him a warning glance, Bean Sprout might have concocted an even more tragic backstory. With an extra person in the house, Chen Mo had Bean Sprout share his room. After dinner, Gao Jiechi chatted with Bean Sprout in the living room, while Chen Mo retreated to his room with Gao Jiamao and Zhao Kuo for a discussion. Gao Jiamao was privy to Chen Mo's plan earlier than Zhao Kuo. His performance at the mall was a decision made after consulting Chen Mo. The three of them dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Gao Jiamao first relayed the information he had gathered. The entire mall employed 68 security guards, 20 of whom were newly hired for the store's anniversary. Of the 68 guards, 35 were on night duty, conducting patrols roughly every 20 minutes. These security personnel were outsourced from a company, many of them veterans, highly professional. The mall had 2 underground parking levels, but once the mall closed, the elevators were shut down, rendering the underground garage completely useless. No need to consider that. After a few minutes of deliberation, Chen Mo said, "The key now is how to lure most of the security guards to the first floor. This will buy us more time for the operation and also draw everyone's attention." Seeing Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao silent, Chen Mo continued, "My plan is to start a fire on the first floor as a diversion. Jiamao, can you handle it?" Gao Jiamao looked at Zhao Kuo and said, "No problem, as long as I can get into the mall." "Can the 3 of us get in?" "No problem," Zhao Kuo replied. Chen Mo nodded. "If a fire breaks out on the first floor, the mall's security will rush there to put it out. If we wear security uniforms and move to the exhibition area, the cameras won't spot us. But once we make our move, we'll be exposed. In the chaos, it'll take at least 3 minutes for people to rush from the first floor to the third. So the operation must be completed within 2.5 minutes, 150 seconds. Grab as much as you can in that time, but we need to reserve 30 seconds to evacuate the mall." Zhao Kuo, any issues? "The best entry point is the windows and the stairwells on the 3rd and 4th floors. From the exhibition area to the stairwell takes at least 10 seconds at a run. Climbing out the window for 3 people in 20 seconds will be tight. Besides, once the fire starts, the police will arrive quickly. Our escape route will be compromised, and we won't be able to leave with the loot. Unless we have someone outside to assist." As a former Special Forces soldier, Chen Mo naturally trusted Zhao Kuo's judgment. Zhao Kuo continued, "Once we're out of the mall and have ditched the loot, we can blend into the crowd and leave safely." Chen Mo smiled knowingly. "I already have someone in mind for the outside support." "Who?" Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao asked simultaneously. "Right under our noses." "You mean the kid, oi?" Gao Jiamao asked, astonished. "Yes. I think we should be cautious. If anything goes wrong, everything will fall apart. Of course, I won't rely solely on a child for such a critical task. They'll have someone watch him." Gao Jiamao's expression shifted. "You mean Jiechi?" Initially, Chen Mo had considered that, but knowing how protective Gao Jiamao was of his sister, he would never involve her in such matters. So Chen Mo had someone else in mind. "No, I have another candidate, but I'm not entirely sure yet." Gao Jiamao exhaled in relief. "That's good." Chen Mo pulled out cigarettes and offered them to Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao. Well, set the date for the last day of the mall's anniversary sale. That's when security will be most lax. That only leaves us 3 days. Isn't that too rushed? Gao Jiamao frowned. Not at all. Over the next few days you two work separately. Jiamao, you're in charge of getting 3 security uniforms. Zhao Kui, you handle. After assigning all the tasks, it was already late into the night. After a quick wash, Chen Mo returned to his room. Bean Sprout had made a bed on the floor, lying spread-eagled and already fast asleep. Chen Mo climbed into bed, but felt uneasy about letting a child sleep on the floor. He got up, lifted Bean Sprout, and placed him on the bed. Bean Sprout weighed only about 50 or 60 gene, very light for a 9-year-old. The bones on his body were clearly visible, a testament to how malnourished the little rascal was. The bed was a double, so the two of them, one big and one small, fit comfortably. Chen Mo lit a cigarette and ran through the entire plan in his mind again. He felt something was still missing. For him, this operation was more about significance than practicality. He wanted to prove that even with his right hand crippled, he could still accomplish something earth-shattering. He thought of Thief 9 of Ma Lu and even of Li Baldhead. He would settle scores with them eventually, and he would do it using the underworld's methods. But not now. He needed to build up his capital first. Bean Sprout turned over. Chen Mo stared at his silhouette in the moonlight for a moment and said, "Kid, stop pretending." Bean Sprout sat up instantly. "Uncle, are you guys planning something big?" The way he addressed Chen Mo as uncle sounded natural and affectionate, as if he had been doing so for years. "You know about that too?" Chen Mo frowned. "I also know you didn't bring me back out of pity. You want me to help you with something." Chen Mo's head throbbed. He lit another cigarette. "What can you do for me?" "I haven't figured that out yet." Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that if the little rascal knew he'd kick him out tomorrow. "Let me tell you, I'm no saint. I'm not much better than Bucktooth." Chen Mo took a drag. "If you want to leave, you can go tomorrow. I won't stop you." "I'm not leaving." Bean Sprout lay back down, turning his thin back to Chen Mo. Looking at Bean Sprout's frail back, Chen Mo suddenly felt he was no more noble than Bucktooth. They were both scum, using a child for illegal activities out of selfish motives. He began to regret bringing Bean Sprout home. But the guilt lasted only 3 or 4 seconds before his mindset shifted again. This was a messed-up world, and someone had to do messed-up things. Better it be him than someone else. Some people reaped without sowing, some took desperate risks, and some committed heinous acts against their conscience. If being a good person meant losing more and missing out, then Chen Mo didn't mind being a bad one. The next morning, Chen Mo arrived early at the Communication University of China. Xia Kuang had mentioned having a morning class and told him to come directly to the school apartment to wait for her, adding that Zhu Qianqian was also in the dorm. The thought of being alone in a room with Zhu Qiqi, who held no favorable opinion of him, made him abandon the idea of going to the apartment. Instead, he headed straight to the university. After being away from university life for over a year, re-entering the campus instantly immersed him in its vibrant atmosphere. The girls passing by in particular kept his roving eyes thoroughly occupied. He found a secluded spot, sat on a stone, and lit a cigarette. The location offered an excellent view while remaining well hidden, allowing him to gaze freely at the delicate, seemingly duke-kissed young women without fear of discovery. As he was thoroughly enjoying the view, he faintly heard a sound like pages turning behind him. He turned to look. Behind him stood a pavilion overgrown with vines separated by several pomegranate trees. Someone was in the pavilion. He couldn't see her face, but through the leaves he caught sight of 2 smooth bare legs. It was a girl in a skirt. Chen Mo lowered his head and his heart immediately raced like a startled deer, his face burning. Her skirt was far too short, and her sitting posture was hardly ladylike, granting him an unobstructed view of the boundless scenery beneath. He quickly sat up straight, took several deep drags of his cigarette, and didn't toss the butt until he felt the burn on his fingers. Chen Mo, who had never possessed much resistance to female allure, couldn't help but turn his head again. He lowered his head, looked up, lowered it further, looked up again. It was his favorite color. Suddenly the girl stood up from the stone bench. Through the branches and leaves he clearly saw her face. He shuddered violently. How could it be Zhu Qianqian? "What are you looking at? Come here, believe me, I'll crush you. If you want to see, go home and look at your..." The furious Zhu Qianqian abruptly stopped mid-curse. They stared at each other for a full 4 or 5 seconds. The irate Zhu Qianqian hurled her book at Chen Mo. He dodged without a word, then lowered his head and quickly walked away, turning a deaf ear to her shouts and reproaches. He kept his head down until he was out of the school, only breathing a long sigh of relief when he was sure the fierce Zhu Qianqian wasn't following. He pulled out his phone to call Xia Kuang, but it was off. Guessing she was still in class, he went into a cold drink shop. Recalling the awkward scene, Chen Mo's heart was in turmoil. The first time he met Zhu Qianqian, he thought her constant sarcasm was just her way of protecting her best friend. He never imagined she could be so ferocious. Would she tell Xia Kuang about this? A fondness for beauty is universal. A tacit understanding is one thing, but having everyone know of his lecherous nature was quite another. He grew anxious. If Xia Kuang found out about this disgraceful act, would it affect their upcoming business? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had gained nothing but loss. But then again, who could have guessed the person in the pavilion would be Zhu Qianqian sitting in such an alluring pose? After downing 3 cold drinks, Xia Kuang called asking where he was. Chen Mo said he was at a cold drink shop outside the school and told her to come find him. 5 minutes later, Xia Kuang finally appeared at the school gate. But to Chen Mo's surprise, Zhu Qianqian had followed. This made his head spin. He sensed a storm was brewing and his palms were slick with sweat. As expected, the moment they met, Zhu Qianqian darkened her face and spat out 6 words: pervert, degenerate, shameless. Who are you talking about? Xia Kuang was bewildered. Your friend, he's a total pervert. Xia Kuang looked at Chen Mo. What's going on? Chen Mo quickly explained, there's a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Do you know what he did to me? What did he do? Xia Kuang asked, shocked. He peeped at me. Zhu Qianqian declared. For a woman, being peeped at is usually a shameful secret not to be shared. Yet she spoke of it in front of Xia Kuang. Did she not see herself as a woman, or was her mind wired differently? Was this the immutable principle of birds of a feather flocking together? But hadn't Xia Kuang stopped being crazy? If anyone else was caught peeping, they would likely be mortified and wish the ground would swallow them. However, Chen Mo had experience dealing with Xia Kuang. Compared to the incident of dancing naked in the bar, this was utterly trivial. Besides, Chen Mo didn't think a man's fondness for beauty was a heinous crime. It was just a glance, and I didn't even see anything. A glance. Your eyes were wide open, you didn't even blink. Your eyeballs almost fell out. Xia Kuang, this bastard at school. Zhu Qianqian, gnashing her teeth, spilled out Chen Mo's disgraceful deeds. Oh. Xia Kuang responded lightly, indicating she understood. Zhu Qianqian was extremely dissatisfied with Xia Kuang's reaction. Your boyfriend does something so filthy, and you just say, oh, and that's it. A man like that isn't worth dating. You have to break up with him. Well, I think he probably didn't know it was you. Xia Kuang sighed softly, smiling. Compared to Zhu Qianqian's vivid account, Chen Mo was more stunned by Xia Kuang's attitude. She hadn't denied Zhu Qianqian's claim that he was her boyfriend. Chen Mo coughed and said, let me clarify, I really didn't see anything. Why don't we talk about something else? This tactless topic was truly unsuitable for continuation. Even if tortured to death, Chen Mo would never admit to what he had seen. What did you want to see me about? Xia Kuang quickly asked. Seeing Chen Mo and Xia Kuang smoothly changing the subject, Zhu Qianqian felt as if a knife had been stabbed into her heart. She had hoped to ruin Chen Mo's reputation, but instead she had only lost face. She bitterly regretted it. Chen Mo said shamelessly, I missed you. The wounded Zhu Qianqian abruptly stood up. You too. I'm leaving. Chen Mo wanted to say good riddance, but fearing another attack from this fiery girl, he played dumb and deaf, sipping his cola through a straw with an innocent expression. Is your friend okay? Chen Mo sighed, watching Zhu Qianqian's retreating figure. She's fine. That's just her temper. She's always been wary of the men around me, afraid I'll be taken advantage of or bullied. She's a good friend of mine. Looking at Xia Kuang's demure demeanor, Chen Mo couldn't help but compare her to her former self. It all felt unreal. I feel like I don't know you anymore. Are you putting on an act again? Performance art? Chen Mo couldn't help asking. Xia Kuang smiled, revealing 2 enchanting dimples. Does it matter? Chen Mo gave an awkward laugh. Yes, it matters. Why? Because I really like the way you are now. Is that so? How about we give it a try? Try what? Xia Kuang asked, knowing full well. Date? Let me be your boyfriend. Chen Mo said shamelessly. If love at first sight is laced with absurdity, it is easily branded as lechery. What is lechery? Freud said lechery is an independent activity aimed at sexual pleasure unrelated to reproduction, accompanying a person throughout life from birth to death. Chen Mo felt that Freud's words were spoken precisely for him. So when he abruptly proposed to be Xia Kuang's boyfriend, he saw nothing inappropriate. Xia Kuang leaned back in her chair, gazing at Chen Mo for a long moment, then said, you didn't come to me for this, did you? Being seen through is an embarrassing thing, especially when harboring ulterior motives. Chen Mo said, there is something I'd like your help with. Stealing. Chen Mo couldn't help but shiver, asking in surprise, how did you know? Xia Kuang's face once again revealed dimples deep enough to hold Chen Mo's soul. Is that so hard? This habit of Xia Kuang's, never answering questions directly, made Chen Mo appreciate her uniqueness once more. But he had no intention of giving up. Of course it's hard. How did you do it? When one can see through everything, life becomes exceedingly dull. Your thoughts, I see them clearly, and I understand them. You mean you have? He hesitated, searching for the right word, then said, mind reading. More or less. Superpowers. Xia Kuang shook her head. I know a bit of psychology. Through psychological suggestion, I can analyze a person's mental activity and intentions from their movements, tone, gaze, and so on. Psychology was an abstruse subject for Chen Mo, but when he calmed down, he said, since you already know, I might as well be straightforward. I have a big operation. Last time I saw you could fly, so I want to ask for your help. Fly? I mean the agility you showed when stealing the portrait. That was parkour. I learned it while studying abroad. But I am indeed quite interested in your operation. At this moment, Xia Kuang had returned to her original self, giving Chen Mo reason to believe that she was still the same Xia Kuang, as before, merely engaging in some art he could not comprehend. Women are fickle, and women who understand art are even more elusive. Tell me about your operation. Xia Kuang asked. Let's change places. Chen Mo stood up. Xia Kuang preferred open spaces when discussing operations. In Baijiang City, he would often unveil his schemes in parks, believing only such places could minimize the risk of walls having ears. Leaving the cold drink shop, they arrived at the river outside the school. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, willow branches swayed, and the river shimmered with faint light. Sitting on the stones by the river, their silhouettes resembled an enviable couple. After listening to Chen Mo's earth-shattering plan, Xia Kuang gazed at the river for a long time and asked, you want me to do this? Yes. Your part is crucial. If anything goes wrong, everything will be in vain. Too simple. Simple yet important. You know the saying, adding the finishing touch. I trust you completely. Why trust me so much? Because you're my girlfriend. What? Want to back out? Did I ever agree? Of course you did. Last time you said you'd be my girlfriend, and when Zhu Qianqian said I was your boyfriend, you didn't deny it. Xia Kuang certainly hadn't forgotten what happened at the entertainment complex, but clever girls always selectively forget some things. Xia Kuang was a clever woman. I forgot. Forgetting doesn't matter as long as you don't deny it. Women dislike physical intimacy, but can enjoy verbal ambiguity. Xia Kuang was no exception. She smiled and said, that depends on whether you have what it takes. I guarantee I won't disappoint you. By the way, the operation is at midnight the day after tomorrow. Prepare in advance. If there are changes, I'll let you know. All right. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Xia Kuang's delicate face and said, how did you end up so beautiful? Xia Kuang smiled without speaking. Just as Chen Mo was indulging in his admiration of the beauty, the two technicians Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao were busy rushing around preparing the tools needed for the operation. Zhao Kuo's preparations were relatively simple, mainly ropes and night clothes. Besides that, he had to survey the terrain and escape routes, ensuring the latter were safe and free from surveillance cameras. Gao Jiamao's preparations were more complex. In short, chemical supplies. Many chemicals ignite upon contact with air. Gao Jiamao chose white phosphorus, which has a melting point of 40 C in air, requiring special processing. That wasn't the hardest part. White phosphorus is toxic and flammable, regulated by the Public Security Department. Obtaining a suitable amount could only be done through the black market. The black market dealer Gao Jiamao dealt with was nicknamed Pockmark. True to his name, his face looked as if sprayed by a fire gun. Pockmark was a seasoned black marketeer, dealing not only in banned chemicals, but also explosives. Jiamao, it's been over a year since we last met. Where have you been making a fortune? Pockmark handed Gao Jiamao a cigarette. I went up north. Pockmark's cunning eyes flickered. What, quit magic acts now? This is all I'm good at. Magic is how I make a living. Pockmark put an arm around Gao Jiamao's shoulder. We're old acquaintances who know each other well. White phosphorus is flammable and toxic. Magicians don't use that stuff. And you're asking for a kilo, no small amount. Seeing Gao Jiamao's expression change, Pockmark quickly said, don't misunderstand. No offense. Just concerned as a friend. Since we know each other well, let's skip the pointless talk. Just name your price. Pockmark glanced at Gao Jiamao. You know white phosphorus is banned. Buying it requires a certificate from the relevant authorities, so the price is a bit high. How much? Pockmark didn't speak, but held up 2 fingers. 2,000. Gao Jiamao said in surprise. Pockmark shook his head. 20,000. Why don't you just rob me? The market price is just over 600, and you want 20,000. Because his sister Gao Jiechi had been ill for a long time, Gao Jiamao had long developed a habit of frugality, pinching every penny. Even now, his clothes were all from street stalls. This is already a friend's price. It's hard to get this stuff now. And if something I sell gets used in a crime, I'm taking a risk too, Pockmark said shrewdly. Gao Jiamao gritted his teeth. Fine. When can you deliver? Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon under the bluestone slab at Huazi Bridge. Pay half the deposit now. When you pick it up, leave the other half under the slab. Deal. Gao Jiamao pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Pockmark. This must be kept secret. Pockmark took the money counting as he said, don't worry. This is my trade. If I didn't play by the rules, I wouldn't have lasted this long. 10,000 exactly. Watching Gao Jiamao's retreating figure, Pockmark's smile instantly turned cold. He muttered to himself, rules. Can you eat rules? Naive. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Boss, he wants a kilo of white phosphorus. I've set the deal for tomorrow at 3 at Huazi Bridge. Yes, okay, no problem. I wouldn't dare. After hanging up, Pockmark pondered for a long time, then muttered to himself, what the hell is going on? The nightscape of Hangzhou was like a seductive woman, resplendent and blooming. 3 men in black stood atop the hotel, gazing at the southern shopping mall across the street, where the neon lights shimmered like flowing streams. Chen Mo tightened his coat and asked, are you two ready? Zhao Kuo did not reply, but looked at the somewhat nervous Gao Jiamao. Gao Jiamao said, no problem. When I set the fire, the white phosphorus will release some toxic gas. You two wear masks. Nothing will happen within 10 minutes. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, can you release some smoke on the 3rd floor in the jewelry section? Yes. Gao Jiamao answered affirmatively. Chen Mo nodded, checked the time. It was exactly midnight, and said, start. Zhao Kuo unshouldered the rope, which had a 3-pronged iron hook at one end fitted with rubber to minimize noise. He swung the rope a few times and hurled it toward the rooftop of the opposite mall. It landed with precision, hooking perfectly onto the iron frame. He pulled the rope taut, creating a downward slope, and fastened the carabiner. He'll go first. Once I'm there, you follow, Zhao Kuo said. Whoosh. Zhao Kuo slid down the rope, reaching the mall rooftop in 2 or 3 seconds. Then came Gao Jiamao, followed by Chen Mo. The three slipped across like silent phantoms. By the time Chen Mo steadied himself, Zhao Kuo had already deftly lowered 3 ropes to the 3rd floor windows of the mall. Then together they descended to the 3rd floor window. Zhao Kuo used a specialized metal tool to cut the glass, opened the window, and slipped in first. Moments later, all 3 had entered the mall, positioned in the stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floors. The entire process took less than a minute. Then they swiftly changed into security guard uniforms and put on masks. Chen Mo checked his watch and said, done in 3 minutes. Let's go. There was a surveillance camera at the 3rd floor stairwell entrance, so they couldn't use light. Chen Mo had to fumble in the dark using a key and tinfoil to pick the lock leading to the sales floor. Pushing the door open, they could make out the jewelry section in the dim light. Looking down from the escalator, they saw 5 security guards patrolling the 1st floor and 2 more at the entrance. 7 people in total. Chen Mo and Zhao Kuo headed straight for the jewelry section, while Gao Jiamao, from a higher vantage point, tossed 3 balloon-wrapped, white phosphorus bombs, along with igniters, into the 1st floor hall. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled blasts. Instantly the hall blazed with light and filled with white smoke. Gao Jiamao shouted, fire. Put it out. After yelling, he immediately ran toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo used a small iron hook to pick the locks on the counters. He had practiced this many times, and it felt no different from using a key. Gao Jiamao placed 2 specially made smoke pellets in the jewelry section. Amid the thin haze, a race against time and speed began. Chen Mo handled the lockpicking while Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao gathered the loot. Everything flowed like a well-oiled machine. 3 minutes. Exactly 3 minutes. The entire operation was flawless. By the time they finished and prepared to leave, the 1st floor was in chaos, with people rushing down the stairs from above. In a fire, the first step is to cut the power. Now, except for the blazing light on the 1st floor, everything was pitch black. Everyone's attention was fixed on the fire scene, and no one noticed these audacious thieves. Zhao Kuo was the first to climb onto the stairwell window. A room on the 3rd floor of the hotel across the street had its window open. They had booked it in advance. Zhao Kuo tossed one end of the rope into the hotel room window, pulled it taut, fastened the carabiner, and propelled himself out, sliding along the rope into the room. As Chen Mo was about to fasten his carabiner, a slender figure emerged from a hidden spot downstairs. Chen Mo dropped the 5-gen heavy bag, and the figure quickly picked it up, disappearing around the street corner. The loot was successfully transferred. Everything went according to plan. The 3 made it safely into the hotel room. As Zhao Kuo retrieved the rope, Chen Mo instinctively checked his watch and shook his head. It had taken 9 minutes. 1 minute longer than he had anticipated. Ding. A text message arrived. It was from Xia Kuang with a simple message, okay. Chen Mo changed clothes as he said, it's done. Leave the hotel separately. Meet at West Lake at 2 p.m. tomorrow. I want to go back and see Jiaqi. No. Also don't take a cab when you leave. Try to go to entertainment venues. Seeing Gao Jiamao about to speak, Chen Mo continued, this is a major case. The police will check all nearby street surveillance. We can't leave any clues. We'll split up. Zhao Kui, you go first. Jiamao, you leave in 2 minutes. Sirens wailed from outside. Chen Mo leaned out the window. The hotel room was in a secluded spot. He couldn't see the front of the mall clearly, only 3 fire trucks parked by the road, and people running back and forth. Chen Mo was the last to leave the hotel. Once outside, he didn't hurry away, but mingled with the crowd of onlookers in front of the mall for a while. Others watched for the spectacle. He studied the details. It had been over 10 minutes since they left the mall. The white phosphorus fire in the hall had been extinguished, and the air carried a faint garlic-like smell of burnt phosphorus. Only 2 police cars were by the roadside, indicating the mall hadn't yet discovered the third-floor theft. A hand suddenly landed on Chen Mo's shoulder. He startled, turning to find Xia Kuang. What are you doing here? He asked in surprise. According to plan, Xia Kuang's task tonight was to rendezvous with Doya, who after retrieving the loot downstairs would meet her at a spot 3 streets away. Then Xia Kuang was to take the loot away directly and meet them at Westlake tomorrow. Xia Kuang smiled and said, I came to check things out and found you here too. Chen Mo pulled Xia Kuang away as they walked. Where's the stuff? He asked. Don't worry, it's in a safe place. After crossing 2 streets, Chen Mo's anxiety finally eased. He wanted to scold Xia Kuang for not following the plan, but seeing her exquisite face, he couldn't bear to. Looks pretty good, should be fun. You should have taken me into the mall, Xia Kuang said regretfully. Plan, we have to stick to the plan. That's your plan. Chen Mo caught the underlying tone. What do you mean? He asked. Your plan achieved its goal, but mine hasn't. What do you want? I want to join the next operation. Next operation? Chen Mo was baffled. Yes. You'll definitely sell those goods for cash, so I want to be fully involved in what comes next. Chen Mo sighed. I notice you seem very interested in lawless low-life activities. Don't sell yourself short. I know I'm no good person. I have that self-awareness. Xia Kuang tried to pull her hand from Chen Mo's grip, but failed. Do you know why I want to be part of your operation? Performance art. Chen Mo asked with interest. Xia Kuang's gaze was deep. Money. Chen Mo froze, then laughed. Money is a good thing. How about we partner up and be a thief couple? Xia Kuang shot him a glare. Let go of my hand first. No, Chen Mo said cheekily. Their eyes met. His sparkled. They'll take you somewhere. Where? A hotel. That night, Chen Mo did something he would find utterly unbelievable for the rest of his life. He not only liked women, but yearned for them, even going so far as to grope a woman's backside while committing a crime. Yet tonight, despite his lustful nature, he behaved as chastely as an ascetic devoid of worldly desires. Throughout the entire evening, he and Xia Kuang sat on the hotel bed, and he did only one thing. His right hand clasped Xia Kuang's left hand. Her hand was as soft as if it had no bones, like a tuft of cotton. It was both a pleasure and a torment, especially with the thunderous sounds from the next room, an agony worse than being flayed alive for any physiologically normal man. Yet incredibly, he endured. He even began to wonder if he had been infected by Xia Kuang and had become abnormal himself. He didn't know what Xia Kuang thought. Perhaps this exquisite woman regarded all this as another form of performance art, with himself merely a prop in her act. While Chen Mo was enduring his torment, the entire city was in an uproar. The southern department store had been robbed of nearly 10 million yuan worth of jewelry. Police checkpoints were set up at every street intersection, and the police station's conference hall was brightly lit and filled with smoke. A massive electronic screen continuously played the department store's surveillance footage. They saw 3 men in security uniforms quickly walk out of the emergency exit on the 3rd floor. One headed toward the elevator, threw 3 smoke bombs into the hall, and then swiftly rejoined the other 2. Within the white smoke, the 3 men swept all the jewelry clean in just 150 seconds, without any hesitation. This was a premeditated theft. Throughout the entire process, the surveillance cameras never captured their faces, only their general physiques. Chief Ma, tell us what you know, said the slightly overweight senior official seated at the head of the table in a deep voice. Chief Ma quickly stood up and said, Sir, based on the information we have now, this is a premeditated. Get to the point. Yes. Chief Ma's face flushed slightly as he continued. From what we've gathered, there are 3 perpetrators. They infiltrated the department store from the hotel rooftop, using ropes, displaying great skill. After the heist, they returned to a guest room on the 3rd floor of the hotel via the same ropes. He stole a glance at the official's expression and added, the room was booked 2 days ago with a fake ID. The hotel surveillance footage shows the person who checked in wearing a hat, leaving no facial image. According to the front desk clerk, the person was a man in his 20s who spoke Mandarin. Are you saying we have no visual evidence of the suspects? Chief Ma said awkwardly. That's the situation for now. No fingerprints were left at either the department store or the hotel. However, we've instructed the technical department to sketch portraits of the suspects. We'll compare the portraits against the police database of known offenders. But it might take some time. Are you certain the person who booked the hotel room is one of the perpetrators? Chief Ma was drenched in sweat. Based on his years of experience, if the perpetrators had planned the crime so meticulously, they could have hired an unrelated person to book the room, or even if they did it themselves, they would have been disguised. It was no exaggeration to call this a perfect heist. Seeing Chief Ma silent, the man at the head of the table slammed his hand heavily on the desk and said in a deep voice, I want a detailed investigation plan by noon tomorrow. This case must be solved within a deadline. Yes. Rest assured, Chief Ma responded obsequiously. After the senior official left, Chief Ma slumped into his chair and said through clenched teeth, I will dig through the earth if I have to, but I will find those 3 thieves. A nearby officer leaned in and said, Chief, I don't think these 3 are local habitual offenders. Tell me your thoughts. Based on the traces left at the scene, their methods are highly professional, unprecedented even nationwide. No local gang has such skills. Traveling thieves. Exactly. So I suggest that once the suspect portraits are completed, we send them to frontline police across the country for identification. Chief Ma pondered for a moment and then asked, when will the portraits be ready? Tomorrow morning. I need to report this to the city government first. After all, it's not a glorious matter. Solving the case would be a major achievement, but failing would undoubtedly stain my political career. Understood. I'll follow your instructions. The next day at West Lake, the spring sun was bright, the breeze gentle, and the lake's surface shimmered. A small boat drifted on the lake, its oars creating ripples on the water. 4 people sat in the boat, 3 men and 1 woman. The girl's hands were as fair as jade, appearing almost translucent against the lake water. It was hard to imagine how Chen Mo had endured the long night in the company of such a stunning beauty. The goods are safe for now. Next is fencing them. I plan to go to Guangzhou to find a buyer, Chen Mo said. Any leads? Asked Gao Jiamao. Not yet, Chen Mo admitted. This trip is mainly to explore new channels. The old ones are no longer usable. He'll tell you where the goods are hidden before I leave. Once I've made contact there, you can bring the goods over. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Gao Jiamao was uneasy. I've heard from Ma Lu about the situation down south. There are many buyers for hot goods there. It shouldn't be too hard. Are you going alone? Xia Kuang and I will go together. Zhao Kuo and Gao Jiamao both looked at Xia Kuang, who said coldly, you don't trust me. Zhao Kuo nodded while Gao Jiamao shook his head. Xia Kuang continued, I'm the only one who knows where the goods are hidden now. If I wanted to keep them all for myself, I wouldn't be meeting you here. Gao Jiamao lit a cigarette and said, we trust Chen Mo. Since he trusts you, we naturally have no suspicions. But we are a bit worried. About what? It's too dangerous for a girl like you to do this. Gao Jiamao was a seasoned player. He knew exactly what kind of people one would deal with when seeking fencing channels in a distant place. Finding a fencing channel was easy. The key was finding a trustworthy one. That was why Chen Mo was going to Guangzhou without taking the goods with him. That's not your concern, Xia Kuang said ungratefully. Chen Mo interjected, both of you, I've made up my mind. I know what I'm doing. Since Chen Mo said he had it under control, Gao Jiamao said no more. He trusted Chen Mo's judgment. Before this, he couldn't even imagine cleaning out a heavily guarded department store in 3 minutes. It was more astonishing than a magic trick. Seeing that the other 2 were silent, Chen Mo continued. Even the most thorough plan must be built on mutual trust. Once this is done, we split the proceeds 4 ways. We plan to leave for Guangzhou tomorrow. They'll send you a text message every day to let you know I'm safe. Before we leave, Xia Kuang will tell you the hiding place. You 2 will guard the goods. For safety, never carry them on you. A speedboat roared past the small boat, splashing up countless droplets. Chen Mo's gaze immediately followed it, and he saw a woman in red sitting on the boat. He instantly recognized her. It was Dai Xiaoya. What was she doing here? Paranoid, Chen Mo shuddered. Was every move he made under her surveillance? Dai Xiaoya's sudden appearance did not disrupt Chen Mo's subsequent plans. He believed that her arrival on a speedboat was just another reminder for him to leave Hangzhou. Dai Xiaoya was also a thief, and her skills slightly surpassed his own, but Chen Mo was confident that even under her surveillance, she did not know the location of the hidden jewelry. As long as the goods were safe, nothing could hinder his upcoming actions. Therefore, early the next morning, he and Xia Kuang headed straight to Guangzhou. The train ride from Hangzhou to Guangzhou took nearly 8 hours, and by the time they exited the station, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. A light rain fell from the sky, making the air fresh and humid. After grabbing a quick bite at a fast food restaurant, the two did not rush to find a hotel, but hailed a taxi instead. Where to? The taxi driver's Mandarin accent was soft, as if he had something in his mouth. To the Jianan clothing market, Chen Mo replied. The driver glanced at the two passengers in the rearview mirror and asked, "Are you two from the north?" "Here on business." Chen Mo responded with a vague and fell silent. The driver was quite perceptive but discreetly adjusted the meter, taking the two newcomers on a winding route through the streets of Guangzhou, charging them significantly more. After getting out of the car and watching it drive away, Xia Kuang said, "We got ripped off." Chen Mo shrugged it off, saying, "Cats have their ways, dogs have theirs, everyone has to make a living. It's not easy for them either. You really are magnanimous. I can't be like that." "Oh." I slashed the back seat with a knife. Chen Mo was momentarily speechless. The phrase "women's hearts are the most poisonous" rang true. Although it was drizzling, the Jianan clothing market was bustling with activity, filled with crowds of people. Each stall was stocked with various types of clothing. The owners stood at the entrances attracting customers, and many foreigners were seen bargaining and selecting goods. "Is there a black market here?" Xia Kuang asked, holding the umbrella he just bought. "Of course you can exchange foreign currency here. What does that have to do with us?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "Those who can exchange currency are always well-connected, and wealthy. Our goods are too much for ordinary buyers to handle." He walked past 2 narrow aisles and stopped in front of a stall, asking the owner, "Where can I exchange currency?" "Keep going straight and turn a corner, you'll find it." The shop owner pointed towards the southeast of the market. Following his direction, the two quickly arrived at a stall. At first glance, this stall looked like the others with some clothes hanging inside, but upon closer inspection, it was different. While other stalls were filled with clothing, this one only displayed a few items along with a table that had a calculator on it. A middle-aged woman sat inside, bored, eating sunflower seeds. She was heavily made up, her hair dyed yellow, and wore large gold earrings. "Boss, do you exchange currency?" Chen Mo asked. The middle-aged woman lifted her eyelids and replied, "Yes, what do you want to exchange?" "I want to exchange RMB." "What currency do you want to exchange it for?" "Internationally accepted currency. Euros. US dollars. Gold." The middle-aged woman paused and asked, "Where does the gold come from?" "That's not for you to worry about. Oh, just tell me if you can exchange it or not." The middle-aged woman cautiously said, "Wait a moment, I need to ask the big boss." She pulled out her phone and went into the back room. After 2 or 3 minutes, she returned and said, "The big boss said yes, but can only offer 40 of the market price." "What if the quantity is large? How much do you have?" Chen Mo held up a finger and said, "At least this amount in gold. It would be great if you also accepted jade and diamonds." Do you have samples?" the middle-aged woman asked. "All I have are finished products. I can only show you samples after we agree on a price. Right now I am concerned if you have the capacity to handle these goods. Please take a seat." The middle-aged woman hurriedly brought over 2 chairs and said, "Wait a moment, I need to make a phone call." She went back into the room again, this time staying for a solid 5 or 6 minutes before returning and saying, "Our big boss said he can take it, but wants to meet with you two in person. Please wait a moment, he will be here shortly." Chen Mo smiled and said, "No need, we'll come back another day." "Don't. He's about to arrive. Just wait a little longer." The middle-aged woman hurriedly blocked their way. Chen Mo's expression changed slightly as he said, "This is a big deal that could cost us our heads. How about this, you give me a phone number, and I will contact you later." "Well, okay." After taking the middle-aged woman's contact information, Chen Mo and Xia Kuang went to several more stalls that exchanged foreign currency. Besides 2 that only handled currency exchange, the rest said they could trade in gold, but none of them had met the behind-the-scenes boss, and they all had a consistent line: they wanted to meet the big boss in person. Chen Mo had no intention of meeting. He just took the contact information and hurriedly left the stall. As they left the Jianan clothing market, the rain had stopped, and the setting sun shot a blood-red glow through the thick clouds before disappearing. "Why not talk to those behind-the-scenes bosses?" Xia Kuang asked. Chen Mo laughed and said, "There's no need. These stalls that exchange foreign currency cannot possibly handle our batch of goods." "Then what are you doing here?" "To spread the word." "Do you know why we haven't met those behind-the-scenes bosses?" "In fact, the so-called bosses are underground banks. By spreading the word, the small bosses of those stalls will naturally relay our information to capable financiers. What we need to do next is wait. Those hungry cats will come to us on their own. Right now we have 2 hungry cats following us." Just as Xia Kuang was about to turn around, Chen Mo immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't look back." Now let's find a hotel. Xiaoquang anxiously said, a broad net like this, aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? That will depend on our ability to filter. When the net is cast, there will naturally be fish and shrimp. But in the end, we can only catch one, and that will be the fattest one. Seeing Xiaoquang deep in thought, Chen Mo let out a wistful sigh. Why are you sighing? I regret bringing you along. Xiaoquang puzzled asked, what does that have to do with me? Because during our time in Guangzhou for safety sake, we can only share one room. Those financiers are ruthless. If one of us gets kidnapped, it will put us at a disadvantage during negotiations. You really don't want to share a room with me? Xiaoquang scoffed. You don't understand men. So you can only look, but not touch, which is painful. It's agonizingly painful. If you think your teeth are good enough, give it a try, Xiaoquang provocatively said. How about we give it a try tonight? I'm more than willing to accompany you. Chen Mo's longing for women began with his first nocturnal emission. After that first time, he began having a recurring dream of a faceless woman who shed her clothes one by one like a striptease, revealing her voluptuous body and heavy breasts. At that moment, he would always lose control and die in his dream. It wasn't until he tasted the forbidden fruit that the faceless woman who tormented him in his dreams vanished. Then his dreams became more colorful, featuring all kinds of beautiful women, movie stars, athletes, passers-by he had only seen once, and even exotic foreign women. All of this proved he was a normal man. So he decided that the third time he was alone with Xiaoquang, he would not remain a gentleman. He would have his way with her, or else he would surely go mad. Chen Mo washed himself thoroughly in the bathroom and came out wrapped in a towel. Xiaoquang was leaning against the bed watching TV, offering him a stunning profile. I'm clean. Are you going to wash? Chen Mo said. Yes, Xiaoquang replied, rising and walking past him without a sideways glance into the bathroom. Chen Mo bounced onto the bed watching the TV and listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, his mind wandering. Then he saw the bathroom door open and Xiaoquang emerged with wet hair, her clothes neatly in place. All done. Done. So can I have my meal now? Chen Mo asked shamelessly. Xiaoquang walked straight toward him, brushing her hair back, and said, as long as you're not afraid to die. Even if it meant dying under the peony, he would rather be a ghost and still take her. He was willing to devour her. He scrambled up from the bed, his blood boiling, as he approached Xiaoquang step by step. The ice-carved jade-like beauty before him made him want to take a bite, even if it meant chipping 2 teeth. All women are poisonous. The more beautiful they are, the stronger the poison. That's why many famous figures in history have fallen at the hands of beautiful women. Chen Mo didn't die, but he was thrown so hard that his body tensed up, stars swam before his eyes, and he felt like yesterday's meal was about to burst from his stomach. The beautiful clean throw was executed in one fluid motion, convincing Chen Mo that this ruthless little woman must have trained in martial arts. She was vicious. Then he suddenly shuddered, snapping out of his vision. Although he had just used his foresight, the pitiful scene of himself in his mind still sent chills down his spine. He got out of bed trembling to drink some water. After a couple of sips, Xiaoquang emerged from the bathroom. Just as he had seen in his vision, she was neatly dressed and provocatively shook her wet hair. Chen Mo dared not speak, only stealing a few glances from the corner of his eye as he finished the water in his cup. Xiaoquang walked to the bed and sat down, saying, I'm done washing. Chen Mo gave a dry laugh and said, have you trained in martial arts? What? Scared? Why would I be scared? I just think it's better for me to be a gentleman. Would you like some water? Is it drug day? Do I look like such a despicable person? Am all talk really? Am a decent, pure person with high moral integrity. Truly am not lying. He handed her the cup, and Xiaoquang drank without hesitation. Chen Mo, his lustful heart, still alive, covertly glanced at her collar. From his standing position, it was a perfect angle. Those 2 mounds were as white and delicate as 2 just steamed buns, with curves and a valley and crystal-clear water droplets trickling down her slender neck. It was breathtaking. Xiaoquang shifted, and he saw a little more. He felt his head throb, and then 2 streams of something like spring water flowed from his nostrils. He was actually having a nosebleed. Just then Xiaoquang looked up, half closing her eyes, a smile spreading across her flawless, beautiful face. She said, is it good? Chen Mo covered his nose, not knowing how to answer. He dared neither nod nor shake his head, so he just played dumb. Xiaoquang crooked her finger at him seductively and said, come here. At that moment, Xiaoquang seemed to Chen Mo like a graceful willow, her figure elegant. With her enticing finger, he felt as light as a swallow and drifted over. Xiaoquang reached out with her soft hand and grasped his wrist, making Chen Mo feel as if he were floating on a cloud. Suddenly, she exerted force with her wrist, and he felt his entire body soar into the air. But this time he didn't hit the floor. Instead, Xia Kuang threw him neatly onto the bed. He lay sprawled on the bed staring at the spinning ceiling on the verge of tears. He felt like a mouse toyed with by a cat, doomed to die at the hands of this enchantress. Xia Kuang looked down at him, clapping her hands, and said, "Taekwondo red belt." "I'm dying," Chen Mo said miserably. "Serves you right. If you won't let me touch you, then don't tempt me, okay?" Chen Mo sat up in bed to smoke. "Did I, eh?" "Yes, absolutely." Seeing Chen Mo's pitiful expression, Xia Kuang smiled. She loved seeing him in this miserable state. "Better get some sleep." Chen Mo got out of bed and went to his own bed. He turned his head and asked, "Do you not like men?" Xia Kuang was stunned. She had never considered that question. Countless people had said she had mental issues, but was she really twisted, a complex being? Was that why she had such a distorted life? "Come here." Chen Mo quickly jumped into bed and pulled the covers over himself, saying fearfully, "No. I won't hit you," Xia Kuang said softly. "Still no." Xia Kuang hesitated, then walked lightly to his bedside, staring intently at the man who had made her heart flutter countless times. The battered Chen Mo instinctively shrank back and asked, "What do you want?" "To sleep." She reached out, lifted his blanket, lay down on the bed, and pulled the covers over herself. Crazy. This woman was definitely crazy. But that worry was soon consumed by the faint fragrance emanating from her. He cautiously moved closer to Xia Kuang, even lightly touching her arm with his finger to test her. Seeing no reaction, he grew bolder. "Is this you throwing yourself at me? Or do you want to sleep with me? Isn't it the same?" Chen Mo grinned, quickly shed his bathrobe, and said, Same. Actually, I fell for you the first time I saw you." "Are you sure it wasn't that you wanted to sleep with me the first time you saw me?" Xia Kuang turned her head and asked. Chen Mo shuddered, regretting his many words. For him, a woman he fell for at first sight was a woman he wanted to sleep with. "I'm not that vulgar." He began to fumble with the buttons on Xia Kuang's clothes. Though he couldn't see her skin, it felt as smooth and delicate as a peeled egg. Chen Mo gazed at the beautiful face beneath him and sincerely praised, "You are truly beautiful."